Vhumad God Chapter 48:17 to Chapter 48:99. Gufeng was in a miserable state. He was injured soon after. Especially Bing Ling and Small Knife God. Those two were too terrifying. Damn it. Just you wait. I'll remember this. Gufeng gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his bloodline burst out. The void mirror replica above his head shone brightly, creating a void passage. Not good. Don't let him escape. Small Knife God roared. Bing Ling also used the icebound scepter to the extreme. However, it was useless. Gufeng's void scripture that he had used to ignite his bloodline had disappeared. Damn it. Everyone shattered the void for millions of miles, but they still couldn't find the other party's figure. He escaped. Bing Ling gritted her teeth. Knife God also frowned. As expected of someone from the monarch race. That was a spatial ability. It was too terrifying. It was easy to injure him, but difficult to kill him. On the other side, Lin Xian and Bai Susu appeared on a plane. Their lips curled up. Lin Xian set up a formation that covered the sky. Then, he took out the Medicine King and split it in half. He gave the upper half to Bai Susu. As for the lower half, he kept it. What should they do next? Bai Susu asked. She was very happy after obtaining the Medicine King. She felt that Lin Xian was very reliable. She suggested that they should make another move and continue searching. Lin Xian shook his head. No, the mission is over. I plan to return. Although there were many spirit veins on the medicine planet, Lin Xian didn't dare to take them. If he took them again, the peerless experts on the medicine planet would make a move. At that time, there might even be sacred masters. It would be very difficult. Therefore, the most important thing was to obtain the world core. Only then could he completely control a world. The power of the entire world would be under his control. He had a world core. It was the Rain Clan's Pisces star. However, it was too far away from the buried Emperor star. Lin Xian couldn't go back now. When he returned to the true spirit world to save Xiaojiu, he would go to Pisces star. But now, he had to find a new world. All right. Bai Susu nodded in agreement. We tricked Gufeng, that guy. That fellow definitely won't let this matter rest. We better not be surrounded by the Earth Sex people. The two of them prepared to leave. However, a day later, they were stopped by someone. A few silhouettes walked out from afar. They were brimming with killing intent. One of the elders' eyes emitted an extremely terrifying radiance as he stared at Lin Xian. It's you. I can feel the blood of the Blue Clan's disciples on you. You've killed people from the Blue race. There was an ancient altar in the old man's hand. It was extremely terrifying. There was a broken jade tablet on it. Clearly, the other party had used a secret technique to look at him. What's going on? Bai Susu frowned. She had no idea what had happened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said that there were a few people who didn't know what was good for them and I killed them. They should be here for revenge. Do you need me to do it? Bai Susu asked. Lin Xian said, no need. I don't care about these people. How dare you underestimate us? Attack. The leading elder waved his hand, and 4 experts from the Blue race charged over. They turned into ice dragons and covered the sky. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and a Taiji diagram appeared in his hand. Slash, the Taiji diagram flew over and turned into a stream of light, splitting the bodies of the two. At the same time, Lin Xian used the skywalk step and charged in front of the other two. With the man ruler seal in his left hand and the rock seal in his right, he smashed the two into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them died. Damn it. The elder on the other side was furious. Did the 4 people he brought die just like that? They were all peak Grand Sage Kings. They had hopes of becoming great sages in the future. Now that they died, his heart was bleeding. You're courting death. He personally charged over. Be careful. This is a veteran great sage. Behind him, Bai Susu's eyelids twitched. She felt a shocking sense of danger. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party was indeed very strong. He was a veteran great sage. The elder charged over, holding a blue divine sword in his hand. He pointed it at the void, and endless cold light flew out from the blade. The sword pierced the world. With one strike, the entire plain was completely sealed. It even spread further into the distance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged over. He activated the 9 suns divine fire to the extreme. It turned into 9 suns that bloomed in the surroundings. The ice near him melted. Then, he slapped the blue divine sword with his palm. With a clang, the divine sword shook. The elder's palm went numb, and the sword almost flew out of his hand. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying physique and strength. He did not expect the person in front of him to be so terrifying. No wonder he could kill so many people from the blue race. Now, he was certain that the fallen great sage of the blue race was Lan Mingtian. He was an expert on the saint origin ranking. He had the chance to become a great sage or a sacred lord in the future. However, he had actually died. Kill! He roared crazily. The kid in front of him was too terrifying. Since they were enemies, there was no need to keep him alive. Thinking of this, the elder shouted angrily. The coldness in his body exploded. The law of ice wrapped around the divine sword, shaking it continuously. It pierced the sky. Lin Xian used the 9 suns divine body to fight back. Both sides fought fiercely. He felt a great threat. The elder was indeed a veteran expert. His strength was even more terrifying than the overlord's. The cold ice was even more terrifying than icicles. Let me show you what a real sword technique is. Lin Xian was furious. The 9 suns divine fire gathered and formed a flaming divine sword. He slashed out with the sword like a fire dragon. Clang, the ice sword and the fire sword collided. The entire sky was shrouded in 2 different forces. Ice Soul Sword, the sword in the elder's hand burst out with a dazzling light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary weapon. It was a great sage artifact. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You have the combat strength of a great sage. But your foundation is too weak. Let me show you what kind of strength a true great sage should have. He slashed out with his sword, freezing the divine fire in the sky. Then, the sword swept out, turning into sword shadows that filled the sky. Lin Xian kept retreating. Not good. Bai Susu became nervous. A great sage with a great sage artifact. It was too terrifying. She wanted to go forward and ask for resources, but Lin Xian said that there was no need. He would do it himself. Lin Xian's face was cold. The elder opposite him laughed. Do it yourself? Kid, even with your companion, the 2 of you are no match for me. What do you have to fight me? Do you know the power of a great sage artifact? As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword again. The flames on Lin Xian's body almost dimmed. Was a great sage artifact that powerful? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the great destruction spear flew out. He grabbed it and slashed down like a divine sword. With a boom, the frost in the sky shattered. Boundless demonic chi swept across the land. In terms of foundation, you are far inferior. Lin Xian was like a resurrected demon god. He attacked powerfully. You actually have such a trump card? The elder was shocked. His face turned cold. Kill! He roared in anger. Terrifying sword chi swept across the area. He would not give Lin Xian another chance. The biting cold sword chi rushed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Like a demon god, he shattered all the icy sword chi. He charged over and beat the elder until he was forced to retreat. Bai Susu was shocked to see this scene. It seemed that Lin Xian had not used his full strength previously. This guy was too terrifying. He could always shock him. Lin Xian looked ahead and said loudly. You're just SOSO. It seems that you won't be my match even if you live for a few thousand more years. Show me what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell. On the other side, the elder's face turned ugly. He was a great sage of the older generation and had a great sage weapon. Even so, he was still not Lin Xian's match. He did not believe that there was such a powerful person in the younger generation. He must get rid of this peerless enemy. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, the azure ice divine sword in his hand bloomed. The terrifying radiance suddenly enlarged and turned into 1,000 meters long. It slashed down crazily like a heavenly sword, sealing the sky, sealing the earth. Not good. Bai Susu's face changed drastically. She did not expect this elder to use such terrifying power. It seemed that the older generation was indeed the older generation. They could not be underestimated. Die. The elder on the other side laughed sinisterly. His face turned pale instantly. It was obvious that this sword had used up all his strength. However, the power of this sword was incomparably terrifying. Even a great sage of the same level would die without a doubt. Lin Xian's face darkened. It seemed that the older generation was indeed powerful. It would be difficult for the younger generation to block such a killing move. However, it was a pity that the other party met him. He waved his hand. The black heaven-devouring jar appeared. Then, it turned into a huge vortex that swallowed the sky and earth. A black hole appeared in front of him as if it was going to swallow everything. It's useless. You can't block it at all. The elder sneered. His sword slashed down crazily. It could seal everything. This elder was truly overjoyed. He knew that Lin Xian was a top-notch genius. His talent, strength, and trump cards were all very strong. If Lin Xian grew up, he would be a huge threat to their family. However, it would be great if he died here. He had gotten rid of a danger for his family. Furthermore, he had also taken a fancy to the great sage artifact in the other party's hand. Thinking about it, the other party must have other treasures. If that was the case, Yi Futian's harvest would be bountiful. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. As for what that black vortex was, he didn't care. Could the other party contend against him? However, when the sword landed on the black vortex, he was stunned. He realized that the effect he had imagined did not happen. The black vortex seemed to be able to swallow everything. What was that? He really couldn't believe it. Bai Susu also widened her eyes in shock. She had already intended to tell Lin Xian to run away, but before she could even utter a word, Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Then, a strange scene occurred. The peerless sure-kill sword had been swallowed. I told you, you're just SOSO. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he walked forward. The heaven-devouring jar released a terrifying aura. Damn it. The elder opposite him turned around and left. That sure-kill attack had used up most of his strength. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. He had to hurry back to inform his family that such a peerless enemy had appeared. You want to run? Do you think you can? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the spear of destruction released a terrifying demonic sword chi that directly pierced through the elder's body. Elder Zhang screamed in agony as his blood dyed the sky. Damn it! He ignored his injuries and used all his strength to escape. At the same time, 16 pills flew out of his storage ring and were swallowed by him. However, that was not enough. His eyes were bloodshot because he saw the second sword slash out. This time, the sword transformed into a black dragon and clawed down from the sky. His back was badly mutilated. Damn brat, I'll remember you. I'll never let you go. The elder roared crazily. Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. Damn it, my soul. He was terrified. In that instant, an extremely terrifying soul power surged into his mind. It almost tore his soul apart. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Lin Xian used the skywalk step and quickly chased after him. Old thing, aren't you very arrogant? You still want to use a sure-kill attack to kill me. Have you ever thought about what will happen after using a sure-kill attack? Elder Zhang's face was ugly. Indeed, if one couldn't kill the enemy with a sure-kill attack, then the outcome would be very miserable. For example, he could only be beaten up. However, he was a great sage after all, and a veteran great sage. He used the Ice Frost Divine Sword to block in front of him, protecting his vitals. As for the other injuries, he endured them. He swore that he would definitely take revenge. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. The sky-devouring jar flew up and froze the Ice Frost Divine Sword. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully. Rock Seal. The golden palm condensed into a rock, carrying divine flames that filled the sky as it charged over, enveloping the elder. There were even more cracks on the elder's body. He was charred black, and the smell of barbecued meat wafted out. He was about to be roasted. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and vomited blood, but he didn't dare to fight back. Great desolate heaven-splitting hand, Lin Xian opened and closed his hands. A large crack tore open, directly turning the elder's legs into a bloody mist. Ah! Damn ant, I won't let you off. Just as he finished speaking, the primordial demon mountain descended from the sky. This strike shattered his head, and there was no place on his body that was intact. He was really crazy. He wanted to sweep through thousands of years. When did he get beaten up like this? And by a young man. It was over. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and the power in his body erupted again. The great spear of destruction flew out with an extremely terrifying aura of death. No. The elder was finally terrified. He felt that his life was in danger. He tried his best to dodge, but this strike still tore his body into pieces. Fellow Taoist from the medicine sect, please save my life. The Blue Clan will be eternally grateful. The elder's soul roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. This attack was definitely enough to kill the elder. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Such a vicious attack at such a young age. A large hand appeared out of thin air and directly shattered the black dragon sword chi. Lin Xian also felt like he was struck by lightning. His pupils constricted, and he used the skywalk step to instantly retreat. The place where he originally stood was shattered. Who is so terrifying? Lin Xian was shocked. This attack was completely beyond that of an ordinary great sage. It was definitely not something that an early-stage great sage could do. It was an even more terrifying existence. Bai Susu, who was behind him, was also stunned. Did someone in the mid-stage great sage make a move? This was too terrifying. Ordinary geniuses could fight above their level, but they could only rely on the early-stage great sage. However, it was too difficult to fight against a mid-stage great sage. It was basically impossible. Lin Xian, run! He shouted anxiously. The flaming hand circled in the sky. At the same time, a flaming human face appeared and stared at Lin Xian. He was like a god looking down on the ants of the world. Lin Xian looked like he was facing a great enemy. The elder cheered wildly. He said, "Fellow cultivator, help me kill that kid. The blue race is willing to give you a world." The great sage of fire smiled and said, "Don't worry, the medicine sect has always been cooperating with the blue race. It's not a problem to help you." A strange flame appeared in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. The young man below was a genius, but so what? He was much stronger than the elder of the blue race. He was a realm higher than the elder. No matter how talented the other party was, he was no match for him. Moreover, the other party could defeat the great sage of the blue race, which meant that he had many trump cards. He was interested in the other party's weapon and the strange flame on the other party's body. It would be very helpful to him. The great sage thought of many things in an instant. Killing Lin Xian was very beneficial to him. He could also gain the gratitude of the blue race. "Why not, young man, you're too vicious. Let me suppress you." The flaming hand in the sky shone brightly. Lin Xian's face was cold. He snorted. "Old thing, do you have the right to lecture me?" Previously, he relied on his lifespan of a few thousand years and cultivation base of a great sage to kill me. Wasn't he vicious? You rely on the fact that your cultivation base is much higher than mine to attack a young junior like me. Aren't you vicious? What right do you have to lecture me? What a sharp-tongued kid. However, it was useless to say anything. In the face of absolute strength, everything was futile. The giant hand in the sky fell. "Lin Xian, run!" Bai Susu shouted angrily. She formed 3 avatars. They attacked together and unleashed a peerless attack. However, they could not block it. Lin Xian snorted. A fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. So what if the other party was a mid-stage great sage? It was impossible for him to kill him. He activated the heaven-devouring jar with all his strength and formed a terrifying vortex to block the attack. At the same time, he summoned Whitey and infused the power of the great dragon sword spirit into Whitey's body. Go ahead. With the support of the dragon sword spirit, Whitey flew off into the distance and came before the elder of the blue race. The broken body of the elder of the blue tribe was slowly recovering. When he saw that it was a little monkey, he laughed coldly. An ant dares to fight against me? An extremely terrifying soul-killing intent burst out from his eyes. He turned into a soul sword and charged toward Whitey. The dragon-shaped sword energy on Whitey's body destroyed everything. At the same time, he took out a purple gourd. The power of the great dragon sword spirit that Lin Xian had given him had all entered the purple gourd. Oh, baby, please turn around. Whitey's voice resounded in the air as a purple flying sword flew out of the gourd. With the power of the great dragon sword spirit, it seemed to have transformed into a purple dragon that instantly pierced through everything. Puff, heaven and earth froze at this moment. The soul of the elder of the blue clan stopped in midair and gradually extinguished. This was impossible, he couldn't believe that he would be killed by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! The great sage of flame roared. Another flaming palm scratched Whitey. Whitey quickly retreated. Where are you going? He stared at the purple gourd with bloodshot eyes. To be able to destroy the soul of a great sage in one move, this gourd was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. It might even be the legendary item. He had to get it. Whitey returned to Lin Xian's side and slapped two large palms toward Lin Xian. The boundless vortex was also constantly being shattered. Although the heaven-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon, it was related to the strength of the user. The strength of the old man in front of him was too terrifying. Even the heaven-devouring jar could only protect itself. Lin Xian retreated with a pale face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, tell me your name. I'll kill you one day." You? The old man in the sky sneered. Gradually, he condensed into a figure. Remember, I'm the great sage of flame. When you go to hell, don't tell me the wrong name. After saying that, he laughed sinisterly and slapped his palms again. Medicine sect, great sage of flame. I'll remember you. One day, I'll let you go to the 18 levels of hell. After saying that, a void beast appeared beside Lin Xian. It condensed into a space channel and disappeared in an instant. The large flaming hand fell, shattering heaven and earth. However, he was long gone. Space transmission? You can't escape. The great sage of flame roared angrily. The boundless law of fire condensed and charged toward the distance. Blazing red lotus, the law of fire in the sky condensed into countless flaming lotuses. They opened up between heaven and earth. The void shattered, and even the spatial passageway that Lin Xian had created cracked. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. What should I do? Bai Susu, who was next to him, also had an ugly expression. Lin Xian said, "Protect me." He used all his strength, summoned the great dragon sword soul, and slashed toward the sky. The blazing red lotus in the sky shattered like a mirror and scattered on the ground. How is that possible? The great sage of flame was stunned. Does the other party still have a trump card to contend with me? When he wanted to chase after him, he found that the other party had already disappeared. Detestable brat, I won't let you escape from the medicine planet. He was prepared to mobilize the power of the medicine sect to search for him and even seal the entire star realm. Buzz, in the starry sky, a few figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and the others. Bai Susu looked at the stars in the sky in surprise. Did he leave? She couldn't believe it. To be honest, she had already prepared for the worst. Even if she was captured by the other party, she would risk her life to protect Lin Xian. Because her parents' identities were not ordinary, the other party would definitely give them face. However, before she could do anything, Lin Xian had already left. She was surprised. What was that attack just now? Could it block the blazing red lotus that filled the sky? On the other side, his face was pale. He took out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb and swallowed it. He said, "Let's go." They entered the black earth and flew quickly. Bai Susu's heart ached. That was a 10,000-year-old spirit herb, and you just ate it like that. Lin Xian said, "So what? It's a dead elder of the blue tribe anyway. It's a waste not to eat it." When Little White killed the elder's soul, it also took the elder's storage ring. It was a pity that the great sage weapon had a spirit and flew away. Otherwise, they would have another great sage weapon. Xiaobai nodded too. She took out more spiritual fruits from the elder's storage ring and started eating them. It was very happy. Bai Susu's heart ached even more. This little monkey is eating too extravagantly. Even I don't have such treatment. But Little White was too cute. She looked at Little White and smiled. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You've done a great job this time." Little White's eyes narrowed into crescents. It stretched out its little paw. "I'm good. Give me some spirit fruits." Bai Susu was so angry that she found it funny. "Alright, I'll give it all to you." They heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't know that in the starry sky not far from them, there was another spirit ship flying quickly. Inside the spirit boat, Gu Feng's face was cold, and there was still blood on his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "The king medicine I got is fake. The real one is with Lin Xian. I swear it on the honor of my family." Beside him were the experts of the Earth sect, and the overlord was there as well. Their faces were cold and gloomy. The conqueror's brows furrowed tightly. "You're saying that the flaming figure I fought with was Lin Xian?" "That's right, it was him." Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. According to Gu Feng, Lin Xian and Gu Feng were of the same age. Compared to the tyrant and the others, he was a little smaller. Such a person was a little too heaven-defying. Was the nine-yang divine body already so terrifying? Gu Feng gritted his teeth and said. Not only did he have the nine-yang divine body, but he also had many fortuitous encounters. He was also the descendant of the Great Dragon, and his fighting strength was unparalleled. The legendary Great Dragon Sword? Everyone from the Earth sect sucked in a breath of cold air, and even the Overlord's eyes shone with a cold light. No wonder. No wonder he was suppressed in the competition. Once he became the successor of the Great Dragon, his every move would be imbued with unparalleled combat prowess. Interesting. I'll remember this, Lin Xian. However, so what if he's the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the Nine Sons? The prodigies of the tyrant swept through everything. He has a lot of trump cards, but after my cultivation grows stronger, if the gap in our cultivation continues to widen, suppressing him won't be a problem at all. Other than comparing their talents and trump cards, these geniuses were also comparing their cultivation speed. Once they were able to break through a cultivation state, they would be able to stand above all the other geniuses. It was even possible that he could completely trample the others under his feet. Alright, since you're so heavily injured this time, you should hurry up and recover. The Overlord looked at Gu Feng, his eyes flickering. Although they were from the same sect, he was still secretly on guard against Gu Feng. After all, the other party was from the Earth sect and had cultivated an imperial scripture. Once the other party was given the opportunity to grow, it was very likely that the other party would surpass him. Gu Feng swallowed the medicinal pill as he prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate. However, he suddenly turned cold and looked at the starry sky outside. What's wrong? The tyrant was puzzled. Gu Feng said that there was a spirit boat up ahead, so let's go and take a look. I keep feeling that it's somewhat familiar. With a wave of the Overlord's hand, the spirit boat changed its direction and accelerated. When they got closer, Gu Feng suddenly stood up and said. That spirit boat belonged to Lin Xian. They are also on their way back. Catch them quickly. The crowd was in an uproar. The tyrant looked forward, his eyes emitting a cold radiance. Are you sure? Gu Feng nodded. He couldn't be wrong. He had met Lin Xian more than once or twice, so he was very familiar with Lin Xian's trump cards and the weapons he often used. That spirit boat belonged to the other party. Interesting, I can make my move now. The Overlord's eyes lit up, and the other's eyes turned red as well. In this vast universe, if he were to kill the other party and steal the other party's treasures, the people of the Tao sect would probably not know about it. These people moved out quickly. In the spirit boat ahead, Lin Xian frowned. He abruptly looked behind him. Someone was catching up. Run! He sped up the black earth. Baisusu wondered if they were from the medicine sect. Or were they from the earth sect? He also looked carefully. Then, he said that it was the Overlord's spirit boat. They were from the earth sect. The two parties, one in front and one behind, started a chase in the universe. At the back, Gufeng gritted his teeth. Oh no, we were discovered. The Overlord said, so what if we were discovered? Attack! The spirit boat emitted a terrifying radiance, turning into a divine sword and moving forward. The array on the black earth flickered as it continuously traveled through space. The two of them chased one after the other. At the back, Gufeng gritted his teeth, took out a few 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and ate them. He said, everyone, I'm going to use my spatial mystique to travel through space with you. However, my power is limited. When I get close, I'll need you to attack. The Overlord nodded. Let's move in. The spatial aura on Gufeng's body became more and more terrifying. He directly shattered the void, forming a spatial tunnel, and charged forward. In an instant, he was near the black earth. The Overlord and the others reached out and grabbed. The black earth shook, and Baisusu's expression changed. She waved her hand, and a small umbrella flew out from between her eyebrows. The power of wind and thunder surrounded it. The wind and thunder umbrella flew out of the black earth and continued to expand, enveloping a part of the world to block the palm of the Overlord and the others. Lin Xian was surprised. This wind and thunder umbrella was not ordinary. It was actually a great sage artifact. It seemed that Baisusu's identity was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, at this moment, other than the Overlord, there were also many experts from the Earth sect. Even if Baisusu used a great sage artifact, she would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, those people would probably use their great sage artifacts soon. Gufeng and the Overlord definitely had them. As expected, the void mirror flew out and fought against the wind and thunder umbrella. The wind and thunder umbrella seemed to be frozen. The power of wind and thunder on it directly shattered the void, and the two fought against each other. On the Overlord's side, a huge cauldron appeared. It seemed to have turned into a sky and pressed down. It was also a great sage artifact. It seemed that it wanted to completely suppress the black earth. At the critical moment, Lin Xian took out the heaven-devouring jar and created an endless black vortex to block the heaven transformation cauldron. Moreover, the heaven-devouring jar became more and more terrifying. The black vortex completely turned into a black hole. Damn it, what is this thing? It actually blocked my heaven transformation cauldron. The Overlord was surprised. Gufeng, who was beside him, also gritted his teeth. He wanted to use a divine ability, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Previously, he was besieged by so many experts and was seriously injured. However, the black hole in front of him was boundlessly terrifying. It cut off the world. Finally, the black earth disappeared. Behind, the Overlord and the others gritted their teeth and continued to search. Great. Baisusu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she took out the formation. Our void gate is nearby. Entering the void gate and teleporting back to Holy Abyss City should be much easier. Next, they used the formation to communicate with the starry sky coordinates in the universe. A spatial gate opened. The black earth began to teleport. Then, it disappeared. Not long after, the Overlord and the others also opened the spatial gate and disappeared. When the two spirit ships appeared, they had already arrived at Holy Abyss City and were still chasing. Baisusu gritted her teeth. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. They're already back and they still won't give up. But fortunately, Lin Xian and she both had trump cards, so the other party couldn't do anything. When they arrived at the Tao sect, Baisusu sneered. Then, she flew out and shouted coldly. People of the Earth sect, you're too arrogant. Do you want to attack us? Do you really think the Tao sect is just a decoration? Her voice traveled into the Tao sect. The people in the Tao sect were shocked. Someone dares to attack the people of the Tao sect. And it's the people of the Earth sect. What's the meaning of this? Are they trying to turn the world upside down? In an instant, countless figures rushed out of the Tao sect. It's Senior Sister Bai. Senior Sister Bai is back. Senior Sister Bai is being hunted down by the Earth sect. Damn it, those people rushed over and stared at the spirit boat. The Overlord frowned. Gufeng gritted his teeth. Damn it, we were so close. Can we make a move? Who is that woman? He stared at Bai Susu. If there's no other way, I'll kill her. The Overlord shook his head. Don't touch her. If you dare to hurt her in front of the True Path sect, you'll die a horrible death. Her name is Bai Susu. Her parents are both great sages and elders of the sect. They live in the core region. If you kill her, you'll be challenging the True Path sect's authority. The Overlord shook his head. Then, he walked out and said, You're lucky this time. You won't be so lucky the next time we meet. Let's go. He turned around and left on the spirit boat. Bai Susu heaved a sigh of relief. With this king herb, her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The next time they meet, it's hard to say who will be the unlucky one. She looked at the people behind her and said, Thank you, senior brothers and junior brothers, for your help. Now that the danger is over, everyone can go back. With that, she entered the spirit boat with a smile. Let's go, kid. Lin Xian controlled the spirit boat and flew in. Everyone thought that it was Bai Susu's spirit boat. They didn't know that the person inside was Lin Xian. Otherwise, it would cause another uproar. In fact, the people from the Dragon Palace might even come and attack. When they arrived above the spiritual abode, Bai Susu walked out and said, All right, I have to go back and cultivate. Let's work together next time. Susu waved her hand and was about to leave. But soon, she flew back. Oh right, I forgot to ask you. I plan to use this king herb with other spirit herbs to make a cauldron of pills. Of course, I won't do it myself. I'll let my parents do it together. They're both great sages. Do you need it? If you need it, I'll take your share with you. When the time comes, I'll refine the pill and send it to you. As for the fee, there's no need. This time, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain half a stock of the king herb. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect her parents to be great sages. Moreover, it seemed that they were most likely from the Tao sect. This little girl's identity was really not ordinary. He smiled and said, There's no need. I don't want to use this king medicine to refine pills for the time being. However, if I need it, I won't be polite. Also, are you interested in joining the Divine Palace? If Lin Xian's guess was right, the other party's parents could very well be elders. If they were to add the other party into their lineup, they would definitely be able to deal with the other party. In that case, it was equivalent to them gaining an elder-level backer. This was extremely beneficial for the three of them to develop in the Tao sect. Bai Susu smiled and said, Are you inviting me? But I have to think about it. I'll answer you next time we meet. She waved and left. Lin Xian kept the black earth and entered the mansion below. After entering, Yuren walked out and exclaimed, Big brother Lin, you're back. Lin Xian nodded. Are there still any empty cultivation rooms? Give me one. Soon, he entered the cultivation room and sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his strength to its peak. Then, he entered the mysterious world in his body. At this moment, there were 4 spirit veins in the mysterious world. The small valley formed by them had also changed. The 4 supreme-grade spirit veins had become very small, turning into small hills, dim and lifeless. The 4 spirit beasts were roaring crazily. Damn it. When they saw Lin Xian walking over, they couldn't wait to kill him and tear him to pieces. However, they didn't have the strength to do so now. Lin Xian stood on the small hill and looked at the soil in the valley. His lips curled into a smile. He realized that the soil was starting to glow. Not bad. Although the area was small, if he could really restore the soil, it would be very useful. Lin Xian had kept half of the king of medicine so that he could plant it here. Damn brat, let us out if you have the guts. Let's fight one-on-one. The spirit tiger roared. Lin Xian looked at them and said, "Looks like you guys won't die anytime soon. Don't worry. Although I'm borrowing your strength now, once this world fully recovers, you guys will be the ones to benefit. I promise that after you follow me, I can let you absorb the energy of this world and turn you into divine beasts." "Brat, who are you trying to fool?" The spirit dragon also roared. This world was so desolate. It wouldn't recover even in 10,000 years. The spirit turtle snorted. "Even if the four of us are sucked dry, we can only restore a small piece of land. There are countless worlds in this world. How many spirit veins do you plan to use? How many worlds do you want to conquer with your strength?" One had to know that even on Medicine Star, there weren't many spirit veins like theirs. After all, they had existed for countless years and had formed souls. It was definitely rare. If it weren't for this brat's strange methods, they wouldn't have been suppressed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "How would I know if I don't try?" He entered the small valley. After checking the condition of the ground, he nodded. It was indeed much better than before. At least it wouldn't absorb the energy of spirit herbs anymore. He took out half of the Herb King and planted it in the small valley. Because half of the Herb King was lost, it was originally dim. However, after planting it, it bloomed with light. The Tao on it also lit up. This made Lin Xian very satisfied. The spirit tiger was called Roar. "Damn, brat, what do you take us for? Flower pots? You want us to cultivate spirit herbs for you? Damn it." The spirit sparrow gritted its teeth. It wanted to eat the Herb King. Lin Xian didn't care. He had set up a formation around the Herb King. Once it was attacked, he would know immediately. He said, "The four of you have worked hard. If you cooperate with me, I will help you recover one day. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your souls." The four spirit beasts stopped talking and fell silent. With his methods, it would be easy for him to destroy them now. After all, they had no power. Seeing that the four of them had fallen silent, Lin Xian smiled. "Stay here. Oh right, I'll give your valley a name. It'll be called the Four Spirit Mountain." Lin Xian left the valley and began to cultivate outside the valley. There was 100 times more pressure here. Whether it was training his physique or cultivating the heavenly walk step, they were all very effective. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate again. When he was resting, he took out many storage rings and began to organize his spoils of war. This time, he had gained a lot from his trip to Medicine Star. In addition to the Herb King, Lin Xian also obtained many spirit herbs. There were many 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. In addition, he also obtained the storage rings of some experts and supreme sages that he had killed. There were also many natural treasures inside. Lin Xian organized them all. The Blue Clan. The atmosphere was unusually cold. They had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Medicine Star. Not only had many young geniuses died, but even a few great saints had died. One of them was Lan Mingtian, an expert on the honor roll. The people of the Blue Clan were mad with anger. Who was the culprit? They weren't doing well in Holy Abyss City either. The death of Lan Zilu from the True Path sect had also made them look gloomy. Lan Jiyu returned to her clan and asked them to send experts to assassinate Lin Xian. She had to avenge her brother. However, the Blue Clan frowned. "That kid is from the True Path sect. We can't go there. Unless you lure him out, then we can make a move." "I understand." Lan Jiyu nodded. She could only do it outside the True Path sect. She prepared to leave. When she left, she saw Bing Ling return. Bing Ling looked down at Lan Jiyu and said coldly, "I heard that your useless brother died." "What a joke. You're a disgrace to the clan." "What did you say?" Lan Jiyu roared. Her eyes were red. Bing Ling glanced at her and said coldly, "I heard that the one who did it was a newcomer like you. Don't you think that you and your sister's talents are a little too lacking?" "Damn it." Lan Jiyu gritted her teeth. She stared at Bing Ling and said, "I'll prove it to you. One day, I'll surpass you. I'll be the strongest in the clan." "What a joke. Ignorant ant." Bing Ling shook her head and left, ignoring her. Compared to her? They were too far apart. If the other party had the ancient body, it might be possible. Lan Zhiyu's talent was strong, but it wasn't as good as hers. So Bingling didn't care. Lan Zhiyu, on the other hand, left with a dejected expression. She couldn't compare to Bingling in the clan. It seemed that she could only ask for help from the True Path sect. The Dragon Prince, she thought of someone. He had the ancient body and was also the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. He was also one of the leaders of the Dragon Palace. If he could walk to the other party's side, then the resources and power he would obtain would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lan Zhiyu gritted her teeth and went to find her father to discuss. Her father was a middle-aged man. His face was cold. He said that our bloodline will fully support you. This is a world core, and I'll give it to you now. You can use the resources inside to find connections in the Dragon Palace. If we can get the Dragon Crown Prince's support, all our efforts will be rewarded. Lan Zhiyu obtained the realm core and left. She swore that she would definitely kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Not to mention Lan Zhiyu, the entire Dragon Palace was his target. When the time came, he would trample everything under his feet. The blue race was no exception. When he came out of the mysterious world, he realized that it had been almost 2 months. This made him cry out in alarm. Oh no, it was too late. He remembered that he had an agreement with the Fire Dragon Lady to have her wait in the Sacred Abyss Tower for a month. I wonder if he's still around. Lin Xian hurried to the mission hall and took out 3 10,000-year-old herbs to complete the mission. This way, when the time came to refine the pills, he would get a third of it. Then, he hurriedly left the Dao sect and went to the Sacred Abyss Tower. There weren't many people in the Sacred Abyss Tower, but there was a fiery red figure nearby. It was a woman with shocking flames and a terrifying bloodline. The passers-by all looked over. Was this a new challenger? But what was surprising was that this fiery woman never seemed to enter the Sacred Abyss Tower. Every day, she would only stand outside the Sacred Abyss Tower for a period of time before leaving. Just like that, it had been more than half a month. No one knew who she was waiting for. This figure was naturally the Fire Dragon Lady. After the Fire Dragon Lady left the Medicine Star, she came with a World Star as promised. However, it had been almost 2 months and she still hadn't seen Lin Xian. This surprised her. Did he forget? Impossible. It was such an important matter. There was another possibility, which was that he had fallen in the Medicine Star. Thinking of this possibility, she was even more shocked. She knew how terrifying he was. Who could make such a person fall? Could it be that a terrifying veteran great saint had made a move? She didn't know. She decided to wait for another half a month. After half a month, if the other party still didn't appear, she would leave. You're waiting here every day? At least you keep your word. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind her. The Fire Dragon Lady's hair stood on end. This familiar voice belonged to the other party. The other party had come. She turned around and saw a man in a black robe walking over with a smile. It's you. The Fire Dragon Lady was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. You were waiting for me. Why are you so surprised? You didn't think that I had fallen after waiting for so long, right? The Fire Dragon Lady's face turned pale. She felt that her thoughts had been seen through in an instant. She quickly shook her head. How could that be? I was just surprised. Why did you come so late? You don't need to know. Lin Xian asked, did you bring the thing? The Fire Dragon Lady nodded. She took out a treasure box and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened it and found that it was a world core. He asked, which world is it from? It shouldn't be too far from the buried Emperor Star, right? The Fire Dragon Lady said, it's not far. If I fly at the speed of a great sage, I can reach it in 10 days. Since we don't have much time, come with me. Lin Xian waved his hand and enveloped the Fire Dragon Lady. The two of them rose into the air and left the buried Emperor Star. They entered the Black Earth ship and started to fly at full speed. The Fire Dragon Lady was very nervous. After all, Lin Xian had easily killed a great sage. How could she not be worried when she was with such a person? but fortunately, after a few days, she found that Lin Xian's life was very simple. Other than cultivation, it was cultivation. No wonder he was so strong. He was already so heaven-defying, but he didn't give up on every moment of cultivation. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. She began to cultivate. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He looked at the flame planet outside. His eyes flickered. It should be here. That's right, this was the dragon flame planet. The flames on it were very terrifying. There were some precious metal veins, god crystals, spirit veins, and so on. It wasn't suitable for humans or beasts to live in. Are you satisfied? Lin Xian landed. Feeling the terrifying flames around him, the corners of his mouth curled up. He was very satisfied. If there were martial artists and beasts living here, he wouldn't know what to do. But if there were only resources, it couldn't be better. After circling around this world, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He wondered what would happen if he absorbed the power of this world into the mysterious world. He was looking forward to it. Next, Lin Xian let Fire Dragon Girl leave. He stayed in this world alone. Lin Xian felt that he had perfect control of the dragon flame world after fusing with the world core. In the next moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the mysterious sword world. Boom, this time, he wanted to completely fuse the dragon flame world with the sword world. The dragon flame world shook violently, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The sword world was extremely calm, but the sky suddenly darkened. For Spirit Valley. The 4 spirit veins were shocked. They raised their heads and exclaimed. What happened? Was the sky falling and the earth splitting? Haha, that's great. We can use this opportunity to leave. They were incomparably happy. However, not long after, they realized that it was not the case. A huge force was still acting on their surroundings. They could not escape at all. The black shadow in the sky shocked them. They saw that it seemed to be a world pressing down from the sky. No way, what was that kid doing? Could it be that he swallowed a world? Boom, the entire process was very slow. In the end, there was no way to continue. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that it was impossible for him to swallow a world with his current strength. He took a deep breath and took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He wanted to borrow the power of an extreme weapon. The heaven-swallowing jar could even swallow heaven and earth. Swallowing a world was not a problem. As expected, the heaven-swallowing jar kept growing. Lin Xian controlled it with all his strength. This time, the dragon flame world was slowly swallowed up. But even so, it still took nearly a year. For the past year, Lin Xian had been controlling the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow the dragon flame world. The dragon flame world was swallowed and then entered the mysterious world. The entire dragon flame world was incomparably red. It turned into a flaming star that hung above the 9 heavens. The aura that fell down scattered all over the earth. Of course, Lin Xian was only targeting the vicinity of the 4 Spirit Valley. Therefore, the 4 spirit veins instantly felt a powerful force coming from the sky. Everything became different. Damn, is this a star? He really refined a world into a star. This kid is crazy. What is he trying to do? Standing on the buried Emperor star and looking up at the stars in the sky, those stars were one world after another. However, they were all based on the universe. Now, this guy had placed all the worlds in a mysterious world. Is he trying to create a new universe? Who cares? Anyway, we can absorb the power that falls down formed from the flames. The 4 spirit veins were happy. But compared to this mysterious world, they absorbed a pitiful amount. Most of the power was absorbed by the mysterious sword world. Below the valley, the pill, the medicine king's great Tao technique became even brighter. Even the upper half of his body that had been cut off began to regrow. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he came in. Next, his goal was to collect other worlds. If there was a day when he could completely restore the vitality of this mysterious world, then it would be of great use to him. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't take long for the Pill King to recover. Then, he would swallow the Pill King and see if he could break through. Lin Xian needed too much power. Even after such a long period of cultivation, he was still unable to break through. Logically speaking, even with the Pill King, he might not be able to break through. However, it would be different if the Pill King was grown in the mysterious world. It has been more than a year. I wonder how the Dao sect is doing. Lin Xian walked out of the sword world and returned to the buried Emperor Star. When he arrived at the Dao sect, he discovered that there were more people in the Dao sect. Clearly, the test this time had begun. A few more geniuses had entered. Among them, he discovered two familiar faces. Dan Feng, Mortal Star. The two of them had indeed come from Taiching ancient city. Lin Xian was happy. Not only were the two of them strong, but they were also top alchemists. In the future, they could become the Divine Union's exclusive alchemists. This way, the strength of the Divine Union's members would increase even faster. There were more people in the Divine Union now. After all, Lin Xian had fought a great battle and even killed the Dragon Prince's clone embodiment. This had shocked countless people. Therefore, some people had joined. However, there were only about 20 people in total. This was much less than expected. After all, the Dragon Palace was still a huge entity. Whoever dared to join the Divine Union would be challenging the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, these 20 people had different motives. Some were curious. Some wanted to obtain the Divine Union's support and resources. There were even some spies who had joined. They were probably spies sent by the Dragon Palace. Indeed, someone had come to cause trouble on this day. He said coldly, "We are the first batch to join the Dragon Palace. You should give us a lot of resources. Why don't you give us more now?" The person who had spoken was a man carrying a spear on his back. His eyes were piercingly cold. He said, "Aren't the two leaders very powerful?" One of them claimed to be a genius of the dragon race, while the other was a heaven-defying powerhouse. "The two of you have mastered so many mystic abilities. Why don't you give us some?" That was right. The other person had also arrived. He was carrying a huge axe on his back. Clearly, he was a strength-type powerhouse. "Hand over the mystic abilities of the dragon race. If we are powerful, the Divine Union will be powerful too." Damn it. Were these people crazy? What wishful thinking. Nalan Liang gritted his teeth. Hong Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others also had cold looks on their faces. The Crimson Dragon walked out and sneered. "You want my mystic abilities? What have you done for the Divine Union? We are also top-notch geniuses." "Is this how the Divine Union treats geniuses?" The two of them sneered and then looked at the other 10 people. "I think we should leave. There is no future in the Divine Union." "That's right. We might as well join the Dragon Palace. Even the lowest level of the Dragon Palace is better than here." Damn it. Lu Yuan and the others gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon also had a cold look on his face. It was obvious that the people from the Dragon Palace were here to cause trouble. "Do you believe that I will slap you to death?" The Toad jumped out. The two of them sneered. "Why? Does the Divine Union want to suppress us by force? It seems like we can't stay in the Divine Union anymore." The Crimson Dragon and the others' faces changed when they heard this. What should they do? These people were very anxious. If the first batch of people left, who would come to the Divine Union in the future? At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and said to the two of them, "How dare the two of you call yourselves top-notch geniuses? What a joke. Even if you want to stay in the Divine Union, I don't want you." "Scram, what did you say? Do you dare to question our strength?" The two of them were furious. They looked at the people around them and said, "Did you see that? This is how the Divine Union treats geniuses. Do you think there is a need to stay here?" The surrounding people were also in an uproar as they discussed. If the Divine Union did not value them, what was the point of them being here? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Divine Union naturally needs geniuses. However, the two of you are just trash. How dare you call us trash? The two of them were furious. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Why? Do you want to fight me?" The two of them narrowed their eyes. The man with the giant axe on his back said, "We all know how strong you are. It's impossible for everyone to be on par with you." The man with the long spear on his back also said, That's right, could it be that you want to use your power to bully others? Lin Xian smiled. Why? Are you afraid? Don't worry, the two of you are not worthy of me taking action. Don't you call yourselves geniuses? I don't think you are even ants. I don't need to take action. I can find two newcomers who have just joined the Path sect to deal with you. Are you looking down on us? The two of them were furious. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent a message to the people in the mansion. Not long after, two figures walked out. It was Dan Feng and Fan Xing. Some of you should know these two. They are newcomers who have just passed the test. Indeed, someone in the crowd nodded. I have heard of these two. They have shown extraordinary strength. They are indeed newcomers. In front, the man with the huge axe said, "You want two newcomers to fight me?" What kind of joke was this? They felt that they had been underestimated. The powerhouse with the long spear said, "We will be merciless. Although we won't take their lives, it won't be a problem to make them lie in bed for 8 to 10 years. Are you sure you want to take action?" Dan Feng walked out and said, "Cut the crap. Let's see who will lie in bed for 8 to 10 years. She waved her hand and charged towards the man with the long spear. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The man snorted and his spear shot out like a dragon. However, the red phoenix's palm turned into a furnace that suppressed the heavens and the earth and burned everything. It directly suppressed the long spear. The heat from the long spear caused the man's palm to burn and turn into a bloody mist. Damn it, how could this be? This flame? The powerhouse's face turned ugly. The red phoenix palm formed a seal once more and slapped a palm onto the furnace. Clang, the divine furnace opened, and the fire laws danced in the air like a volcano, enveloping the world. In front of him, the man roared madly. His entire body was melting. "Stop, I admit defeat," Dan Feng snorted coldly and sent him flying with a palm strike. "Top genius? How laughable." Her voice shocked countless people. Was this really a prodigy who had just entered? It was too terrifying. Or was it that the spear-wielding man was too weak? At this moment, Fan Xing walked over and stared at the man with the giant axe. "Let's do it." The man with the giant axe had a gloomy expression on his face, but he knew that there was no way he could retreat under the gazes of more than 10 people. He would fight with his honor. Kill, he gripped the axe with both hands and chopped down with all his might. Within the manor, endless storms were torn apart. The entire world shook. Inside the divine dwellings, there were countless formations that protected everyone's lives. Otherwise, someone would have been seriously injured by this attack. The axe was capable of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. It contained the power of shocking thunder. The expressions of the two types of people changed. It had to be said that the other party was really strong. The others also started to worry for Fan Xing. In the face of this attack, Fan Xing's expression was calm. His palms glowed as he kept forming seals. Countless stars were condensed into a furnace. The sky instantly darkened as if stars were flickering. Then, they fell. Every single one of them was like lightning. The laws on them were very terrifying, piercing through heaven and earth. Boom, boom. A streak of star fire landed on the giant axe and was split apart by the giant axe with a deafening sound. However, there were too many star fire. There were at least 10 million souls. In the end, the giant axe was drowned. This giant axe was a terrifying sacred artifact, but at this moment, it was burning and melting. The burly man was pierced by the star fire, and more than 10 wounds appeared on his body. He vomited blood and flew backward. Fan Xing retracted his palm, and the star fire that filled the sky disappeared. He said, "You're just SOSO. I don't think you're qualified to join the divine dwellings." The surrounding people were shocked. Was the battle over so quickly? These two people were also powerhouses who had joined for several years. Their strength was terrifying, but were they really unable to defeat two newcomers who had just entered? The toad jumped out and laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You two ants, do you think you're qualified to come here? Go back and tell your master that if he dares to send more spies, I'll destroy you." The two of them ran away like stray dogs. Lu Yuan and the others laughed loudly. The others were shocked. Spies? Could these two people have been sent by the Dragon Palace? A few of them narrowed their eyes. Had their identities been discovered? Lin Xian stood up and looked at the remaining people. If they wanted to join the Divine Union, they had to at least have the strength and talent of these two newcomers. Furthermore, although the Divine Union did not restrict them, they had to be loyal once they joined. Those who dared to betray the Divine Union would be killed without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and filled with killing intent. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to split apart, and many of them broke out in cold sweat. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden radiance that enveloped the dozen people like a magic lamp. He said, "I know that there are more spies than these two. There are more among you. I'll give you a chance. If you want to leave now, leave immediately. Those who stay will be members of the Divine Union in the future. Once you join the Divine Union, you will be brothers forever. You can't betray us." The moment Lin Xian finished speaking, 3 more people left. They were very fast and escaped in an instant. Obviously, the 3 of them were also spies. Lin Xian ignored them and looked at the remaining 9 people. He asked, "Are you guys not leaving?" The 9 of them replied, "No, we are willing to follow you." "Great," Lin Xian nodded and laughed heartily. "The 9 of you are the first batch to join the Divine Union, regardless of your current talent or strength. The Divine Union will do its best to train you. We will let you fight for the top 30 on the stars list in a short time." "Thank you, young master." They were overjoyed. They knew that they had made the right decision this time. Lin Xian looked around again and said loudly, "Although the Divine Union is in urgent need of recruitment, not everyone can join. From now on, the Dragon Hall will be established. The Crimson Dragon will be the leader. The Unparalleled Hall will be established. The Vhumad will be the leader. The Elixir Hall will be established. The Danfeng will be the leader. The Sacred Hall will also be established. I will temporarily be the Hall Master." When each hall recruited members, they would be divided into ordinary members and core members. There would be a corresponding promotion system. The core members of each hall would be able to enter the spiritual palace. At the moment, Lin Xian had finally laid out all the plans of the Divine Union. The Dragon Hall would be handed over to the Crimson Dragon. He would be in charge of gathering demonic beasts, strange beasts, and the 10,000 ancient tribes. The Unparalleled Hall was naturally to commemorate Unparalleled City. Lin Xian was a member of Unparalleled City. One day, he would make Unparalleled City appear again. At the moment, the Unparalleled Hall would be handed over to Vhumad and the others to recruit outstanding human disciples. As for the Sacred Hall, it was naturally the one that had been in the quintessential world. Lin Xian felt that the quintessential world and the buried Emperor Star were very mysterious. One day, this passage would be opened. This would allow the traffic between the two sides to be smoother. He had established the Divine Union not only to resist the Dragon Palace, but also to resist the 10,000 Dragon Court and the Purple Mansion. One day, the Divine Union would be above the myriad realms. The news of Lin Xian getting rid of the spies spread through the Path sect and caused quite a stir. Some people said that this kid was quite ambitious. Others said that it was useless. As long as the Dragon Palace was around, they would never allow the Divine Union to grow. Sending spies was just the beginning. There would be more and more powerful attacks to deal with the Divine Union. The people from the Dragon Palace looked gloomy. However, they did not have the time to deal with the Divine Union. After all, there was going to be a grand banquet in the Path sect. When the time came, they would have to challenge and fight. The Patriarch of the Path sect would also attend the banquet. If they could catch the eye of the Patriarch and be accepted as a disciple, they would soar. Then, they would be able to soar. They would obtain 10 or even 100 times more cultivation resources than they currently had. They would be able to receive the personal guidance of the Sacred Master and even enter the core area of the Path sect to cultivate. When that happened, it would be easy for them to annihilate the Divine Union. The Divine Union continued to proceed in an orderly manner. After a few halls were established, the Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others started to recruit members. Lin Xian had nothing to do. When he had nothing to do, he would enter the Sword World to see how the Medicine King was doing. He would also accept a few missions in exchange for the right to enter the Mystic Ability Valley and cultivate some of the Path Sect's ultimate mystic abilities. One day, Lin Xian received news that the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs he had taught had already been refined into elixir pills by the great sage. He would be able to obtain a third of them. Lin Xian went to the mission hall and retrieved the elixir pills. After swallowing them, he started to cultivate. Before long, a voice was heard outside. "You are finally back. After disappearing for more than a year, I thought that you had perished outside." A grumbling voice was heard. Lin Xian opened his eyes and smiled. It was Miss Bai. Bai Susu said, "Are we not that unfamiliar? I am about to join the Divine Union, yet this is how you address me, call me Susu from now on." Lin Xian smiled when he heard this. Did this mean that she had agreed to join the Divine Union? This was really good news. "I do have this thought, but you have to come with me before that." "Where to?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Bai Susu said, "To see my parents." Lin Xian was stunned. He had only asked her to join the Divine Union, not to marry her. Was he going to meet her parents so soon? Bai Susu's face reddened as she glared at Lin Xian. "You're spouting nonsense, my parents are both elders of the Tao sect. They also want to see exactly who you are, the person who has recently caused a storm in the Tao sect. Who knows, he might even give you some pointers." "Really? That's great. Let's go." Lin Xian was also delighted. He could finally meet these elders. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the Tao sect. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of them. Up ahead, there were already very few people, and a terrifying aura could be felt. This was the core of the Tao sect. It seemed to have formed a world of its own. Lin Xian felt that if he didn't have a special method, he wouldn't be able to enter. Bai Susu took out a token that glowed with boundless light. Only then did she open up the barrier ahead. After entering, Lin Xian sighed. This was indeed the place where the elders cultivated. The inside of this space was no different from an independent world. Furthermore, it was much stronger than the great path and heaven and earth energy he possessed outside. He didn't know how many worlds had merged to form this. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky ahead. It was a pair of blue eyes that appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian and Bai Susu were shrouded within it. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His hair stood on end. This gaze was too terrifying. It was scarier than any great sage he had ever seen. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a low growl. 9 sun illusions appeared on Lin Xian's body to block it. Bai Susu, who was beside him, said, "Grandpa Firmament, it's me." "So it's the little girl from the Bai family. Why did you bring someone from outside here?" An old voice with a hint of authority rang out. Bai Susu said, "My father wants to see him." "This is my father's handwriting." Bai Susu opened a scroll with great path dancing on it. It was a paragraph of a letter. The pair of blue eyes slowly disappeared after they were done looking at him. "All right, let's go in. However, he could only enter your father's residence. He couldn't enter the territories of the other elders." "Thank you, Grandpa Firmament." Bai Susu kept the scroll and pulled Lin Xian and Bai Susu inside quickly. Lin Xian was shocked. This old man's aura was really terrifying. Moreover, the rules here were really strict. After Lin Xian and Bai Susu left, an old man in a blue robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were emitting a deep blue glow. 9 sun illusions. Could he be the successor of the 9 suns? No wonder he could be with the little girl from the Bai family. The Tao sect was getting stronger and stronger. The old man smiled and disappeared into the blue sky. On the other side, Bai Susu said. That was Grandpa Firmament. Her cultivation had reached the late Great Sage realm and she was known as the Firmament Saint Lord. Great Sage late stage cultivation? Lin Xian was shocked. They flew all the way and flew past many immortal mountains. Finally, they landed in a mountain range. There were a few pavilions in the mountain range. Although there weren't many, they were all above the spirit eye of the supreme grade spirit vein. On a mountain peak in the distance, there was a man. He seemed to have turned into heaven and earth and was cultivating. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lake. There were a few bamboo houses. Beside the lake, there was a middle-aged woman. She was cultivating there too. She seemed to have turned into the lake water. After Lin Xian saw it, he was shocked. These two people's understanding of the Tao was too deep. It had reached an unbelievable level. Bai Susu also stopped and said softly, "She's my mother, and she's my father." Lin Xian stood there and watched silently. He felt his Tao and was enlightened. After a long time, the middle-aged man walked down from the mountain peak and came to Lin Xian in an instant. The middle-aged woman opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Susu, you're back." Susu walked up and said, "He is the Lin Xian I mentioned." The middle-aged couple turned to look at Lin Xian with kindness in their eyes. However, their cultivation levels were high after all, and Lin Xian still felt an immense pressure. The 9-yang divine body automatically defended and the illusion of 9 suns appeared. The middle-aged man, the levitation saint lord, nodded. As expected of the successor of the 9-yang divine body. "Young man, you are very lucky to have the 9-yang divine body. After reaching the greater mastery, your strength is far above mine." "Senior, you are too polite," Lin Xian said humbly. The levitation saint lord smiled, "You don't have to be humble. The 9-yang divine body that reached the greater mastery in history. It swept through everything. It was even above the saint realm. However, it was too difficult to reach the greater mastery." "How confident are you?" Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he said, "Give me time and I will surpass everything." "How bold." The levitation saint laughed. "This is the most interesting answer I've heard in a few thousand years. Young man, you are very confident. However, this path will only get harder as you progress. You might not be able to break through in a few thousand years. You have to be prepared. I also heard that you have a conflict with the Dragon Prince. How do you plan to face the Dragon Palace in the future?" It was obvious that the levitation saint was also very concerned about Lin Xian's attitude. After all, Bai Susu was also someone who wanted to join the Divine Union. Lin Xian said that even if they were not enemies, they would fight for the throne in the future. There would definitely be a battle. Even if it wasn't the Dragon Prince and I might have a battle. Lin Xian's eyes glowed even more fiercely. It was as if he had turned into 2 suns. The middle-aged woman was shocked. Even the levitation saint was stunned. To be honest, he had not expected Lin Xian to have the confidence to compete with the Dragon Prince. That was the Emperor's son. When he grew up, he would dominate the world. Even a greater success 9-yang divine body might not be able to compete with the Emperor's son. After all, the Emperor's son had the bloodline of the Arch and an Emperor scripture. He might even have an extreme weapon by his side. Such an existence would be an uncrowned king in an era where there were no thearchs, Lin Xian said as if he had sensed the doubts of the two people. "From what I know, the Emperor's son has a unique bloodline and an ancient scripture. His future is limitless. However, I have read the ancient records of the Tao sect. It is recorded that the Emperor's son will dominate the world when he grows up. He is even more terrifying than a divine body or a sacred body. However, he will never become an emperor. His bloodline is his advantage and also his shackle. In other words, anyone who can become an emperor is not an emperor's son. Why don't I have this opportunity, young man? Very good. I have high hopes for you." The levitation saint smiled. He seemed to be witnessing the rise of a young emperor. He said, "Susu can join the Divine Union. Besides, I don't have much to give you, so I'll give you a greeting gift." As he spoke, he stretched out 2 fingers and tapped on Lin Xian's forehead. Countless great daos intertwined between Lin Xian's brows. Lin Xian was stunned. A wisp of an illusion appeared in his eyes, and a voice rang out by his ear. "This is the scene of me comprehending the grand Tao in the past. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortune." Lin Xian stood there as if he had fallen into an epiphany, as if he had turned into a statue. Bai Susu was worried. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Don't worry. He's comprehending." The levitation saint waved his hand and left with Bai Susu and the other 2. A cool breeze blew by, stirring up the surface of the lake. Only Lin Xian remained standing there. 2 months later, Bai Susu came by and found that Lin Xian was still meditating there. She left. On the third month, she sat by the lakeside again. At this time, Lin Xian's body shook and he let out a long cry. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and there was even thunder in the sky. Bai Susu stood up and said, "How was it? Did you comprehend anything?" Lin Xian said, "Thank you, father. I feel like I'm about to break through. I need strength." In the Sage King realm, resources alone were not enough to break through. Even if you were given more resources, your level was limited, and you wouldn't be able to break through. For example, a wooden bucket could only hold a certain amount of water. Even if you were given an ocean, you could only hold a bucket of water. As for the bottleneck, you needed to comprehend the Grand Tao and break through to a higher level. Only then could you expand your capacity for strength. Lin Xian had obtained a great opportunity. His understanding of the Grand Tao deepened, and he felt that he could hold more strength. Now, all he needed was strength. "Susu, bring me out. I want to return to the god's residence." Bai Susu brought Lin Xian quickly and they left the core area. Then, they returned to the god's residence. After entering, the thunder in the sky seemed to be faintly descending. Bai Susu frowned and felt a sense of fear. Lin Xian said, "Go back first. I'll look for you after I break through." Bai Susu nodded. She said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong? Do you need my father to protect you?" Lin Xian looked up and said, "It's just a punishment. It's not the first time I've seen it. It's fine." Bai Susu was shocked. Heaven's punishment was the legendary punishment from the heavenly Tao. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. Why would Lin Xian face heaven's punishment? She didn't understand. The Crimson Dragon flew over to persuade her that this kid had a way to deal with it. Alright, Bai Susu returned to ask her father. Actually, when Lin Xian was about to break through, the Levitation Saint Monarch already felt it. Not only him, but the entire core area was alarmed. Why would heaven's punishment descend? In just an instant, Lin Xian disappeared. Only then did heaven's punishment slowly disappear. What's going on? They went to investigate. Many powerful elders sent their subordinates down to investigate. The Levitation Saint Monarch also called Bai Susu back and asked, "How is that kid related to heaven's punishment?" "I don't know." Bai Susu shook her head. Then, they went to investigate and finally got some news. After all, Lin Xian was very famous in Taiching ancient city. Soon, they got news about Lin Xian. How did this happen? Immortal tomb body. Bai Susu was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The Levitation Saint Monarch frowned. Someone from Immortal Tomb could reach this step? And he could even break through now? This is too unbelievable. Susu, his future doesn't look good. The Levitation Saint Monarch frowned. I don't care. Father, you have to help him. The Levitation Saint Monarch sighed. With his talent and the 9 sons descendant, I can recommend him to the old ancestors during the Dao Sex ceremony. Some of the old ancestors will be interested and might even take him in as a disciple. But now, the chances are slim. No one will nurture someone who has no hope in the future. Impossible, there must be a mistake. How can Lin Xian be someone from Immortal Tomb? You know that he is very strong. Bai Susu didn't believe it. The Levitation Saint Monarch said. Forget it, I will still recommend him to the old ancestors. But I don't know the details. The other elders also got news about Lin Xian. Some sighed. What a pity. Most people didn't pay attention to it anymore. Lin Xian was strong and could compete with the Dragon Prince. But how far could someone without a future go? The Dao sect was also in an uproar. They felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, everyone looked up. The red lightning seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even the people from Dragon Palace were shocked. What was going on? Go investigate. Countless people went to investigate. The people from the God Manor were also on guard. Because the lightning above them was the most terrifying. This was the legendary heaven's punishment. Nalan Liang was shocked. Why did it come to their God Manor? Damn it, if the heavens want to strike, they should strike the people from Dragon Palace. Those who just joined were even more terrified. They thought that destruction was coming. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. Damn, is there anything wrong with this kid? After all, the current sky punishment was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face was cold. He said to the Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others that he would start the seal now. No one was allowed to enter the entire divine abode. I'm going to go into seclusion to break through. You don't have to worry. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall and activated the array formation after entering. Then, he entered the sword world. When he entered this world, he felt that the sky punishment's aura that threatened him had disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This sword world was too mysterious. It could even block the sky punishment of the heavenly Tao. I wonder who created this world. He didn't care so much anymore. After entering, he took out the spiritual herbs that he had obtained before and the pills that he had rewarded. He swallowed all of them. Energy quantification spread out in his body and surged. Lin Xian roared towards the sky. Not enough. Not enough. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit and 9-yang divine body required too much energy. Lin Xian flew towards the 4-spirit valley. When he arrived, the spirit vein was also surprised. This kid's aura was growing at an extremely fast speed. Could it be that he was about to break through? Lin Xian arrived at the valley and looked at the Medicine King. At this moment, the Medicine King had recovered quite a bit under the illumination of the 4 spirit veins and the dragon flame star in the sky. Half of the Medicine King should be enough for him to break through. After all, he had eaten a lot of heaven and earth treasures before. Seeing this scene, the spirit dragon roared. Kid, leave it behind. Maybe it can grow again. They had been guarding this Medicine King for so many years. They couldn't bear to destroy it just like that. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the spiritual herbs on the ground, leaving only a root in the soil. Maybe it would grow out in the future. After swallowing half of the Medicine King, he felt as if 1,000,000 volcanoes were erupting in his body. His body was about to split open. He roared towards the sky. Boom boom. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning descended. Was there a lightning tribulation here too? The 4 spirit beasts were shocked. Lin Xian's eyes also shone brightly as he charged at Ray. As long as it wasn't heavenly punishment, he wasn't afraid. No matter how strong the lightning tribulation was, he had the confidence to contend against it. The lightning in the sky descended, and it was even more terrifying than the lightning outside. Lin Xian fought fiercely. His body was shattered, but his eyes were even brighter. After this battle, he would become a late-stage Saint King, and his power would be much stronger than before. Outside, those people were waiting anxiously, especially Vhumad and the others. I wonder how he is doing. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that the sky punishment in the sky had gradually disappeared. In the Tao sect, the other people were rapidly gathering information. They already knew that the heavenly punishment was coming from the divine dwellings. It must have something to do with Lin Xian and the others, so they specifically collected information about them. Not long after, Dragon Palace received the news. When they saw the news, they laughed complacently. So that brat was from the immortal burial ground. He had no future. He was a dead man. Is a person who is not tolerated by heaven and earth qualified to compete with our Dragon Palace? He is courting death. The other people in the Tao sect were also in an uproar. Some people sighed. This Lin Xian was so heaven-defying. I thought he would be the second Dragon Prince. I didn't expect that he couldn't be compared to the Dragon Prince. That's right. Dragon Palace was founded by the Dragon Prince, and the Dragon Prince was only the second. If he couldn't even be compared to the Dragon Prince, how could he compete with Dragon Palace? He is strong now, but his strength will only reach this level in his lifetime. And we all have a limitless future. These people discussed animatedly. Dragon Palace sneered. A mere divine dwellings was nothing to be afraid of. After Longjiu received the news, his eyes shone with a sharp light. Great. If Lin Xian continued to grow, she wouldn't have much of a chance. But the other party was from the immortal burial ground, and his strength wouldn't grow any stronger. This way, she would have a chance to strike. In an instant, the divine dwellings were looked down upon again. Originally, Vhumad had contacted many geniuses to join the Crimson Dragon sect. But these people had all rejected them. Even Lin Xian didn't have a future. The divine dwellings couldn't grow at all. What should I do? Half a month had passed. Vhumad frowned. I wonder how little Uncle Master is doing. Lu Yuan also said that the geniuses from before didn't plan to join. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Let's not care about that for now. Let's wait for this kid to come out of seclusion. After waiting for another half a month, the sealed hall finally opened. Lin Xian walked out with a smile on his face. After a month of thunderous battle, he finally resisted the lightning tribulation and successfully broke through. At this moment, he had reached the late-stage Grand Sage realm. Kid, you broke through. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Lu Yuan, Vhumad, and the others' eyes also lit up. Great. Not only was Lin Xian not in danger, but he had also broken through. This allowed a huge rock in their hearts to finally be lifted. Great, who said that we were from the immortal burial ground? We could have broken through, okay, the Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. The toad also roared. Yes, let's go out and let those people see. How dare they say that our divine dwellings have no future? They must be blind. Lin Xian also learned about the situation a month ago. It turned out that during this period of time when he broke through in seclusion, a lot of news about him had already spread outside. Even some of the geniuses who had originally agreed to join the divine dwellings had rejected them. Lin Xian knew that he had to go out and show his strength. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian and the others walked out. The Dao sect was becoming more and more lively. After all, the Dao sect's grand ceremony was about to begin. It was a grand event. The people of the Dao sect were all busy, but when they saw Lin Xian and the others, they were all stunned. It was this kid. Wasn't he from the immortal burial ground? He actually dared to come out. A person with no future was not worth paying attention to. Many people shook their heads. But soon, they were stunned. They discovered that an extremely terrifying aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. This was the cultivation of a late-stage Grand Sage realm. That's not right. I remember that this kid was a mid-stage Grand Sage realm before. How did he become a late-stage Grand Sage realm? Could it be that he broke through? For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. When the news spread, everyone rushed over to take a look. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He really broke through. How was this possible? Wasn't he from the immortal burial ground? He couldn't break through at all. He had no future. What was going on with him? Could it be that he broke the curse? What kind of joke was this? How terrified were the two people from the immortal burial ground in history? They were called young great emperors, but didn't they fall in the end? But what was going on with this kid's cultivation? Could it be that he wasn't from the immortal burial ground? Was the news fake? For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. The people from Dragon Palace were also stunned when they heard the news. Did you say that the kid broke through? How was that possible? They sneered. Who spread the fake news? However, their subordinates shook their heads. No, the kid came out personally. He was in the square of the True Path sect and there were already countless people watching. Damn it. Let's go and take a look. The people from Dragon Palace walked over. Lan Ziyu also shook her head crazily when she heard the news. Impossible, it must be fake. She gritted her teeth. She also wanted to see what the other party was doing. A group of people walked over. Get out of the way, a cold voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone was unhappy. Who was so arrogant? However, when they saw the people from Dragon Palace, they all obediently made way. The people from Dragon Palace walked over and said. That person from the immortal graveyard was a piece of trash. How dare he be so arrogant? Cripple your ass. The toad ran over. Grandson, kneel down and kowtow to your grandfather. Damn toad, do you want to die? Damn grandson, do you want to die? The toad's mouth could anger people to death. The people from Dragon Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They ignored the toad and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. They originally wanted to see a joke, but they found that Lin Xian seemed to have really broken through. How was that possible? Lan Ziyu also exclaimed. No, an illusion. You must have used an illusion. This is a smokescreen. You are a person without a future. It is impossible for you to break through. She looked like a lunatic. Lin Xian glanced at her and said indifferently. You don't have the strength, but you want others to decline? You are really like an ant. My cultivation is a smokescreen? I'm afraid your cultivation is too low to see through it. There were experts present. They could tell whether it was an illusion or not. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. His aura spread clearly in all directions. It must be an illusion. The people from Dragon Palace roared. There were indeed experts in the crowd. They were shocked because they found that it didn't seem to be an illusion. However, no one dared to explain at this time. Whoever helped Lin Xian was going against Dragon Palace. Lin Xian's face darkened as he stared at the people from Dragon Palace. Was this an illusion? Why don't you personally test my strength? He looked at the people in front of him and said, you guys are too weak. Come at me together. If you can block a slap from me, I will admit that it is an illusion. Everyone gasped. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people from Dragon Palace. All of them were top experts. Now that they were being looked down upon, they wanted to fight together. This Lin Xian was probably too arrogant. You dare to look down on me? The people of Dragon Palace roared. Lan Jiu also roared angrily. Despicable, don't be so arrogant. Lin Xian laughed. Me? Arrogant, who was the one who kept saying that I had no future? Suppressing the divine union? How dare you say I'm arrogant now, so what? If you don't like it, then come at me. Lin Xian stood there as if he wanted to challenge all the experts of Dragon Palace. However, Lan Jiu pulled a long face. Even if his opponent hadn't broken through, so what? When his opponent had been a middle saint, he had already been able to kill his brother. He had even destroyed the incarnation of the Dragon Prince. These people, were no match for them at all. Sure enough, the rest of the people from Dragon Palace didn't dare to step forward. They gritted their teeth and said, Brat, you are arrogant. Now, the experts of Dragon Palace are preparing for the grand ceremony of True Path sect. They don't have time to deal with you. Otherwise, do you think you can contend with any expert from the profound role? That's right. You were just lucky last time. Coupled with the carelessness of the Dragon Prince's incarnation, you succeeded. Otherwise, the Dragon Prince would have killed you with a finger if he had come personally. The people from Dragon Palace roared. Lin Xian said indifferently. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight. Let's fight to the end. A life and death battle is fine. Having said that, he drew a life and death contract. Dragon Palace, who dares to sign a life and death battle with me? The people from Dragon Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They wanted to roar, but Lin Xian drew the life and death contract to the highest heavens. His voice reverberated throughout True Path sect. I will wait for you here for 3 days. Within 3 days, I will fight any expert from Dragon Palace to the death. When the news came out, the crowd was in an uproar. 3 days was enough to invite any expert. It was even possible to invite the real body of the Dragon Prince. Kid, just you wait. The people from Dragon Palace went back and prepared to invite the experts who were in seclusion. However, those people didn't come at all. They only had one goal, which was the grand ceremony of True Path sect. Therefore, they didn't have time to bother with Lin Xian. Just like that, 2 days passed and no one dared to come. The Crimson Dragon sneered. So this is Dragon Palace? What a coward. The Toad snorted. Let's see who's the ant. They started to recruit talents. Sure enough, some people went up. They had no choice. Some of them wanted to join before, but they gave up because Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard. Now that Lin Xian broke through and broke the curse, they saw hope. In addition, Lin Xian's strong life and death battle suppressed the entire Dragon Palace. In other words, no one in Dragon Palace dared to go against Lin Xian. If they followed such a person, their future would be limitless. In a short time, many people went up. The Crimson Dragon and Vhumad went through the assessment hurriedly. Those who met the requirements would join their main hall and become ordinary members. Then, they would become core disciples based on their contributions and missions to the spiritual abode. Many geniuses joined the spiritual abode. On the other side, the people from Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, they wanted to suppress the other party. Who would have thought that they would benefit the other party? Damn it. They couldn't let them be arrogant. A group of people went back to kill. Humph. Whoever joined the Divine Union would be an enemy of Dragon Palace. They were emitting a cold aura. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian stood up. Who dares to fight me to the death? Those people retreated in fear. Get lost if you don't dare. After saying that, Lin Xian drew a sword mark in front of him. Anyone who crossed the line would die. Lin Xian alone intimidated the heroes of Dragon Palace. Countless people were shocked. This was a true powerhouse. One word from him could suppress everyone. In a short time, more people wanted to join the Divine Union. The people from Dragon Palace were furious. They couldn't beat the other party here, so they might as well go back. After the ceremony ended, any expert from Dragon Palace would be able to destroy the other party. At that time, would the people from the Divine Union still dare to be arrogant? 3 days had passed and Lin Xian withdrew the life and death contract. He said faintly. Dragon Palace was really disappointing. Such a person dared to suppress the Divine Union? What a joke, he looked around and said, join the Divine Union and I'll bring you to the top of the world. Countless people yearned for it. Seeing that many people wanted to join, Lin Xian smiled. He left the details to Vhumad, the Crimson Dragon. He didn't need to care. Bai Susu was also there. When she saw that Lin Xian was fine, she was so excited that she almost cried. That's great, I was really worried about you. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, so what if they are from the immortal treasury? I can also stand at the top if I walk the divine path. Bai Susu said, I've also joined the Divine Union. Why don't you give me the title of Hall Master? Lin Xian smiled. You're too late. We've already divided them. You rascal. Bai Susu was fuming. Lin Xian said, however, how could I treat you unfairly? I'll let you be the Grand Elder of the Divine Union. That was more like it. Bai Susu snorted. Those two guys aren't famous. Let me help you recruit them. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon and Vhumad had been busy for a long time, yet they had only recruited a few dozen people. The moment Bai Susu left, hundreds of people surrounded them. They had no choice. Bai Susu was very famous, and some experts knew that her parents were elders of the Dao sect. They lived in the core area. The Divine Union could only grow if it had the support of elders. After all, even the Dragon Palace had the support of many elders and patriarchs. The founder of the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Prince, who was an emperor. Those patriarchs attached great importance to it. Actually, it wasn't just the Dragon Palace. Anyone who wanted to establish a faction in the Dao sect had the support of an elder. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sustain themselves. The situation here had finally settled down. Lin Xian was more relaxed. He continued to consolidate his cultivation base in the remaining days before entering the Sword World. He went to the Four-Spirit Valley. He had already swallowed the Medicine King and only the roots were left. He picked out a few precious spirit herbs and planted them again. Lin Xian didn't even plant 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. He had planted 20,000-year-old ones. There were a total of 3 of them. These hadn't been easy to come by. Previously, he had collected all sorts of spirit herbs for Xianxia. These had all been collected during that time. However, he didn't know if these would be able to save Xianxia and extend her lifespan. Lin Xian hadn't been confident before. However, after the nurturing of the Sword World, that might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian had discovered when he had swallowed the Medicine King. Although he hadn't planted it for long, the effects were indeed much better than before. In other words, the mystery of the Sword World was far beyond his imagination. When he had time, he would make a trip to the spirit region to see if there were any precious spirit herbs there. If he could obtain it, he would immediately return to the true spirit world. He gave these spiritual herbs to Xianxia to prolong his life. With the addition of Bai Susu, the celestial palace grew stronger and stronger. The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. Damn it! Did the elder's daughter join as well? Lan Zhiyu's eyes were red. Why was the other party so lucky? She gritted her teeth. It seemed that she had to take action herself. He would try his best to get rid of the other party before the ceremony. Otherwise, if the other elders or old men took a fancy to him during the ceremony, he would not have another chance in the future. Thinking of this, she took her heart of the realm and went to find an expert from the Dragon Palace. Long Jingfeng. An expert of the Wind Dragon clan. He was an expert on the Profound Board. Both their strength and status were extremely high. At this moment, he was also in seclusion for the Dao Sect's grand ceremony. On this day, Lan Zhiyu came to his residence and asked for an audience. A battle servant walked over and said, "My young master is cultivating with all his might and won't see any guests. Please return." Lan Zhiyu clenched her teeth. She knew that with her current status, she simply didn't have the qualifications to see him. She said, "I know that young master Jingfeng is at a critical moment in his cultivation. I'm willing to give him half a world's worth of resources just to see him." The battle servant was stunned. Then he said, "Wait here, I'll go and report." Half a world's worth of resources? How much was that? He couldn't imagine it at all. Therefore, he couldn't make the decision on this matter. Soon, he returned. "My young master invites you." Lan Zhiyu was invited in. In the main hall in front, a man in a green robe stood up. Dragon scales flashed on his body, and the law of wind revolved around him. "So it's Zhiyu. Why are you looking for me?" Long Jingfeng smiled. Lan Zhiyu said, "I want you to introduce me to the Dragon Crown Prince. If you can do it, I'll give you an entire world, let alone half a world." Long Jingfeng was stunned. Then he said, "It should be because of your brother. You want to take revenge, but you don't have the strength, so you're prepared to rely on the Dragon Crown Prince's power." "That's right." Lan Zhiyu nodded. She didn't intend to hide this. Long Jingfeng smiled. Someone like the Dragon Crown Prince was too arrogant. He had countless women by his side. You might not be able to get him to help you take revenge. Why don't you stay by my side? I'll help you take revenge. Long Jingfeng was also from the dragon race, the Wind Dragon race. He was also very strong. Lan Zhiyu thought about it and gritted her teeth. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, young master Jingfeng, but I still want to see the Dragon Crown Prince. Even if I become dust by his side, I'll accept it. This is my world core. I'll give it to you, young master Jingfeng. I hope you can help me. After it's done, I won't forget your benefits." Even a supreme saint would be jealous of an entire world's worth of resources, let alone him. Long Jingfeng took it and said, "Okay, I'll introduce you. I can even help you stay by the Dragon Crown Prince's side and get what you want. But you have to help me." "What do you want?" Lan Zhiyu asked. Long Jingfeng said, "Resources. More cultivation resources. I'll introduce you to the Dragon Crown Prince, and you give me a world. If I help you become the Dragon Crown Prince's Dao companion, you give me 3 worlds. How about that? 3 worlds." Lan Zhiyu's pupil shrank. She couldn't take it out, but if she really became the Dragon Crown Prince's Dao companion, it would be different. Her status and the resources she needed would all undergo earth-shattering changes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, as long as I can become the Dragon Crown Prince's Dao companion, I'm willing to give you 3 worlds." "Very good." Long Jingfeng smiled. He said, "Go back and dress up. I'll take care of the rest." Lan Zhiyu left. She had hope in her heart. As long as she could get the Dragon Crown Prince's support, killing Lin Xian would be easy. Lin Xian didn't know any of this. He was currently refining pills with Dan Feng. Lin Xian was also an expert in the pill Dao. And he had already promised the first batch of 9 people. He wanted these 9 people to fight for the top 30 on the stars ranking. He was a man of his word. These 3 people's strength was average. It was impossible for them to enter the top 30 on their own. However, he wanted to go against the heavens. If even these impossible people could do it, what would the others think? They would probably go crazy and want to join the Divine Union. That was the effect he wanted. Lin Xian was already very good at refining pills. Coupled with Dan Feng and Fan Xing, the two of them were top experts. Therefore, cauldron after cauldron of pills were refined. After the 9 people received them, they were so excited that they cried. They said, "Young master, we swear to follow you to death." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Hurry up and consume them. As for martial arts, let the Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others teach you. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. I'll definitely make you the first batch of experts." Under the guidance of a large amount of elixir pills and martial arts, the strength of the 9 of them improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, under the leadership of Crimson Dragon, they started to challenge the experts on the star ranking. These 9 people had not been able to make it onto the star ranking previously. However, they had done it this time. They first challenged the 85th person on the star ranking and succeeded. Subsequently, the 70th and 60th star ranking got closer and closer. In an instant, there was an uproar. F***ck. Someone had risen. Their ranking had risen so quickly. Furthermore, it was not just one person, but 9 people. Were these 9 people crazy? Could they have had a fortuitous encounter? They had asked around and finally found out that these 9 people were actually from the Divine Union. Furthermore, they had joined not long ago. The Divine Union had only been established for a few years and these people had only joined for 1 or 2 years. Were they already so terrifying? The Crimson Dragon said, "That's right. Do you see that? If you join the Divine Union, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. What are you hesitating for?" In an instant, there was an uproar. The people from the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Stop them. They had also mobilized the experts on the star ranking. However, in the end, these 9 people successfully made it to the top 30 of the star ranking. In an instant, the Path sect was in an uproar. The top 30 of the star ranking had changed completely. Apart from the people from the Dragon Palace, the Divine Union had the most people. It took up almost a third. Many people were envious. They had no hope of making it onto the star ranking. Even if they did, they would be suppressed by the Dragon Palace. If they did not join the Dragon Palace, they would be severely suppressed. However, they now saw hope in the Divine Union. Go quickly. This time, the result of challenging the star ranking was very good. Hundreds of people rushed to the Divine Union in an instant, wanting to join. The Crimson Dragon was so happy that his mouth was crooked. This was great. This would be a very effective group of experts. With more people, they could carry out various actions. For example, they could form teams to accept missions from the Path sect and conquer other worlds. All of these required manpower. Some worlds were barren and only had demonic beasts. However, they had large amounts of spirit veins, mineral veins, and various precious metals. In order to seize these resources in such worlds, one had to go through countless battles. One had to fight with demonic beasts and experts from other worlds. All of these required people. With the addition of these geniuses, not only did the Divine Union have a large number of experts, but these geniuses also had families and sects behind them. That was also a limitless amount of resources. Therefore, the Divine Union was extremely lively right now. Nalan Liang and Yuren were both excited. They had joined earlier than the other 9 people, so they had obtained more pills and resources. At this moment, the 2 of them had already charged into the top 10 of the star's rankings. He had also become one of the top experts on the star's list. Neither of them dared to believe it. One had to know that Nalan Liang had not joined the Tao sect twice. Although Yuren had joined, he was only an ordinary disciple. But now, they were standing in a dazzling place, receiving the worship of countless people. All this was given to them by Lin Xian. As for the Crimson Dragon, Toad, Vhumad, and Lu Yuan, they had already begun to compete on the Jade board. The Divine Union was getting stronger and stronger. The people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth and began to secretly prepare and gather strength. They wouldn't allow the Divine Union to continue growing, however, some people sneered. It was useless. Everything the other party did was futile. When the Tao sect's grand ceremony came, everyone would know how powerful Dragon Palace was. That would be the place where they would display their strength. Lin Xian and Nalan Liang's side was going very smoothly. However, the Nalan family was in a crisis. Nalan Yanran's brows were tightly furrowed. This time, she was facing a choice between life and death. It had already been more than 2 years since she had returned from the Medicine Star. However, she had provoked a formidable enemy. After returning from the Medicine Star, she had gained a lot. However, she had not obtained the Medicine King. She could only feel depressed. However, on the way back, she had discovered a unique beast under the starry sky. This had made her feel very excited. This unique beast was very young. If she could capture it, it would be a heaven-defying treasure. It would be even more precious than the Medicine King. One had to know that, besides her strength and talent, she was so terrifying because she had previously encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Ice Phoenix's nirvana. This time, she had encountered another good thing. It was a demonic dragon. It was a unique species of the dragon tribe. It was very precious. Its entire body was a treasure. Nalan Yanran felt that her good luck had come again. Therefore, she chased after it with all her might. Although the demonic dragon was small, it had all kinds of great magical powers of the dragon clan. In the end, it escaped. Nalan Yanran felt that it was a pity. Such a great opportunity had been lost for no reason. How could she not feel heartache? However, there was nothing she could do. She thought that this matter was going to be settled. However, a year ago, the demonic dragon returned and brought an expert with it. The other party came for revenge and found Nalan Yanran. In that battle, Nalan Yanran was very frightened. She and the experts of the Tianzong sect went to carry out a mission and were killed. Except for her, who was seriously injured and had to flee, the others had all died. Moreover, the ones who chased after her were the demonic dragon and a demonic man. Nalan Yanran's face became incomparably ugly. She knew that the other party had returned for revenge. She could only hide. In the following year, she lived very nervously. She was afraid that the other party would come to her door at any time. Half a year ago, she finally quietly returned to the family and breathed a sigh of relief. With the strength of the Nalan family, so what if the other party came for revenge? However, the matter was not over. It was much more serious than she had imagined. She found that after returning to the family for a month, the people around her died every day. Those people had the aura of the demonic path and were abnormally ferocious. Nalan Yanran would never forget this aura because it was the same as the aura of the injuries on her body. In other words, the other party had found her and could come and go freely in her family. This caused her to become extremely terrified. She went to her father and grandfather for help. There were even several great sages protecting her. However, it was useless. Nalan Yanran did not die. The great sages did not die. However, the Nalan family had people dying every day. For a time, the Nalan family was in a state of panic. The elders of the Nalan family also frowned. Previously, they valued Nalan Yanran, but now, the other party had caused such a great loss to the family. If they did not solve it well, their family would suffer heavy losses. For a time, the status of the Nalan family rapidly declined. The people of their bloodline went crazy. They used all kinds of methods to contact the other party and decided to compensate. However, it was useless. The other party replied that he only wanted Nalan Yanran's life. Damn it, the people of Nalan Yanran's bloodline went crazy with anger. The other party was obviously a great sage expert who was good at all kinds of concealment and assassination. He came and went without a trace. They could only passively defend. Damn it. Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth. Would she have to stay in the family for the rest of her life? Was this a joke? Nalan Yanran's grandfather's eyes flickered. It seemed that they had to find a way to get rid of this danger. Grandpa, what should we do? The old man said. Invite the experts here. We'll gather a group of experts and wait for him to come. Then, we'll fight him to the death. This is the only way to get rid of the danger. Otherwise, you'll live in the shadows for the rest of your life. Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth and said. Alright, this time, no matter the cost. Yanran's father said, I'm afraid we can only provide resources. After all, the family is not optimistic about us. If we can get through this crisis, Yanran, you'll still be the number one in the family. Otherwise, the number one in the younger generation will change hands. The old man said, this is easy. Invite the experts on the Holy Gulf list. We can use some of our resources. Nalan Yanran's side acted quickly. She went to invite the experts, including the experts from the Heavenly Sect and the experts on the Holy Gulf list. Nalan Yanran promised a lot of resources, which made even the great saints jealous. However, when those people learned about the strange things that happened to the Nalan family, they all refused. There were experts who died mysteriously in the Nalan family every day. This kind of thing could not be hidden at all. It had already spread. In an instant, countless people were talking about it. Most of them knew that Nalan Yanran had offended a mysterious expert. That was why she was being hunted. The experts from the Heavenly Sect immediately shook their heads and refused. Although there were top geniuses among them who thought that they were extraordinary, they did not want to provoke such a terrifying expert for no reason. Even some of the people who were ranked lower on the Holy Gulf list refused. Nalan Yanran continued to increase the chips, and as expected, someone came. Even Nalan Yanran's grandfather personally went out and invited an incredible expert. That's great. Nalan Yanran's father was happy. Yanran, we're saved. The 6 paths itinerant has agreed. The 6 paths itinerant. Nalan Yanran exclaimed. She naturally knew that the 6 paths itinerant was an expert from the 6 paths sect. At the same time, he was ranked 2001 on the Holy Gulf list. Nothing would go wrong if he helped. Great! Nalan Yanran clenched her fists. She saw hope. She said, why don't we invite more people? It's always safer with more people. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Next, Nalan Yanran spent a lot of money to invite a group of experts. With such resources, there were finally people who were envious and went for it. At the other side. In the Tao sect, Nalan Liang was shocked when he received the news. How could he not pay attention to the matters of the Nalan family? Thus, he soon found out. Especially when he learned that Nalan Yanran had taken out the bright moon returning clouds painting. His eyes were red. This was a treasure that he had always wanted to obtain. However, no matter how he begged Nalan Yanran, she wouldn't give it to him. After all, his status wasn't as high as hers. Now that the other party had actually taken it out, he immediately went to find Lin Xian. He smiled and said, Boss Lin, I have something good that you have to help me with. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised. Nalan Liang said, it's about our Nalan family. He told her everything that had happened before. Lin Xian also frowned. Nalan Liang said. Boss Lin didn't need to worry. That mysterious expert had already been challenged by the 6 paths cultivator. He is ranked 2001 on the Holy Gulf list. He is very powerful, so we shouldn't be in any danger. Let's go and support him. When the time comes, I will beg that sister. Perhaps she will give me the bright moon returning clouds painting. Boss, this is a good thing. It contains great Tao. When the time comes, we can comprehend it together. There is no need to comprehend it together. We are brothers. Since you need it, I will naturally agree. The Nalan family was also a big family. Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them. Furthermore, he had met Nalan Yanran before. If he could form a good relationship with Luo Yunyang, the Nalan family would stand on his side and the Divine Union would gain another powerful ally. How could Lin Xian miss out on such an opportunity? Alright, go and tell the family that we will be there when the time comes. That's great, Boss Lin. Nalan Liang was very happy. He quickly sent the news to the family. At the same time, Nalan Yanran also started to make preparations. She wasn't with the family. Instead, she went to the White Crane Tower and booked the 5th floor. At the same time, she set a time and prepared to take charge of the 5th floor. Then, she would invite the other experts to come and issue a challenge. The Nalan family spread the news that they wanted to challenge the mysterious expert. The other party would definitely come. 5 days later, Nalan Yanran sat on the 5th floor of the White Crane Tower. Beside her were some disciples of the Nalan family. There were also many people. There were people from the Sky sect, as well as other families and sections. They had all come to support her. She didn't care about these people. These people were just there to support her. The most important one was the unaffiliated Six Paths. That powerhouse was the person she valued the most. Outside the White Crane Tower, Lin Xian and Nalan Liang stopped. Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. He hadn't expected to come to the White Crane Tower again. It couldn't be helped. The White Crane Tower was too famous. Even if there was a big battle, it wouldn't be damaged. After all, it was an ancient tower formed by the body of a great sage. Boss Lin, let's go. Nalan Liang was very happy as he led the way. When they reached the 5th floor, they saw many experts. Those people also turned their heads to look at them. Nalan Yenran glanced at Nalan Liang and was about to ignore him when she saw him. However, when she saw the person beside him, she was stunned. She said in surprise, "It's you." "Yes, it's me. Fairy Nalan, long time no see. But you've lost a lot of weight." Nalan Liang was surprised. It seemed that they knew each other. He didn't know. His sister was the most powerful person in the family. When did Lin Xian know her? The people around also exclaimed. Who was this person who dared to talk to Fairy Nalan in such a tone? Could it be that he was also a top expert of the younger generation? Nalan Liang walked over with a smile and said, "Sister, so you know each other. I won't introduce you. This is my boss." The experts around were even more surprised. The person in front of them was also a genius of the Nalan family. Although his status wasn't as high as Nalan Yenran's, he couldn't be underestimated. He actually recognized someone else as his boss. Who was this young man? In an instant, countless people came and went. When they sensed that Lin Xian was only a late-stage holy king, they frowned slightly. Such a cultivation level didn't seem to be enough. However, Nalan Yenran was surprised. "You've broken through." She was really too shocked. When she fought with Lin Xian before, Lin Xian was only a middle-stage holy king. Now that he had broken through, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Perhaps he had already surpassed her. Nalan Yenran looked at Lin Xian and said, "I didn't expect you to know my useless brother." What a surprise. Then she looked at Nalan Liang. "Alright, since you managed to get Lin Gongzi here, I can give you the Bright Moon Cloud map." "Really? That's great." Nalan Liang was excited. Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he was surprised. It seemed that the difference in status between the two disciples of the Nalan family was huge. Nalan Liang seemed to be afraid in front of him. It seemed that he had to find a way to raise Nalan Liang's status in the family. After all, he and Nalan Liang were brothers. "Lin Gongzi, please take a seat." Nalan Yenran sat down and smiled. She recognized Lin Xian's strength. He was not weaker than her. However, she did not think that he would have a chance to fight this time. After all, the mysterious expert was too terrifying. Ordinary great saints would definitely die if they met him. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he was not a match for him. So this time, he was only here to help. At the same time, she smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, you made the right choice this time. There will be an old senior coming later. I will introduce him to you." He was a top expert on the Abyss leaderboard. When she said this, a fiery red light appeared in her eyes. She looked up to the person on the leaderboard. The other people's eyes also lit up. Finally, he could see the legendary Almighty Master. Sure enough, a person walked in from outside not long after. Everyone felt that the world had frozen. Their blood was boiling and their bodies were about to split open. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This pressure was really too terrifying. Nalan Yenran's eyes lit up. She stood up and walked outside. "Senior Six Paths, you are finally here." When Nalan Yenran saw the figure below, she immediately smiled. With this smile, the pressure between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Countless people looked over with their eyes wide open. Nalan Liang was also shocked. Did the Six Paths really come? A tall old man walked over. He was wearing armor and his aura was terrifying. He was the rogue cultivator of the Six Paths, who was ranked on the Holy Gulf ranking. Greetings, Senior. The Saint Kings who had been invited all bowed. In fact, there were even two great sages who looked at him respectfully. There was nothing he could do about it. The other party was simply too strong. Nalan Liang felt his entire body turn cold, so did he. He hurriedly bowed. Only Lin Xian didn't seem to have much of a reaction. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was a bit strange. Was this the vagrant Six Paths? Was this the expert that he had just stepped on? One had to know that the Six Paths loose cultivator was ranked 2000th, but in the end, he was forced to rank 2000th. It was just that they didn't know each other. Who would have thought that they would meet in such a place? Seeing that Lin Xian was sitting there unmoved, the expressions of the people around him changed. Even Nalan Yanran furrowed her brows. This Lin Xian was too reckless. Even though she had to admit that the other party was a top-notch genius who wasn't any weaker than her. However, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Even she was so respectful to the vagrant Six Paths, but he was so arrogant? Was he reckless? Forget it. She wouldn't recommend him this time. Otherwise, it would be bad for her if she angered the vagrant Six Paths. Nalan Liang also said, Boss Lin, why don't you hurry up and bow as well? He was afraid that Lin Xian would anger such an expert. Lin Xian didn't care. He picked up the spirit tea on the table, took a sip, and narrowed his eyes. He was waiting for the other party to bow? What a joke. The other party's ranking was lower than his. There was no need for him to bow. However, the others didn't know that. They all thought that Lin Xian was reckless. Even Nalan Liang sighed, but he didn't say anything else. After all, they were only here to help. From now on, they might never see the vagrant Six Paths again. If he didn't respect him, so be it. The vagrant Six Paths was like a god, receiving the respect of countless people. When he saw that only Lin Xian was sitting there, unmoved, he frowned slightly. However, he ignored him very quickly. Perhaps an ant didn't know how powerful he was. However, behind him, a young man stood out and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Kid, don't you know how to respect your seniors? This young man was the disciple of the vagrant Six Paths. He was also very powerful. He was a young top genius. When he saw that Lin Xian didn't respond, he was furious. Was this kid looking down on his master again? Forgive me for being blind, but who is your master? Lin Xian said calmly. He still didn't have any intention of standing up to bow. Feng Han was very angry. He said proudly, my master is the vagrant Six Paths. His eyes were filled with pride. That name was enough to shock the world. When Lin Xian heard it, he immediately knelt on the ground. However, he was disappointed. Lin Xian said calmly. Oh. That's it? Feng Han was going crazy. Was it over with just a no? Shouldn't he be trembling in fear and then worshipping him? Damn it, is this brat an idiot? Could it be that he came from some mountain? He doesn't know his master's name at all. Yes, that must be it. So he's just an ignorant ant. No wonder he's so arrogant. Feng Han snorted. You'll know how powerful my master is later. Nalan Liang was angry. This kid was too arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. He didn't even care about the vagrant Six Paths, let alone his disciple. Now, he was interested in the mysterious expert. What kind of person could make the Nalan family so miserable? The vagrant Six Paths sat down and asked calmly. Fairy Nalan, how powerful is the mysterious person you mentioned? Nalan Yanran said that the person was very terrifying. He should be a great sage. However, ordinary great sages wouldn't even be able to dodge 3 of his attacks. Furthermore, when he came to my Nalan clan, he came and went without a trace. This junior had no other choice but to ask senior for help. No matter who he is, I'll just suppress him. The vagrant Six Paths said calmly. He had unlimited confidence in himself. After all, there were some people who were stronger than him. However, they wouldn't make things difficult for a little girl. The person who made a move on a young girl probably wasn't someone powerful. When the surrounding people heard this, they kept nodding their heads, feeling envious. Look, this was the demeanor of an expert. He looked like he was invincible. This was the realm they wanted to reach in the future. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. The vagrant six paths underestimated his opponent. He didn't even know who the enemy was. If he was careless, he might be at a disadvantage. Hearing Six Path's confident words, Nalan Yenran smiled. Nalan Yenran also smiled. She was naturally aware of the other party's strength. She took out a treasure box and opened it. Senior, this is a realm core. Take it. I'll give you another realm core after this is done. We won't go back on our word. Please don't worry about that. From now on, you'll be my benefactor. I'll report this to the family head, and we'll have more opportunities to work together. When he saw the world heart, a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and put the world heart away. This time around, he wasn't helping them out of kindness for no reason. Six Paths had promised to give him 2 realm cores after this was done. Now, he would be using 2 worlds. That way, he would be able to progress further on the path of martial arts. He even wanted to take revenge. Last time, he was trampled on by a guy called Mad God. This time, he had to fight back. His name had to surpass Mad God's. With these 2 worlds as resources, his cultivation speed would be very fast. It wouldn't take long for him to achieve his goal. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes turned red. That was a world core. They had the resources of a world. The Nalan family was really generous, even Nalan Liang was envious. Six Paths had just given him the returning clouds painting, but he had given Six Paths an entire world's worth of resources. Comparisons were odious indeed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't know that helping out was worth so much. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps he would have a chance to help out this time. They just had to wait. Nalan Yenran took out the most exquisite delicacies and spirit tea as a treat. Everyone surrounded the Six Paths vagrant cultivator and treated him with respect. Only Lin Xian and Nalan Liang were exceptions. However, no one paid any attention to them. Instead, they distanced themselves from the 2. Halfway through the meal, the Nalan family's guards came to deliver a message. A strange figure appeared. Nalan Yenran put down the teacup and a cold look appeared in her eyes. She waved her hand and 6 figures flew out to investigate. However, in the next instant, a miserable shriek was heard. Nalan Yenran's face turned ugly. He felt that the souls of the 6 people had disappeared. In other words, they were killed in an instant. The others also frowned. What a terrifying method. These 6 people were not weak. Humph, everyone heard a low laugh, followed by footsteps coming from the stairs. A man in a black robe appeared. You want to use such an ant to challenge me? Countless people looked in the direction of the voice. So, that was the mysterious man. Nalan Yenran's face also turned pale. That's right, it was this aura. She would never forget it. This tall figure was like a demon god. He stared at Nalan Yenran and said, You dare to chase after my junior brother? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Nalan Yenran's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and said, I didn't know that he was your junior brother. Besides, I didn't succeed. Your junior brother is safe and sound now. Why don't we resolve our grudges? You can name any conditions. I'll agree to all of them. She didn't want to offend such an expert unless she had no other choice. You don't know? The black-robed man sneered. I can name any conditions. The price is your life. Use your life to apologize to my junior brother. Impossible. Nalan Yenran roared. She could name any conditions, but it was impossible for her to die. She said, Are there no other conditions? The black-robed man sneered. Since you don't want to listen, don't blame me for doing it myself. A terrifying demonic aura was emitted from his body. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This person was indeed strong. His demonic aura was so terrifying. Was he from the demon race? Nalan Yenran gritted her teeth. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me. She turned to the vagrant Six Paths and said respectfully, Senior, please suppress him. The vagrant Six Paths nodded and looked at the other party with a condescending look. The other party was indeed a great sage. But that was it. With the aura that the other party was emitting, he was no match for the vagrant six paths. He looked at the disciple beside him and said, "Feng Han, I'll leave this to you." Feng Han stood out and said, "Don't worry, master. I don't need you to deal with trash like this. I can deal with him." Feng Han's eyes were filled with confidence. He was a great sage pinnacle stage genius. Plus, he was from the Six Path sect. Naturally, he had the strength to fight those above his level. With his cultivation and the Six Paths fist, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against a great sage. This time, it was time for him to shine. Seeing a young man walk out, the black-robed man frowned. "Ant, get lost. You're courting death. Take yours truly's power." Feng Han rushed out instantly. He waved his fists, and it was as though there were 6 worlds in them. Six Paths fist, he used his strongest skill right from the start because he wanted to make a name for himself. The surrounding people were shocked. This Feng Han was too terrifying. He didn't seem to be weaker than them. In fact, he might even be stronger. Even the top disciples of the 3 great orthodoxies couldn't be compared to him. Countless people were shocked. However, Lin Xian sighed. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. This black-robed man was obviously a terrifying great sage. If he went up against him, he would definitely die. Seeing this, the black-robed man sneered. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying storm enveloped the area. With a loud clang, the surrounding void shattered. Then, a blood-curdling scream could be heard. Everyone's scalp went numb. They looked ahead in disbelief. They saw the Six Paths fist being grabbed by the opponent. Then, the black storm tore Feng Han's body into pieces. 1 hit, 1 kill. Was he dead? The crowd couldn't believe it. That was a top genius of the Six Paths sect. He used the Six Paths fist. And his physique was extremely terrifying. But even so, he couldn't even block a single hit. These people were scared out of their wits. The Six Paths sect's pupils shrank. "Damn it, how dare you," he struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm covered the sky, trying to save his disciple. However, it was useless. Feng Han's soul had long been destroyed. He only managed to catch a cloud of blood mist. "Damn it, no matter who you are, I'll send you to hell today." The Six Paths sect's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had searched for this disciple for hundreds of years before he found a genius. He had also spent hundreds of years to nurture him. Now, his disciple had reached the peak of the great sage king realm, and his Six Paths fist had reached the small success stage. He was very satisfied. But now, his disciple had fallen. He couldn't accept it. At the same time, he was shocked. The person in front of him was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he didn't care about him at all. The Six Paths was enraged. He took a step forward and his power exploded. The surrounding heavens and earth crumbled, and the entire 5th level shook violently. Countless people retreated in fear. A great sage's anger would dye the 9 heavens red. The Six Paths' eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at his opponent. "This place is too small for me to fight. Come out with me. I'll make you regret it." The black-robed man sneered. "There's no need to go out. This place is enough because it won't be too troublesome to kill you." Arrogant. The Six Paths was enraged. He no longer hesitated and attacked with his palm. It was like the palm of a heavenly god, filled with shocking killing intent that shattered the void in front of it. Even a great sage would be reduced to a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man sneered and waved his hand. A terrifying black storm rushed out. The two collided. It was as if 1,000 volcanoes had erupted. Fortunately, the Tower of White Cranes was made from the body of a great sage. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by this attack. After the first attack, it seemed that they were evenly matched. The surrounding people had retreated far away. They were terrified. Is this the power of a great sage? Although they could fight above their level, they were powerless against such a great sage. Nailin Yenran was extremely nervous. She clenched her fists. Her life was all on the Six Paths. Naturally, she would watch the battle nervously. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although it was only the first attack, he could already tell. He sighed. This person seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. You're just SOSO. The sixth path snorted when he saw his palm being blocked. The mysterious expert opposite him was shocked. Sixth path's fist? So he's from the sixth path sect. However, you're too reckless. I'll kill you even if you're from the sixth path sect. As he spoke, his eyes shone with a terrifying light. His aura became even more terrifying. He clapped his hands. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 demonic swords. They were filled with power. Then, he slapped down mercilessly. Boom, with a palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. His 5 fingers drew a black dragon that danced between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were so scared that they almost fainted. How many times had his strength increased compared to before? Six Paths' pupils shrank as well. He knew that his opponent was stronger than he had expected. He couldn't afford to be careless anymore. Six Dao Fist, his hands danced non-stop as he threw out a punch. 6 phantoms appeared and charged forward with his fist. Boom, today's earth-shaking collision was like 2 worlds clashing, as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were descending. Wang, at this time, the black-robed man's other hand slashed down like a black crescent moon, shaking the mountains and rivers. Six Paths unleashed his Six Paths fist with all his might to fight against the palm. He didn't expect his opponent to have another killer move. This attack landed directly on his body. His arm was broken, and he was sent flying. He roared and screamed miserably. His arm instantly recovered, and he attacked again. However, the other party's hands danced. Light of the demon god, between his palms, there was an extremely terrifying black light being emitted. Heaven and earth trembled, and everyone was terrified. It was as if a demonic world had been opened. This was a peerless divine ability. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He took Nalan Liang and kept retreating. In front of them, the sky and earth were collapsing. When the terrifying light disappeared, Six Paths' body was shaking, and his face was pale. Both of his arms were completely broken and hung limply by his side. There were hundreds of bloody holes on his body, and blood was flowing out. His face was full of horror. You actually broke my Six Paths fist, who are you? He was too shocked. When did such a demonic expert come to Holy Abyss City? Remember, my name is Mo Guang. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful light of the demon god rushed over. Six Paths resisted with all his might, but he was still sent flying. He landed in the distance and vomited blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. No, impossible. Nalan Yenran was stunned. That was the Six Paths. He was ranked 2001 on the Glory leaderboard. How terrifying was that, but now, in less than 100 moves, he was severely injured by the other party. The person in front of him was too terrifying. What kind of person did he provoke? Senior, please attack. I know you still have a trump card. Nalan Yenran roared quickly. However, the Six Paths' expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. I won't take the rest of your reward. After saying that, he closed his eyes and ignored her. How could this be? Nalan Yenran was completely stunned. In her eyes, the Six Paths was her biggest backer. In her opinion, he could definitely sweep away everything. But now, the Six Paths said that he would not care about her. What should she do? She would probably end up in a miserable state. She looked at the people around her and said, hurry up and attack. I'll give whoever kills him a world. However, the people around her retreated in fear. The black-robed man in front of them sneered. He waved his hand, and a black storm flew out, turning into dozens of black dragons that tore those people to pieces. For a moment, all sorts of screams and blood rain could be heard. Everyone was dead. Other than Nalan Yenran and the Six Paths, only Lin Xian and Nalan Liang were left. Nalan Liang was completely stunned. This was too terrifying. Could it be that he was going to fall here today? Nalan Yenran was so scared that she fell to the ground, her face full of fear. The black-robed man walked in front of her and looked down at her. Nalan Yenran raised her head and said, I'll give you a world as compensation. Please, spare my life. A world? The black-robed man sneered. If you give me the Nalan family, I'll consider sparing your life. Nalan Yenran was in despair. What a joke. She was not the leader. How could she give the family to someone else? Even if she was the leader, she could not do it. Nalan Yenran knelt down. Although she was a genius, she did not want to die. Even the 6 paths in front of her was not a match for the black-robed man. The black-robed man could kill her with just a finger. Hence, she did not dare to resist. She said, Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked your junior brother. I beg to be your junior brother's battle servant as long as you spare my life. Also, you won't get any benefits from killing me. You won't get any resources. Also, I'm the strongest person in the Nalan family. If I die, the family will definitely take revenge for me. My Nalan family also has top experts and terrifying great saints. When they attack together, Senior will be in danger. The black-robed man laughed. Are you threatening me? No matter how strong the Nalan family is, it's only in Holy Abyss Ancient City. If I kill you and leave the ancient city, what can your Nalan family do to me? Nalan Yenran was in despair. It didn't matter if she begged or threatened the other party. The other party didn't seem to be afraid of anything. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Nalan Liang's scalp went numb. Was this the number one genius of their family? But now, she was begging for mercy like an ant. How ironic. But if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to raise their head. What he was most worried about was whether the other party would make a move on them after killing Nalan Yenran. If the other party made a move, none of them would be able to resist. Nalan Yenran wanted to die. Her face was filled with despair as she kept kowtowing. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Fairy Nalan, give me 2 world cores and I can save your life. Hearing this, Nalan Yenran's body trembled. Hope returned to her eyes. It was the 6 paths rogue. Was he going to make a move again? Although the other party had been defeated, he definitely had a powerful trump card. If he took out a terrifying sacred weapon or used the 6 paths gate's secret technique, she might be able to escape. But when she turned around, she realized that it wasn't the 6 paths rogue, but Lin Xian. The light in her eyes disappeared as she fell into despair again. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was the same as her. If they met, wouldn't they have to kneel and beg for mercy? Nalan Liang, who was standing at the side, was stunned as well. He was still thinking about how to escape, but he did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask to save his ancestral sister. But could Lin Xian do it? Although Nalan Liang knew that Lin Xian was strong, the black-robed man in front of him was too terrifying. Even the 6 paths rogue was no match for him. As expected, the 6 paths rogue opened his eyes and stared at Lin Xian as if he was looking at an idiot. Even he couldn't defeat the other party, let alone a young man. It seemed that the other party was tired of living. Lin Xian picked up the herbal tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he looked at the stunned Nalan Yenran. He faintly said again. What's wrong, Fairy Nalan? Don't tell me you don't understand, give me 2 worlds, and I will save your life. You only have 1 chance, so consider it carefully. The black-robed man was thoroughly enraged. A young ant actually dared to say such words? Was he looking down on him? What an ignorant fool. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes, enveloping the surrounding void in front of him. The sky fell and the earth cracked. However, Lin Xian was safe and sound. The black-robed man was stunned. He was surprised that Yi Futian had some strength. No wonder Yi Futian dared to be so arrogant, but so what, it was just blocking his gaze. Could the other party block his true strength? Nalan Yenran was also stunned. To be honest, a bit of hope had been restored in her eyes. However, her instincts told her that Lin Xian was no match for him. If she were to agree to Lin Xian's request now, she would be completely angering the black-robed man. She would have no chance of survival at all. The black-robed man sneered. Brat, I originally thought that after killing Nalan Yenran, I would slowly deal with you guys. If I was in a good mood, I could even let you guys go. However, you actually dared to jump out recklessly. Well then, no one here can think about walking out alive today. Nalan Yenran almost fainted when she heard this. Even the Six Paths' pupils constricted. Damn it, he was going to be killed by this brat. Nalan Liang said, Boss Lin, should we hurry up and run? Lin Xian put down the spirit tea and stood up with a smile. None of you want to live? Aren't you a bit too arrogant? You think you can't kill me. If you cultivate for a few thousand years, you might be able to, but not now. The black-robed man's face completely darkened. Demonic chi filled the sky from his body, and demonic flames danced in his eyes. Brat, you have completely angered me. I will make you suffer. I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. He reached out a demonic hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, nothing could stop it. Lin Xian stood there without moving. His eyes were filled with confidence. When the black hand reached him, he stretched out his fist. When he punched out, it was as if a golden sun had appeared, shining in all directions. Boom! With one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lightning filled the surroundings. The large black hand was blocked and even forced back. How was this possible? Nalan Yenran's pupils constricted. She couldn't believe that this young man was as strong as her. What kind of joke was this? The Six Paths' expression changed. What a powerful strength, what a terrifying physique. Could this young man possess the legendary body of the ancients? Nalan Liang was even more dumbfounded. It seemed that Boss Lin's strength was beyond her imagination. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Nalan Yenran quickly said, Lin Gongzi, save my life and I will give you 3 worlds. She saw hope. Lin Xian was her savior. She had to grab hold of him. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Very well, I'll save your life. You're courting death. The black-robed man stood out. He was completely enraged. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He slammed his hand down again. Terrifying demonic chi bloomed from his 5 fingers, turning into 5 demonic dragons that swept across the sky. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, there were illusions of 9 suns revolving around Lin Xian's body. His fist was even more terrifying than the ancient golden crow. With one punch, he shattered everything. Boom, the 5 demonic dragons were shattered. The black hand was torn into pieces. The black-robed man retracted his hand. His pale face became ferocious. How was this possible? He didn't hold back this time, but he was still no match for Lin Xian. It was unbelievable. The 6 Paths beside him was even crazier. He had fought with Lin Xian before and knew how strong he was. The young man in front of him was stronger than him? What kind of divine being was this? After Lin Xian's punch succeeded, he attacked again. His fist fell like thousands of meteors, forcing the black-robed man to retreat. The black-robed man roared. Demon, he roared, an endless demonic chi appeared on his body. Light of the demon god, thousands of rays of black light turned into sharp black swords that pierced through the sky. Nalan Yenran was extremely nervous. This was Lin Xian's ultimate technique. It was the same technique that defeated the 6 Paths. The 6 Paths' expression also became serious. Could the kid in front of him block the attack? Lin Xian snorted. He used the divine dragon blood, and the illusion of a dragon appeared behind him. Sword. Lin Xian pointed at the sky. The sword dragon behind him roared. The scales on its body flew out and turned into a divine sword that fell into Lin Xian's hand. One sword to slay the demon. This sword was like the light of the North Pole, becoming the only thing in the world. Everyone's soul trembled. After the sword, the light of the demon god shattered. One of the black-robed man's arms was cut off, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian held his sword and smiled. I told you that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Do you believe me now? A cold voice sounded out, shocking countless people. Nalan Yenran was incomparably terrified. She had always thought that Lin Xian's strength was similar to hers, but how could it be like this? This person had completely surpassed her, reaching an unfathomable level. The black-robed demon Shine clenched his teeth and asked, Just who are you? My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the True Tao sect. Lin Xian. True Tao sect, good boy, I'll remember you. Demon Shine coldly snorted and then looked at Nalan Yenran. You're lucky today to be able to keep your life. But in the future, I'll send you to hell. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Nalan Yenran let out a sigh of relief. This was great. Her life was saved today. Afterwards, she didn't want to leave her family for the next 100 years. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Demon Shine was stunned. He turned his head, his eyes erupting with a biting cold killing intent. Boy, what do you want? Lin Xian smiled. Before, you were high and mighty. If you wanted to kill me, you would kill me. But now that you can't beat me, you want to leave with just a few words? There's no such thing in this world. Do you want to kill me? Demon Shine was also angry. Leaving today was already giving this person a lot of face. Lin Xian smiled. That's right. He stepped forwards, his aura erupting as an even more terrifying strength appeared. Since he had already attacked, how could he easily hold back? Saving Nalan Yenran wasn't enough. He wanted to thoroughly subdue the Nalan family. Stupid thing, do you really think I don't have any more cards in my hand? Demon Shine's face was ice cold. He clenched his teeth and said, Good. I originally didn't want to use some taboo martial arts, but since you want to die, I'll help you. His palms constantly formed seals as terrifying demonic runes appeared on his body. An incomparably terrifying aura appeared. Summon the Demon Lord. Behind him, endless demonic energy condensed into a vortex. From within, a dark shadow appeared, bobbing up and down. This dark shadow was tall, like a demon god. He stood there, overlooking all. In his hand was a black spear. It was also an illusion, but it exuded a destructive aura. This was bad. Nalan Yenran, frightened. Nalan Liang also retreated far away, and Six Paths' pupils shrank. Stupid thing. He cursed under his breath. The demonic shadow he had summoned was enough to threaten his life. With a sway of his body, he tore the void apart and flew into the distance. There was no need to watch the battle in front of him. That brat was strong, but he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the sure kill attack. He would definitely die if he stayed here, so it was better for him to escape in advance. The Six Paths cultivator quickly left. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden light. The seal of reincarnation struck the opponent. The whole process was so quiet that even Six Paths didn't notice. Then, Lin Xian turned to stare at Demon Shine. To be more exact, he was staring at the black shadow demon behind Demon Shine. It's just an illusion. It's not the real demon god. Is this your trump card? Lin Xian was disdainful. You're courting death. You dare to underestimate Lord Devil Master? Stupid thing, Lord Devil Master is the Lord of the Devil Realm. He commands 10,000 demons, and in his hands is the highest divine artifact of the Devil Realm, the Shattering Spear. You don't understand anything, yet you dare to underestimate Lord Devil Master? Die. With a single step, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding void constantly shattered. The phantom behind him also walked out, the black shadow in its hand swaying. The surrounding heavens fell and the earth cracked. A destructive aura appeared. Nalan Yenran and Nalan Yenran were so frightened that they nearly fainted. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he had a strange expression. Shattering? Could it be the Shattering Spear? You actually know about it. Then you should have heard of it. In the legends, the Shattering Spear could destroy the heavens and earth with a single strike. Although it was only an illusion, it still possessed a supreme might. Obediently kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't think that this phantom would be related to the Shattering Spear. Could it be that the Demon Master was also from the Great Demon Clan? But soon, he laughed. Stupid ant, if you took out something else, you might have been able to scare me. But Shattering Spear, you are too ridiculous. Let me tell you what true Shattering Spear is. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a flick of his hand, a black light flew out from his storage ring and was caught by him. Wang, that was a black spear. Lin Xian thrust it into the skies, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to crack. What was that? Nalan Yenran was shocked. That spear also had a terrifying destructive aura. Across from him, Demon Shine's pupils shrank. He roared out, "Impossible!" He seemed to have discovered the most terrifying thing of all. The weapon in Lin Xian's hand was far too similar to the phantom he had summoned. Even the aura was the same. Lin Xian was holding the shattering spear? But that was a divine tool of the demon world. How could Lin Xian have it? Just who are you? Are you also from the demon race? Lin Xian smiled. He said, I don't need to explain to a dead man. The shattering spear danced, rushing forwards. This strike was enough to destroy everything. Damn it, Demon Shine was enraged. Kill, although he didn't know how Lin Xian had obtained the shattering spear, he had to bring it back. He had to kill Lin Xian, take it, and offer it to the demon lord. As the two sides clashed, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It had to be said that Demon Shine was extremely strong, far above scattered six paths. Moreover, Lin Xian had burnt his laws and bloodline to display his ultimate skill. It was even more terrifying. However, Lin Xian's shattering spear was already terrifying to begin with. In addition, he galvanized the great dragon sword's soul with all his strength. The great dragon sword's strength poured into the shattering spear, causing the demon tool to come to life. It turned into a shattering dragon, dancing between the heavens and earth. Bang bang, the phantom that Demon Shine had summoned instantly shattered. As for Demon Shine, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was torn apart. Damn it! His soul wanted to flee. He had to flee back and report this matter to the demon lord. Stay! Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a terrifying light. Samsara, heavenly steel. A terrifying eye technique erupted, forming two heavenly steels that directly suppressed Demon Shine. No, Demon Shine's soul had been severely wounded. This was the power of Samsara, spare my life. My master is the demon lord. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Demon Shine was too terrified. Against an ordinary great sage soul, even if Lin Xian used an extremely powerful eye technique, he still wouldn't be afraid. But, with the power of Samsara, he really couldn't block it. Lin Xian didn't stop. With a cold snort, the two Samsara heavenly steels shattered Demon Shine's soul. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed onto a soul fragment. His eyes flashed as he read the information within. Then, he crushed this soul fragment. With this, Demon Shine's soul vanished into thin air. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took Demon Shine's storage ring. Then, he looked at Nalan Yenran in the corner. He smiled and said, All right, the danger is over. You can live. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Nalan Yenran's body shook. Was it over? She couldn't believe it. Looking at Demon Shine in front of her and the bloody mist, her face turned pale. Before coming, she had thought of countless possibilities. She even thought that six paths wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Xian and would escape with her. However, she never thought that Demon Shine would be killed by Lin Xian. And six paths had escaped ahead of time. It could only be said that this world was too mysterious. Nalan Yenran stood up and said, Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving my life. She looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear in her eyes. After all, he was a supreme existence that could kill Demon Shine. Lin Xian smiled. He nodded and said, What about the matter you promised me before? Nalan Yenran was stunned. Then, she remembered that in order to save her life, she had promised to give him 3 world cores. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and said, Since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. I'll go back to my family and gather them. Sir, please give me some time. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. After all, she was from the Nalan family. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'll send Fairy Nalan back. Then, he waved his hand and sent a surge of energy into Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang was so scared that he couldn't stand up. Now that he was enveloped by Lin Xian's energy, he recovered his strength. He said, Boss Lin, you were too cool just now. You were like a god. He knew that following Lin Xian was the right choice. From now on, he would follow him for the rest of his life. Nalan Yenran was also shocked. She didn't think that Nalan Liang would find such a backer. She quickly took out a scroll from her storage ring and said, Take it. This is the moon returning to the cloud painting. Take it. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. As your sister, I'll definitely agree. Good, then I won't be polite. Nalan Liang directly took it. He had wanted this scroll for a long time. Of course, he also knew that this was all because of Lin Xian, which was why the other party was so polite to him. Next, Lin Xian sent Nalan Yanran back to the Nalan family. At the same time, he asked Nalan Liang to stay. As for the explanation, let the other party handle it. On the other hand, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew into the distance. Many people of the Nalan family were waiting nervously. They didn't know how Nalan Yanran was doing. Nalan Yanran's father said. With the help of the 6 Tao cultivators, there would be no problem. An old man nodded in agreement. That's for sure. This time, we've paid a huge price to give them 2 realm cores. Just like that, after a long and anxious wait, they finally saw a figure walking back. Yanran, you're back? The middle-aged man walked up happily. Where's the vagabond 6 paths? The old man said. I want to thank him personally. In their opinion, the only reason Nalan Yanran was able to come back alive was because of the 6 paths vagabond. Father, grandfather. Nalan Yanran was also crying. Her eyes were red. However, when she heard the middle-aged man's words, she said, it's not the vagabond 6 paths. That guy was defeated and ran away halfway. What? The 2 people in front of her were stunned. It's not the vagabond 6 paths? Why did Nalan Yanran come back? Could it be that she had reconciled with the enemy? No, Nalan Yanran told him what had happened before. Then, her grandfather and father were shocked. You're saying that a young man killed Demon Shine? That's impossible. The middle-aged man also shook his head. Even the vagabond 6 paths was defeated. How could a young man withstand it? Nalan Yanran said, I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, he's a disciple of the Tao sect. How do you know such a young expert? The old man asked. Nalan Yanran said, I didn't invite him, but Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang has already recognized Lin Xian as his boss. He wants the cloud returning painting in my hands, so he invited him. It's actually Nalan Liang. The middle-aged man was shocked, but the old man's brows were tightly knitted together. This didn't seem good. Nalan Liang was also a member of the Nalan family, but his status in the family was far worse than Yanran's. But now, Nalan Liang had found such a powerful backer. The situation in the future was uncertain. He frowned and said, Yanran, go find Nalan Liang. We have to thank him properly. Nalan Yanran left. The old man's face sank. It seemed that the family situation was about to change. They had to be careful of this Nalan Liang. At the same time, do your best to find out who this Lin Xian is. Father, are you saying that Nalan Liang will threaten Yanran's status? How is that possible? The difference in talent between the two was too great. The old man shook his head. We weren't worried before, but with this Lin Xian, anything is possible. Don't worry, when he comes over, we'll find out who this Lin Xian is. They made up their minds and began to move. On the other side, Lin Xian was flying at high speed. Previously, when the vagabond 6 paths escaped, he left a soul mark on him. Now, he was going to find him. In the east of Holy Abyss Ancient City, there was a cliff. It was very steep, as if it had been split open by a heavenly sword. On the cliff, the wind was strong. No one below a supreme saint dared to come. At this moment, there was a figure sitting cross-legged there. Endless light flickered on his body. There were 6 light figures around him, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. He was the vagabond 6 paths. His palms were constantly forming seals, and there were pills and treasures beside him. Not long after, he opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The demonic aura was too terrifying. Previously, when he was pierced by the light of the demon god, the demonic aura was left in his body. At this moment, he was removing it bit by bit. This time, he was really careless. He didn't expect to meet such a terrifying demonic expert. But fortunately, he was able to escape. Thinking about it, that little girl from the Nalan family wouldn't be able to escape at all. Even that Lin Xian would die without a doubt. Thinking of this, he sneered. Fortunately, he was smart and ran fast. At this time, a faint voice sounded behind him. What are you so happy about? Tell me. The vagabond's 6 paths felt his hair stand on end. Who was it? He suddenly turned around, as if he was facing a great enemy. He thought that demon Shine had come to kill him. But soon, he realized that it wasn't him. A man in a black robe walked out from behind him. It's you? He was shocked. You're Lin Xian? You didn't die? Could it be that demon Shine spared you, spared me? Lin Xian laughed. You really don't have any imagination. Can't you imagine that he has already been killed by me? Demon Shine was dead. Or was he killed by the other party? The vagabond's 6 paths was stunned. Then he shook his head. Impossible, kid, don't try to lie to me. He knew how terrifying Demon Shine was. How could he die? What an ignorant ant. Lin Xian shook his head and sneered. You think that just because you can't beat me, no one in this world can't beat me? Boy, I admit that I am not invincible in this world, and there are many people stronger than me. But, you are absolutely not one of them. The reason you were able to contend with Demon Shine before was because you swallowed some sort of secret pill in advance to forcefully increase your strength. This sort of pill is extremely harmful and will damage a martial artist's foundation. You're dead. Do you think that you can fool me with this kind of insignificant trick of yours? Lin Xian was left speechless. This fellow was far too arrogant. Forget it, he was too lazy to explain. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Think what you want, but I came to find you for an important matter. What is it? Do you want to join forces with me to contend with Demon Shine again? The way he saw it, Lin Xian must have escaped and wanted to invite him back. Lin Xian sneered. You really are an idiot. I came to find you to tell you that I want to borrow your 6-path fists. What did you say? Scattered 6 paths was thoroughly shocked. This fellow wanted to borrow his 6-path fists? What a joke. This was his ultimate skill, and it was also the 6-path gate's ultimate skill. He would never pass it on to outsiders. This fellow wanted to see it? I'm not crazy, am I? But soon, his mind stirred. Could it be that this fellow wanted to take him as his master? Young people all had their pride as geniuses. This fellow must have been too embarrassed to directly say it, so he changed his words. Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. It had to be known that a genius he had raised had already perished, leaving him with deep regret. If he could take this person as his disciple, that would also be an extremely good thing. He could even use this chance to explore the secrets of this fellow's body. After all, to be able to jump ranks and contend with Demon Shine, there had to be some sort of fortuitous encounter on his body. When the time came, he could hide and become even stronger. Boy, do you want to learn the 6-path fists? Sure, kneel down and take me as your master and I'll teach you the 6-path fists. Lin Xian smiled. This fellow must have hurt his head in that battle. Take him as a master? I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to take you as my master. I'm here to order you to hand over the 6-paths fist. This 6-paths loose cultivator was from the 6-paths gate. Lin Xian had been hunted down by the 6-paths gate, and there was a chance that he would continue to be hunted down in the future. After all, he had obtained the power of reincarnation. Both sides would become enemies sooner or later. Therefore, Lin Xian would not hold back against the people of the 6 Dao school. The 6-paths vagabond was furious as well. Not only did he not want to become Yi Fu Tian's disciple, he even wanted to force his way in. What a joke! Do you think that just because I'm injured, you can behave atrociously over my head? Even if you were given another 5,000 years, you wouldn't be qualified. Stupid thing. Since you don't want it, I'll take it myself. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Then, the giant hand reached out. The golden palm descended like the sun, bringing with it terrifying flames. The scattered cultivator of 6 paths dodged the attack. His face was gloomy as he thought, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll show you what the true 6-paths fist is. He roared and punched out. The power of the 6-paths fist seemed to be able to engulf reincarnation. It had to be said that the scattered cultivator of six paths was really strong. This was a peerless fist technique. Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the skywalk step, constantly swaying. What a peerless fist technique. It's a pity that it's like this. Damn brat. The scattered cultivator of six paths clenched his teeth. His opponent's movement technique was too strange. He clenched his teeth and said, "Why don't you dare to fight me head-on? Take my ultimate skill, six paths of reincarnation." His fist carried the phantoms of six worlds, which immediately shrouded Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. He hadn't used this attack when he faced Demon Shine. In his opinion, he just didn't want to risk his life against Demon Shine. Otherwise, even if he used the six paths of reincarnation, it would be difficult to resist. This brat in front of him was even more impossible to resist. The earth cracked as the six phantoms swallowed everything. The scattered cultivator of six paths laughed complacently. Is this your six paths of reincarnation? It's only SOSO. A calm voice came from the front again. What? The scattered cultivator of six paths' pupils shrank. You're not dead? How is this possible? Is he not afraid of reincarnation? His eyes widened. A light cut through the void. He saw Lin Xian standing in the middle of the six phantoms, opening up an independent space. The scattered cultivator of six paths' power couldn't even get close to him. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and an extremely terrifying phantom appeared. Let me show you what the true power of reincarnation is. Reincarnation steel. The eye technique in Lin Xian's eyes completely erupted. The power of reincarnation swept out, directly tearing apart the six phantoms. They turned into two steels that pressed forward. In an instant, the scattered cultivator of six paths' soul was severely injured. He spat out blood, his face full of horror. The power of reincarnation. Damn it, how can you have this power? He was crazy. This was something that only the six paths gate had. No, he was shocked. Lin Xian used his eyes to release the power of reincarnation. Does he have the Rinnegan? Thinking of this possibility, his scalp went numb. Now he finally understood why Lin Xian attacked him. The six paths gate was known as the six paths body. As for the Rinnegan that was related to the soul, it was a different branch. After all, Kuan Grand Sage and Qian Dashing had different developments in the past, and they were mortal enemies. Both wanted to take the others. Now he was a member of the Six Paths Gate, and Lin Xian had a terrifying eye technique and the power of reincarnation. Clearly, he was a descendant of Qian Grand Sage. Damn it, the Rinnegan has appeared. He had to quickly inform the sect to pursue Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. Extremely terrifying flames burst out from his eyes. He formed a hand seal and activated his heavenly secret technique. The fire of reincarnation. Buzz, the terrifying soul fire floated out and instantly enveloped the other party. The next moment, the scattered cultivator of six paths screamed in the air. His body was twisted. His body was not injured, but his soul was severely injured. Damn it! The six paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian used the power of reincarnation. He could only use the power of reincarnation to block it. Although his soul was not as strange as Lin Xian's, he had cultivated the six paths fist. His fist technique could be used to create six worlds. It turned into the six paths of reincarnation to save his life. As expected, the power of the six paths of reincarnation blocked Lin Xian's soul fire. The scattered cultivator of six paths' face was pale and his expression was ferocious. Brat, you almost killed me. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the power of reincarnation to such a level. Unfortunately, you're too young. If I give you a few hundred years, I won't be able to escape. But now, you can't stop me. Can't stop you? Lin Xian laughed. You're too naive. Do you think I only have the Rinnegan as a trump card? Six paths' pupil shrank. Could it be that Lin Xian had an even more powerful trump card? He did not believe it. You're deliberately mystifying me. Lin Xian said that you weren't my match even before I broke through, let alone now. Back then? Six Paths was stunned. Did he know Lin Xian before? Right, you still don't know who I am. My name is Lin Xian, and I have another title, the Mad God. What? You're the Mad God? The Six Dao cultivator exclaimed in disbelief. How could he not know this name? Back then, he had been suppressed by the Mad God. He had thought of countless possibilities. The Mad God should be a powerhouse of the older generation, but he had never expected him to be a young man. Damn it, I don't believe it. Six Paths roared and flew into the sky. He wanted to escape. Lin Xian was too terrifying. You want to escape? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the heaven-devouring jar flew out. A terrifying black vortex swept down from the sky. Scram! Six Paths roared and punched out, trying to break the vortex. However, he found that he could not do it. What is this? He was shocked. Lin Xian had a trump card, and it was extremely powerful. Could it be that Lin Xian was really the Mad God? Thinking of this possibility, he despaired. This was his nightmare. He felt that his entire body was about to be swallowed by the black jar. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Before he broke through, the Mad God was already no match for him. Now that he had broken through, how could the Mad God be a match for him? Devour! With a roar, the heaven-devouring jar's power erupted, and the sky darkened. With a whoosh, Six Paths was swallowed. Lin Xian waved his hand and recalled the heaven-devouring jar. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. His figure flickered, and he returned to the Path sect and the divine abode. He went into seclusion. This time, he had killed 2 powerful great sages in a row, so he had gained a lot. With a wave of his hand, he first took out Demonshine's storage ring. There were many magic crystals and magic stones, all of which were used to cultivate the Devil Dao. Then, Lin Xian's eyes shone with understanding. When he had destroyed the other party's soul, he had investigated it once. It was all for the sake of collecting the light of the demonic gods, the cultivation method of this divine ability. When he saw the light of the demon god, he was also greatly surprised. It was a very powerful divine ability that Lin Xian could cultivate. Logically speaking, the further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. Many powerful saint kings, and even great saints, would cultivate a small number of specific nomological laws. Because his energy was limited. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He had the great dragon sword spirit, so he didn't need to worry about energy. He frowned slightly. He did not know who this demon master was. Originally, he thought that it should be a mythical figure, a symbol like a totem. But later, he found out that it wasn't the case. Before he died, he said that he was the Devil Lord's disciple. Then, was this demon lord still alive? Moreover, he was probably an extremely terrifying existence even among great saints. Could it be that he had reached the peak of great saint, or was the demon lord just a title that was inherited by the strongest demonic cultivator in history? He didn't know any of this, he couldn't be bothered to care. After tidying up the light of the demon god, Lin Xian took out the heaven-devouring jar again and checked inside. The scattered Six Paths body had long been devoured. Only his soul was left, and it was weak. If Lin Xian hadn't intentionally left his soul intact, he would have died long ago. The heaven-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon. Its power was definitely not something a great saint could imagine. Seeing Lin Xian enter, the scattered Six Paths soul quickly said, "Assistant, please don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over the Six Paths fist." "Very good." Lin Xian nodded. The scattered Six Paths heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his soul roared crazily. "You dare to attack me?" Lin Xian's expression was cold, and an extremely terrifying reincarnation vortex appeared in his eyes. "I can let you live, but from now on, you will only be my slave. You will always respect me." He activated an extremely powerful reincarnation power and placed the seal of life and death. The scattered Six Paths soul became extremely weak. The way he looked at Lin Xian changed. He became extremely respectful. Because now, Lin Xian could take his life with a single glance. His soul knelt down on one knee in greeting. Lin Xian waved his hand and released the scattered Six Paths soul. Then, he said, "Recover. Go and recover on your own. If anything happens, I'll inform you." Yes, the scattered six-path soul was extremely respectful. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lin Xian didn't kill him because he still had a use for him. Keeping him alive would make him his slave in the future. There were many things that he could let him do. It was equivalent to having a powerful battle servant. Then, his lips curled into a smile. The six-path fist was in his hands. He had wanted this fist technique for a long time. The power of the six-path fist was extremely terrifying. The scattered six paths had been famous for many years because of this peerless fist technique. Lin Xian believed that this fist technique would become even more terrifying in his hands. This was because his physique was far from what the scattered six paths could compare to. Moreover, the reincarnation power that he possessed was not something that the other party could imagine. Next, Lin Xian went into seclusion and began to enter the sword world to cultivate these two techniques. For Spirit Valley. The four spirit beasts were surprised to see that Lin Xian had cultivated two powerful divine abilities. How could this kid cultivate all kinds of laws and divine abilities? Could he cultivate all of them? A few of them were doubtful. However, not long after, they were astonished. They discovered that Lin Xian had actually practiced the two different ultimate skills to such an extent that they looked like they were real. Could it be that this guy was also an expert of the demonic path? On this day, Lin Xian stopped. He felt that he could no longer improve by cultivating in seclusion. He had to find someone to practice with. But who could he find? With his current strength, it was not easy to find an opponent who was on par with him and was not life-threatening. But soon, he smiled. The Sacred Abyss Tower. That place was very suitable. Lin Xian immediately set off for the Sacred Abyss Tower. Previously, he had already reached the 40th level, but he did not continue to break through to the 50th level. Instead, he started cultivating from the first level. This time, it was not to increase his ranking, but to cultivate the light of the demon god and the six paths fist. The Sacred Abyss Tower only recorded the highest ranking, so Lin Xian's cultivation would not affect his ranking. Just like that, he did not rest for a moment in the next few months. He did not know how many battles he had experienced. He was even covered in scars. However, Lin Xian did not use any other techniques. He used the six paths fist and the light of the demon god to block. The light of the demon god could penetrate everything. The six paths fist was even more terrifying as it pressed forward. Finally, Lin Xian once again relied on these two divine abilities to reach the 30th level. He had mastered it. Lin Xian continued to head towards the 40th level. When he stood on the 40th level, he smiled. He had completely mastered these two divine abilities. Next, he would continue to break through. This time, he had advanced by a realm. Presumably, his ranking would also increase greatly. His target was the 50th level. In the main hall outside, everyone was either busy or resting. Very few people paid attention to the ranking list again. That was because the ranking on the Holy Gulf Glory ranking was stable most of the time and rarely changed. After all, it was extremely difficult to increase one's ranking. However, on this day, someone exclaimed again. Look, that mad god's ranking changed again. What? How long has it been? He's going to increase his ranking again? Is mad god really a person? Why do I feel that it's impossible? They had never heard of Lin Xian's improvement speed. Even a young great emperor was nothing special. Mad god's ranking rose again, causing another uproar. They discovered that this name had risen from the top 2,000 to the top 1,000. Heavens, he couldn't have reached the 50th level, right? How did he do it? These people were crazy. One had to know that the six paths loose cultivator had spent a lot of effort to go from 2001 to 2000. It was already so difficult to increase one's ranking, let alone 1,000. It was simply unimaginable. However, Mad God had done it easily. This guy was definitely an emperor's son. Someone asserted. Others nodded. Some said that it might not be so. He might be an old monster. It's very likely that he's trying to pressure us. As soon as that was said, many people nodded. They found it hard to believe that a young man could have such heaven-defying strength. All kinds of guesses about Mad God appeared again. The six paths loose cultivator was shocked when he heard that. Mad God? He now knew that this was his master, the one who had stepped on him back then. However, he no longer had hatred for him, only endless respect and admiration. Not only did this increase in ranking alarm the surrounding challengers, but it also alarmed the divine generals of the Holy Gulf Tower. Such a large increase in ranking had not happened for many years, except for the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pingzi. Could it be that he was really an emperor's son? One of the divine generals frowned. Another divine general said, "Go and check it out." However, they found that there seemed to be no clues at all. "We must find him. Perhaps he's the person we're looking for." "Do you want him to take part in that challenge?" "That's right, it's almost time for our agreed date, but we don't have enough manpower. I want to find him and have him participate in that challenge. This way, our chances of winning will be much higher." A few divine generals whispered in the hall. They had decided that they had to find the Mad God. However, they did not know that Mad God, also known as Lin Xian, had already received his reward and left. Just like that, he left in front of everyone. Lin Xian returned to the divine palace and entered the sword world once again. He was now filled with curiosity towards this world. In his opinion, since spiritual herbs could be planted here, could spiritual ores be planted here as well? He made various attempts. It was possible, but it could only be done within the 4 spirit mountains. After all, the earth here had already recovered its power, and there was also the dragon flame astral world in the sky. Other than that, the area around the valley was fine as well, but not outside. It seemed like the power of one world was not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and took out a world core. This world core was obtained from the 6 Paths Loose Cultivator. Previously, Nalan Yenran gave it to the 6 Paths Loose Cultivator to save his life. Later on, the 6 Paths Loose Cultivator became his battle servant, and this world core also fell into his hands. It seemed that when he had time, he would have to make another trip to the universe and devour this world as well. Turn into a star. Lin Xian knew that this sword world was too mysterious. It was not something that could be recovered by fusing 1 or 2 worlds. He was afraid that he would have to use countless worlds to turn into stars in order to restore the vitality of this world. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. Previously, Nalan Yenran had promised him that he would give him 3 more worlds after the matter was done. Now that such a long time had passed, it should be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Xian found Nalan Liang and told him about this matter. Nalan Liang said, "Boss, don't worry, I'll take you there now." The two of them headed towards the Nalan family. Nalan Liang first brought Lin Xian to his own lineage to meet his father and grandfather. "Greetings, seniors." Lin Xian was refined and polite. The people from the Nalan family also laughed. "Lin Gongzi is too polite. Liang this child, was born slow-witted. I hope that young master will take care of him in the future." Lin Xian laughed. "He and I are brothers, so we naturally have to advance and retreat together." Nalan Liang also said, "Grandfather, don't worry. Lin Xian is my boss. Under his leadership, I will definitely become stronger and stronger." The middle-aged man and the old man both knew about this point, because the current Nalan Liang was already ranked 5th on the stars ranking. Without Lin Xian's help, it would be impossible to achieve such a ranking. "Oh right, grandfather, Lin Gongzi has come for a big matter this time." Nalan Liang told him about what had happened. He had already told him about it before. Now that the old man heard it, he sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Previously, he thought that his grandson was joking. Now, it seemed that it was true. He said, "Okay, I'll get the elders of Yenran's family to come over." Nalan Liang's grandfather was the 8th elder. Nalan Yenran's grandfather was the 5th elder. At this moment, the great elder held a banquet and sent people to invite the 5th elder and Nalan Yenran. Nalan Yenran's father and others were also invited. At the 5th elder's residence. When the 5th elder heard the guard who came to report, he nodded and said, "I understand. Go back and tell 8th brother that I will be there." After the guard left, a middle-aged man walked out from the back of the hall and said, "Father, why did the 8th elder invite us? Who knows what this 8th elder is up to? But other than inviting us, he also invited Yenran. Could it be related to that Lin Xian?" As for Lin Xian's matter, they had already investigated it before. However, the results of their investigation were different from what Nalan Yanran had said. This Lin Xian was powerful, but not to such a terrifying extent. Perhaps Yanran remembered wrongly. Anyway, they were very suspicious about this matter. The fifth elder said, "Don't tell Yanran about this matter. Let's go. How about I call a few more people?" The middle-aged man was still worried, so he called a few more brothers. Just like that, a group of people went to the eighth elder's residence. At this moment, the eighth elder's residence was very lively. All kinds of lights lit up, and exquisite delicacies were served. He was going to welcome Lin Xian. "Eighth brother, your residence is so lively. Is there something big going on today?" A laugh could be heard. Then, the fifth elder and others walked in. The surrounding young disciples, guards, and maids all bowed and retreated to the sides. The eighth elder also stood up and said, "Fifth brother, you are so slow." "Greetings, eighth elder." Behind him, Nalan Yanran's father and other brothers all bowed. Nalan Liang's people also bowed. "Greetings, fifth elder." "Well, we are on the same side. Don't be so polite." The fifth elder laughed and walked forward. He held the eighth elder's hand and said, "Look at your red face. Something good must have happened." The eighth elder also laughed. He said, "Fifth brother, let me introduce you to someone. You will definitely be interested." This was a young genius. The fifth elder raised his eyebrows and asked, "What genius?" The eighth elder laughed. "Fifth elder, it's Lin Gongzi. He's the top genius of the True Tao sect." The fifth elder pretended to be surprised and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he said, "Is that so? Seems like I'm really old. There's a new genius in the True Tao sect. I always thought that the most famous people in the True Tao sect were the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Prince." As soon as these words came out, the eighth elder was stunned, and so was Nalan Liang. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Looking at the fifth elder's attitude, there seemed to be something wrong. Nalan Liang walked out and said, "Fifth elder, you don't know Lin Gongzi? How could that be? Sister Nalan was saved because of Lin Gongzi." The fifth elder was shocked again. "Oh, is that so? I really don't know about this. Yanran hasn't told me about it yet. If this is true, then I really have to thank this young master for his generosity." The eighth elder's eyes flashed. Why did he feel that the atmosphere wasn't right? He quickly said, "Fifth elder, come. Let's talk while we eat." The group of people sat down. The eighth elder raised his wine cup and said, "Lin Gongzi, the Nalan family wants to thank you. First, it's because of Nalan Liang. This kid's strength has increased tremendously with your help. Let me give you a toast." Then, he stood up and drank it in one gulp. Lin Xian said, "The eighth elder is too courteous. Nalan Liang is my brother. It's my duty to help him." Then, the eighth elder poured a second cup and said, "The second thing is that you saved Yanran. Yanran is the top genius of the Nalan family. Previously, she was threatened by a mysterious expert and her life was in danger. If it wasn't for you, Yanran would have been in danger. So, fifth elder and I will give you a toast." Then, the great elder looked at the fifth elder. However, the fifth elder just sat there and didn't have any intention of raising his cup. This caused everyone to be stunned. Countless gazes landed on the fifth elder. The fifth elder was actually very clear in his heart. How could he not know Lin Xian? He had already inquired about him and had seen countless portraits of Lin Xian. However, he could not admit to this. Yanran agreed to give the other party 3 worlds. This was a huge amount of wealth, and the resources of these 3 worlds had to be provided by the people of their bloodline. If he gave it to the other party, his heart would bleed. Therefore, he was unwilling. Moreover, he didn't really believe that Lin Xian had the strength to kill the mysterious expert. The way he saw it, the unrestrained 6 paths and the mysterious expert were both severely injured, and this kid had suddenly jumped out to end the battle. In other words, the other party should be taking advantage of the situation. Another point was that Nalan Liang and this brat were brothers. Since that was the case, the stronger this brat was, the stronger Nalan Liang would be. If he grew to a certain extent, he would very likely replace Nalan Yenran and become the number one in the family. That way, their lineage would be greatly suppressed. He wouldn't allow this to happen. Therefore, after thinking about it, he felt that he had to suppress Lin Xian. At least, he couldn't give the resources of the three worlds. Therefore, after hearing the eighth elder's words, he thought for a while and said calmly, "Eighth brother, you're too impatient. I'll ask Yan Ran about it when she comes back. If it's really as you said, I'll invite Lin Gongzi to a banquet. It's a little too early now." What? The surrounding people were stunned. The eighth elder's eyes lit up. As an old fox, he naturally knew that the fifth elder wanted to go back on his word. The elders had always been in a competitive relationship. Previously, Nalan Yenran was the number one in the family, and the fifth elder's lineage was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they couldn't even raise their heads. Now that Nalan Liang had found a powerful backer like Lin Xian, the eighth elder would naturally stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, he frowned and said to the fifth elder, "Fifth elder, you're wrong." Nalan Liang was also present at the incident. He saw it with his own eyes. "He can't lie to you," the fifth elder said calmly. How could he take the words of the younger generation seriously? He might be exaggerating. Besides, how could they understand the power of a great sage? "Are you doubting my boss's strength?" Nalan Liang was finally angry. He slammed the table and stood up. The eighth elder shouted angrily, "Sit down, how can you talk to your fifth elder like that?" Nalan Liang gritted his teeth and sat down. However, his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Today, he was really too aggrieved. Fifth elder's words are really disappointing. Our Nalan family is a top family. If this matter is spread out, we'll be laughed at. Who dares to challenge our Nalan family? Just kill him. A domineering aura rose from the fifth elder's body, shocking everyone. It seemed that the other party was determined not to admit it. At this moment, Lin Xian also spoke. The smile on his face disappeared, and there was a trace of cold light in his eyes. He said coldly, "There's no need for a toast. I'm not familiar with you. However, I still have to fulfill my promise. Nalan Yenran promised to give me 3 world cores after this matter is settled. Now, hand them over." His words were incomparably cold. To be honest, he did want to make friends with the Nalan family. He even wanted the Nalan family to fight in his Divine Union camp. Before he came, he was full of expectations. After all, he was the other party's savior. Even if the other party bargained and only gave him 2 world cores, Lin Xian felt that it was fine. However, the other party actually refused to admit that he had saved his life and even showed a doubtful attitude. This made Lin Xian very angry. Since this was the case, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't try to rope the other party in. He would treat this debt of saving his life as a transaction. After this, there would be no more interactions. However, the fifth elder laughed when he heard this. 3 world cores? Could it be that this young master was joking? Why didn't I know about this? Are you going to renege on your debt? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent once again. Not only did the other party not appreciate his kindness, but he also wanted to be ungrateful. The fifth elder said, "I've already said that Nalan Yenran didn't tell me about this. She's not in the family right now. When she returns, I'll ask her before making a decision. Lin Gongzi, take your time eating here. I still have some matters to attend to." As he spoke, the fifth elder stood up. The few middle-aged men beside him followed suit. It seemed like they didn't intend to stay any longer. What? The people on the eighth elder's side were stunned. They hadn't expected the fifth elder and the others to go back on their word. Damn it, this is too despicable. Nalan Liang roared. Was this his fifth grandpa? How embarrassing. Lin Xian also stood up and said coldly. Where's Nalan Yenran? Ask her to come and see me. The fifth elder stopped in his tracks. Nalan Yenran's father also turned his head. Yenran wasn't in the family. She was out on a mission. She might return in a few months or a few years. Take your time and wait. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes became colder and colder. He said coldly. Nalan Yenran was the one who offered the 3 world cores, and the price was to buy her life. Since I saved her life, I had to obtain these 3 realm cores. Otherwise, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. The people around them all gasped. The middle-aged man in front shouted angrily. Kid, are you threatening me? If you understand it as a threat, then you can. Since I can save her life, I can take her life. That's all I have to say. I want to see 3 realm cores within a month. After speaking, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and rushed into the sky, turning into a sword light and disappearing. The people on the 8th elder's side were stunned, but the people on the 5th elder's side were angry. Nalan Yenran's father snorted. You dare to threaten us? You don't know what's good for you. The 5th elder said coldly. Let's go. They didn't care about the words of a young man. The Nalan family had seen many storms, but they had never been threatened by a young man. The 5th elder and the others left with cold smiles. Nalan Liang roared. What elder? Embarrassing, how could the family have such a despicable person, Liang don't be rude. The 8th elder scolded. Then he said, 5th elder is indeed in the wrong. Why don't I go and persuade him again? You go and persuade Lin Gongzi. Maybe Yenran really didn't say anything. How could he take it? Nalan Liang said, Grandpa, we're not fools. How could Nalan Yenran not say anything when she was saved? I was called by the 5th elder for questioning, and they got a lot of information about Boss Lin from me. Now they're playing dumb. I think they just don't want to give up the 3 world cores. But wait, they'll regret it. Nalan Liang's father frowned. You think too highly of this Lin Gongzi. He's powerful, but can he shake the Nalan family? Father, Grandpa, you don't know how powerful Lin Gongzi is. There are some things I can't tell you now. But let me remind you, don't offend him, take it as my grandson begging you. Otherwise, those who offended him would die without a burial ground. Just wait, Nalan Yenran will soon be out of luck. The 8th patriarch sucked in a cold breath. It seemed like he had to investigate this Lin Xian thoroughly. He looked at his grandson and said, Don't worry, we will definitely support you. We will stand on Lin Gongzi's side. This made Nalan Liang heave a sigh of relief. He knew that Lin Xian was not only a disciple of the Tao sect. His opponent was the Mad God. That was someone who was ranked 1000 on the honor roll. It had only been a few years, and he had already reached that rank. His talent wasn't any weaker than the disciples back then. Would anyone who provoked such a person have a good ending? So what if the Nalan family is powerful? Nalan Liang was very clear about this. One had to know that he was also a young genius, so how could he not understand such a small matter? At the same time, he was also puzzled. Had the 5th elder's people really gone crazy? In fact, he couldn't be blamed for being puzzled because what Lin Xian had done was too shocking. Nalan Liang had stayed by Lin Xian's side for a long time. He knew a little about Lin Xian's background, so he believed in him so much. The others, including the 8th elder and the others, were also skeptical. If Lin Xian was the emperor's son, it wouldn't be surprising for him to do such a thing. However, Lin Xian wasn't, so they were suspicious. Nalan Liang shook his head, said goodbye to his father, and hurried back to the Tao sect. After returning, he found Lin Xian and said, Boss Lin, I didn't know this would happen. Please punish me. Lin Xian said, It has nothing to do with you. Also, it's best for your family to distance themselves from Nalan Yenran. I know this. I have already told my grandfather, and they are all on your side. Also, my grandfather will persuade the 5th elder. Maybe things will turn around. Let's hope so. However, I will only give her a month. This is the final deadline. Lin Xian didn't have much hope, so he started to contact the Crimson Dragon and prepare to set up the array formation. This time, they weren't dealing with 1 or 2 experts, but an entire family. Although it wasn't the entire Nalan family, the power of that family couldn't be underestimated. They might even become enemies with the entire Nalan family. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be well prepared. The current divine union wasn't just made up of the few of them at the start. It had already accommodated a few hundred people. These people weren't weak. They were good at fighting and had great strength. They also had the support of their families and sections. Once Lin Xian used all his strength, this power would be unimaginably strong. The Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others had already started to gather power and provide powerful resources. They had even set up many array formations. Lin Xian waited patiently. Nalan Liang kept running back to the family to ask for news. More than 20 days had passed, but there was still no news from the fifth elder. Nalan Yanran didn't seem to appear either. The eighth elder, Nalan Liang, and the others sighed. They knew that there was no turning back. Finally, a month's time was up. Lin Xian stood up. Since the other party wasn't willing to give it to him, he would take back what belonged to him personally. On the other side, at the Nalan family, the fifth elder and the others sneered. A month's time was up. What could he do? Nalan Yanran's father said. If he dares to make a move on us, we will cripple him. Yanran has been cultivating in seclusion. Let her go out. The sky sect Xianxia has been looking for her for a gathering. He has already come several times. I have already rejected him. This time, I can't reject him again. The fifth elder said. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. This Xianxia was pretty good. He was from the Xianxia family and was from the ancient tribe. His status was good enough for Yanran. More importantly, he was stronger than Yanran and the Xianxia family. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of an elder. His status in the heavenly sect was extraordinary. If Yanran could become his cultivation partner, she might have a chance to become an elder's disciple. When that happened, Yanran would definitely soar to the sky. Father, you might be the next clan leader of the Nalan family. The fifth elder smiled proudly. However, he still said, don't talk about things that haven't happened yet. Father, don't worry. I know. But I have to hurry and inform Yanran. We must get on Xingtian's good side. Moon Spirit Valley. The Holy Abyss ancient city was a very famous place. The scenery here was very beautiful, and especially at night, there were even more heaven and earth anomalies. Every night, one could see immortals flying under the moon. Therefore, this place was extraordinary. Countless experts and geniuses gathered for banquets. At this moment, there was a banquet in the Moon Spirit Valley. Those who came were all top geniuses. Their status and strength were terrifying. The host of the banquet was Xianxia family, a top genius of the ancient tribe. At the same time, he was also an expert on the Xian ranking of the heavenly sect. More importantly, he was the personal disciple of an elder of the heavenly sect. With such identities added together, their appeal was terrifying. In an instant, many geniuses in the Holy Abyss ancient city rushed over. Nalan Yanran stood in front of the snow maple tree in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking about. Today, she was specially dressed. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, making countless people look up to her. Many of the young geniuses had fiery eyes, but after asking around, they gave up. Not many people dared to have any ideas. This was because they knew that this event was specially organized by Sacred Sky for Nalan Yanran. Little sister Yanran, what are you thinking about? A few geniuses of the Sky sect walked over and asked with a smile. The snow maple tree shook, and countless wind leaves fell, turning into the law of snow that swept through the world. This scene was exceptionally beautiful. Nalan Yanran turned around and smiled. Senior sister, don't think too much. You don't have to worry about the family matters. You, young Master Xianxia, he spent a lot of effort for you, but you didn't even thank him. Don't make senior brother Xianxia wait too long. Senior sister, don't make fun of me. Nalan Yanran blushed, but she quickly picked up a cup of spirit wine and walked forward. Senior brother Xianxia. A tall man turned around. He was wearing battle armor that bloomed with multicolored light, looking extraordinarily mighty. It was the outstanding genius, Sacred Sky. He smiled. Junior sister Yanran, how are you? Are you in a better mood? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'm much better. Oh right, senior brother, have you heard anything about that person? The person she was talking about was naturally Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian had saved her life, and she had agreed to give him 3 world cores. Later, when Lin Xian had come to her family, her grandfather had asked her to go into seclusion. Nalan Yanran also knew about the situation after that. Her grandfather had directly rejected Lin Xian, saying that he wouldn't give him 3 more world cores. However, Lin Xian had said that he would come and get it himself a month later. This made Nalan Yanran uneasy. After all, she had seen Lin Xian kill Mo Guang with her own eyes. That kind of strength had frightened her. The scene of that day was deeply imprinted in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. Thinking of him, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but feel terrified. This was also the reason why she couldn't feel at ease. Xianxia smiled. So it was because of this. Yanran, don't worry. That brat is nothing to be afraid of. Let me tell you. As he spoke, he pulled Nalan Yanran to sit under a tree on the snowy peak. Xianxia Kong said. Lin Xian was a disciple of the Tao sect. He had joined the sect a few years ago. He had established the divine union in the Tao sect and even fought against the Dragon Palace. But from what I see, it's just that. He is a top genius, but he is too reckless. He challenged Dragon Palace. Do you think he will have a good ending? The Dragon Palace was founded by the Imperial Prince. At present, the Dragon Prince would not care about such ants. However, if he really got angry one day, he could destroy them with a single finger. Furthermore, I've also found out more about him. He had come from Grand Clarity Ancient City, where he had also set off a storm. However, that was not his power. It was the power of the Heavenly Court. He only knew someone from the Heavenly Court. So what if he was from the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Court had already been destroyed 50,000 years ago. Even if it was not dead, its vitality would be greatly damaged. Moreover, that was the Grand Clarity Ancient City, and this was the Holy Abyss Ancient City. The difference between the two was like night and day. More importantly, I heard that he was from the Immortal Burial Ground. He was judged by the Purple Mansion sect to not be tolerated by the heavens and earth, and had no future. There was nothing to worry about such a person. Nalan Yanran knew some of the previous news, but she had never heard of the latter few. Someone from the Immortal Burial Ground, was he really the kind of person that heaven and earth could not tolerate? How could my information be wrong? My Saint Heaven's clan is in Grand Clarity Ancient City, and there are even people who have interacted with him. The news came from the family, so it couldn't be wrong. Xianxia smiled. Nalan Yanran heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Xian had given her too much fear. However, when she heard that he had no future, she was secretly delighted. In other words, even though the other party was powerful now, she would be able to catch up to him in the future. She might even be able to trample on him. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, she was still worried. Nalan Yanran said, "Senior brother, he killed a demonic expert. That demonic expert was stronger than the unaccompanied 6 Paths junior sister, don't worry. I've thought about this matter. You were uneasy when you were being chased, so you lost your ability to judge things. According to my speculation, the unaccompanied 6 Paths and the unaccompanied 6 Paths were injured. However, the unaccompanied 6 Paths suffered external injuries, while the demonic expert suffered internal injuries. At that time, the unaccompanied 6 Paths was forcefully holding on for the sake of deterrence. And at this time, Lin Xian might have discovered this problem, so he jumped out and used some of his strength to kill the demonic experts. He was just taking advantage of the situation. It could be said that he was taking advantage of the situation. If the unaccompanied 6 Paths hadn't attacked first, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the demonic expert. If he met the demonic expert in a head-on battle, he would definitely die. Junior sister, you can even suppress him. Have some confidence. However, I'm still afraid. Nalan Yanran was nervous. Xianxia grabbed Nalan Yanran's hand and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. If he really dares to come, I'll help you." There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. His strength was terrifying. In addition, he was the personal disciple of an elder, and his master was an elder of the heavenly sect. He could do whatever he wanted in the heavenly sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. "Are you talking about Lin Xian?" Qing Feng walked over and asked. So it was Fairy Feng. Xianxia also stood up and smiled. "Fairy Feng, do you know Lin Xian?" Qing Feng shook her head. She didn't know him, but she had seen him a few times. That's good. Since Lin Xian dared to threaten junior sister Yanran, I won't let him off. Qing Feng was stunned. Won't let Lin Xian off. She knew that Xing Tian was strong, but how strong could he be? He was only on par with them. She had seen Lin Xian's strength before. He had completely suppressed her and Bai Li Fei. How could Xing Tian fight against such a person? She was also acquainted with Xing Tian. Just as she was about to persuade him, a cry came from the front. Countless rays of light danced in the air. Xing Tian smiled. Junior sister Yanran, come quickly. This is the gift I prepared for you. There was an orchid blooming in front of him. It shone with a cold light. It was beautiful. Xing Tian pulled Nailin Yanran to the front and said, "This is called the Dark Night Orchid. It blooms once every 800 years. I found it especially for you. Today, we'll witness its blooming." It was so beautiful. Nailin Yanran finally smiled. It seemed that the threat of Lin Xian had disappeared. With Xing Tian and her family's support, how could he threaten her? Qing Feng shook her head and sighed as she looked at the scene. How could Nailin Yanran still be smiling? Did she really think that the sacred sky could protect her? At this moment, another tall figure walked to Qing Feng's side. It was Bai Li Fei. Bai Li Fei said. Lin Xian would not let this go. Qing Feng nodded. That was true. Lin Xian even dared to challenge the Dragon Palace, not to mention the Nailin family. A storm was about to break out. Aren't you going to persuade her? Bai Li Fei said. Qing Feng shook her head. Do you think it would be useful for me to persuade her? They had heard a little about Nailin Yanran. Since Nailin Yanran had seen Lin Xian's strength with her own eyes, how could they persuade her now? Some of the geniuses laughed beside Xing Tian and Nailin Yanran. Fairy Yanran, no matter what difficulties you have, you can tell Xing Tian. Xing Tian would definitely be able to defeat everything. That was for sure. Xing Tian's master was an elder of the heavenly sect. Moreover, we will support Fairy Yanran. Nailin Yanran was relieved when she heard this. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, would he be able to fight against the people around her? The smile on her face became even more beautiful. She was admiring the dark orchids in front of her. Dao sect, God abode. The toad jumped over and said, "Kid, I have news about Nailin Yanran." "Where is she?" Lin Xian opened his eyes. A month had passed. There was no need for him to hold back. The toad said, "Moon Spirit Valley. This is the mark on the map." He sent out a ray of light and it turned into a map of the ancient city. Lin Xian looked at it and nodded. He then soared into the sky. His speed was extremely fast. He even summoned the void beast to open a space tunnel, allowing him to teleport. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Was the Moon Spirit Valley in front of him? Lin Xian stood in the sky and was shocked when he saw the immortal flying under the moon. It was truly a mystical place. It had been a month and they were still in the mood to play here without giving him 3 world cores. It seemed that the other party had made up his mind not to give it to him. Lin Xian descended and walked towards the Moon Spirit Valley in big strides. "Stop, who are you? Do you have an invitation?" There were a few hundred figures outside the Moon Spirit Valley. These were the battle servants brought by the geniuses inside. They're outside, responsible for the safety of the whole valley. When they saw Lin Xian walking toward them, the 2 battle servants immediately went up to him and said coldly, "I don't have an invitation, but I do have this." Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an extremely terrifying radiance. In an instant, the 2 battle servants' bodies shook, and confusion appeared in their eyes. With a plop, he fell to his knees. "Not good, the enemy is attacking." Several hundred battle servants shouted angrily, wanting to attack. However, Lin Xian activated his eye technique with all his might. Samsara spring and autumn, between heaven and earth, a pair of golden eyes looked down. The battle servants felt a huge impact on their souls. "Not good. Close your eyes. Don't look." It was an illusion. They wanted to roar, but no sound came out. Even if they closed their eyes, it was useless. Lin Xian directly attacked their souls. The few hundred battle servants were all enveloped, and their souls entered an illusion world. there, they would be reincarnated 100 times. The battle servants stood there, turning into statues, their eyes filled with pain. Lin Xian casually walked past these people, and no one was able to stop him. Just like that, he entered the valley. There were quite a few people inside, and each of them had a powerful aura. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden radiance, and he instantly stared at Nalan Yanran. The next moment, he smiled. "Fairy Nalan, you're in a good mood. Didn't your grandfather say that you were out on a mission? What, you have time to admire the flowers here?" Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Immediately, many people were surprised and turned around. Nalan Yanran's pupils constricted, her body trembled, and the smile on her face froze. Did he find her? Sacred Sky frowned when he saw this scene. He turned around, and a cold radiance burst out from his eyes. Dozens of large cracks appeared in the sky. He looked at Lin Xian. In an instant, everyone in the valley looked over. It's this kid. Who is he? Is he here to pursue Nalan Yanran? Does he want to compete with Sacred Sky? Ridiculous. Lin Xian ignored these discussions and walked towards Nalan Yanran. Stop. Who are you? You don't look familiar, we didn't invite you. A man in purple armor shouted coldly. You have guts, you dare to barge into the Moon Spirit Valley? Men. He shouted loudly. But after waiting for a long time, no one rushed in. This surprised him. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? Where are the battle servants outside? They all summoned them, but found that not a single battle servant came in. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this kid did it? They all stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said. Don't be nervous, I'm not here for you, I'm here for her, Nalan Yanran, Fairy Nalan. Do you still remember our agreement? What agreement? Brat, don't speak without thinking. Xianxia also stepped forward and said coldly. Lin Xian ignored him. Nalan Yanran, you promised to give me 3 world cores when I saved you. Are you going back on your word now? 3 world cores. Countless people were shocked. This was a shocking amount of wealth. Everyone was stunned. To be honest, they knew that something had happened to Nalan Yanran and that it was settled, but they didn't know the details. So they had never heard of the agreement of 3 world cores. Now that Lin Xian said it, they were all shocked. No way, Fairy Nalan really agreed to give him 3 world cores, what a joke. Who was this kid? Was he trying to extort her? How could Nalan Yanran agree to such an unreasonable request? Nalan Yanran's face became incomparably pale. Ever since she found out that her grandfather had rejected Lin Xian, she had been worried that Lin Xian would come looking for her. She didn't expect that it would finally happen today. Would she really be able to stop him? At this moment, Sacred Sky held her hand and smiled. Don't worry, I'm here. He walked out with a gloomy expression. Kid, I don't know who you are, but with your status, how could you know Yanran? It's even more impossible for her to agree to give you 3 world cores. I suspect that you're just here to cause trouble. Do you think Yanran is someone you can provoke? Men, get him out. I don't want an ant here to ruin Yanran's good mood. A cold voice sounded with killing intent. The purple-robed man walked out and said coldly, Kid, did you hear that? Get lost. Today, young Master Xianxia invited all the top geniuses. You're just an ant and you don't have the right to be here. Lin Xian stared at the purple-robed man and laughed. Others might not know, but someone like you is worthy of being called a top genius. Since when were the top geniuses so cheap? Kid, are you challenging me? Do you want to die? Feng Mo's body emitted a cold killing intent, and the surrounding space cracked. Lin Xian looked at the other party and laughed. Are you from the Sky Sect? If Kuan Pengzi was here, he would have the right to say that. But you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a terrifying light as he used his eye technique. Feng Mo's pupils shrank as he felt his soul being torn apart. His entire face was contorted with rage. Damn it. He was too careless. He didn't expect Lin Xian's soul to be so strong. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. A powerful soul will press down on his soul, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. The ground was blasted into pieces, and countless cracks appeared. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked ahead. Oh, aren't you a top-notch genius? Why are you kowtowing to me? Aren't you being too polite? Ah. Vhumad was so angry that he vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn kid, how dare you sneak attack me with your soul, go to hell." He waved his hand, and a bolt of purple lightning flew out from his sleeves. It turned into a purple qilin and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and didn't move. When the purple lightning arrived, he stretched out 2 fingers and pinched it. With a crack, the terrifying lightning shattered. Lin Xian pointed forward. Light of the demon god. The black light seemed to come from the demon world and directly pierced through Vhumad's head. Vhumad's body was torn apart, and his soul was nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Vhumad was severely injured. The surrounding people's faces changed, especially those beside Xianxia. They all shouted in anger. "Brat, are you courting death?" Another figure walked out. This person's body was surrounded by terrifying flames. "How dare you attack my sky sect? You must be tired of living." His palm turned into a flaming heavenly steel and pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and another ray of demonic light flew out of the flames. The heavenly steel shattered, and that person spat out large mouthfuls of blood as if he was struck by lightning. The reincarnation steel, Lin Xian used as eye technique, and a heavenly soul steel appeared to suppress him. With a plop, the man fell to his knees again, his body trembling. The others were shocked. Their bodies stopped in midair. The other party was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't let the 2 of them go either. Wherever his gaze passed, their souls burned. One by one, they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The surrounding people were stunned. This kid was too strong. With just a few simple moves, he had seriously injured the experts of the Sky Sect. Nailin Yanran's pupils shrank. How strong? She felt that Lin Xian was even more terrifying than before. She was regretting it now. Perhaps she should have given him 3 hearts of the world. However, this was her grandfather's decision. Moreover, she had indeed gone back on her word. She didn't know what to do now. Lin Xian stepped on the people who were kneeling on the ground and stomped their heads into the ground. Then, he came to Nailin Yanran and smiled. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give me 3 hearts of the world, me?" Nailin Yanran was conflicted. She didn't want to give it to him, but she was afraid. Beside her, Xianxia stood in front of Nailin Yanran and said, "Brat, you're too arrogant. Today is my banquet, yet you injured my men the moment you arrived. Are you looking down on the Sky Sect's reputation? Now, kneel on the ground and kowtow. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Also, you'd better disappear from Nailin Yanran's sight. She's not someone you can challenge." Xianxia looked down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and asked, "Who do you think you are? Tell me your name." "I won't kill a nameless person. I'm Xianxia." Lin Xian frowned as he stared at the Holy Heavens clan. "How dare you?" Someone beside him shouted. Xianxia was an expert on the Xian ranking. He was a top genius and the personal disciple of the Sky Sect's elder. "How could an ant like you compare to his status?" someone snorted from afar. Lin Xian didn't even turn his head as he threw out the 6-path strike. This punch seemed to be able to cause the world to reincarnate. The person who spoke turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his soul was left behind. His body and soul were destroyed. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They were all terrified. This guy was too arrogant. He killed a genius with a single punch. Lin Xian retracted his fist and shouted coldly. "Some people just don't understand what I'm saying. If you're not convinced, you can continue to be arrogant in front of me. I'll send you to hell." At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely domineering. "How dare you kill him?" Xianxia was completely enraged. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Lin Xian said coldly. "So you're from the Xianxia clan. But you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Even the clan leader of the Xianxia clan has to give me some face in front of me, let alone you. Get lost. If you dare to stop me again, I'll send you to hell." Countless people were shocked. Xianxia went crazy. Lin Xian didn't even put the clan leader of the Xingtian clan in his eyes? Preposterous, Nailin Yanran, step back. I'll suppress him. Xingtian was really angry. Be careful. He's very strong. Nailin Yanran was extremely nervous. The others also stepped back. Xingtian's face was cold. Nailin Yanran, don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat me. After saying that, he waved his hand and slapped out. A heavenly diagram appeared on his palm. It was the heavenly diagram. It seemed like he was going to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out with his left fist. 6-path fists, his fist was unstoppable. Not only did it have the physique of the 9-yang divine body, but it also had the terrifying power of the 6-path fists. Countless people were shocked. They didn't know what the outcome would be. Some people said that Xingtian's killing intent was the ultimate technique of his clan. The heavenly diagram could seal the heavens and earth. Lin Xian couldn't resist it. In the next instant, the two collided. Xingtian had thought that Lin Xian wouldn't die if he attacked. But when his fist collided with Lin Xian's, he regretted it. Lin Xian's fist was too terrifying. It was like a fist god. His entire palm trembled, and it felt like his body was going to split apart. Damn it, I don't believe it. Suppress him, Xingtian roared as his right palm bloomed. Endless great Tao descended. But Lin Xian's fist was like a blazing sun. It instantly shattered his palm. The sage sky map shattered and sage blood dripped down. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was completely different from what they had expected. Xingtian's face was even more ferocious. He quickly retreated and his palm returned to normal. Good lad, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a strong physique. However, you have underestimated me. Let me show you what a true expert is, Xingtian roared. Boundless light shone from his back and formed a sky map. Daos danced on it. The entire area became oppressive. Everyone felt that their souls and blood were about to be sealed. It was terrifying. They tried their best to retreat. In the distance, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei's eyes flickered. Lin Xian is here again. Bai Lifei clenched his fists. That punch was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength has increased too much. I have no confidence in winning. Previously, Bai Lifei had lost to Lin Xian twice. Naturally, he had to cultivate crazily. Now that his strength had increased, he wanted to challenge Lin Xian again. However, when he saw Lin Xian's punch, his confidence was shattered. Qing Feng smiled wryly. Why did she feel that this guy was so strange? How did he increase his strength? Even as a member of the Phoenix race, she didn't have the right to face Lin Xian. She sighed. Xingtian was going to be in trouble. When the surrounding people heard Qing Feng's words, they were stunned. Xingtian was going to be in trouble? How is that possible? Given Xingtian's strength, even if he was injured previously, it must have been due to carelessness. Now that he had used his full strength, how could he lose to Lin Xian? Xingtian turned into a bolt of lightning and carried the sky map on his back. He took a step forward and the earth shook. Seal, his palms formed a seal and the sky map behind him surged out. It carried an ancient and mysterious aura. Countless seals appeared around Lin Xian. He felt that the space around him was solidifying and was about to be completely suppressed. His body shook and he used the heavenly walk step. He disappeared in a flash of light. His original location was sealed and he had appeared in another location. The 6-path fists attacked. It's useless. You're no match for me. Sacred Sky was emotionless, and the sky diagram behind him shone even brighter. He actually dared to attack head-on? When he saw Lin Xian charging straight at him, he didn't even try to dodge. His heavenly map descended and transformed into 16 heavenly steels. He wanted to suppress them in one fell swoop. 6-path reincarnation. Lin Xian brandished his fists continuously, displaying an indomitable will. Boom, the 16 heavenly steels shook violently. Cracks appeared on them, and they suddenly split apart. How could this be? Countless people were terrified. Xing Kong spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, his expression extremely ugly. He had already done his best, yet he was still unable to do anything to the other party. Light of the demon god, Lin Xian spread out his 10 fingers, releasing a terrifying demonic light. Holy Sky used all of its power to block half of the attack. However, the other half pierced through his body. Half of his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of Nalin Yanran like a bolt of lightning. I've already given you many chances, but you still don't repent. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What do you want? Nalin Yanran was terrified. She didn't even have the courage to attack. Lin Xian said coldly. I saved your life back then, and I can take your life today. Your life is in my hands, not the heavens. With that, Lin Xian attacked with lightning speed. Damn it! Nalin Yanran roared and attacked crazily, striking out with a peerless attack. However, it was useless in front of Lin Xian. Boom, a piercing sword light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, directly splitting apart all the divine abilities. A black jar appeared in his hand. It floated up and down and directly swallowed Nalin Yanran. No way, Nalin Yanran was suppressed in an instant. Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian's methods were too terrifying. Damn it, let Nalin Yanran go. Xing roared. He had already recovered his physique, and he attacked again. This time, he took out a scroll, and an extremely terrifying great Tao bloomed on it. Could it be the sacred weapon of the Sacred Heavens clan, the Heavenly Map? Countless people were shocked. No, it was a replica of a sacred weapon, and its power was no weaker than a great sage weapon. It seemed that this time, he was going to use his trump card. With such a weapon, he wouldn't be defeated again. Xing expression was ferocious as he used the Heavenly Map to attack. The power of the Heavenly Map was several times stronger than before. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. He put away the heaven-devouring jar, and his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. I've already spared you several times on account of you being from the Sacred Heavens clan, but you still don't repent. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. Slash, with a slash, the power in his body disappeared instantly. This slash was enough to split the heavens and earth. The entire Moon Spirit Valley shook non-stop. Countless people were terrified. After the slash, the Heavenly Map was split into two. Xing body stopped in place, and his eyes were wide open. The light was disappearing. He couldn't believe it. You dare to kill me? He spat out a few words with difficulty, and then his body split apart. Was he dead? Countless people were stunned. That was Xing. He was a top genius of the Sacred Heavens clan, and the personal disciple of an elder of the Heavenly Sect. Even if other great sages could defeat Xing, they wouldn't dare to kill him. But now, the kid in front of them didn't hold back at all and directly destroyed Xing. Wasn't he afraid of the Sacred Heavens clan's revenge? Wasn't he afraid of being punished by an elder of the Heavenly Sect? However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He put away the dragon-shaped sword shadow and said coldly. He told the fifth elder of the Nalin clan that if he wanted Nalin Yanran's life, he would have to offer 30 world cores. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian leaped up and disappeared from the world. The surrounding people went crazy. Didn't he say 3 before? Why did it become 30 now? Qing Feng sighed. Since he dared to provoke Lin Xian, he had to pay 10 times the price. Everyone's scalps went numb. Someone looked at Qing Feng and said, Fairy Feng, you seem to know this person very well. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Countless people were terrified. Those from the Heavenly Sect also gritted their teeth. They looked at Xing body, and their scalps went numb. They knew that a huge storm was coming. They had to find out who exactly that brat was. Qing Feng said, Don't you know? He is Lin Xian of the True Path sect. Previously, he had challenged the Dragon Palace, killed the Dragon Prince's clone, and established the Divine Union to compete with the Dragon Palace. He was Lin Xian. This guy had such a shocking battle record. Countless people sucked in cold air. Where did he come from? Why did it feel like he had appeared out of thin air? Qing Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly. He came from planet Xiuan, and he used to have a nickname, Invincible Lin. Lin Wudi. This name was too arrogant. Who in the world dared to call themselves invincible? However, when they thought of what Lin Wudi had done, they were terrified. He even dared to kill the disciple of a heavenly sect elder. How could he not be arrogant? The heavenly sect members gritted their teeth. Lin Wudi of the True Path sect. We will remember this. They quickly left with Xingtian's body. The others also left the Moon Spirit Valley and went their separate ways. The news spread quickly and many people were shocked. Someone dared to do such an arrogant thing. Was he tired of living? He killed the disciple of a heavenly sect elder. He suppressed the #1 genius of the Nalan family. What else did he want? In an instant, many people were investigating. When the Nalan family heard the news, they were stunned. Nalan Yanran was suppressed by Lin Xian? And he took her away, damn it. Nalan Yanran's father roared crazily. The fifth elder's face darkened. He had thought of many possibilities. He had thought that Lin Xian would come knocking on their door directly. However, he had never thought that Lin Xian would dare to attack Nalan Yanran. Wasn't he afraid of his anger? This kid might just be threatening us. He wouldn't dare to do it. An expert beside him said. The others nodded in agreement. However, when they heard that Lin Xian had killed Xingtian, their faces turned green. Their hair stood on end. The fifth elder roared crazily. No, we have to find Yanran's whereabouts. Xingtian's status was even more terrifying than Nalan Yanran's. If Lin Xian could kill such a person, Nalan Yanran would be even more so. If they really angered Lin Xian, he would not show mercy. Therefore, they had to find Lin Xian quickly. The eighth elder also gasped when he heard the news. Wasn't this a little too unwise? Suppressing Nalan Yanran was understandable. However, killing Xingtian would offend the heavenly sect. Nalan Liang sighed. He did not say anything. However, he knew that Lin Xian had a nickname, Mad God. How could he be afraid of killing Xingtian? If he dared to challenge the Dragon Prince, why would he be afraid of an elder of the Sky Sect? For a time, the entire Holy Abyss ancient city was talking about this matter. This was because Lin Xian was too shocking. The elders couldn't find Fairy Yanran. He couldn't find the kid's whereabouts. A series of reports could be heard coming from the fifth elder's residence. The fifth elder's face was gloomy and cold. He shattered the void with a punch. Damn it, Nalan Yanran's father asked. Were they really going to give that brat 3 world cores? What kind of joke was this? The experts at the side roared in anger. If they were threatened by a brat, they would obediently give it up. Would they still have the face to go out in the future? He would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. The fifth elder said through gritted teeth. Spread the news that we're willing to give him 3 world cores in exchange for Yanran. However, we will secretly mobilize our men and set up an inescapable net. I'll make a trip to the Sky Sect to see Elder Qianshui. Xingtian Kong is his personal disciple, and now that he's been killed, I refuse to believe that he won't be enraged. If we can get Elder Qianshui to take action, who cares if he's a genius? No matter how strong a genius is, he'll be suppressed. Let's go. The fifth elder waved his hand, and the experts under him moved. At the same time, he was also preparing to head to the Sky Sect. After the people from the Sky Sect returned, they spread the news. The entire Sky Sect was in an uproar. What a mistake, Lin Xian from the True Path Sect is too arrogant. How dare he kill a genius from the Sky Sect? Does he really think that the Sky Sect is a pushover? Let's go to the True Path Sect. We'll get them to give us an explanation. The people from the Sky Sect were infuriated. Especially those from the Tianshui Pavilion. The Tianshui Pavilion was established by a group of top geniuses with Elder Qianshui as their backer. Xingtian Kong was one of them. At this moment, these people were rushing to the True Path Sect. Lin Xian, come out and die, kneel down and kowtow, roars and shouts of anger could be heard. When the people from the True Path Sect found out, they were also in an uproar. How dare that Lin Xian be so arrogant? The people from the Dragon Palace sneered. On the Divine Union's side, the Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others frowned when they heard the news. However, they weren't afraid because they had already made preparations. Bai Susu also walked over and said, let's go and meet them. The people from the Divine Union walked out. When the people from the True Path sect saw this, countless people followed. They wanted to see how this matter would develop. Baisusu walked out and shouted coldly, "What? How dare the Sky sect act so arrogantly in the True Path sect? Do you think that there's no one in the True Path sect? Where's Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and die. He dared to kill Xianxia. He's dead meat. No one can save him." Baisusu sneered. She asked, "You said that Lin Xian killed Xianxia? Then let me ask you, did the two of them fight one-on-one? At that time, the people from the Sky sect didn't bully him with their numbers, right?" The people from the Sky sect snorted. "How could that be? Of course it was a one-on-one battle." Baisusu smiled. "A one-on-one battle? How could the Sky sect still have the face to come here, when two top-notch geniuses fought? If one side fell, it would be because their skills were inferior. Why? Weren't the Sky sect ashamed to come here? It wasn't as if the elders had killed him. This could only mean that Lin Xian was strong and Xianxia was an ant. Could it be that the Sky sect wanted to touch the geniuses of the True Path sect? Ask the elders of the Tao-seeking sect if they agreed. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. How could this be? Lin Xian had actually killed Xianxia one-on-one? They were all stunned. At first, they had thought that Lin Xian would join forces with the people from the Divine Union. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. If that was the case, things would be different. Some people from the True Path sect snorted. The Sky sect was just SOSO. Xianxia was on the Xian roll, but he couldn't even beat Lin Xian. The Sky sect must be on the decline. Damn it. The people from the Sky sect gritted their teeth. They knew that they wouldn't get anything today, so they gritted their teeth and said, "Just you wait. The Sky sect won't let this matter rest." Baisusu and the others also returned. She hurried to the core area to contact her father. She was afraid that the elders of the Sky sect would secretly make a move. On the other side, the Nailin family also announced that they were willing to exchange 3 realm cores for Nailin Yanran. In an instant, countless people exclaimed and looked for Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed to have disappeared after killing Xianxia and suppressing Nailin Yanran. Moon Spirit Valley. There was a small black vortex inside. There was an independent space within the vortex, where 2 figures stood. One of them was Lin Xian. No one expected that he hadn't left at all. He was still in the Moon Spirit Valley. This space had been opened by the Void Beast, and Nailin Yanran was standing opposite him. Nailin Yanran's face was extremely pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "What do you want? I advise you not to do anything to me. Otherwise, the Nailin family won't let you off." Lin Xian smiled. "I just received news that your grandfather is willing to exchange 3 world cores with you." Hearing this, Nailin Yanran heaved a sigh of relief. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and exchange." She didn't want to stay by Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian sneered. "How could it be so simple? Do you think I'm so easy to bully? First you were grateful, then you betrayed me. If I was weaker, I probably wouldn't have gotten anything. Now it's not like 3 world cores can calm my anger. I'll make you pay back 10 times. Nailin Yanran's body trembled, and despair appeared in her eyes. Pay back 10 times? How could her grandfather take out 30 world cores? What else did she want to say? However, Lin Xian directly used the heaven-devouring jar to seal her up, and then left Moon Spirit Valley. Soon, Lin Xian appeared in front of the Sacred Abyss Tower. The news spread in an instant, and countless people gathered. The people of Nailin Yanran's faction also hurried over. Nailin Yanran's father shouted angrily. "Kid, where's Yanran? If you dare to hurt her, I'll destroy your soul." Lin Xian sneered. "Where's the thing?" Nailin Yanran's father, Nailin K, said coldly. "The 3 world cores are with me. Let Yanran out first, or you can forget about getting it." Lin Xian laughed. 3 world cores? Not enough. How did you treat me before? I'll make you pay back 10 times. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. Nailin K's pupils shrank. Pay back 10 times? Is this kid crazy? Are you trying to extort me? His eyes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people were also filled with killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Can't take it out? Since you can't take it out, why did you have to be so black-hearted? If you were a little kinder to me, today's situation wouldn't have happened. Of course, I can give you another chance. If you can't take out 10 times the world cores, then give me 3 world cores. At the same time, Nalan Yanran, you, and that 5th elder, all have to kowtow and apologize to me. Furthermore, it was done in front of everyone in the world. Was Lin Xian a pushover? What kind of joke was this? How many terrifying existences had he battled along the way? Today, if the Nalan family didn't pay a painful price, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Brat, do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Nalan Quechan stepped out and roared towards the sky. Whether it was the first condition or the second, he could not agree to either. Lin Xian said. Why? You want to fight? Sure, a battle of life and death, we signed a life and death contract. Nalan K gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. To be honest, he couldn't figure out where the other party's confidence came from. Could it be that he was even more powerful than the 6 Paths cultivator? You don't dare? Lin Xian sneered. You're also an ant. Go back and tell the 5th elder to kneel down and kowtow to me in apology. Damn it, Nalan K was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The members of the Nalan family were also roaring. However, no one dared to act rashly in this place. This brat was too cunning. They were incomparably depressed. They were already close to the Holy Abyss Tower. If they acted here, they would be challenging the Holy Abyss Tower and would be killed by the Divine Generals. However, they didn't leave. They couldn't let this brat escape again. There were other onlookers in the Holy Abyss ancient city. They were all discussing. This was the first time they saw such an arrogant and bold young man. At this moment, the sound of killing shook the sky in the distance. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had descended. Lin Xian, die, the people nearby exclaimed. The people of the Heavenly Sect were here. This was going to be a good show. The Heavenly Sect was an existence even more terrifying than the Nalan family. They were one of the 3 great orthodoxies. The top genius of the Heavenly Sect, Xianxia, had died in the hands of Lin Xian. They would definitely not let this go. Brat, let's see how you're going to die. The members of the Nalan family gritted their teeth and sneered. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't care. So what if you're from the Heavenly Sect? The people of the Heavenly Sect in front of him were filled with killing intent. They shouted coldly, Little Zhang, get over here and die. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Can't the Heavenly Sect afford to lose? I'll fight Xianxia one-on-one. It's a fair fight. My cultivation is 1 realm lower than his. I killed him with my own strength. What's wrong with that? Those of the younger generation of the Heavenly Sect who have the strength to kill me, come out. If I die in battle, I won't complain. Who dares to fight with me? Lin Xian took a step forward. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. A terrifying sword intent rushed out of his body. His finger was like a sword ray, pointing forward. You? 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 Dare? The people of the Sky Sect were stunned and stood there in a daze. Dare they? They knew the strength of Xianxia. He was an expert on the profound ranking, the personal disciple of an elder, had many trump cards, and even had the bloodline of the Heavenly Sect. Even so, he still died. Could they be a match for him? Although the person in front of them was arrogant, his strength was equally terrifying. You're really arrogant. You killed my junior brother. You can't escape death today. A cold voice sounded in the distance. But in an instant, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Countless people looked over and were shocked. It was actually him. The people of the Heavenly Sect also smiled. Senior brother Yi Chen, that's great. He's here. The people of the Tianshui Pavilion of the Heavenly Sect walked up. Senior brother Yi Chen, please suppress that kid. Yes, he's too arrogant. The person who came was called Yi Chen. He was also a genius of the Heavenly Sect and the personal disciple of Elder Tianshui. Moreover, he was the senior brother of Xianxia. He was even stronger than Xianxia. After he arrived, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Come out, kid. Unless you stay under the Holy Gulf Tower for the rest of your life, you can't escape death." Lin Xian sneered. "You're the senior brother of Xianxia. Are you going to stand up for him? Well then, do you dare to have a life and death battle? Why wouldn't I dare?" Yichen took a step forward. He also exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent. In a life and death battle, life and death were up to fate. It was best to kill him on the battlefield. The surrounding people exclaimed. It was unbelievable that the two sides were going to have a life and death battle. People like Yichen were rare geniuses. If one of them died, the loss would be unimaginable. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not have a life and death battle, but now they had agreed. "Okay, in 3 days, you and I will have a life and death battle." Lin Xian's sonorous voice spread in all directions. Yichen was not afraid. "As you wish, I will personally avenge junior brother Xianxia." The news quickly spread. Countless people were in an uproar. "Let's go and take a look." This kind of battle was extremely shocking. Firstly, they wanted to see who the legendary arrogant Lin Xian was. Secondly, they had come because of his reputation. Yichen was more famous than Xianxia. He had not fought for many years. Now, what level had his strength reached? The entire Holy Gulf ancient city could be said to be in turmoil because of Lin Xian's every move. The news quickly spread to the Dao sect. The people in the Dao sect were also shocked and went to watch the battle. Lin Xian was a famous person now. The Crimson Dragon and the others in the Divine Union also received Lin Xian's message. Bai Susu went to the core area to invite her father. The Levitation Saint came to witness the battle. The Levitation Saint was also emotional. He had just met Lin Xian and he had not expected this little guy to cause such a stir. To be honest, he was also shocked. Both the Nalan family and the Heaven sect were huge forces. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. This courage was very rare. He naturally would not refuse, so he immediately went to the Holy Gulf Tower. The Heaven sect also received the news and many people were shocked. When Leaf Dao Denier heard this, he was just as surprised as Yang Qi. Smiling, he shook his head and prepared to watch the fight. On a mountain peak, there was a chessboard under an ancient pine tree. 2 old men were playing chess. One of them had brown hair and was wearing white robes. It was Elder Tianxue. Opposite him was Nalan Yanran's grandfather, the 5th elder. The 5th elder asked, "Brother Tianxue, are you really not going to do anything?" Elder Tianxue shook his head. "Although I am very angry, he is just a young junior. If I attack him directly, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the world? However, don't worry, I won't let him off. I have already sent my other personal disciple, Yichen. He is the senior brother of the Sacred Sky sect and is even stronger. He will be able to resolve everything." Indeed, before long, the immortal crane flew over and transformed into a human. It knelt on one knee in the void and reported to its master that news of young Master Yichen had arrived. In 3 days, he and Lin Xian would engage in a battle to the death. Elder Tianxue sneered. He waved his sleeve and the immortal crane retreated. He looked at the 5th elder and said. There was no problem. Lin Xian would definitely die in a battle to the death. It was obvious that he had great confidence in Yichen. The 5th elder also heaved a sigh of relief. With young Master Yichen taking action, there would be no problem. Daoist Tianxue, why don't we watch it together and be witnesses? A cold murderous intent appeared in Elder Tianshui's eyes. Even though Xingtian had only joined him recently, he was still his disciple. Killing his disciple was equivalent to slapping his face. He also wanted to see how capable this Lin Xian was. How dare he be so arrogant? In 3 days, the news spread everywhere. Countless people rushed over. For example, the people from the Dao sect's Dragon Palace laughed coldly and came to watch. Lan Jiu and other members of the Blue Clan also looked ferocious. They also had a grudge against Lin Sun, so they wanted to see him die with their own eyes. There was no need to mention the people from the Sky Sect and Tianshui Pavilion. The people from the Nalan family had also come. Even Nalan Liang, the 8th elder, and the others were watching anxiously. Was there really no problem? On the other side, the members of the Dugu clan were also shocked when they received the news. Lin Xian was their benefactor. Dugu Xiaoyi, Old Man Dugu, and the others all rushed over. They wanted to see it with their own eyes. If Lin Xian was really in danger, their clan would definitely do something about it. On the other side, the Fire Dragon clan and Fire Dragon Lady also came. Qing Feng, Bai Lifei, and the others all rushed over. In an instant, the clouds gathered from all directions. Bai Susu, the Crimson Dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others also came. The Feather Saint came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian stood up and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior. Sorry for disturbing you this time." The Feather Saint said. "It's fine. It's nothing." "But are you really confident?" Lin Xian smiled. "If Xingtian's master was here, he might be able to threaten me. But he's just a senior brother. I don't care about him." The Feather Saint was also shocked. He had heard of Yi Chen's reputation. He was extremely terrifying among the young geniuses. Was Lin Xian too careless? However, he had also heard of other legends about Lin Xian. He was definitely not weak since he could kill Xingtian. In the ancient city, there was a primordial battlefield that specialized in life and death battles. The Feather Saint brought Lin Xian to the primordial battlefield. The others also followed. Countless people had already gathered around the primordial battlefield. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked calm and didn't care about this life and death battle at all. Beside him, the people from Tianshui Pavilion and Nalan clan sneered. They couldn't wait to witness this battle. Not only that, Elder Tianshui and Fifth Elder also came. They sat high up in the clouds. On the other side, Eighth Elder and the others frowned. Lin Gongzi wasn't here yet? Just at this moment, someone exclaimed. "They're here." Countless people looked over and saw two figures walking through the air. It was the Feather Saint and Lin Xian. After the Feather Saint arrived, he said loudly, "Today, I'm Lin Xian's witness. This is a life and death battle between Yi Chen and Lin Xian. No one else is allowed to interfere. If anyone secretly tries to kill Lin Xian, don't blame the Dao sect for being impolite." Countless people gasped. Although some people already knew that Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard and had no future, but now, he was still a dazzling genius. The Dao sect would definitely protect such a person. "Alright, little guy, go." The Feather Saint stood above the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's figure flashed and landed on the primordial battlefield below. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Come on. You can't wait to throw away your life, can you?" Yi Chen opened his eyes. There was a terrifying blue light in his eyes. "Then, I'll fulfill your wish." Blue laws surrounded Yi Chen, forming a terrifying sea that tore through the void. The people in the distance exclaimed. "Heavenly Spirit, holy water, heavens, did he really cultivate such a peerless mystical ability to such an extent?" Even those of the older generation sighed. This Yi Chen was truly incredible. "Prepare to die," Yi Chen waved his hand. The Heavenly Spirit holy water turned into a huge blue sword and slashed down. "I'll kill you in one move." The Heavenly Spirit holy sword slashed down mercilessly. "Haha, that kid is dead for sure." The people from Tianshui Pavilion sneered. The people from the Nalan family were also excited. The people from the Blue family and the Dragon Palace also widened their eyes. "You want to fight me with a mercy?" Lin Xian didn't make a move. He roared at the sky. Golden flames suddenly rose from his body and swept in all directions. In an instant, the sky and earth turned into a golden sea. It was as if thousands of suns had appeared together. The light turned into golden crows and swept in all directions. The moment the holy water fell into the sea of fire, it instantly evaporated, turning into white mist that drifted in all directions. "This is your strength? How pitiful. If you only have this level of strength, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defense." Lin Xian was like a sun god, looking down on all directions. Countless people were shocked when they saw this. The Heavenly Spirit holy sword had been broken, and Lin Xian had done it without even making a move. He had done it with his aura alone. Heavens, what kind of physique is that? It's too terrifying. Yi Chen's face was full of shock. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Before he could come back to his senses, endless flames gathered on Lin Xian's body, forming a flaming sword that slashed down from the sky. You have a taste of my swordsmanship, 9 suns open the sky. The sword slashed down, splitting heaven and earth. How could it be so powerful? Yi Chen's face became extremely pale, and the seawater around him kept evaporating. Damn it! I can't block it. He suddenly retreated to the side and seemed to have dodged the sword. However, he was already in an extremely sorry state, and his hair was charred black. On the other side, Lin Xian held the divine sword in his hand, looking like a peerless sword god with unparalleled divine might. With this comparison, the difference in strength was obvious. The surrounding people were stunned. They had originally thought that it would be a fierce battle, and at least Lin Xian would be greatly suppressed. But now, it seemed that the situation was completely different. Damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? Could it be that he was more powerful than the 6 paths itinerant cultivator? The 5th elder was dumbfounded. Elder Qianshui's face also darkened. Chen, don't be careless. Yes, master. Yi Chen turned his head and nodded solemnly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. I admit that I underestimated you. Next, I will use all of my strength. Prepare to go to hell. Heavenly Water Sword, he formed a blue divine sword again and held it in his hand. At the same time, a heavenly water armor appeared on his body. He looked like the god of the sea had been resurrected. Boundless heavenly water, the entire battlefield was enveloped by the blue laws and turned into monstrous water. Other than where Lin Xian was, there were rumbling sounds everywhere. Lin Xian was like a blazing sun, blocking all the attacks. The flaming divine sword in his hand attacked again. The entire sea was rolling, and a vacuum appeared. Nothing could stop Lin Xian. Yi Chen retreated again, bleeding. Her face was pale. Impossible, what kind of flame was this? Who are you? He roared crazily. Even Elder Qianshui in the sky stood up. His physique, could it be? He was too shocked. This was because this scene was very similar to a legendary starry sky divine body. The others were also in an uproar. Even the Feather Saint was stunned. His eyes were emitting cold radiance. Could it be the 9 yang divine physique? His voice shocked countless people, causing their scalps to go numb. 9 yang divine body. Had the legendary starry sky divine body reappeared in the human world? This Lin Xian actually has the 9 yang divine body. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he was not afraid of the Skywater Saint sword. How could he have such a physique? Elder Tianshui's face turned pale. The heavenly water laws that he cultivated were most afraid of flames of extreme yang. However, those kinds of flames were extremely rare and difficult to encounter. Therefore, in his opinion, Yi Chen was not afraid of anything. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have one of those extreme yang flames. The 9 yang divine fire could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. This time, Yi Chen met his nemesis. Stop, Yi Chen has lost this battle. Elder Tianshui said loudly. Countless people were in an uproar. It had not even started, but it was already over. The faces of the Nalan family members turned ashen. Below, Yi Chen's pupils constricted. He said, Master, I haven't lost yet. Please let me fight. As a top genius, how could he be willing to admit defeat in front of everyone? Master, have you forgotten that I still have another ultimate skill? Disciple, are you going to use that ultimate technique? No, it's too dangerous. Didn't you promise me that you won't cultivate in the future? Elder Tianshui seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted. Destiny is like this. Even if I don't cultivate, it will still exist in my body. Yi Chen turned around. The heavenly water laws on his body disappeared and were replaced by an even more terrifying aura. It was abnormally terrifying. In the distance, the toad saw this scene and frowned. What a powerful poison. Could it be that he was a poison cultivator? The expressions of the surrounding people also changed, and they all retreated. Yi Chen was handsome like an immortal before, but now he was sinister and terrifying, like a demon king from hell. His handsome face began to rot, and his eyes became incomparably ashen. His fingers also grew sharp nails, and with a light wave of his hand, heaven and earth would shatter. Elder Tianshui sighed and closed his eyes. The fifth elder and the others were shocked. What was going on? Elder Xianxia said that Yichen had won this battle. From now on, there would be no Lin Xian in the world. Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body. He had previously displayed a powerful aura and defeated Yichen in a few moves. Now, Elder Xianxia actually said such words. What was he relying on? Was it the strange scene in front of him, above the 9 heavens? The levitation saint also frowned when he saw this scene. He said in surprise, could it be that you have the Poison King's body? That's right. Yichen smiled sinisterly. The Poison King's body was a fusion of 5 poisons. No one could withstand it. Kid, this is my biggest secret. In the past, I might not have revealed it in my entire life. But in order to kill you, I have revealed my greatest trump card. From now on, I am the Poison King, and you will fall into hell forever. The Poison King's body was very terrifying. It was not born, but condensed and formed. There were many strange beasts in this world. Some were powerful, some had strange magical powers, and at the same time, some had extremely powerful poisons. The toad whispered to the Crimson Dragon and the others. The Poison King's body was a fusion of 5 extremely powerful poisons. Its power was extremely terrifying. Perhaps even a supreme saint would have a grudge against it. This Poison King's body was hard to come by in thousands of years. Because no one could withstand the fusion of 5 poisons. Only 1 in 100 million could survive. They did not expect Yichen to have such a trump card. It seemed that things were not going to be easy. The Crimson Dragon, Red Leaf, and the others frowned. The Poison King's body? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This was interesting. This was interesting. You were too weak before. I hope you won't disappoint me now. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of the other party. He punched out. Buzz, Yichen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the left side. He stood there, the poison on his body dripping continuously. Deep pits appeared on the primordial battlefield. Countless people were horrified. It was too terrifying. What a fast speed. How did he dodge? In that instant, no one could keep up. It seemed that after becoming the Poison King's corpse, not only did he become stronger, but he also became stronger in all aspects. Lin Xian was probably in danger. Useless brat. Although you have the divine 9-yang body, you haven't reached the great accomplishment stage yet. As for my Poison King body, even a saint would retreat upon seeing it, let alone you. Now, you can go to hell. Hand of 10,000 poisons. As he spoke, Yichen waved his hand and turned into a heavenly spider, charging over. Lin Xian struck out with his golden hand, blocking the spider's arm. At the same time, he frowned as he realized that his flames were being corroded. Clang, a low sound rang out. The poison passed through the flames and reached his body, emitting a deafening sound. The divine 9-yang body tried its best to resist, but the runes on it dimmed. How terrifying. Suchen waved his arm and forced his opponent to retreat. However, his opponent continued to charge over. The spider's arm, the scorpion's tail, and the snake's venomous fangs. The centipede's body. The toad's skin. Every part of his opponent's body was highly toxic. Even a great saint would die if they were to occupy it. Therefore, his opponent didn't dodge at all. He charged straight at Suchen. Brat, what are you going to use to fight me? Yichen sneered. He suppressed Lin Xian. That's great. The people of Tianshui Pavilion cheered. The people of the Nailan family heaved a sigh of relief. This time, there shouldn't be any accidents, right? Lin Xian was beaten until his body swayed and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. A cold light appeared in his eyes. You have the strength. You can actually pressure me. You deserve my full strength. Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. Lin Xian hasn't used his full strength yet? What kind of joke is this? His divine 9-yang body is already being suppressed. Does he have an even stronger trump card? But how is that possible? The divine body is already amazing. What else could be more amazing? Yichen also laughed out loud. Brat, don't deceive yourself. Even with the strongest physique, you're not my match. What do you have to fight me? How can an ant know the vastness of the world? Lin Xian snorted. Next, I'll show you what it means by there's always someone better. A sharp killing intent burst out of his eyes, and he turned into lightning and charged over. The divine nine-yang body was even more terrifying. It was useless. 10,000 poisons descended. Yichen sneered. Her body moved, and the law of poison turned into a black fog that enveloped everything. It was enough to poison any great sage to death. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. Not good. Bai Susu and the others immediately tensed up. The battle was over. Elder Tianshui stood up and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The black fog was torn apart, and Lin Xian's fist turned into a ray of light. It was as if 6 worlds had appeared between heaven and earth. With a boom, Yichen was sent flying, her body shattered. Her already rotten body became even more terrifying. How could this be? Elder Tianshui turned around abruptly in disbelief. Could the other party withstand the 5 poisons body? Damn it, what kind of power is this? Yichen's face was ugly as his broken body slowly healed. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. It was obvious that this punch was much more powerful than the previous ones. Lin Xian strode over and snorted coldly. I've said it before. You're worthy of my full strength. He waved the 6-path fist again, and the entire world shook. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? Yichen was also angry. Since he had already used the Poison King's body, how could he stop? With a raise of his hand, he could kill all things with poison. However, Lin Xian's 6-path fist combined with the divine nine-yang body was really too powerful. It could sweep through the 9 heavens. 6 paths of reincarnation. One punch, super godly. At this moment, countless people's eyes lost their light. They only saw a fist that turned into 6 worlds descending from the sky. What kind of fist technique was this? There was a boom. With a scream, Yichen was sent flying. His body turned into a bloody mist, and only his head was still intact. However, he roared crazily. Impossible, I won't lose. Everyone went crazy. Even the Poison King's body couldn't withstand Lin Xian's punch. Did he still have any tricks up his sleeve? If not, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's body was filled with poison, and it kept dripping. However, the poison couldn't enter his body at all. Yichen's body condensed again, and his glabella suddenly split open. A blue bottle flew out, and 3 drops of blue water fell from it. Each drop could crush the heavens. There were many people watching the battle, and the bodies of the weaker ones turned into a bloody mist. There were also some people who directly retreated. The entire ancient battlefield began to tremble vigorously. What kind of trump card was this? Sky water bottle. It contained heavenly spirit divine water. Damn it. Why did Yichen have so many trump cards? Some people sighed. There was no other way. He was the personal disciple of an elder, so how could the trump cards in his hands be weak? Each of them could sweep through the world, but Lin Xian was even more terrifying. They didn't know how Yichen would resist the heavenly spirit divine water this time. The heavenly spirit divine water was like 3 mountains that surrounded Yichen's body. Boy, no matter how strong you are, you can't break through the divine water. Without your power, how can you compete with me? The reason why he was injured was because he fought in close combat with Yichen. Now, he had to pull away. Not good, Lin Xian's advantage was suppressed. Bai Susu's face was pale. Lin Xian sneered. Who told you that I was only good at close combat? He didn't step forward, but his eyes bloomed with a mysterious golden light. Yichen's body was like a ghost, drifting erratically, and the heavenly spirit divine water of the 3 lands was still surrounding him. As for him, he shot out poison that filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a poison domain. It enveloped Lin Xian. No matter how many tricks you have, I'll destroy them with a glance. Lin Xian's voice became ethereal as if it came from another world. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes suddenly turned into flames and flew forward. Like 2 golden dragons, they danced between heaven and earth. The black poisonous fog was instantly torn apart. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was this? What a terrifying technique, damn it, this was the power of reincarnation. It was the light of reincarnation. Lin Xian's gaze turned into the light of reincarnation and pierced through heaven and earth. The poison was torn apart in an instant. The heavenly spirit divine water also lost its defensive effect in an instant. Poof, the smile on Ichen's face froze. He retreated as if he had been struck by lightning. He let out a miserable roar that made one's scalp go numb. There was poison dripping from his body, but nothing could stop it. The light of reincarnation directly killed his soul. I can't accept this. He let out a final cry, but he fell directly on the battlefield. His eyes were wide open when he died. He really didn't expect to die under the gaze of his opponent after blocking his close combat power. Was he dead? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The people of Tianshui Pavilion and the Nailan family were dumbfounded. Elder Tianshui was also stunned. He had used the heavenly spirit divine water and the poison king's physique, but he was still killed. How was that possible? Who was his opponent? How did he have so many powerful trump cards? Who are you? Elder Tianshui roared. Yichen's death shocked countless people. The fifth elder went crazy in disbelief. Elder Tianshui's expression was ferocious and murderous. Who exactly are you? He shouted coldly. It was hard for him to imagine that a young man who had just joined the True Path sect could have such powerful strength. The others also looked over. Lin Xian laughed. I am Lin Xian of the True Path sect. In the future, you can call me Invincible Lin. What an arrogant title. How dare you call yourself invincible? Countless people were shocked. Yichen was already dead. Who would stand up for the Nailan family? Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions. The people of the Nailan family had gone crazy. Their faces were filled with fear. Being targeted by such a terrifying genius would be very dangerous in the future. Kill him. I must kill him. The fifth elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could not wait to attack. Lin Xian was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. If Lin Xian was still alive, they would be in mortal danger. Thinking of this, the fifth elder looked at Elder Tianshui and said, Brother. Elder Tianshui's expression was cold. His gaze could tear the 9 heavens apart. He sneered. Invincible Lin. What an arrogant name. I am an elder of the Sky sect. I did not want to attack you, but you killed 2 of my personal disciples. This is intolerable. Take this. End this. Regardless of life or death, I will not attack you again. Before he finished speaking, Elder Tianshui attacked with his palm. Between heaven and earth, the blue light condensed into a large palm, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed over. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people went crazy. They did not expect Elder Tianshui to attack. In the sky, the levitation saint's pupils shrank. How dare you? He slashed out with his sword, but it was too late. Lin Xian was enveloped by the blue palm. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was completely shattered and turned into nothingness. It's over. That kid is dead. That was for sure. Elder Tianshui was a powerful being in the middle of the Supreme Sage realm. He was 100 times stronger than Yichen. How could Lin Xian survive this attack? Is he dead? Haha, that's great. The Nailan family's father laughed proudly. The fifth elder and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the Nailan clan's peerless enemy had been eliminated, they could finally be at ease. Damn it. The eyes of the Crimson Dragon and the others instantly turned red. Fu Hongye and the others also exclaimed, young martial uncle. Lin Xian was strong, but at present, he could only compete with the Great Sage Initial. The Great Sage Intermediate was much stronger than the Great Sage Initial. One was in the sky while the other was in the earth. Lin Xian was struck by this palm, and it boded ill rather than well. The Feather Saint had a cold expression. He waved his hand and shattered the blue laws that filled the sky. However, Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Was he really dead? The Levitation Saint's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Elder Tianshui. How dare you make a move on him? Are you challenging the Tao sect? When he took a step forward, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Elder Tianshui's face turned pale as well. He spat out blood and retreated. He roared. Although you are a saint, I am an elder. If you kill me, the Tao sect will declare war on the Heaven sect. Can you bear the consequences? Damn it. The levitation saint had a cold expression. He couldn't make a move because the other party's status was different. However, he wouldn't let him off. Elder Tianshui stood up and said loudly, he killed 2 of my disciples. It's not wrong for me to strike him once. Moreover, I said that after this palm strike, regardless of life or death, I won't make a move again. Damn it. Bai Susu clenched her teeth. The Crimson Dragon roared in anger and wanted to fight to the death. However, they were all stopped by the levitation saint. If a battle broke out now, they wouldn't know. Humph, what Lin Wudi? He's too arrogant. Nailan Yenron's father sneered. How dare a young man call himself invincible? The 5th elder snorted coldly. What an arrogant fool. Even the Thearcha's son didn't dare to use the title of invincible. How could he? They all laughed proudly and were in a good mood. Old man, are you done laughing? At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the shattered void. The 5th elder, Nailan K, and the others stopped talking. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed their necks. They were terrified. Who was it? Who was playing tricks? They roared crazily. The others were shocked too. Elder Tianshui turned his head abruptly and stared at the shattered void. Originally, he had wanted to leave, but now he realized that the situation was not right. Was it Lin Xian? Bai Susu was shocked too. The levitation saint's eyes shone with a sharp light. The others widened their eyes too. Could it be that the kid wasn't dead? What kind of joke was this? That was Elder Tianshui's attack. How could a sage ruler block it? Even if he had the 9-yang divine constitution, it wouldn't work. From the shattered void, a figure walked out slowly. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body was stained with blood. It was obvious that the previous attack had severely injured him. However, he had many trump cards and used the Great Sage Pagoda to block it. Although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. However, this had infuriated him completely. It was really him. He wasn't dead. Countless people were shocked. Bai Susu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian wasn't dead. They were relieved. How could it be? How could he still be alive? The 5th elder looked as if he had seen a ghost. Elder Tianshui's eyes narrowed. How did you do it? Did the levitation saint help him secretly? However, that attack was too sudden. The levitation saint couldn't react in time. Old thing, you're despicable. Lin Xian stared at Elder Tianshui. It was a battle to the death. Your disciple deserved to be killed because he wasn't as skilled. However, you're despicable enough to sneak an attack on me. Where's your honor as an elder? Is everyone in the Sky Sect so despicable and shameless? Damn it. Elder Tianshui's killing intent gathered. The levitation saint appeared on the battlefield below. He came to Lin Xian's side and stared at him. Try attacking again. I can guarantee that your soul will be destroyed instantly. He was furious. This time, he would definitely protect Lin Xian. Damn it. With the levitation saint around, he couldn't attack anymore. It seemed like he had to find a chance to kill Lin Xian secretly. He was prepared to leave. I've said it before. After this attack, your life and death are up to you. I won't attack again. As he spoke, he turned to leave. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted. Elder Tianshui turned around and sneered. Why? Do you want to attack me? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. His eyes shone with a cold light. He said, I'll use your head to pay for this attack. The others were shocked. This guy wants to kill Elder Tianshui? That's impossible. Elder Tianshui was also cold. Then, he laughed. You? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. He didn't care about Lin Xian's killing intent. He had to guard against the levitation saint. However, he was an elder after all. His status was different from the young disciples. He represented the Sky Sect outside. If he died, the sky sect would go crazy. The levitation saint added. This matter isn't over yet. I'll get the sky sect to give us a satisfactory explanation. These words were directed at Elder Xianxia. Although you're an elder of the sky sect and have a superior status, the sky sect still has its rules. You took advantage of your seniority and attacked a disciple of the sky sect. The sky sect won't let you off. The levitation saint's voice was firm. Elder Tianxui's pupils shrank. His face was cold as he waved his sleeves and left quickly. The levitation saint looked at Lin Xian and channeled some energy into him to help him recover. At the same time, he took out a bottle of elixir. This was a sacred healing elixir. Lin Xian took it and thanked the senior. The levitation saint said, "Don't worry. I won't let him off easily. After I send you back, I'll head to the sky sect immediately." Lin Xian nodded and didn't say anything. The sky sect's rules allowed for punishment, but Lin Xian knew that wasn't enough. He said that he would repay the palm with the other party's head in the future. He wasn't just saying that for fun. Today, Lin Wudi's title had spread. However, he had another title, the Mad God. He had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Lin Xian didn't know how to use them. However, after becoming the Mad God, Lin Xian wouldn't hold back. After dealing with the Nalan family, it would be Elder Tianshui's death. At this thought, Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the fifth elder. Now that the sky sect is gone, who will stand up for you? If you want Nalan Yenran's life, hand over 30 cores of the world. Or, kneel down in front of the world, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Lin Xian's voice caused the surrounding people to exclaim. They thought that this matter was about to end. Who would have thought that it was just the beginning? Countless gazes fell on the Nalan family, especially the fifth elder. The fifth elder's face turned ugly. Even Elder Tianshui couldn't do anything to the other party. Could he? If it was before, he could still kill the other party. However, the levitation saint was beside the other party now. If he dared to attack, the levitation saint would kill him. Father, what should we do? Nalan K gritted his teeth and asked. The fifth elder took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew that Nalan Yenran would never come back. He didn't have 30 world cores either, so it was even more impossible for him to kneel. Staying here would be a disgrace. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. But what about Yenran? Nalan asked. The fifth elder turned around, his eyes cold. I told you to leave. Are you going to defy my orders? Nalan K's pupils shrank. I don't dare. He gritted his teeth. He knew that doing this meant that he had given up. Nalan Yenran. Although the other party was the number one genius of the family, compared to making the fifth elder kneel, it seemed that he could only give up on Nalan Yenran. Go. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The people of the fifth elder's faction soared into the air and quickly left. Did he leave? Everyone was shocked. Today's scene was simply too shocking. Elder Tianshui and the rest were helpless. They did not expect the Nalan family to back down. Could it be that Lin Xian was that powerful? Lin Wudi, this name spread in their hearts for the first time. He was indeed that powerful. In the distance, Green Phoenix Bailey Fei was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Although they had already guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes was still different. On the other side, Fire Dragon Lady was also shocked. Fortunately, she had given him a world core previously. Otherwise, if he had resisted back then, she would have ended up in a worse state than Nalan Yenran. On the other side, the old man of the Dugu family heaved a sigh of relief. He said, Xiaoi, after this matter is over, go and give Lin Gongzi the sacred healing medicine. Yes, grandfather, I understand. Dugu Xiaoi nodded. Everyone thought that the matter was over, but Lin Xian did not think so. Would it be over just because he had given up on Nalan Yenran? Would he have suffered that palm strike for nothing? What kind of joke was this? He would let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, could not be challenged. He would let the people of Holy Abyss Ancient City know the consequences of being ungrateful. Little guy, let me send you back. The levitation saint waved his hand and brought Lin Xian back. By Susu, the dark divine dragon, and the others also returned. The others also left. At the same time, the news spread. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. The people of the remote antiquity families, the great sects, and the three great orthodoxies were all stunned. Lin Xian was actually so powerful that he had killed Yi Chen, he had withstood Elder Tianshui's palm strike and not died, he had even scared away the elders of the Nayland family, every single one of them was astounding. Moreover, he had even dared to call himself Lin Wudi. In an instant, this news spread all over the place. When the people of the Dragon Palace found out, they gritted their teeth. Damn it, why didn't he die there? Lan Ziyu and the others were envious. It seemed like they would have to come up with an even more terrifying lineup and strength to deal with Lin Xian in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others returned to the spiritual abode. The people of the Divine Union also heaved a sigh of relief. Boss Lin, that's great. Lin Gongzi, you are just like a god. The people of the Divine Union congratulated him. They had also seen the thrilling battle previously. By following such a person, they would definitely be able to rise up in the future. Alright, let's all cultivate. After joining the Divine Union, I will bring you to the top of the world. Lin Xian smiled at the crowd. Then, he said, I'm going into seclusion. Lin Xian went into seclusion in the hall. During this time, Du Geshaoi also came, and so did the fire dragon girl. They both brought healing holy medicines. However, they did not see Lin Xian. Lin Xian brought along countless heavenly treasures and quickly recovered. He arrived at the Sword World. He also took 2 stalks of the spiritual medicine that he had planted in the 4-Spirit Valley to recover. His body glowed with multicolored light as his injuries slowly healed. On the other side, the Nayland family was also in an uproar. They had all heard about what had happened to the 5th elder. Many of them had even seen it with their own eyes. They had not expected that their family would be suppressed by a young man and become a joke. The Nayland family head was furious as he reprimanded the 5th elder sternly. He also warned the 5th elder and the others not to go out again lest they embarrass the family. Damn it! Nayland K roared. The family actually doesn't care about us anymore. The 5th elder's face was also cold. Forget it, we have lost this time. We will go into seclusion and break through. When the time comes, we will return the torture we suffered today 100-fold. Also, keep an eye on that kid. If he goes out to carry out a mission, inform me immediately. I will definitely make sure he doesn't return. Clearly, the 5th elder also had the intention to kill. He was prepared to do it himself. On the other side, the Levitation Saint had arrived at the Sky Sect and questioned the Sky Sect's rules. This matter had already spread. Everyone had seen Elder Tianshui make a move on a young junior. This had already broken the rules set by the 3 great orthodoxies. The older generation was not allowed to make a move on the younger generation. Since they had broken the rules, they had to be punished. On the Sky Sect's side, a sage elder walked over and said, Brother Ascension Transformation, Tianshui has indeed broken the rules. The Sky Sect will punish him. He will be punished by the sin of burning the heavens for a month. He will be struck by lightning for a month. Furthermore, he will not be able to step out of the Sky Sect for 50 years. Are you satisfied with this? The Ascension Saint could only nod when he heard this. The sin of burning the heavens was to be burned by the fire of burning the heavens for a month. After that, he would be struck by lightning for a month. Even though Elder Tianshui was a mid-stage great sage, he would still be severely injured after these 2 punishments. The Ascension Saint said, I don't wish to see something like this happen again. Of course. The Sky Sect elder nodded. The next step was the execution. Elder Tianshui was brought along with the sealing chains and thrown into burning Sky Valley to be refined and burned by the flames that filled the sky. His hair was disheveled as he roared at the sky. His body was charred black. Many parts of his body were broken and fresh blood flowed. Lin Xian. I won't let you off. Elder Tianshui gritted his teeth like an injured beast. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He would assassinate Lin Xian after he left. The news of Elder Tianshui's punishment spread once again. In an instant, countless people were shocked. At the same time, the young disciples heaved a sigh of relief. If Elder Tianshui wasn't punished, those young elites would be in danger. The older generation could act as they wished. Now, it seemed impossible. The older generation wouldn't act openly. However, they might assassinate secretly. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't dare to come out for a period of time. The people from the True Path sect and the Divine Union gritted their teeth when they heard the news. This old thing should be struck to death. Bai Susu said. This was already the best outcome. It was impossible for the sect to kill an elder. However, the sin of burning the heavens and the thunder of destruction would definitely make him suffer. The Crimson Dragon sent the news to the main hall. Lin Xian opened his eyes when he heard it. It wasn't enough to quell his anger. This was the Sky Sect's punishment, not his. He had to deal with his enemy personally. After that, Lin Xian summoned the Crimson Dragon and Fu Hongya. The two of them asked, "Is your injury healed?" Lin Xian said. "All right, it's about time." Although his injuries were serious, they weren't fatal. In addition, Lin Xian had a lot of natural treasures in his hands. Furthermore, the spiritual medicine cultivated in the Four Spirit Valley had helped Lin Xian recover very quickly. "Kid, what do you plan to do next? Do you want us to go to the Nayland family together and suppress the Fifth Elder?" "Naturally, I won't let the Fifth Elder's faction off. However, I'll have to do it myself." Lin Wudi was cultivating in seclusion, but Mad God was about to set off. A terrifying demonic aura emerged from Lin Xian's body. "He did it himself," the Crimson Dragon asked. It was too dangerous. After all, the fifth patriarch was not someone to be trifled with. What's more, the Nayland family would definitely not sit idly by. "Don't worry, I have my own methods." "How are the formations and resources that I asked you to prepare?" Fu Hongya said. "Young martial uncle, we are all ready." He took out many formations. Lin Xian took a look at them and nodded with satisfaction. There were a lot of resources in here. Some of the forces that he was going to use next would consume a lot of resources. Therefore, these were not enough. He said, "Have you set them up near the Fifth Elder's residence?" The Crimson Dragon said, "We have already set them up. When they start to defend, we will have already retreated." "Good. Then I'll go." Lin Xian stood up and summoned the Void Beast. His figure flashed, and the two of them disappeared from the hall. He left the god's residence, but did not immediately go to the Fifth Elder's residence. Instead, he summoned someone. "Greetings, young master." The Six Paths cultivator knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. "Very good, get up." Lin Xian was wearing a black robe. The demonic aura around him was monstrous, as if he had turned into a demonic master. He said to the Six Paths cultivator, "Come with me to the Nayland family." The two of them turned into two bolts of lightning and disappeared into the night sky. The Nayland family's Fifth Elder's residence. Although it was still a bit oppressive, they were already relieved. Lin Xian was injured by a palm strike. Although he survived, he would not be able to recover in a short time. He would not be able to cause trouble for them again. However, they did not know that Lin Xian was already here. This time, he was not only looking for trouble, but also 100-fold. Above the ninth heaven, Lin Xian stood there like a demon. The Six Paths cultivator beside him was extremely respectful. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He shook it gently, and Nayland Yenran flew out. Her face was extremely pale. "How long are you going to suppress me?" Lin Xian said. "Today, I will let you see with your own eyes that your bloodline will disappear." "You?" Nayland Yenran was shocked. Then, she sneered. "I admit that you are powerful, but it is impossible for you to destroy our bloodline. The Nayland family's strength is not something you can fight against." Previously, she had been suppressed in the heaven-swallowing jar. Therefore, she did not know anything about Lin Xian's life and death battle. Lin Xian did not argue with her. He sneered and said, "You will see soon." He waved his hand and imprisoned Nayland Yenran in the ninth heaven. Then, he descended. As he descended, a terrifying murderous intent emerged from his body. He shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. It surged downward. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Below, in the fifth elder's residence. It was very majestic and occupied countless mountains. At this moment, it was attacked by the sound. Inside, the arrays flickered and tried to resist, but they were all shattered in an instant. The arrays were torn apart. The mountains and waterfalls inside were destroyed. The guards inside were also attacked by the sound. Some of them were directly turned into blood mist. All kinds of miserable cries could be heard. It made one's scalp tingle. Everyone in the residence went crazy. Was someone attacking them, who was so bold? Damn it, did they want to die? A figure rushed out like a god of war. It was Nayland Quebec. He roared angrily. Who dared to behave atrociously? Not only him, but his brothers had also come out. Even the fifth elder was alarmed by the news. Whoever attacked at this time definitely had a grudge against them. After thinking about it, it could only be Lin Xian. However, did Lin Xian have such strength? How dare he attack his residence directly? What kind of joke was this? After the fifth elder arrived, he looked at the sky and his pupils constricted. He saw a figure standing in the sky. The demonic chi on his body was monstrous, like a peerless demon god. That aura made his scalp tingle. Could it be the previous demonic expert? Who are you? Why are you attacking my residence? The fifth elder asked coldly. Mad God, a thunderous voice sounded in the sky. The people below were stunned. Who was Mad God? What an arrogant name. However, the fifth elder's pupils constricted. How could he not know of this name? Mad God was too famous. He was currently ranked 1000 on the Holy Gulf Honor Roll. Moreover, he had risen in a very short period of time. A few years ago, he had not even been on the Holy Gulf Honor Roll, but in a short period of time, he had rushed to the top 3000. Now, he was already 1000. Such a person was extremely powerful. He was a legendary figure. It was just that they had never provoked such a terrifying existence. The fifth elder gritted his teeth and asked. So it's Mad God. I've heard a lot about you. When did the Nayland family offend you? Why are you attacking my residence? You're here for Lin Xian. The cold voice sounded again. The fifth elder was stunned. Nayland K and the others felt their scalps go numb. The other party was here for Lin Xian. Could it be that Mad God and Lin Xian knew each other, and it seemed that he was here to avenge Lin Xian? The people below broke out in cold sweat. The fifth elder was also frightened. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a backer. He said, I didn't know that Lin Gongzi was related to you. I'll prepare 3 world cores and send them to the True Path sect. Too late, Lin Xian said coldly, you don't need to exist anymore. What did you say? The fifth elder's pupils shrank. Nayland K and the others were also frightened. Then, he shouted angrily, don't be too arrogant. We respect you because of the Holy Gulf Honor Roll. Although you're powerful, can you really fight against all of us? The Nayland family is also a top family. Not just anyone can step on us. I'm arrogant? You're the one who betrayed us first. Then, you wanted to join forces with the Sky Sect elders to kill Lin Xian. Now, I'm only here for revenge. How dare you say I'm arrogant? In the sky, Lin Xian sneered. Then, he threw a punch. The black fist was like a falling meteorite as it charged downward. Instantly, countless people from the Nayland family turned into a bloody mist. The other experts retreated. Father, what should we do? Nayland K asked. The fifth elder gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's going too far. So what if he's Mad God? Let's attack him together? In a one-on-one fight, they might not be a match for him. However, their lineage was filled with experts. The fifth elder himself was a top-notch expert. In addition, this was their territory. There were many array formations, sacred artifacts, and resources here. Could it be that he was afraid of the other party? Thinking of this, the fifth elder shouted angrily. Nayland also waved his hand and joined forces with the array to attack. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens. Nayland K and his 3 brothers arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Some used long swords, sabers, and thunder hammers. Endless rays of nomological light erupted, enveloping Lin Xian. Go to hell, Nayland K sneered. If the four of them attacked together, no one would be able to stop them. Boom! Lin Xian's body exuded a monstrous demonic aura as he executed the six-path fists. His black fist seemed to have opened the gates of the devil world. It was incomparably vast. In an instant, the divine sword, battle saber, and thunder hammer were all sent flying. Light of the demon god. Lin Xian waved his left hand. Boundless black light turned into a demonic sword and shot out. Boom! Nalan K and the others were forced back, their blood and chi surging. Some were even pierced and injured. Damn it, so strong? Nalan K was horrified. The others also felt their scalps go numb. The fifth elder roared and activated the Peerless Array. The other surviving Nalan family martial artists also took action. The mountains and rivers below shattered, the earth cracked, and a Peerless Array formation appeared, shining with a terrifying light. Sky Trapping Array. This was an extremely powerful array formation. Once activated, it could seal the sky and earth. No one could escape. This time, they wanted to completely trap Mad God to prevent any future trouble. Nalan K and the other three charged forward again. The four of them joined forces and formed the Four Ultimate Sword Array. A sword light appeared in each of their hands, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian attacked with the light of the demon god in his left hand and the six-path fists in his right hand. The battle between the two sides was earth-shattering. At the same time, the Sky Trapping Array kept casting seals, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian was really too powerful at this moment. Emochi was monstrous, turning into a terrifying yin-yang image to block the Sky Trapping Array. Then, he punched one of the experts into pieces. The Four Ultimate Sword Array was broken, and Nalan K and the others quickly retreated. They were shocked. Was this Mad God? He was too powerful. The four of them were no match for him even when they joined forces. At the critical moment, the fifth elder made a move. Demon Destruction Palm, he struck out a peerless divine skill, and a huge palm covered the sky and earth as it attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian was forced back. Mad God? You're just SOSO. The fifth elder sneered. After comparing just now, he realized that the other party was powerful, but not as powerful as him. Great, let's attack together. Nalan K and the others laughed wildly. Old thing, do you really think you can suppress me? Lin Xian roared to the sky, his black hair dancing wildly. A black spear appeared in his hand. Great destruction. Kill. Lin Xian's attack pierced through heaven and earth, and at this moment, he became the only thing in the world. Boom. A figure screamed. Nalan K roared crazily. He was penetrated by the black spear and nailed in the void. The demonic chi on it terrified him. Damn it, get lost. The fifth elder roared crazily and struck out with the demon destruction saber to attack the great destruction spear. Lin Xian, on the other hand, channeled the power of the great dragon sword soul and integrated it into the great destruction spear. In addition to the great destruction spear, it already had an extremely strong destructive aura. The two forces burst out from Nalan K's body. Nalan K's body cracked and turned into a bloody mist. His soul was also destroyed by the aura of the great dragon sword soul in an instant. Is he dead? The other three brothers were horrified when they saw this scene. Nalan K was their eldest brother, and he was considered the strongest, but he was killed in a single blow. Is this Mad God so terrifying? The fifth elder's eyes turned red. I must tear you into pieces. He attacked crazily and went up to the 9 heavens. It had to be said that the fifth elder was very powerful. He was far from what Nalan K and the other three could contend with. Even if Lin Xian used the great destruction spear, he could only protect himself and was at a disadvantage. The fifth elder's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Kid, is this all you have? Then you can die. A saber appeared in the fifth elder's hand. It was a great sage weapon. The Demon Slayer saber. He fought with all his strength, slaying a demon with a single blow. Go to hell, you demon. Humph. Have you used your trump card? Lin Xian's face was cold. In the next moment, he crushed a few arrays in the storage ring. The treasures inside shattered, providing him with great power. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in his hand, shrouded in demonic chi. It seemed to have turned into a demonic sword. Slash! He slashed out with the sword and the demon slayer saber. They collided. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The whole world kept shattering, and the mansion below was torn apart. This attack was too powerful. Lin Xian attacked with the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Above the sky, a figure descended, and Saint Blood fell wildly. Is that kid dead? In the mansion below, the people of the Nalan family were ecstatic. However, when they saw the white-haired figure, they were all stunned. The fifth elder. How is this possible? The fifth elder is seriously injured. The fifth elder was in a very miserable state. The sword pierced through his right shoulder and split his body open. His internal organs were all shattered, and half of his heart was also shattered. In particular, the biting cold aura and terrifying demonic chi on it made his injuries unable to heal completely. This terrified him too much. "Father, are you all right?" The middle-aged man below roared. The fifth elder's face was extremely pale. He said, "I'm severely injured. I'm going to activate the Array Spirit and fuse with it. Help me hold them off for a while." As he said that, the fifth elder flew towards the ground below. It seemed that he was going to use his ultimate trump card. Above the ninth heaven, Nalan Yenran looked at this scene in disbelief. She was already terrified when her father was killed by a single blow. She felt as if she had lost her soul. Now that she saw her grandfather being severely injured, she was even more terrified. Is that really Lin Xian? Lin Xian actually has such powerful strength. It was ridiculous that they were still thinking about how to deal with him. They were really digging their own graves. Now, she wanted to shout and stop him, but she couldn't do it at all. She was afraid that she would have to watch her family be destroyed with her own eyes. Below. When the three middle-aged men heard that, they were also shocked. Then, they roared, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Control the array formation with all your strength and block this kid with me." The fifth elder took out the demon slayer's saber and launched a shocking attack, but he was still no match for Lin Xian. They could only use their ultimate trump card. However, that trump card would take some time to fuse, and that time could not be disturbed. Therefore, they had to stop Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and descended. The great spear of destruction tore through the ninth heaven like a black dragon. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. The entire sky turned into a sea of blood. Countless corpses turned into white bones and fell from the sky. The three middle-aged men also vomited blood. He's too powerful. However, the sky-trapping formation was indeed terrifying. With the cooperation of many powerhouses, they stopped Lin Xian in his tracks. Lin Xian's face was cold. He snorted coldly. 6 paths. In the sky, another figure descended. The 6 paths fist swept across the surroundings. Many people were sent flying. Damn it, does this guy still have helpers? They were terrified. Mad God was already so powerful. If another top expert came, they really wouldn't be able to stop him. You are the 6 paths cultivator. Damn it, why are you helping him? The people of the Nalan family roared crazily. They had contacted the vagrant 6 paths before and had even given him 2 worlds to protect Nalan Yenran. Who would have thought that the other party would run away and follow the mad god to attack the Nalan family? The voice of the fifth elder came from below. 6 paths, do you want to be my enemy? Think about the consequences. My Nalan family will not let you off. 6 paths snorted. He was Lin Xian's battle servant. Why would he care about such things? Lin Xian said, break through their defenses and don't let them affect me. After saying that, he rushed down. Damn it. Stop him. Below, the experts of the Nalan family attacked. However, the vagrant 6 paths was also very powerful. After all, he was ranked 2001 on the honor roll. He was definitely not someone these people could stop. Although he couldn't do anything to the entrapment formation, it was easy for him to help Lin Xian stop the enemy. Without those people restraining him, Lin Xian continued to descend. He stretched out his hand and punched the ground with the 6 paths fist. Below, the formation rolled. The fifth elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. In front of him, there was an ancient altar with a purple light on it. What the fifth elder wanted to do was to swallow the purple light into his body and fuse it with the formation. He wanted to control the formation and defeat his opponent. Now that he had just fused with the formation, he was injured. His expression was extremely ugly. Fuse quickly, his laws were burning, and his eyes were bloodshot. The purple light fused with him. However, halfway through, Lin Xian arrived. He struck forward with his palm. In an instant, the fifth elder was sent flying. The fifth elder spat out blood and roared. Damn it, he was so close. However, his strength had also become much stronger than before. Demon-slaying blade, the demon-slaying blade struck out again. Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul again. Half of the fifth elder's body was shattered, and he screamed crazily. The purple light that he had just fused with was also beaten out. No. You can't kill me either. The fifth elder roared. I'm an elder of the Nalan family. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Nalan family. As he spoke, he secretly cast a spell and began to ask for help from the family. Why, are you afraid? Lin Xian sneered. When you attacked the young people before, did you think of this situation? He walked up and slapped the fifth elder to the ground. Half of the fifth elder's face was smashed. Damn it, his eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that his lungs were about to burst. As a powerhouse of the older generation and a core elder of the Nalan family, when had he ever been suppressed like this? Who dared to hit his face? But now, the other party did it. Not only that. Lin Xian stepped on the fifth elder's head mercilessly. Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you being ungrateful? Come on, continue to be arrogant, I'll endure it, the fifth elder gritted his teeth. He had already asked for help from the family. It wouldn't be long before the family's experts arrived. At that time, would the family just sit back and watch? At most, he would plead for mercy from the family and admit his mistake. The family would definitely protect him. No matter how strong the other party was, could he become an enemy of the entire Nalan family? Sure enough, when the fifth elder was fighting here, the Nalan family headquarters knew about it. What was going on? Something happened in the fifth elder's mansion again. Soon, the news spread. The people in the Nalan family headquarters were also surprised. Some elders frowned. This fifth elder was really looking for trouble. What was he doing again? Ignore it. But not long after, they were stunned. They had received the fifth elder's request for help. Not good, there might really be a problem. This time, even the Nalan family's patriarch was alarmed. Follow me. In an instant, dozens of figures flashed past. They were all extremely terrifying great sage elders. In addition, there were even more experts and saints who rushed into the sky. They were going to support the fifth elder. The eighth elder's territory naturally received the news. The fifth elder's mansion was attacked? The fifth elder sent a request for help. Who did it? They were stunned. Then, the eighth elder gasped. Could it be related to Lin Xian? Let's go and take a look. They also moved quickly. In an instant, everyone set off for the fifth elder's mansion. The battle in the fifth elder's mansion was terrifying. The Six Paths was fighting against many experts of the Nalan family. At this moment, his body was also stained with blood. However, he was not afraid at all. Lin Xian only gave him one goal, which was to stop the other party and not hold back. Therefore, there were many experts of the Nalan family who died in the hands of the Six Paths. Those people's eyes were red. However, the Six Paths was indeed very strong. With his strong physique and the Six Paths fist, not many people could compete with him. Now, they could only wait for the fifth elder to merge with the formation spirit. But soon, they fell into despair. Because the fifth elder's screams came from the ground. No, those people roared crazily. The fifth elder was being beaten up. Damn it, how could this be? The fifth elder's situation was very miserable. He suffered endless torture, and even his soul was severely injured. Lin Xian didn't kill him, so he wouldn't let him die so easily. He would let him taste what it meant to live a life worse than death. Mad God, are you satisfied? Can you spare my life? The fifth elder roared and begged for mercy. Of course, he didn't really submit. He was waiting for the people of the family to arrive. They should be here soon. He just had to endure for a while. When the people of the family arrived, he would suppress them. He would return the favor 100 times, no, 10,000 times. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It was useless to beg for mercy. He would send him on his way. The great spear of destruction pierced through the fifth elder's heart and nailed him to the ground. The fifth elder felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. His opponent was too terrifying. Every attack was fatal. He was definitely seriously injured by this attack. Even if he didn't die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. His foundation was severely injured. If he wasn't treated in time, he would be crippled. Was he really going to die in the hands of the other party? Just as the fifth elder was in despair, an angry roar came from the sky. Stop, who dares to attack the people of the Nalan family? Do you want to die? Numerous voices resounded like a myriad of thunderclaps, shaking the world. The fifth elder smiled. He knew that the powerhouses of the family had arrived. When the Nalan family's patriarch arrived with a group of elders, he was dumbfounded. This was the fifth elder's residence? It had long been torn apart. There was an endless sea of blood in the sky, and piles of bones below. This was simply azure hell. How long had it been? The fifth elder's residence had become like this? Who was it that did it? Patriarch, you're here. 2 middle-aged men flew over, crying. They were the sons of the fifth elder. There were 3 of them before, and one of them was killed by 6 paths. Thus, the remaining 2 people, as well as the surrounding people, were all covered with injuries. Who did it? An elder walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. He stared at a figure in front of him and frowned. The person in front was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell who he was. The middle-aged man said it was the 6 Paths cultivator. What? Rogue cultivator of 6 Paths. The surrounding people were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. This was an expert on the glory leaderboards. Why would he attack the fifth elder's residence? The leader of the Nalan family frowned. That's not right. Although 6 Paths is strong, you might not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, this was the power of an entire mansion. It wasn't something that the 6 Paths could deal with alone. It wasn't him. He was just a helper. The real attacker was Mad God. He was here to avenge Lin Xian. What? Mad God? Hearing this name? The people of the Nalan family gasped. Even the Nalan clan's patriarch's pupils shrank. This name reverberated like thunder in their ears. This was a newly risen super expert in Holy Abyss Ancient City. How did the other party attack? When they heard the last sentence, they were all stunned. The other party was here to avenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian actually knew Mad God. Damn it, why didn't they know before? This fifth elder was really courting death. The Nalan clan's patriarch was instantly furious. He said, "Where's the fifth elder?" Mad God was attacking him below. "Patriarch, please save my father," the 2 middle-aged men exclaimed. The Nalan clan's patriarch stretched out his hand and tore open the ground. He just happened to see the scene of Lin Xian attacking. "How dare you!" With a wave of his hand, a shocking purple light turned into a divine light that pierced through heaven and earth. On the ground below, Lin Xian wanted to continue attacking, but he felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. An extremely terrifying force came at him. He turned around and swung the spear of great destruction to block the attack. Boom! He was knocked back, and his arm was numb. What a terrifying force. The experts of the Nalan family had arrived. Lin Xian looked at the sky. There were dozens of figures, and the one in the lead was a middle-aged man. His aura was terrifying, even more terrifying than the fifth elder. Thinking about it, this should be the Nalan clan's patriarch. "You're Mad God?" The Nalan clan's patriarch frowned. The other party's demonic energy was monstrous. It was too terrifying. This Mad God was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was able to resist him head-on and merely retreat. At this moment, Lin Xian had used all his trump cards. He held the spear of great destruction in his hand and had the great sage protecting him. He raised his head and stared at the people above. You want to stand up for the fifth elder? Mad God, the fifth elder was wrong previously. I will make him apologize in public and compensate Lin Xian with 3 world cores. So, you should stop. Lin Xian laughed loudly. You think I should stop just because you say so? Why didn't you say this before I came? Now that you feel that you can't win, you want to beg for mercy. It's not that simple. Previously, you either kneel down and beg me for 30 world cores. But not now. They have to die to appease my anger. The Nalan clan's patriarch frowned. This person was really arrogant. The surrounding elders were even more furious. This guy dared to be so arrogant. Did he think that the Nalan clan was weak? In the 9 heavens, Nalan Yenran was originally in despair. But when the Nalan clan's patriarch arrived, she regained her hope. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram. If you dare to help the fifth elder again, don't blame me for completely destroying your Nalan clan. After saying that, Lin Xian punched out, shattering the fifth elder's body into pieces. The fifth elder screamed. This attack had almost killed him. You dare. In the sky, the Nalan clan's patriarch was furious. The other elders also roared. Brat, you dare to threaten the Nalan clan? Many people have challenged the Nalan clan, but none of them succeeded. You are no exception. In the sky, dozens of elders pressed down, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was too powerful. The 6 paths itinerant cultivator vomited blood and was sent flying. There were even more cracks on his body. Looks like you are determined to fight. Lin Xian's face was cold. His body flashed, and he instantly charged into the 9 heavens. The great spear of destruction was aimed at one of the elders. You are courting death. That person punched out, and the others followed suit. A huge battle broke out instantly. Below, the fifth elder saw this scene and sneered. His soul came out of the scabbard, and it quickly merged with the purple light on the altar. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill Lin Xian with his own hands. Outside, Lin Xian felt immense pressure. Although he was strong, when dozens of elders attacked together, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. His face was cold. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian let out a roar as the rings of holding in his hand shattered into pieces. The great dragon sword soul was summoned again, and it absorbed endless energy, releasing a terrifying light. This aura. The Nalan family leader was terrified. The dozens of elders also felt their scalps go numb. They really didn't expect the other party to be able to unleash such a shocking sword attack. Dodge. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. This sword attack had absorbed enough energy. When the sword slashed out, heaven and earth split open. Those elders were like kites swaying in the wind, instantly flying out. 5 elders turned into a bloody mist, their souls destroyed by the sword attack. Heaven and earth split open, and a rain of blood fell. Countless elders roared. The Nalan family leader's eyes were red. This sword attack had killed 5 elders, it was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face was also pale. His body swayed, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Although there was external energy providing the great dragon sword soul, the pressure on his body was also very great. Only the 9 yang divine body could withstand this attack. Otherwise, if it was another great sage, his body would probably be shattered before he could use it. But even so, Lin Xian's body split open. He was injured. But compared to the other party, he laughed. After one attack, 5 elders were shattered, causing the Nalan family members to panic. The family leader's heart was bleeding. Damn it! Stop, the Nalan family leader roared, but the others were angry. Especially the remaining elders, their eyes were red. Damn it, kill him, take his treasures and avenge our people, that was a super powerful trump card just now. He definitely couldn't use it a second time. The remaining 20 or so elders rushed over again. Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. He swallowed heavenly treasures in large mouthfuls and circulated the 9 yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the immortal indestructible technique in his body quickly circulated. A immortal battle armor covered his body, increasing his vitality. He crushed the remaining array formations, and the energy inside surged out and poured into the great dragon sword soul. Another sword attack. No, the 20 or so elders despaired. With such a super powerful trump card, shouldn't the other party be out of power after using it once? How could he use it a second time? They actually forgot to escape, the sword fell, and another 5 elders' astral souls were destroyed. The remaining dozen or so elders were also seriously injured, and their faces were pale. Stop! Nalan clan's patriarch roared crazily. He rushed over and said, "We won't interfere in this matter anymore." He couldn't continue fighting, even though he saw Lin Xian spitting out blood again and his body splitting apart, as if he was about to split into 2 halves. However, he didn't dare to make another move. Who knew if his opponent would be able to unleash a third strike? Lin Xian's situation was also very bad. The power of the array formation had already disappeared, and he was also under great pressure. The 9-yang divine body was severely injured, but it should have intimidated the Nalan family. In the sky, Nalan Yanran was in despair. Lin Xian had killed 10 core elders with 2 swords. This was simply a heaven-defying move. Even the crown prince probably couldn't do it. What was that thing in his hand? Was it an extreme weapon? Why was he so strong? Nalan Yanran went crazy. She didn't expect that her regret would cause such a serious loss to her family. The Nalan family was completely terrified. They kept retreating, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, the ground below split open as a sinister laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, die for me. I'll let you know the consequences of living a life worse than death." This voice came from the 5th elder. Purple light surrounded his body as if he had turned into a strange existence. The entire world collapsed as a huge purple array formation appeared around him. It enveloped heaven and earth. A terrifying aura filled the air. Nalan family's patriarch Tong Meng said that the 5th elder had fused with the array spirit. What was he trying to do? Lin Xian also frowned. He stared ahead as a purple figure floated over. It was a large purple flag with the 5th elder's soul aura on it. The 5th elder's soul had fused with the purple flag and turned into the array spirit, controlling the entire sky-trapping array. "Kid, I'll let you know the true power of the sky-trapping array." The flag formed by the 5th elder swayed. The sky-trapping array completely bloomed and turned into a purple steel. One steel suppressed the 6 paths unaccompanied. At the same time, 3 steels charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt an extremely strong sealing power. He threw out the 6 paths fist to resist the steel, but it shattered in an instant. "It's useless. I've completely turned into an array spirit and can no longer be a human. Do you think the power I displayed after paying such a price will be weak? I'll make you despair." The 5th elder's voice was like a demon, echoing between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 3 steels, and an extremely strong sealing aura appeared on his body. Was he going to be sealed? He shouted coldly. The heaven-swallowing jar appeared and swallowed the heavens and earth, blocking the 3 steels. However, Lin Xian's current situation was very bad. The 5th elder saw that he had injured his physique by using the great dragon sword's soul, so he attacked crazily. After the 3 steels, 9 more steels descended from the sky and suppressed everything. In the distance, the Nalan family's patriarch also heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were shining. After suppressing this kid, they must obtain the sword in his hand. Too strong, they all suspected that it might be an extreme weapon. Even if it wasn't, it was an extremely terrifying legendary holy weapon. Lin Xian was shrouded by the 12 steels and sealed. The 5th elder laughed. He turned into a large flag and flew forward. He wanted to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely cold light. "Old thing, do you really think that you can compete with me by controlling the entire array and turning into an array spirit? Let me show you what the strongest power in the world is. With just you, do you still have the power?" The 5th elder snorted coldly. He could see that Lin Xian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he used any more power, his body would be completely shattered. However, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with madness. His trump card was not only that. Previously, he had already let the Crimson Dragon take action. The Crimson Dragon and the others quietly arranged the spirit transferring array in the fifth elder's mansion. Previously, Lin Xian had not used it because the spirit transferring array was extremely terrifying. It would devour all the spirit veins below the mansion and transform them into powerful energy for his use. Lin Xian originally wanted to kill the fifth elder and take over his mansion without destroying the spirit veins. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Since that was the case, he might as well use it. His palms formed a seal, and the spirit transferring array around the mansion emerged from the ground and emitted a bright light. In an instant, the spirit veins in the fifth elder's mansion shook and quickly dried up and shattered. What was going on? The fifth elder was terrified. He realized that the power of his sky-trapping array was weakening. In addition to absorbing the power of heaven and earth, the array was more important for the supreme-grade spirit veins below. But at this moment, was there something wrong with the supreme-grade spirit veins? The spirit-transferring array kept emitting light. At the same time, an array diagram appeared behind Lin Xian. The power of the spirit-transferring array merged into his body through the array behind him. An extremely strong light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his hand let out a loud dragon roar that pierced the 9 heavens. An immortal slaying sword. A cold voice rang out. The dragon sword spirit seemed to come alive as it slashed down mercilessly. The entrapment array shook violently. Countless cracks appeared on it and spread in all directions. No, damn it. How could this power be so terrifying? The fifth elder was terrified. The battle of the entrapment, a peerless attack. That purple flag was swaying non-stop. The fifth elder was also going all out. He ignited all of his power and unleashed the sky-trapping matrix. Millions of sky steels descended, trying to suppress the sword. However, all the divine steels were destroyed by the sword. The heaven-trapping array was torn to pieces, and the purple flag was also cut into 2 halves by the sword. No, inside the flag, the fifth elder's soul was also being torn apart. The pain made him despair. He wanted to escape, but there was no way he could escape under this sword. He was crushed into powder and disappeared without a trace. Boom, at the same time, Lin Xian's body cracked and turned into a bloody mist. The whole world kept collapsing and shattering. The fifth elder's mansion was completely turned into nothingness. The rogue 6 paths quickly retreated. The divine steels that suppressed him were broken. He was injured all over, but he didn't die. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Was his master dead? He couldn't believe it. On the other side, the Nalan family leader also retreated with a group of elders. The 8th elder was also terrified. Had the mad god died? He was shocked. The mad god was related to Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was related to Nalan Liang. If the mad god died, Lin Xian would have no one to rely on. In this way, Nalan Liang would be in danger. Therefore, he didn't want to die. However, the Nalan family leader laughed loudly. His eyes shone brightly. It was good that Mad God died. After all, Mad God had killed the 5th elder. He was a great enemy of their family. Moreover, he desperately wanted the sword shadow on Mad God's body. Mad God's death was good news for him. From now on, he could sweep the world with his sword. Was he dead? They were all destroyed. They died together. In the sky, Nalan Yanran heaved a sigh of relief. However, it had already been a few times. Now, she was not too sure if the other party would really die. The Nalan clan's clan head walked over with large strides. He waved his hands and tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Some of the spatial cracks that hit him were blocked by his armor. He came to the shattered space in front of him and looked around, trying to find the dragon sword. However, he discovered that there was none. What's going on? Did the dragon sword disappear? Find it for me. They had to find it even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. The people around him moved quickly. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. You want to snatch my treasure? Hearing this voice, everyone stopped. They were terrified. This was the voice of the mad god. The Nalan clan's patriarch's pupils shrank as he quickly retreated. Who was it? Playing tricks? Could it be that you're not dead? This was impossible. His opponent's physique definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. He had seen his opponent turn into a blood-mist island with his own eyes. Why did he have to die? Lin Xian's voice rang out. He looked up to the sky and laughed. I am immortal. Between heaven and earth, an extremely terrifying law condensed. The immortality art quickly swept through. The blood mist that filled the sky merged again, turning into a fiend godlike figure that appeared above the 9 heavens. A roar that could break the 9 heavens. You're still alive? The Nalan clan's patriarch retreated, his face pale. The others were also terrified. A trace of hope was restored in the 8th elder's eyes. Great. Nalan Yenran knelt on the ground in horror. He was indeed not dead. If he was not dead, who could kill him? After Lin Xian appeared, demonic qi surrounded his body. He also felt incredulous. Indeed, although he didn't die from the previous attack, he must have been seriously injured. The power of the great dragon sword soul had already exceeded the limits of what his body could withstand. However, when his body split open, he felt a strange power. It was the power of the immortality art. This power allowed his body to reform, and his injuries were healed by half. It was too magical. The dragon sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand again. He stared at the Nalan clan's patriarch like a fiend god. Do you want this sword? The sword qi appeared, piercing through heaven and earth. The Nalan clan's patriarch's pupils shrank. It was this sword that killed 10 core elders and killed the 5th elder with one sword. How could he forget? I think you misunderstood. I was just worried about whether you had died. The Nalan clan's patriarch laughed twice. Since you're still alive, that's great. You killed the 5th elder, our Nalan clan will not pursue the matter. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave with his people. Lin Xian sneered. Not pursue the matter? Do you dare to pursue the matter? The 5th elder deserved to die, but you actually brought people to support him. How should you be punished? The Nalan clan's patriarch was also angry. He turned around and shouted coldly. You want to punish me? You think too highly of yourself. I'm the patriarch of the clan, and the 5th elder can't be compared to me. You already spent so much effort to kill the 5th elder, and you want to kill me? Hearing this, a cold aura appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. At the same time, a black vortex appeared behind him. It could swallow heaven and earth. If you were in the Nalan clan's headquarters now, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But you're here now. If I want to kill you, although I will have to pay a price, it may not be impossible. Damn it. The Nalan clan's patriarch's face was pale, and the other elders' pupils shrank. Indeed, there was no core array of the family headquarters here, nor were there many resources and sacred weapons. If they were to fight here, it would be unwise. Let's go. These people rose into the air one after another. However, Lin Xian had already thrown out the swallowing heaven jar. An endless black vortex appeared around him, as if it could swallow everything. You dare to stop me? Although you've recovered and are not dead, you're already seriously injured and at the end of your rope. You're not qualified to compete with me. The Nalan clan's patriarch roared. He seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's secret. Lin Xian smiled. Yes, I'm seriously injured, and my strength is not as good as before, but if I burn my laws and fight desperately, none of you can block the power of the sword. The worst result would be mutual destruction. But do you want to die? He looked at the 20 or so elders. The elders' faces were ugly. With so many core elders, it was not worth it to die together with the other party. Lin Xian said, You want to live? I'll spare your lives. I won't blame all the elders, but you must join forces to kill this patriarch. Otherwise, I'll send all of you to hell. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The Nalan clan's patriarch's face became incomparably ugly. The 20 or so elders' faces were also solemn. At this time, an elder asked coldly, Can we believe you? Lin Xian said, I swear in the name of the mad god that I won't kill you. The Nalan clan's patriarch was terrified. He looked at the surrounding elders and said, Damn it, what do you want to do? You want to make a move on me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the clan's rules? The surrounding elders all had cold expressions. Patriarch, this brat is right. If we make a move against him, we'll all perish together. That would be too tragic. So why don't you die and help us all? Another person walked out and said, that's right. As the patriarch, you have to think for the family. If we all die, we will all die. The Nayland family will be finished, so we must live. These people's voices were cold. The Nayland family's patriarch's face became incomparably ugly. He stared at Lin Xian. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. He knew that he had to get rid of this kid in front of him. Otherwise, he would very likely be killed by his own family. Lin Xian sneered and retreated. He said, hurry up and attack. After 3 seconds, I will attack all of you. The other elders' pupils constricted when they heard this. They attacked. With a roar, they charged toward the Nayland family's patriarch. Damn it, the Nayland family's patriarch was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and fled in the direction of the family. He could only survive if he returned to the family. However, since those people had already attacked, it was impossible to let them go back. Otherwise, they would definitely die. So, these people attacked crazily. Although the Nayland family's patriarch was powerful, he was surrounded by more than a dozen elders. He was no match for them at all. After all, he did not have a dragon sword soul like Lin Xian. He did not have an extreme weapon. So, he vomited blood and his retreating body was broken. I hate it. He roared to the sky. He did not expect that the patriarch of his family would end up like this. Lin Xian stood in the distance and watched this scene. He sneered. He did not intend to attack the other party. However, the other party did not know what was good for him. At his critical moment, he wanted to kill him and even wanted to snatch his dragon sword soul. Lin Xian could not tolerate it. He could only send the other party to hell. Moreover, he also showed a trace of surprise. More than a dozen elders attacked together, but the 8th elder did not. The 8th elder stood there in shock. He seemed to be completely stunned. The 8th elder was Nayland Liang's grandfather, and he seemed to be in a good mood. It could be nurtured. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, when the Nayland family attacked him, the 8th elder didn't do anything. This showed that the 8th elder was willing to stand on his side. Now that the Nayland family was besieging the patriarch, the other party didn't make a move. This showed that the other party cared about kindness. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately came up with an idea. The battle ahead was incomparably terrifying and intense. The Nayland clan's patriarch used all his strength and even burned his life force to kill 2 elders. The remaining elders went crazy and attacked with all their might. Finally, the Nayland clan's patriarch was completely annihilated. Had the patriarch fallen? The 8th elder and the others were shocked. The rest of the elders were covered in blood and had ferocious expressions. They turned to look at Lin Xian and asked coldly. Is this enough? Lin Xian said with a smile. Alright, but I still have a few things to do. What's going on? The dozen or so elders at the front frowned. Lin Xian said with a smile. The Nayland clan's patriarch has been killed by you. The Nayland clan has no leader. I'm afraid it's very bad. Therefore, a new patriarch must be elected immediately. I've decided to let the 8th elder be the patriarch. What? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the dozen or so elders changed drastically. One of them had an extremely ugly expression. He was the great elder. Previously, he was the first to stand up and attack the patriarch. Although he didn't want to die together with Lin Xian, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill the patriarch. Then, he would be the strongest and have the highest status. He could smoothly become the new patriarch. It could be said that he could kill many birds with one stone. But he didn't expect that the 8th elder would be the patriarch. His dream was shattered. The great elder's eyes were red. He said coldly. Who will be the patriarch is our Nayland clan's business. You can't control it. Yes, I can't control it. But I have recorded the previous battle scene with an array. If the scene recorded by this array is spread out, especially to the Nayland clan, do you think you are still qualified to be an elder? What? As soon as these words came out, the great elder's pupils shrank. The faces of the other dozen or so elders also became incomparably ugly. Damn it, they rushed over in an instant. Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword and said, "Do you want to die? I'll help you." Feeling the terrifying aura from the great dragon sword, these people all stopped. Their faces became incomparably ugly. Damn it, they found that they had jumped into a big hole that was already dug by the other party. Now, they were in a dilemma. They didn't have the courage to fight with Lin Xian, and they didn't dare to spread the scene recorded by the array. Once this happened, they would become the enemies of the Nalan clan. Damn it, the great elder roared crazily. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "I'll give you one last chance. Immediately let the 8th elder be the patriarch. At the same time, I guarantee that your original status will not change. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying everything. Anyway, the unlucky one is the Nalan clan. I have nothing to lose." Lin Xian sneered. The other elders naturally understood that this mad god had nothing to do with their clan. Even if their Nalan clan was destroyed, they couldn't do anything to the other party. So these people thought about it and finally decided to grit their teeth. "Okay, we agree to let the 8th elder be the patriarch." As soon as these words came out, the great elder was instantly angry, but now no one supported him. He could only unwillingly lower his head. Let the 8th elder be the patriarch first. However, his strength was stronger than the 8th elder. He could secretly cultivate his own strength. One day, he would take back the position of the patriarch. And this mad god, he wouldn't let the great elder go. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This scene happened in an instant, but how could it be hidden from Lin Xian's eyes? Lin Xian coldly snorted. The great elder better not make a move secretly. Otherwise, he could guarantee that the other party would die miserably. In front, more than a dozen elders came to the 8th elder's side and bowed. The patriarch accidentally fell in the battle. The 8th elder is highly respected and suitable to be the patriarch. We have now decided to let the 8th elder become the new patriarch and accept the patriarch's seal. The Nalan clan's patriarch's storage ring was taken over, and a purple seal flew out from it. That was the symbol of the patriarch's identity. At this moment, they were going to hand it over to the 8th elder. The 8th elder was completely stunned. To be honest, he was shocked by the previous scene. At the same time, he didn't expect that he would become the patriarch. He looked at Mad God and wanted to say something. Lin Xian said, "Be at ease and be the patriarch. From now on, the Nalan clan is yours. Don't worry about my purpose. I support Lin Xian, and your grandson and Lin Xian are good friends. This is the reason." The 8th elder's body trembled. It turned out that it was because of Lin Xian, and his grandson did have an unusual relationship with Lin Xian. He didn't expect that today's scene would be because of his grandson. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. The 8th elder's eyes were filled with determination. He had already made up his mind and accepted the patriarch's seal. As one of the core elders, he was also a great sage. Previously, he had been suppressed by the 5th elder and had been unable to achieve his goals. Therefore, he didn't bother with the family's affairs. Now that the 5th elder and the patriarch had both died, he could use this opportunity to revive the Nalan family. "Since you all think highly of me, I won't decline." A domineering aura emerged from the 8th elder's body. The surrounding elders were stunned, and even the 1st elder's pupils shrank. This 8th elder had hidden his strength well. Previously, he had never taken the 8th elder seriously. The biggest threat to him was the 5th elder because the 5th elder's granddaughter was the #1 genius in the family. She was very likely to take over as the patriarch in the future. But now, the 5th elder had died long ago, and the 8th elder was showing a domineering aura. This was something that had never happened before. After the 8th elder took over, he quickly entered the role of the patriarch. He said in a deep voice. The cause of this battle was the 5th elder's betrayal. No one else could be blamed. From today onwards, no one in the Nalan family was allowed to seek revenge on Mad God. Moreover, he had to fulfill his promise to Lin Xian. When he returned to the family, he would immediately collect 3 world cores and give them to Lin Xian. He would also give 2 more as compensation. The pupils of the surrounding elders shrank. 5 world cores were given away just like that. However, they didn't dare to object. It was because they didn't give the world cores that the current situation happened. If they dared to refuse, there was no need for the Nalan family to exist. Therefore, everyone nodded in agreement. The 8th elder looked at Lin Xian and said, "Fellow Taoist mad god. In fact, there was a misunderstanding between us. From now on, the grudges between us are written off. Our family admires fellow Taoist mad god's strength very much and wants to become friends with you. What do you think?" Lin Xian smiled after hearing this. This 8th elder was indeed very smart. He was very satisfied with all the decisions the 8th elder had made. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Yes." Then, he looked at the dozen or so elders and said coldly, "I don't want the 8th elder to be in any danger. If he died, there was no need for the Nalan family to exist. Don't even think about making a move in secret. Once I discover it, I will immediately transmit the scene recorded by the formation in my hand. With the crime of murdering the clan leader, I'm afraid there will be no place for you in this world. You'd better behave yourselves." After Lin Xian warned, he turned around and soared into the sky. The 6 paths cultivator followed. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. They knew that from now on, the Nalan family would have to respect the other party. Above the 9th heaven, Nalan Yenran was completely stunned. It was as if she had lost her soul. Lin Xian walked over and cleaved his opponent apart with a single slash, destroying his body and soul. After that, his figure disappeared between heaven and earth. The next day, at dawn, the news spread. The entire Holy Abyss city was shocked. Countless people went crazy. The Nalan family actually underwent such a transformation. It was too inconceivable. Go and investigate. The 3 great orthodoxies, the clan of the ancients, and the great sects all went to investigate. After all, the Nalan family was also a top-notch family. It was impossible for them not to pay attention. Soon, the news came. Report. With the death of the 5th elder, the lineage of the Nalan clan's 5th elder was completely exterminated. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Report. In the ruins of the 5th elder's residence, the body of the Nalan family's number 1 prodigy, Nalan Yenran, was found. Everyone was shocked again. It seemed that the 5th elder's lineage was completely doomed. The Nalan family's patriarch had died in an accident, and the 8th elder had taken over as the new patriarch. Another piece of news came, shocking everyone. The death of the 5th elder's lineage was already shocking enough. However, he was only an elder after all. When the Nalan family's patriarch died, everyone was stunned. The patriarch of a family had a terrifying status. He was an existence that could shake the entire ancient city with a stump of his foot. But now, he was dead. Who did it? They all went to investigate. Soon, they received news that Mad God had killed the 5th elder and his lineage. Mad God. When the experts heard this name, they were first stunned, then their eyelids twitched. The other party had actually made a move. How could they not know about Mad God? He was now ranked 1000 on the glory leaderboard, but he was extremely mysterious. They had searched countless times but could not find him. They did not expect him to make a move here. Why did he make a move? Soon, they found out that it was to avenge Lin Xian. In an instant, the names of Lin Wudi and Mad God spread throughout the ancient city. They all guessed what the relationship between the two was. Could it be that they were master and disciple? Was the Nalan family's patriarch also killed by Mad God? They were too shocked. As the patriarch of a family, how powerful was he? This Mad God was simply too terrifying. However, the news they found was not so. Some people said that according to the news from the Nalan family, the Nalan family's patriarch had died in an accident. The 5th elder wanted to die together with Mad God, but Mad God dodged. The Nalan family's patriarch did not and was destroyed in body and soul with the 5th elder. Hearing this news, everyone was stunned. It was not Mad God who killed him? It was an accident. They were stunned. This news was naturally spread by the 8th elder. After all, killing the 5th elder was ungrateful, but killing the patriarch was an enemy of the entire family. The 8th elder naturally did not want the Nalan family to become enemies with Mad God, so he released this news. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Countless people were talking about it, and the Nalan family was also in an uproar. The Nalan family's patriarch was dead, and the patriarch had changed. It was the eighth elder, Nalanda. The patriarch's people were definitely against it, especially the patriarch's son. Why should the eighth elder be the patriarch? He should be the one who killed the patriarch. When he spread this news, hundreds of people responded. However, none of the core elders supported him, especially the great elder and a dozen other core elders. They stood firmly on Nalanda's side. This made the patriarch's people dumbfounded. Even if they did not support them, the great elder would immediately jump out. However, no one jumped out to oppose it. What was going on, damn it, what had happened last night, they were eager to know. However, the core elders did not say a word. Just like that, under the insistence of a dozen powerful elders, Nalanda became the new patriarch and led the Nalan family. The Path sect. There was also a burst of exclamations, especially those from the Divine Union. They were so excited that they wanted to fly into the sky. Mad God was a powerful existence on the Holy Gulf list. He was actually related to Lin Xian. This was equivalent to having a powerful backer. Who would dare to look down on them in the future? Who would dare to make a move against them? At the thought of this, they were extremely happy. Nalan Liang was even more stunned. His grandfather had changed from a core elder to the patriarch overnight. He had become the grandson of the patriarch. This change in status was too shocking. Of course, Nalan Liang knew that this was all because of Lin Xian. He also knew that Lin Xian was the mad god. Therefore, he hurried over to Lin Xian's side and said, "Boss Lin Xian, the Nalan family swears to follow you till death." The other members of the Divine Union were even more determined. Now that they were confident, so what if it was the Dragon Palace? They dared to fight for it. When the Levitation Saint heard the news, he was also very surprised. He had not expected the legendary mad god to come. On the other side, the Sky Sect was also shocked, especially the people from the Tianshui Pavilion. One should know that Elder Tianshui had hit Lin Xian with a palm strike before. At that time, they had thought that Lin Xian did not have any background and that the palm strike had been for nothing. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Not only did Lin Xian have the Levitation Saint, but he also had the mad god behind him. The Levitation Saint was an elder of the Tao sect and could not easily make a move. However, the mad god did not have any restrictions. He had dared to destroy the Fifth Elder's faction. It was very likely that he would also make a move on Elder Tianshui. Fortunately, Elder Tianshui was punished and could not leave the sect for 50 years. The people from the Tianshui Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful the mad god was, he would not dare to behave atrociously in the Sky Sect. The people from the Sacred Abyss Tower were also surprised when they heard the news. A few divine generals' eyes lit up. The mad god had finally made his move? Send someone to investigate quickly. We have to find out who he is. Looks like we have enough manpower. If we add the mad god, we might be able to compete for the next position. Another divine general nodded. That's right. They had been wondering who the last candidate would be. The mad god's appearance was too timely. It seemed like these divine generals were also looking for the mad god. In an instant, this name had spread throughout the ancient city. On the other side, Lin Xian went into seclusion after returning to his spiritual abode. He had also been severely injured previously. After all, the power of the great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. The power he had used had exceeded his limits. Fortunately, he had cultivated the immortality art and did not hurt his foundation. However, he still had to recover quickly. After entering the sword world, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the Four-Spirit Valley and swallowed the spirit herbs he had grown. He replied very quickly. Then, he tidied up the spoils of war. He took the storage rings, the remaining resources, and the properties of the Fifth Elder's branch. He picked out the suitable spiritual herbs and planted them in the Four-Spirit Valley. At the same time, he was still waiting for the arrival of the 5 realm cores. This time, the speed was extremely fast. Not long after, Nalan Liang arrived and brought back 5 realm cores. These 5 world cores were personally selected by Nalanda. They weren't far from the buried Emperor Star. Moreover, the distance between the 5 of them was also very close. This saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Let's go and collect them. These 5 world cores, in addition to the one he had obtained from the 6 Daos itinerant cultivator. If he swallowed all 6 realm cores and brought them into the mysterious world, what would happen? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He boarded the Black Earth and left the Dao sect, heading into the universe. He knew that he had to cultivate with all his might. Although he was very strong now, he didn't dare to underestimate anyone in the world, especially the Dragon Prince. As the Emperor's son, the Dragon Prince probably had more worlds in his hands than him. For example, Lin Xian had been to the core area of the Dao sect once. He felt that the core area was formed by the fusion of many worlds. The power inside was definitely not something that a young disciple could imagine. If the Dao sect was already so terrifying, the Emperor race would definitely be even more terrifying. Moreover, the Dragon Prince cultivated the Emperor's ancient scripture. He might even be able to use extreme weapons. Therefore, to him, the Dragon Prince was a peerless enemy. Out of the 6 realm cores, 2 of them were planets with living beings on them. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't collect them. As for the other 4, he used the heaven-devouring jar to swallow them. Then, the heaven-devouring jar entered the mysterious world and was refined into a planet. 4 more planets appeared in the sky, all of them revolving around the 4 Spirit Valley. This caused the aura of the 4 Spirit Valley to change instantly. The ground there quickly recovered and released a mysterious power. The spiritual herbs in the 4 Spirit Valley grew crazily. The leaves on the ground surrounded the great Tao, causing the 4 spirit beasts to be stunned. What happened to the heavens? They were dumbfounded. When they looked up and saw the 4 planets shining in the sky, their mouths opened wide. This kid had obtained another 4 worlds and refined them into stars. Was he really going to evolve this world into a universe? The spirit dragon said that he was still far from it. How many planets were there in the universe? However, this kid was able to obtain 4 in such a short time. It was really shocking. The 4 spirit beasts also felt that something was different now. Their strength was also recovering, although it wasn't at its peak. However, this mysterious power shocked and made them ecstatic. Now, even if Lin Xian chased them away, the 4 of them wouldn't leave. Lin Xian naturally felt the changes in the 4 Spirit Valley. The corners of his mouth curled up. When he took out a spiritual herb from the 4 Spirit Valley and ate it, the injuries he had suffered in the past were all healed. Lin Xian was shocked. According to his estimation, it would take another 2 months for him to fully recover from his injuries. But now, everything was as good as new. He had recovered to his peak. It was too magical. From the looks of it, his train of thought was right. As for the other 2 star worlds, Lin Xian also went there. He had fused with the world core and became the ruler of the 2 worlds. He could use the power of these 2 worlds. He found 2 top-grade mineral veins inside. They emitted a terrifying aura and then moved to the Sword World, placing them around the 4 Spirit Valley. 2 top-grade mines, 1 red and 1 purple. After entering, their powers were quickly absorbed. However, they did not disappear like the 4 spirit veins. Instead, they stabilized after reaching a certain extent. Following that, their bodies also released a mysterious aura. It seemed like they had obtained a trace of the mysterious world's power. He wondered what the 2 mineral veins would evolve into in the future. Lin Xian walked out of the Sword World and walked into the forest. This world was called Lightning Star and contained an extremely strong lightning aura. The strongest person in this world had only cultivated to the Saint Realm. Lin Xian was like a god, feeling his world. It was as if he had become one with the entire star. It was a wonderful feeling. Boom, at this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Then, the entire world was filled with cracks, as if it was about to be destroyed. The demon beasts and humans in the lightning star were terrified. They crawled on the ground, unable to resist at all. A few saints rushed out and shouted angrily. Who is it? Boom, in an instant, they were beaten into a bloody mist. Lin Xian stood on top of the mountain peak, looking at the sky and the scene of destruction. His brows were tightly knitted together. He had just become the ruler of the lightning star, and such a situation had already happened. Who dared to attack his world? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. His figure flashed and he flew out of the universe. When he came out of the starry sky, he saw a huge monster. It was extremely terrifying and seemed to be attacking the lightning star. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this time, another figure appeared beside him. It was an old man with a little girl. His face was filled with fear. When he saw Lin Xian, he exclaimed, "Young master, leave quickly." This sacred spirit was extremely terrifying. It would be too late if they didn't leave now. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and realized that the old man was only a saint, and the little girl was a supremacy. Lin Xian was shocked. "He said that you were a saint of the lightning star?" The old man nodded. "That's right. Leave quickly." He could see that Lin Xian was definitely a saint since he could come to the outer realm. Therefore, he hurriedly advised him. The little girl said with her eyes wide open, "Big brother, leave quickly. This sacred spirit is extremely terrifying. Even my grandpa can't defeat it." Lin Xian smiled and said, "No need. From now on, no one can threaten the lightning star, not even the sacred spirit. Young master, I know that you might be a top genius from a great world. However, the origin of the sacred spirit is extremely terrifying. This was a very small sacred spirit with a shallow cultivation. Even so, it wasn't something that the people of the lightning star could fight against." He wanted to persuade Lin Xian again, but Lin Xian had already walked forward. This sacred spirit was extremely huge. It couldn't be seen clearly at all. One could only see the tip of the iceberg. However, it was extremely terrifying. With a single claw, it caused the lightning star and the world to shatter. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Scram, with a cold shout, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sacred spirit's huge claw split open. Roar, a crazy roar sounded, and the starry sky in the outer realm turned upside down. Above the 9 heavens, 2 red eyes shone down. The old man behind instantly felt his entire body turn cold. He had no way to escape. The other party could kill him with a single glance. "Not good, have I been targeted? It's over. I'm afraid I'm going to die here." The old man regretted not escaping in time. Lin Xian, who was in front of him, was still not afraid. "What, you're not going to scram? Then go to hell, 6 Dao fist." Originally, the starry sky had darkened, but Lin Xian's fist was like a golden sun that illuminated everything, causing light to appear once more. The Holy Spirit roared angrily, and a terrifying energy shot out from its eyes as it descended. After the attack, his huge body was sent flying, and the outer space shattered. Were they repelled? Behind them, the purple thunder saint was dumbfounded. The little girl's eyes were also filled with stars. "This big brother is too amazing." "Grandpa, what level has he reached?" the little girl asked. The purple lightning saint laughed bitterly. "I don't know either. I'm afraid it's a realm far beyond my imagination." Lightning star. Countless creatures were prostrating on the ground. They felt that the end of the world had arrived. The black claw was like a god of destruction, sweeping in all directions. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and no one could compare. Even the escaping saints were smashed into pieces. On the lightning star, a sage was a supreme existence. If even such a person could not resist, then there was no need to talk about other people. But suddenly, they realized that the black claw had shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Not only that. Even the darkening sky was illuminated. Then, the terrifying aura retreated like seawater. What's going on? Did the world-destroying demonic beast leave? Who did it? They could not imagine. They knelt on the ground and prayed. Roar, outer verse. The Holy Spirit's huge body was sent flying, tearing the void apart. It stood up, roared at the sky, and charged toward Lin Xian. A sword light appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and he waved it forward. The entire universe seemed to have been split in half, and the endless starfields were shattered. The Holy Spirit's huge body was torn apart. It was severely injured. It roared and turned to escape. Was the Holy Spirit defeated? The purple thunder saint was dumbfounded. The little girl was even more shocked. This scene was like a myth. Lin Xian snorted. Trying to escape? He chased after it. Another 6-path fist. A large amount of blood rain fell, and the Holy Spirit's huge body was shattered. Lin Xian chased it all the way to the depths of the starry sky. Finally, he stopped and shouted, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll destroy your soul." A trace of fear appeared in the Holy Spirit's eyes. It did not expect that a human could injure it. It was too terrifying. It would never dare to come to this starfield again. In the starry sky above the lightning star, the purple thunder saint was still stunned. At this moment, he realized that the mysterious young man had returned. "How is the young master?" the purple thunder saint asked carefully. Lin Xian said that the Holy Spirit ran away and was severely injured. It probably would not dare to come back again. The purple thunder saint sucked in a breath of cold air. The young master was kind enough to save the lightning star. As he spoke, he was about to bow. However, Lin Xian stopped him. "Don't thank me, because this world is mine. I won't let others destroy it." "Yours?" The purple thunder saint was stunned. That shouldn't be. Wasn't the lightning star's world core taken by the Nalan family? As a saint, he was well aware of this. However, Lin Xian said that from now on, he was the ruler of this world. "Let's go." He waved his hand and descended. The purple thunder saint was shocked and followed with his granddaughter. In the world below, countless living beings stood up and cheered. Great, the destructive aura was gone. They did not know who did it. Soon, they saw two figures in the sky. One of them was an unfamiliar man, while the other was a terrifying saint. His body was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Someone exclaimed. It was the purple thunder saint. Could it be that he defeated the world-destroying demonic beast? As soon as this was said, countless people exclaimed. Many thanks to the purple thunder saint for helping. They were too grateful. At the same time, a few other figures appeared in another direction. They were also saints, but they were incomparably shocked. The purple thunder saint was about the same as them. Could he defeat the world-destroying demonic beast? They were not sure. The purple thunder saint smiled bitterly and looked at the people below. You are wrong. It was not me who defeated the world-destroying demonic beast. It was this young master. He pointed at Lin Xian and said. The countless living beings below were stunned as they stared at Lin Xian. Who was this person? He was so young. He was just a young man. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that his strength was even more terrifying than the purple thunder saints? Heavens, what kind of realm was that? They were dumbfounded. In their eyes, saints were already godlike existences. They could not imagine someone more powerful than saints. Even the other sages furrowed their brows tightly. Was this young man very powerful? They looked over and suddenly realized that they couldn't see the other party's true strength. This shocked them. Lin Xian looked around. He took a step forward and said, I'm the mad god. From now on, I'm the ruler of the lightning star, your god. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. The creatures below were stunned. The other party was the ruler of this world. The other party was a god. This news was too shocking. The pupils of the other sages shrank. Once they reached the level of sages, they would know that the world core of this world was obtained by the Nalan family. And the Nalan family was a top family in an even more terrifying great world. They could casually send someone here to wipe them out. Now that this person had appeared, could it be that he was also from the Nalan family? Was he the young master of the Nalan family? Several people walked up. Lin Xian glanced at them and said, No, the Nalan family respects me. The sages were shocked and couldn't believe it. The Nalan family had to bow to him? Then where did this person come from? They were shocked, but then they all bowed and paid their respects to the mad god. The old man with purple lightning also hurriedly bowed. The little girl beside him was stunned. This young man was actually a god. Seeing the lightning star, the most powerful sages all submitted. The creatures below also knelt down. Lin Xian said, From now on, you don't have to worry about the lightning star being attacked. If the world-destroying demonic beast comes to inform me again, I'll destroy its soul. After saying this, Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body erupted, as if he had turned into a sun war god. The surrounding sages were facing a great enemy. It was as if a single glance from the other party could tear their bodies apart. It was too terrifying. What kind of realm was this? Lin Xian waved his hand, and a drop of blood fell from his fingertip. It formed a dragon's shadow below, occupying the ground. If the world-destroying demonic beast attacked, inform this dragon's shadow and I'll appear instantly. The dragon's shadow roared toward the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. From now on, this place would become the land of gods. As the countless living beings dispersed, Lin Xian looked at the purple thunder saint and the others. Then, he said, I'll create a few array formations for you guys. Firstly, it can be used for defense. Secondly, it can gather spirit veins for you to cultivate. Thank you, Mad God. These saints are extremely grateful. Lin Xian smiled and began to set up the array formation. This was originally his world. The stronger the people in this world were, the more benefits he would receive. Naturally, he had to make some arrangements. Soon, one formation after another appeared. The Purple Thunder Saint and the others were stupefied. Such an array could be said to be heaven-defying. It was enough for them to comprehend for a lifetime. After finishing his preparations, Lin Xian left the lightning star and went to the last star world, where he also dripped a drop of 10,000 dragons' divine blood. Then, he set up a formation before returning. Riding on the black earth, they flew through the cold universe. Lin Xian sent out a clone to guard them, and then his main body entered the sword world. At this moment, under the power of the 5 stars, the sword world, where the 4-spirit valley was located, had completely changed. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and the power of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. The 4 spirit beasts were all stunned. Heavens, I've stayed on the medicine star for thousands of years, but I've never seen such a terrifying aura. Even Lin Xian was surprised. After all, he had been to many places. He had even been to the core of the Tao sect. He realized that the aura in the 4-spirit valley was not weaker than the territory of the levitation saint. And this was only the recovery of a single valley and 5 stars. If this world was completely restored, the Tao sect would not be able to compare to it. Lin Xian was looking forward to this day. From the looks of it, he would be able to cultivate in the valley of the sword world in the future. His speed would definitely be much faster than outside. Half a month later, Lin Xian returned to the God Palace. The injuries he had suffered previously had completely healed, and he was even stronger now. After Lin Xian returned, he took a look at the situation in the Divine Union. He realized that the development was going very well. Ever since Lin Wudi's and Mad God's names had spread, many people had come because of their fame. On the contrary, the Dragon Palace had become much more low-key. Most of them had entered seclusion and would not come out for a short period of time. Bai Susu and the others also knew that it was not that the Dragon Palace was afraid, but that the Tao sect's grand meeting was about to begin. The elites of the Dragon Palace wanted to shine brightly at the meeting. Bai Susu was also nervously preparing. During this period, she had been in the Levitation Saint's residence and rarely appeared in the God Palace. Lin Xian did not feel any pressure. After all, he had only been here for a few years, so he did not care about the Tao sacred meeting. The Crimson Dragon and the others naturally did not care. Their goal was to strengthen the Divine Union as much as possible. At this moment, the dark red creature, the toad, was already a famous expert on the Jade board. Actually, given their strength, they could definitely enter the Xian board. However, they did not do so. Even the Dragon Prince did not enter the Xian board. This was because the top few on the Jade board were treated very well, so there was no need to rush to enter the Xian board. On top of that, Lin Xian also made a few new friends. The North Demon and Wu Hua. These were all old friends. Needless to say, the North Demon was Black Mountain's disciple and had been training all these years. Previously, he had even joined forces with Lin Xian in the second astral boundary. Wu Hua was a friend from the quintessential world. Back then, he had also been a top expert. However, after Lin Xian had left, they rarely saw each other. Unexpectedly, the other party had also come. The two of them had come after hearing about the miraculous holy distant ancient city. After arriving, they had not thought of joining the Tao sect. However, they had only come after hearing about Lin Wudi's reputation. They felt that it was very likely that he was Lin Xian. Now that they had seen him, it was indeed so. Lin Xian had said, "Come to the divine union. I need you guys." The North Demon nodded. "This time, I came on the orders of my master. He asked me to come and help you." Wu Hua also smiled. "When the next Dao sect assessment is held, I will enter." Naturally, Lin Xian was happy to meet an old friend. He brought over some good wine and prepared to have a good drink. At the same time, he asked Lu Yuan to go to the Sky sect and invite Yu Wudao over. This was also an old friend. When Yu Wudao arrived, the power on his body was even more terrifying and unfathomable. This surprised Lin Xian. As expected of the sacred body of the ancients. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Heavenly Emperor scripture. His cultivation speed was actually not any slower than Yu Wudao's. It seemed like he had a lot of resources in his hands. Yu Wudao was even more surprised when he saw Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, you are really surprising. I cultivated the Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture. With the full support of my family, I obtained a lot of realm cores. That's why I could have such a cultivation speed. However, you don't have the support of your family. Relying on your own strength, you are actually not any slower than me. This is really hard to imagine." The few of them drank and chatted for 3 days before returning to their respective places. Lin Xian entered the sword world again and adjusted his physique to its peak. When he walked out, there was a terrifying murderous intent on his body. "Elder Tianxue, it was time to settle the grudge." Lin Xian rose into the air and flew towards the Sky sect. Previously, he had fought Chen to the death and killed the other party. In the end, Elder Tianxue was enraged and slapped him. Lin Xian was injured back then and swore that he would use the other party's head to pay for the slap back then. Today, he was going to fulfill his promise. Lin Xian used the Void Beast and teleported. No one knew that he had left, and no one knew that a storm would sweep through again. Sky sect. Many people were spreading the legend of Lin Wudi and Mad God, especially the people of Tianxue Pavilion who had already received the order. Don't go out to accept any missions for the time being. Just cultivate in seclusion. Wait until the limelight is over. On this day, a figure appeared outside the Sky sect. It was pitch black like a demon. With a roar, the surrounding mountains collapsed and shattered. Who was it? The guarding disciple of the Sky sect instantly rose into the air and shouted coldly. "It was me, Mad God." "What? You're Mad God?" The guarding disciple's pupils constricted. They had been hearing this name every day for the past few days. They didn't expect the other party to come. Could it be that the other party was here for Elder Tianxue? "Why are you here?" One of the disciples asked coldly. "To avenge Lin Xian. To fight to the death with Elder Tianxue." Those disciples felt their scalps go numb. The other party was really here for revenge. This matter was too big, and they couldn't make up their minds. Therefore, someone turned around and went in to report. The others said, "Wait outside first." Lin Xian smiled. "I've been waiting for a long time. I can't wait any longer." He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of them. Not good. They quickly retreated in fear. However, Lin Xian had no intention of attacking them. These guarding disciples were not worthy of his attack. The guarding disciple activated the array formation. The array formation in front of him flickered. However, he could not stop Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. The Void Beast's spatial tunnel, coupled with the skywalk steps, allowed him to enter the Sky sect's mountain gate by the time the array formation lit up. "Oh no, I'm a step too late. Hurry up and report this." The disciple's expression changed. What was this guy trying to do? They did not dare to imagine. After all, according to the legends, he was a godlike existence. After entering, Lin Xian stepped in all directions and shouted coldly, "Where is Elder Tianxue? Get over here and accept your death." His voice was like thunder, causing everyone's blood to roil. Countless people were horrified. Who was this? How dare you come to the Sky sect and behave atrociously? The Heaven sect disciples were stunned. They were one of the 3 great orthodoxies. Even the remote antiquity clans and great sects wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in front of them. But now, someone had actually done so. Just as they were puzzled, the disciples guarding the mountain rushed over and said, "Not good, get out of the way. He's mad god." What? He was the mad god? Was he really here? The surrounding people quickly retreated in fear. At the same time, they sized him up carefully. This was a legendary figure. The people of Xianxia Pavilion were naturally alarmed. They rushed over with pale faces. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be too arrogant, mad god. This is the Sky Sect. If you dare to attack us, the elders won't let you off." Elder Zhang of the Sky Sect was extremely terrifying. Not to mention, there were patriarchs as well. No matter how powerful Mad God was, he wouldn't be able to withstand a finger from Rat. Not long after, an elder flew over. He stood on the clouds and looked down. "Mad God, are you here to behave atrociously?" An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from this person. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The late stage of the Supreme Saint. This person's aura was similar to that of the Levitation Saint. He was a peerless expert. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He said that he was only here to look for Elder Qianshui and issue him a challenge to a life-and-death battle. Was this guy really going to attack Elder Qianshui? The surrounding disciples exclaimed. The elders in front also frowned. Junior brother Qianshui was currently being punished. He had already been punished for his wrongdoings. Wasn't that enough? No, Lin Xian shook his head. He waved his hand and took out a black invitation card. He threw it into the void. The invitation card shone brightly. This is a challenge. I want to fight to the death with him. What if he rejects? The elders frowned. Reject? You don't dare, right? If you don't dare, then kneel before Lin Xian and kowtow as an apology. I can spare your life. Damn it, he's too arrogant. The people of Xianxia Pavilion roared. Even the elders in front darkened their faces. Don't you think that you've gone overboard? Are you kidding me? Xianxia was their elder. If he kowtowed as an apology, wouldn't it be a slap to the Sky Sect's face, overboard? Lin Xian sneered. Back then, when Xianxia struck out with his peerless palm, did you ever think that you've gone overboard? If Lin Xian had been beaten to death, would you have killed Elder Qianshui? You're only thinking from the perspective of the Sky Sect. Have you ever thought about Lin Xian's perspective? Do you think that Lin Xian has no background and no backing? Do you think that you can bully him as you wish? I'm here today to tell you that you can't. Fight. Kneel. Choose. Lin Xian's voice was firm and sonorous. His forcefulness shocked the people of the Sky Sect. Even the elders in front had a dark expression. To be honest, no one had ever dared to challenge the Sky Sect. Even the Levitation Saint was very courteous when he arrived. But now, this mad god was pointing at his nose and asking him to choose. He didn't want to choose either of the two options. Mad god, do you know where you are? Do you believe that I can suppress you right now? You're dreaming if you want to challenge the entire Sky Sect alone. So, I advise you to leave obediently. I'll spare your life. The elder in front had a sharp voice. Lin Xian laughed when he heard this. What, are you going to bully me again? The Sky Sect is powerful, but so what? Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a token. This is the honor token. I'm now ranked 1000 on the Holy Gulf honor list. You should know the power I can use. The token in his hand bloomed with endless light. Lin Xian transmitted his voice into it. Summon the Divine General, not good. The elder's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Moreover, he couldn't stop it at all. A spatial door formed on the token. In the next moment, a figure walked out. The person was wearing armor and looked mighty. His face was covered, and only a pair of eyes could be seen, emitting a blue light. The armor on his body also had the illusion of the sea. After it appeared, it suppressed all directions. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed, especially the elder. How terrifying. Was this a divine general of the Sacred Abyss Tower? The disciples of the Sky Sect felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, more and more masters were gathering here, including the masters on the Celestial Sect's profound ranking. There were also other terrifying young geniuses, including Leaf Doudenier. Leaf Doudenier's eyes glittered, and his face filled with shock. To be honest, he was very suspicious of Mad God's identity. If it was the person he guessed it to be, then it would be too surprising. Leaf Doudenier narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Let's see how far you can go. Up ahead, Elder Yuan took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Greetings, Divine General Haiyuan. Divine General Haiyuan nodded. Then, he blocked Mad God with a look of surprise in his eyes. The next moment, he smiled. They were looking for Mad God, but they didn't expect him to be summoned here. Mad God, what's the matter? Lin Xian said. Greetings, Senior Divine General. Today, I am here to issue a challenge. He wanted to fight Tianshui to the death. The Tianzong threatened my life. Divine General, please protect me. But... Divine General Ocean Abyss nodded. Mad God had reached the top 1,000 of the honor roll in just 3 moves. He had a bright future ahead of him. Furthermore, they needed Mad God to do something for them. Therefore, he would definitely protect Mad God. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, his guess was right. The identity on the Glory Fort was really useful. With nothing to worry about, Lin Xian looked at Elder Yuan in front of him. Of the 2 choices I mentioned earlier, you can choose one. Damn it. Elder Yuan clenched his teeth so hard that they broke. The faces of the people from Tianshui Pavilion also turned pale. Could it be that Elder Tianshui was really going to be forced to participate in the life and death battle? Mr. Zhang, you can't promise him, the people of Tianshui Pavilion shouted. Do you have the right to speak on our decisions? Lin Xian turned around and saw the sky and earth shattering around him. The people from Tianshui Pavilion spat out blood and retreated. Their faces were filled with fear. Elder Yuan's expression also changed greatly. He said, "Stop, we have to discuss this matter properly." Junior brother Tianshui had been punished previously and was severely injured. He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. If you want to fight him to the death, you have to wait until he recovers his strength. Otherwise, it would be too unfair. That's right, at this moment, another 2 elders joined forces and came over. There was nothing they could do about it. Even the Ocean Abyss Divine General had come, so they had to take it seriously. After the arrival of the 2 elders, Elder Yuan, who was in the front, immediately gained confidence. In that case, give us 10 years. Junior brother Tianshui's injuries are very serious. He won't be able to recover in a short period of time. 10 years later, he will have a battle to the death with you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard this. 10 years? The other party had no intention of participating in the deathmatch at all. It was just a different way of saying it. He stretched out a hand and said, "I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, he must come and fight." "Brat, don't be too impudent," the 2 new elders shouted angrily. "Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have a divine general. If you don't agree, fine. I'll ask Senior Divine General to send me away. But from now on, I'll kill anyone from the Sky Sect I see. That is, unless the disciples of the Sky Sect never take a single step out of the mountain gate in their entire lives." Hearing this, the surrounding Sky Sect disciples felt their scalps go numb. If they were targeted by such a demonic figure, they probably wouldn't even have the strength to resist. The 3 elders narrowed their eyes. How dare you, they were full of murderous intent. Divine General Haiyuan took a step forward. Are you going to attack someone on the Holy Gulf honor roll? Damn it. The 3 elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. With the Divine General here to protect them, they couldn't do anything at all. If they didn't agree and angered the other party, given Mad God's personality, he would really do something like that. After all, he had killed the people of the 5th Elder's faction. They even suspected that the death of the clan leader had something to do with this Mad God. Such a person was a demon. They couldn't afford to offend him. Thinking of this, they said, "Okay, 5 days. We agree." The surrounding people were in an uproar. They were shocked. They didn't expect their elders to bow down to the other party. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian smiled. Then go back and tell Tianshui that I won't hold back in 5 days. Divine General Haiyuan also said, then I'll wait here for 5 days. I'm also looking forward to this battle. Hearing this, the expressions of Elder Yuan and the others changed again. This way, they had no chance to attack Lin Xian at all. Let's go. They quickly returned. It seemed that they had to use some means to restore Elder Tianshui. Lin Xian and the Divine General of the Sea Abyss were invited into Tianzhong Valley respectfully and received extremely great treatment. They had no choice. Although they hated Mad God, they didn't dare to offend Divine General Haiyuan. Offending a Divine General was the same as offending the Sage Origin Tower. Even the Heavenly Sect had to consider the consequences. In the core area of the Heavenly Sect, Elder Yuan and the others gathered together. There were other elders flying over from afar. When they heard the news, they were also furious. How dare a Mad God behave so atrociously in front of them, damn it. So what if he has the support of Divine General Haiyuan? Does the Heavenly Sect not have any Divine Generals? Indeed. As one of the 3 major orthodoxies, the Heavenly Sect definitely had experts on the Holy Gulf honor roll. There were even people in the Heavenly Sect who had become Divine Generals. Therefore, when they saw Lin Xian had the support of a Divine General, they instantly decided to invite their own Divine Generals. This way, the other party wouldn't dare to be arrogant. However, at this moment, Elder Yuan sighed. The others might be able to do it, but Mad God was probably not ordinary. He had made it to the 1000th place on the honor roll in 3 battles. Who knew how far he would go in the 4th battle? Some people even guessed that he was another emperor's son. Even the inner circle of the Abyss Tower would not easily touch such a person. Moreover, he was challenging Elder Tianshui this time. Although Tianshui was an elder, he was only a mid-supreme saint. Moreover, he did break the rules in front of everyone by attacking a young man. Therefore, they didn't have a good reason to stop him. Many people sighed. In the end, it was still a matter of benefits. If Mad God challenged Kunpingzi this time, no one would agree. They would use all their reinforcements to stop him. However, it was a pity that he was only challenging Elder Tianshui, a person who was punished. Therefore, they wouldn't use all their trump cards. It seemed that they could only fight. They would give more resources to Tianshui so that he could recover in 5 days. 5 days later, they couldn't afford to lose this battle. Elder Yuan nodded. I'll go and prepare now. Tianshui Mountain Range. Elder Tianshui was currently recuperating. The punishment from a month ago had indeed injured him badly. Suddenly, he heard one of his subordinates reporting to him. Mad God wanted to challenge him to a battle to the death. He was instantly enraged. Despicable brat, you've gone too far. If I'm not injured, I'll definitely slap you to death, Tianshui roared. He wasn't worried at all. In his opinion, the Sky Sect would reject him for her sake. However, when Elder Yuan arrived, he was stunned. Elder Yuan said, Junior brother Tianshui, you have to recover to your peak within 5 days and engage in a battle of life and death. What? How was that possible? 5 days? Elder Tianshui was stunned. Didn't you reject him? Elder Yuan shook his head. He couldn't reject him. You can only fight. How could this be? Elder Tianshui was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. However, this time, Elder Yuan represented the Sky Sect's will. This meant that it couldn't be changed. Damn it. He clenched his teeth so hard. However, Elder Yuan said, Junior brother, don't worry. We'll provide enough resources for you to recover. We can even let you consume a secret pill and reach your peak within 5 days. Of course, you know that the secret pill has side effects. I'm afraid that you won't be able to recover within 30 years after reaching your peak. So, you have to think carefully. Try your best to recover first. If you can't, you can consume the secret pill. I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Tianshui nodded, but his expression was cold. At their level, they couldn't break through even after cultivating for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, this and not cultivating were 2 completely different situations. If you didn't cultivate for 30 years and got injured, you wouldn't be able to catch up with others for the rest of your life. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Elder Qianshui didn't want to consume this secret pill. He put it away and prepared to focus on recovering from his injuries. On the other side, in the valley, Lin Xian was also silently adjusting his condition. Elder Haiyuan's eyes flickered. He was very curious. What kind of face was under this demonic aura? Was he an expert of the older generation or a young genius? There were even a few times when he couldn't help but want to tear apart the demonic aura. However, he still restrained himself. Using demonic aura to cover his body and using his title meant that he didn't want to reveal his true identity. Naturally, he couldn't force it. However, he was still curious. Mad God was strong, but the combat power he displayed was only at the beginning stage of a supreme saint. Elder Qianshui was at the middle stage of a supreme saint. Could Mad God challenge those above his level? Or did he have a trump card? He was looking forward to it. This matter quickly spread, so much so that everyone in the Holy Abyss ancient city knew about it. In an instant, countless people cried out in alarm. What? Mad God was about to attack again. Who was it this time? It was Elder Qianshui. Heavens, had Mad God ascended to the celestial sect? It was said that he even challenged the elders of the sky sect. God, would he be able to come back safely? Cries of surprise could be heard. The heavenly sect was one of the three great orthodoxies. How terrifying was that ancient city? Who would dare to behave atrociously in such a place? But Mad God dared to do so. 5 days later, there would be a life and death battle. Let's go and take a look. This time, countless people had gathered here. The last time they were so excited was during the battle between Lin Xian and Yi Qin. At that time, it was a battle between two young, peak-level geniuses. This time, Elder Qianshui was a great sage middle stage. He was a Tianzong elder and was very strong. As for the Mad God, he was even more extraordinary and incomparably mysterious. No one knew his identity or cultivation base. However, they knew that he was ranked 1000 on the honor roll. Such combat strength was equally terrifying. There was a limit to the ranking on the Elysium honor roll. One had to be at least a great sage. Moreover, one could not exceed the great sage middle stage. In other words, those below the great sage middle stage could not challenge the honor roll at all. However, this did not mean that the people on the honor roll were not weaker than the great sage middle stage. The Dragon Prince, Kuan-Pingzi, and the others were not even great sages, but they could occupy the first place. Kuan-Pingzi, in particular, had reached the top and become the one-crown king. Their strength was probably more terrifying than the great sage middle stage. This was only the one-crown king. It was said that there had been a three-crown king in the past. Even people like Elder Yuan and the Levitation Saint were terrified of that power. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to this battle. Lingxiao Peak. It was a very famous peak in the Holy Origin ancient city. It was 90,000 meters tall. It was like a divine sword piercing the clouds. Usually, very few people came here. But today, it was extremely lively. Damn it, what was going on? Why were there so many humans here? In the sky, a few green rocks and divine eagles frowned. They flapped their wings unhappily. They would come to Lingxiao Peak every month. They would stand on the peak and absorb the qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. But now, they were not allowed to go up. Damn it, who was it? The experts from the heavenly sect stood there and said that there would be a battle at Lingxiao Peak in a few days. No one was allowed to go up to avoid setting up formations. Damn it, they were from the heavenly sect. A green rock was shocked. The divine eagle also said. Who was going to fight? Were there people from the heavenly sect? They were not the only ones who were stopped. Everyone else was stopped as well. Whether it was the clan of the ancients, the great sects, or even the True Path sect and the Earth sect, they could only wait at the foot of the mountain. No one was allowed to go up. Who knew if Mad God's teammates were hiding among these people? If they set up a killing formation, Qianshui would be in danger. Of course, they did not dare to do so. After all, doing so would be challenging the sacred origin tower. Therefore, they tried their best to stop everyone. The Levitation Saint from the True Path sect was also there. Baisusu was beside him. Baisusu was extremely excited. She could finally see the legendary mad god. She wondered what he was like. Beside her, the people from the Divine Union were also clenching their fists. The Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others were also there. They were also a little nervous because they knew that mad god was Lin Xian. Other than Vhumad and Lu Yuan, only the Crimson Dragon and the other four knew about this secret. Other than them, no one else knew about it, including Bai Susu. Therefore, these people were extremely excited at this moment. Bai Susu also said that Lin Xian was actually in seclusion at such a crucial time. He was going to miss out on an earth-shattering battle. The people at the side laughed. Don't worry, the formation we brought will record this battle and show it to Boss Lin. The Dugu clan and the Nalan clan were also there. Other than them, the Blue clan and the Dragon Palace experts were also there. They were all waiting. At this moment, two figures descended from the sky. They were here. Countless people turned their heads to look. They saw two people. One of them was wearing battle armor and had a terrifying aura. They knew that this was Divine General Xing Yuan and the other person should be Mad God. What a terrifying demonic aura. Countless people were shocked. They saw that the demonic aura on the other person was like an unparalleled demon. They could not see his face clearly. Could Mad God be an expert of the demonic path? The levitation saint was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a godlike figure. However, for some reason, he felt like he had seen this person before. It was a strange feeling, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't remember when he had seen this person before. He was a late-stage great sage. This feeling couldn't be wrong. Could it be someone he knew? He was shocked. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of anyone. Could it be the mad god? Perhaps he had heard too many legends about him recently and was overthinking it. The levitation saint shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The others were also discussing it. After Lin Xian arrived, he went straight to the top of the Lingxiao Peak. His body kept rising until he finally stood on top of the Lingxiao Peak and looked down. Now that he had arrived, the Sky Sect members no longer stopped him and started to lower their defenses. Countless figures rose into the sky. They wanted to occupy an advantageous position to watch the battle. Father, bring us up. Bai Su said. The levitation saint waved his hand and opened his sacred region. He brought Bai Su, the Crimson Dragon, and the other Divine Union members up into the sky and into the 9 heavens. Apart from him, there were also some terrifying people standing in the 9 heavens. These people weren't any weaker than the levitation saint. Among them, Old Master Linghu and Nalanda were also there. They represented 2 top families and had the right to stand there. Apart from them, the others landed one after another. The positions were arranged according to one's status and strength. Lin Xian stood on the highest peak of the Lingxiao Peak with his hands behind his back. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. The levitation saint, Old Master Dugu, Nalanda, Fire Dragon Lady, Qing Feng, and even Bai Lifei were there. Further away were Blue Pool and Wind Dragon from the Dragon Palace. Yi Wudao, the Earth Sex Overlord, and Lin Xian even saw Light and Alcade. They were all here to watch the battle. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He wondered how many of them knew his true identity. Well, he would show everyone the power of the mad god today. The Sky Sect members were naturally there too. Elder Yuan stood in the 9 heavens with a cold expression. There were many disciples following behind him. Some of them were from the Tianshui Pavilion. These people clenched their fists. Just wait and see. Their Sky Sect would definitely not lose this battle. Lin Xian's gaze swept past these people. Then, he looked into the distance. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes, piercing through heaven and earth. The others also turned around. It's coming. They saw an old man flying over quickly. Beside him, terrifying seawater surrounded him. It was Elder Tianshui. Elder Tianshui was like a sea deity as he came with a strong aura. His injuries from before seemed to have disappeared. From the looks of it, the other party had been absorbing countless natural resources over the past 5 days in order to recover fully. After all, this battle not only concerned his life, but also the heavenly sect's reputation. Tianshui came to the vicinity of Lingxiao Peak and stared at Lin Xian. Mad God, you want to stand up for Lin Xian? Fight me to the death, today, I'll send you to hell. His voice was filled with confidence. Elder Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, it seemed that Tianshui had recovered. Then there was no need to fear this battle. Because of the restrictions of the Holy Gulf list, Mad God was at most an early-stage Supreme Saint. Even so, there was still a gap between him and Tianshui. And it was very likely that Tianshui was not even a Supreme Saint. In this case, the gap between them would be even greater. Hence, they were confident in this battle. You are not qualified to say this. Lin Xian looked at Tianshui. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Back then, Tianshui had used his power to bully him. Today, he would take revenge. So what if Tianshui was a mid-stage Supreme Saint? Today, Lin Xian would also use his strongest trump card. Moreover, others did not notice, but Lin Xian had the heavenly secret prodigy. He noticed that although Tianshui's aura seemed powerful, he was injured and had not fully recovered. Tianshui was not at the pinnacle and could not compete with him. Tianshui frowned when he saw the cold light in Tianshui's eyes. Tianshui was terrified by Tianshui's gaze. It seemed that Tianshui had seen through his secret. Humph. I hate this look. Later, I will make it disappear forever. Elder Tianshui sneered. Let's start the battle. I want to see what courage you have to fight me to the death. Beside Elder Tianshui, terrifying heavenly spirit holy water appeared. It covered the sky. Heavenly spirit holy sword. With a wave of his hand, endless heavenly water law condensed into a holy sword and fell from the sky. The surrounding people exclaimed. Elder Tianshui had used his ultimate technique right from the start. It seemed that Elder Tianshui was not giving Tianshui a chance. The heavenly water holy sword released a terrifying aura between heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to split heaven and earth in half. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian smiled. Light of the demon god. With a wave of his hand, endless light of the demon god flew out and covered the sky. It seemed to have turned into a sword of the demon world. Boom, it collided with Tianshui's heavenly spirit holy sword. What a useless brat. Sensing the light of the demon god, Elder Tianshui sneered. He could see that Lin Xian was only at the early stage of the great sage realm and could not be compared to him. As expected, Tianshui's heavenly spirit holy sword split all the light of the demon god apart and charged towards Lin Xian. So fast, countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. A black hole appeared where he was standing. It was broken. You are just SOSO. You want to compete with me with this little strength? Elder Tianshui laughed. The people from the heavenly sect heaved a sigh of relief. They could see that the gap between the two was huge. The others exclaimed. What was going on? Could it be that Mad God could not win? No, he was very powerful. Some people said that Mad God was powerful, but was Elder Tianshui weak? He was a mid-stage great sage. An elder of the heavenly sect. Did you think that he would be killed like the young man? His strength was comparable to the Nalan family. Powerful, Mad God was going to lose this time. That was for sure. The people from the heavenly sect sneered. Not only was he going to lose, but this was a battle of life and death. If he lost, he would die. Their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon, Vhumad, and the others were nervous. Was it too much? Lin Xian's eyes were also flickering. His opponent was indeed powerful and was seriously injured, but he was not someone an early-stage great sage could compare to. The gap between the two was too big. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. This time, he had originally planned to use his super trump card. So everything in front of him was within his expectations. Kid, you are no match for me at all. Leave any last words, or I will send you to hell. With a wave of his hand, 2 more Tianshui's heavenly spirit holy swords appeared. 3 Tianshui's heavenly spirit holy swords descended from the sky. This time, they blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes from all directions. He would never give his opponent a chance to escape again. It's over. Mad God is dead. Countless people shook their heads. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Facing this peerless attack, a black jar appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It created a terrifying vortex that swallowed the heavens and earth. The 3 terrifying celestial spirit holy swords were all swallowed. Not dead? The people from the celestial sect couldn't believe it. The others were also in an uproar. Among them, the pupils of many great saints shrank as they stared fixedly at the black jar. What was that? They were shocked. It seemed to be a very powerful weapon that could swallow the celestial spirit holy swords. It was not simple. No wonder Mad God dared to fight him to the death. He had a powerful trump card. One after another, voices were heard. The Crimson Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, taking out the sky-devouring jar meant that Lin Xian had decided to go all out. This time, he would definitely not be defeated. Bai Susu was also surprised. Wasn't that Lin Xian's weapon? However, when she thought about the close relationship between Lin Xian and Mad God, she understood. Perhaps it was Mad God's weapon, or Lin Xian had lent it to Mad God. From the beginning to the end, she didn't think of the two of them as the same person because it was too shocking. It wasn't just her. Even her father, the levitation saint, didn't think so. In front, Elder Tianshui's pupils constricted and his face darkened. He still had a powerful Dharma treasure. After I kill you, this treasure will be mine. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from the sky-devouring jar, which made him very jealous. You're trash. You don't have the right to use such a treasure. As he spoke, he attacked again. Heavenly Water Fist. With a punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The heavenly water law surged out and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the sky-devouring jar with all his strength and crazily devoured his opponent's power. The terrifying fist and heavenly water law attacked Lin Xian, but they were all swallowed. Damn it, I don't believe you can control it forever. Elder Tianshui attacked crazily. However, all he did was shatter the void. Lin Xian stood there like a god fiend, watching coldly. It was about time. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The heaven-swallowing jar was the same as the great dragon sword spirit. With his current strength, he could only display a portion of its power. If one wanted to unleash an extremely powerful attack, one would have to exceed the amount of power one could withstand. Either he burned his life force, regardless of the cost, or he had to provide external power and resources. This time, Lin Xian planned to borrow the power of the Four Spirit Valley. His voice was transmitted back to the sword world. For spiritual beasts, provide me with strength. When the 4 spiritual beasts heard the message, they raised their heads to the sky and roared, transmitting the power of the 4 spiritual valley. Lin Xian felt a surge of energy that wanted to tear his body apart. He didn't dare to be careless and instantly transferred this energy to the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar shook violently. There were countless demonic runes on it, as if it wanted to devour the world. At this moment, the entire world darkened. Everyone was terrified. They felt as if their bodies were about to be swallowed up by the darkness. Hurry up and leave. They retreated in a frenzy. Even Elder Yuan, the levitation saint, and the others were terrified and quickly retreated. What kind of weapon was that? Was it the legendary thing? Damn it, what was going on? How could you unleash such terrifying power? Elder Tianshui was stunned. This was different from what he had imagined. What kind of secret pill did the other party consume? This power was too terrifying. Damn it, could it be that he was burning his life force? What a lunatic. He also retreated quickly, unwilling to fight back. However, how could he escape? Lin Xian held the heaven-devouring jar in his hand, like a god that could devour the heavens, devouring the world. Elder Tianshui felt that he was enveloped by a force. His soul seemed to be leaving his body, and his body seemed to be melting. Damn it, get out of my way. He attacked frantically. Between heaven and earth, countless heavenly spirit sacred swords tore through the void, slashing towards Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. However, all of this was blocked by the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar descended from the sky, covering half of Elder Tianshui's body. His body instantly turned into a bloody mist. No, Elder Tianshui screamed crazily, trying to escape. In the end, his upper body was smashed into pieces, leaving only his head. He managed to escape. After that attack, the darkness between heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian stood there with a cold expression. The others looked over. How was it? When they saw that only Elder Tianshui's head was left, they were all stunned. How was that possible? Elder Tianshui was severely injured in an instant. That was too unbelievable. His opponent was simply too terrifying. That weapon of his was actually so strange. It was the legendary weapon. The people of the Sky Sect were also shocked. Lin Xian sneered. With the heaven-devouring jar in his hand, he walked forward again. What are your last words? Stay, or I'll send you to hell. Elder Tianshui had said those words to him before, and now he was repeating them word for word. Elder Tianshui was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Elder Yuan also said, Crazy God, I want you to kneel and apologize to Lin Xian. Can you stop? Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. It was too late. Go to hell and apologize. The heaven-devouring jar released a terrifying aura again. Elder Tianshui's expression turned ugly. Kid, do you think you're the only one with a trump card? I have one too. You burned your life force for that attack just now, right? You don't have the strength to launch another attack like that now. As for me, I can return to my peak in an instant. Let's see how you die now. Elder Tianshui seemed to have gone crazy. A pill flew out from between his eyebrows and he swallowed it. Boom, a terrifying blood-red light shrouded him. He roared at the sky, and his broken body quickly recovered. On top of that, his aura was constantly rising. What's that? Bai Susu and the others were shocked. The others were also in an uproar. The old man of the Dugu family narrowed his eyes. Could it be a secret pill from the heavens? I heard that it's a very powerful pill. It can restore a severely injured person to their peak in an instant and maintain super combat power. However, this pill has a very strong side effect. After the pill's effect wears off, the person will be weak for decades. It will be difficult for them to return to their peak. It seems like Elder Tianshui is really desperate. That's why he used such a trump card. Hearing this, countless people were shocked. The price was indeed high, but he could return to his peak. With a clang, the blood-red light disappeared. Elder Tianshui walked out. His strength was even stronger than before. At this moment, even his internal injuries had recovered. He was shining brightly like a god of the sea, standing there. His gaze swept across, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone felt a sense of fear. Kid, I've already returned to my peak. Do you still have the strength to fight me? If not, I'll let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Tianshui roared. The precepts of Tianshui gathered on his body, forming a sort of water that he held. Then, he charged forward. The spectators could only sigh when they felt the vast amount of power. This time, Mad God was really in danger. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He's out of strength? What a joke. He has a sword world behind him. The 4 spiritual beasts are giving me power. Lin Xian transmitted his voice again. Inside the sword world, the 4 spiritual beasts were about to go crazy when they heard that. F***ck, kid, can you not be such a wastrel? There isn't much power gathered in this world, and you've used so much this time. Don't you feel heartache? Cut the crap and send it to me. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The 4 spiritual beasts had no choice. This world belonged to him, and they were just housekeepers. Hence, they could only send their power over. Devour, Lin Xian sent out a super strong power to the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar bloomed, turning into a black ray of light that pierced through the front. No, Elder Tianshui was going crazy. How could his opponent still make such a strong attack? And why wasn't his opponent dead? Wasn't he burning his power? Could it be that he guessed wrong? He was filled with regret and wanted to escape. But it was too late. With this attack, the heaven-devouring jar swallowed his soul completely. It was crushed by the merciless darkness and turned into nothingness. Buzz, Elder Tianshui's body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground cracked and turned into a canyon. Was he dead? Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe it. The people of Xianxia Pavilion fainted from fright. The Sky Sect elder's face was cold. How could it be, even after consuming the secret pill, Xianxia still died? Damn it, how did this kid have the strength to use so much power, and this legendary black jar that could devour the heavens and the earth? Could it be that terrifying weapon, the heaven-devouring jar? Could it be that this mad god had some connection with the heavenly court? In an instant, countless people were discussing in shock. Take his body and leave. Elder Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The people of the Sky Sect quickly snatched Elder Xianxui's body back and left. This time, it was too embarrassing. They would probably become a joke. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he soared into the sky. He put away the heaven-devouring jar because he realized that many people had their eyes on him. It seemed that they were all after the heaven-devouring jar. He wouldn't give them a chance. Before disappearing, the Divine General of the Ocean Abyss sent a voice transmission saying, "We still have some matters to discuss with you. When the time comes, go to the Sacred Abyss Tower." Lin Xian replied, and then his body disappeared. Meanwhile, some of the top great sages were also vanishing. From the looks of it, they went to search for him. However, not long after, they shook their heads and returned, sighing. He ran away. The other party's speed was faster than they had imagined. The battle ended quickly. Countless people were shocked. The news instantly spread, and Mad God's reputation rose again. Everyone was guessing. The other party's ranking was definitely not as simple as the top 1,000. With the addition of the terrifying heaven-devouring jar, the other party's ranking could definitely rise. Before the members of the Nalan family were frightened, they were still somewhat unconvinced about the death of the fifth elder. However, they were forcefully suppressed by the new patriarch. But now, there was no need for the new patriarch to say anything. No one dared to take revenge. They had seen Mad God's strength with their own eyes. He was too strong, so strong that they found it hard to resist. Many top geniuses even considered Mad God their idol. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to his spiritual abode and retracted the demonic aura all over his body. He knew that Bai Susu and the rest should be back soon. Not long after, Bai Susu and the rest of the Divine Union rushed back. Lin Xian, come out quickly. Bai Susu shouted happily. Lin Xian pretended to be surprised when he came out. What was she so happy about? Bai Susu said, it's a pity that you didn't go. The members of the Divine Union nodded their heads vigorously. Yes, boss. Mad God was too strong. He had destroyed a mid-great sage elder in a few moves. It was simply heaven-defying. But it's okay, boss. We have already recorded it with an array formation. Look. These people had recorded the previous scene. Lin Xian nodded his head after watching it. It was indeed very cool. The Crimson Dragon, Lu Yuan, and the rest had strange looks on their faces. They didn't know what this kid was thinking when he saw the scene of the battle. A group of people cheered here. On the other side, the members of the Dragon Palace looked gloomy. Lan Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, "This Mad God was too powerful. He was already famous in the ancient city. Plus, he had that weapon of his. Ordinary great sages wouldn't dare to go against him." The abominable thing was that Mad God was related to Lin Xian. In this case, they would probably have to give Lin Xian some face. Wind Dragon laughed. No matter how strong Mad God was, he wouldn't dare to go against the Dragon Palace. The trump card of the Dragon Palace wasn't something he could imagine. When the time came, a few late great sage elders would come out and he would be dead. There was nothing to be afraid of. By the way, I have already arranged for you to get in touch with the Dragon Prince. How is it? Hearing this, Lan Ziyu smiled. Very good, I've successfully attracted his attention. I am going to show my charm in the next few days. I will succeed soon. Lan Ziyu had been thinking of various ways to get in touch with the Dragon Prince these days. In addition to Wine Dragon's secret help and persuasion, the Dragon Prince also met Lan Ziyu a few times. The more he met him, the more he liked him. This woman was not bad. To be honest, he never lacked women around him. But this time, it was Wind Dragon who recommended him and even helped a lot. In the end, Lan Ziyu really stayed by the Dragon Prince's side. Lan Ziyu was very happy. With the help of the Dragon Prince, Lin Xian would be dead for sure. The Dragon Prince had too many resources around him. It was the power of many worlds, which Lan Ziyu had never come into contact with before. She stayed by the Dragon Prince's side. Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few days, which shocked her. No wonder the gap between the two sides was so big. Just these resources alone were enough to sweep everything. That Lin Xian still wanted to go against the Dragon Prince? What kind of joke was this? Did he have such resources? Lan Ziyu started a revenge plan in her heart. Holy Abyss City was incomparably crazy. During this period, countless top geniuses went to the Holy Abyss Tower to prepare for the challenge. Mad God had shocked the world with a single feat from the Holy Abyss Tower. They also wanted to go down this path. But unfortunately, the Holy Abyss Tower was not a place that any genius could challenge. Most of the geniuses couldn't even reach the first level, which made them despair. Mad God entered the top 1,000 3 times. How terrifying was that? Among them, one person succeeded. Not only that, his ranking rose in a straight line. He directly entered the top 10,000 in his first challenge. And his ranking continued to rise. Finally, it stopped at the top 5,000. Everyone went crazy. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Was another mad god rising to power? Countless people were discussing. They stared at the name on the glory leaderboard. Who was Eastern Sage? Go and find him. Eastern Sage's rise was like a comet, shocking countless people. They quickly searched the area, but they didn't find anything. Damn it, what was going on? Why was Eastern Sage as mysterious as Mad God? These people were crazy. Which side's genius expert had appeared? Yi Wudao walked out of the Holy Gulf Tower with a smile on his face. Eastern Sage was naturally him. He had already guessed who Mad God was, so he had used his title to enter. Eastern Sage's name spread throughout Holy Distant Ancient City once again. In an instant, the ancient families and great sects were shocked. Even the 3 great orthodoxies were in an uproar. The people of the Divine Union were guessing who this Eastern Sage was. After Lin Xian heard this, his lips curled into a smile. Eastern Sage? What a familiar name. Back in the quintessential world, the 5 young geniuses had their own titles. He was given the title of Middle Emperor, while Eastern Sage was naturally Yi Wudao. It had to be him. It seemed like there was no way to hide it. Where are Rizalong and Toad? Get them to prepare a congratulatory gift for me. I want to give it to Wudao. The Crimson Dragon flew over and said, I'll prepare it. Toad and Crimson Leaf have gone on a mission. Oh, what kind of mission was it? The current Divine Union was much stronger than it had been in the past, so most of the missions were carried out by other people. Who would have thought that Toad would go with Fu Hongyu and the rest this time? The Crimson Dragon said. Not only that, but Lu Yuan, Nailin Liang, Yu Ren and the rest are also going. Even Bai Susu is going. It seemed like it was a huge mission. Why didn't they call him? The Crimson Dragon rolled his eyes. Mad God, who would dare to call you when you were so busy? Lin Xian smiled and slapped him. Let's go and prepare the gift. We're going to meet Wudao. Lin Xian took out a spiritual medicine from the 4-Spirit Valley and sealed it before heading to the Sky Sect with the Crimson Dragon. The people of the Sky Sect were stunned when they saw Lin Xian. This guy actually dared to come. Those experts were also gnashing their teeth, but Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was here for a normal visit, so these people definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. As expected, no one dared to touch them. Lin Xian called for Leaf Dao Denier to arrive. I can't believe you two would come. What a rare sight. Come on, Leaf Dao Denier invited Lin Xian and Yang Qi inside. Leaf Dao Denier's mountain range was one of the top. After entering, Lin Xian took out the spiritual medicine and said, This is for you. Congratulations, you have officially entered the Holy Gulf list. Leaf Dao Denier laughed. It seems I really can't hide anything from you. Lin Xian said, Aren't I the same? You should have guessed it by now. Leaf Dao Denier nodded, and the two exchanged their experiences in the Sacred Abyss Tower. Leaf Dao Denier went on to say, actually, if you hadn't come, I would have gone looking for you anyway. Something strange happened recently. What strange thing? Lin Xian was shocked. Leaf Dao Denier lowered his voice and said, Elder Tianshui, you killed him. His corpse was brought back, but before he could be buried, it mysteriously disappeared. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he heard this. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Who would want a corpse? What use would it be? Could it be that it had been turned into a puppet? If that was the case, then I'm not worried. I'm worried that it was that guy who did it. Lin Xian frowned and thought of a certain person. Are you talking about Zhao Guang? He had encountered Zhao Guang when he had clashed with the Violet Palace realm. At that time, Zhao Guang had been very low-key and hadn't made a move. Instead, he had been hiding in the distance, collecting the corpses of various experts. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. That's right, it was him. According to the information I received, Zhao Guang cultivated a forbidden divine ability, the heaven-devouring demonic art. It was actually that kind of martial art. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Wasn't that a technique that had been lost long ago? The damned Violet Palace realm even had such a thing. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He seemed to have heard about this from Qin Xianer. What exactly was going on? Yi Wudao said. Speaking of which, the heaven-devouring demonic palace is somewhat related to you. Lin Xian was shocked. Yi Wudao continued. Back then, there was a great emperor known as the heaven-devouring great emperor. It was said that he had grasped the devouring sword. The devouring law could extinguish everything. As the heaven-devouring great emperor, he wasn't a peak genius. In fact, he was just an ordinary person. Logically speaking, becoming a king should have been his limit. It was impossible for him to become a saint. However, he had accidentally obtained the devouring sword. Through devouring various experts and natural treasures, his constitution and talent were constantly changing. In the end, he swept through the world and became a great emperor. There were 3 of the most famous treasures. The devouring sword had existed before the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was natural that countless people yearned for it. The heaven-devouring great emperor was also extremely terrifying. He had created 2 great treasures. The first was his self-created emperor scripture, the heaven-devouring demonic art. This was a cultivation technique that he had created and evolved. After countless experiments, he had devoured all the geniuses in the world. In that era, experts from the primordial aristocratic families, great sects, and various sacred grounds were devoured by him. It could be said that he was the enemy of the entire world. However, the other party was truly terrifying. He had killed his way to the great emperor realm. Moreover, it was said that he was also a madman. In the end, he had even devoured himself. It was said that the heaven-devouring jar was made from his physique. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. The heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring demonic art, he had half of the heaven-devouring jar. It must be related to the heaven-devouring great emperor. And that Zhao Guang had cultivated this forbidden technique, the heaven-devouring demonic art. It seemed that there would be a battle in the future. Lin Xian frowned. That Zhao Guang definitely wanted the heaven-devouring jar. It seemed that he had to be careful in the future. The heaven-devouring demonic art was a forbidden technique in the emperor's scripture. Because it was too terrifying, anyone who cultivated it would be an enemy of all the geniuses in the world. Therefore, no matter how strong Zhao Guang was, he wouldn't dare to show it. He could only act in secret. Lin Xian and the others understood this. However, Zhao Guang was from the Purple Palace. If the Purple Palace wanted to return to its peak, they would definitely support Zhao Guang in secret. It seemed that they had to be more careful. Lin Xian said, when I return, I will send people to keep an eye on the other party and gather information about him. Yi Wudao said, the Yi family will also pay attention. After all, if the other party wanted to become a great emperor, Lin Xian and Yi Wudao would probably be his targets. How could they not pay attention? Both parties conversed for a long time. A few days later, Lin Xian left. On the way back, Lin Xian asked the Crimson Dragon to prepare to send people from the Divine Union to gather information about Zhao Guang. However, when they returned to the Divine Union, something unexpected happened. The entire Divine Union was shocked and in an uproar, everyone frantically searching for Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian return, the people around him were on the verge of tears. "Boss, this is bad. Something has happened. What's going on?" Lin Xian's expression changed. He immediately summoned the heavenly void beast and teleported them back to the Divine Union. After returning, a white-robed figure flew over and cried, "Lin Xian, this is bad. Something big has happened." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He did not even recognize the person in front of him. Soon, he realized that it was Bai Susu. What was wrong with her? Her white clothes were stained with snow and there was blood on her face. Someone had attacked Bai Susu. Lin Xian was in disbelief. Bai Susu's father was the levitation saint, an elder of the True Path sect. His position was much more terrifying than Elder Xianxua's. Who would dare to attack Bai Susu? What was going on? "Don't panic, tell me slowly," Lin Xian said. At the same time, he took out many elixirs and gave them to Bai Susu. Bai Susu said that she was not injured and that the blood on her body was not hers. It was the enemy's. However, she had escaped and they were in trouble. They had all been captured. Who were they? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Could it be Xianxia, Toad, and the rest? Lin Xian's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon had said that Bai Susu and the rest had gone on a huge mission. Many experts had been mobilized and only Bai Susu had returned. Could the rest have been suppressed? Bai Susu was right. Toad, Fu Xianxia, Lu Yuan, Nailan Liang, and Yuren had all been captured. Apart from them, the other members of the Divine Union had all been killed. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He understood that someone had attacked the Divine Union. Who was the enemy? His eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, the 9 heavens were shattered. He was really angry. Previously, he had destroyed the 5th Elder's faction, ascended to the Sky Sect, and killed Elder Xianxua, shocking the ancient city. However, he had not expected that someone would be so reckless as to attack the Divine Union directly. Did they not want to live anymore? It was the Dragon Palace. Bai Susu sighed deeply as she recounted the matter to him. It turned out that the Dragon Palace had released this mission. Bai Susu and the rest had gone there but had been ambushed along the way. The Dragon Palace had been waiting on the path they had to pass. They had set up a supreme killing array and taken various sacred weapons. For a moment, they suffered a heavy blow. The Dragon Palace had prepared meticulously and sent out too many experts. Therefore, even though Bai Susu, the Toad, and the others were strong, they were still suppressed. It was even suppressed. Since Bai Susu was the daughter of an elder, the people of the Dragon Palace did not dare to suppress her. Moreover, they needed someone to inform them. So, he released Bai Susu. As for the others, they were all suppressed, and some of them even died in battle. Lin Xian's eyes turned red after hearing this. The Crimson Dragon also roared. Damn it, we haven't even made a move yet, and they actually dared to attack first. Kill, he roared, and the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They were unable to act within the Dao sect and they had to wait for us to leave the sect before they acted. If you go to the Dragon Palace now, the elders will mercilessly suppress you. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon roared. Lin Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm his killing intent. What about Xianxia, Toad, and the others? Where was it suppressed? The current plan was not to take revenge, but to rescue the people first. These people had a special relationship with him, and he would not allow them to die. Bai Susu said, I think they are not in danger for the time being. Before they released me, they told me to come back and inform you. However, they will send someone to inform you of the details. I guess they are targeting you. Lin Xian's face turned cold. The Dragon Palace had been targeting him for a long time. However, it was impossible for an ordinary member to arrange such a meticulous plan and mobilize so many experts. It had to be a core member of the Dragon Palace. Who was it? He immediately thought of the Dragon Prince. He was afraid that only the Dragon Prince could mobilize so many experts. Susu, use your father's power to secretly investigate if the Dragon Prince was behind this. Bai Susu nodded, changed her clothes, and left quickly. Lin Xian ordered the people of the Divine Union not to leave the Tao sect for now. In the past, those who went out to carry out missions were to find a place to hide. The people of the Divine Union were also shocked. They had not expected to start a war with the Dragon Palace so soon. They quickly took action. This kid would definitely not let the Dragon Palace off this time. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He had said that he would not let them off. He had originally wanted to gather some strength before attacking the Dragon Palace. However, since they did not know what was good for them, he would let them know how powerful they were. Lin Xian decided that he would rescue Vhumad and the others at all costs. At the same time, he would not let off anyone who had participated in this attack. Bai Susu's actions were very fast. After all, her father was an elder. She used some of her power and quickly investigated. The Dragon Prince had a new cultivation partner. It was Lanziyu. Lanziyu had been introduced by Feng Long. In an instant, Lin Xian understood that Lanziyu must have teamed up with the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian had previously killed Lanzilu and slapped Lanziyu hard in the face. Lanziyu wanted revenge, but he did not have the strength. He had not expected that Lanziyu would become the cultivation partner of the Dragon Prince. It seemed that Lanziyu did not need to exist anymore. There was still the Blue Tribe. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. What should he do next? The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian said, wait for them to come and find us. During this period, they did not stay idle. They gathered a large amount of resources with the Crimson Dragon and started to set up the array. Lin Xian set up the spiritual transfer array while the Crimson Dragon set up the killing array. 5 days later, someone finally came to find them. The person who came was called Lan Yu. She was a woman from the Blue Tribe and was Lan Ziyu's younger sister. Lin Xian, get out here. Lan Yu sneered. The people of the Divine Union were instantly enraged. Lin Xian was the leader of the Divine Union. How dare the other party be so arrogant? They rushed out and shouted coldly, do you want to die? Do you believe that we can suppress you? Lan Yu stood outside the spiritual abode and sneered. The Divine Union was still so arrogant. Did they not want their friends' lives? Damn it. Those people were gritting their teeth. They now knew that the core members of the Divine Union had been suppressed and they were in a crisis. And their opponent was the Dragon Palace. Now that they saw the people from the Dragon Palace, they could not wait to kill them. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped them. I'm here. He walked out and stared at the other party. You are Lin Xian? Lan Yu was not afraid in the face of Lin Xian's cold gaze. This was the True Path sect. The other party would not dare to do anything to her. Moreover, the other party's friends were in their hands. The other party would have to be obedient. She sneered. Go to the Black Devil Peak tomorrow night. If you are late, I'm afraid you will regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. The Crimson Dragon roared. Bai Susu snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid of the sect rules for attacking your own sect members? Lan Yu smiled. Why can't I understand what this sister is saying? Do you have any evidence of who we attacked? Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you are the daughter of an elder. Bai Susu gritted her teeth in anger. She couldn't wait to tear Lan Yu's face apart. She had never seen such a shameless person. Lan Yu coldly snorted. She looked at Lin Xian and said, Brat, listen carefully. This time, you can only go alone. If you discover anyone else, you'll bear the consequences. Lan Yu smiled proudly. Then, she lifted her head proudly and was about to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly. Hold on. Lan Yu turned around and frowned. She had a look of disdain on her face. What else do you want? Do you want me to plead for you? Useless kid. She sneered coldly. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his eyes were shining. In the next moment, Lan Yu hugged her head and screamed. Her face was pale. Damn it. How dare you lay your hands on me? You've violated the rules of the Tao Palace. Do you believe that I'll get the elders to suppress you? She screamed crazily. In that instant, her soul had been pierced and the pain was excruciating. Lin Xian smiled. Do you have any proof that I laid my hands on you? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have any proof. You. Lan Yu was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't that what she had said to Lin Xian? She hadn't expected to be slapped in the face so quickly. Damn it. Weren't you the one who injured my soul? This is the proof. Did I lay my hands on you? Lin Xian looked around and said. The disciples of the Divine Union shook their heads quickly. No, when did Boss Lin lay his hands on you? That's right. We're all watching. Boss Lin only glanced at you. Why? Can't we see it? Bai Susu sneered. How dare you be so arrogant when you can't even withstand a glance? As she said that, her eyes shone brightly. Immediately, Lan Yu screamed again. Although she was a member of the Dragon Palace, she had entered the Dragon Palace because of Lan Ziyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter given her strength. Bai Susu was a top-notch genius. How could Lan Yu possibly withstand her? Therefore, her soul was severely injured in an instant. She even knelt down instantly. Just you wait. Lan Yu screamed crazily and turned around to escape. Brat, don't you need to capture and collect her soul? They had definitely set up a trap. Lin Xian shook his head. She was so weak, how could she know the details of the plan? She was only a messenger. His guess was right. Lan Yu was only in charge of passing on a message. She didn't know anything. Bai Susu asked, what about you? Was he really planning to go alone? Why don't we just ask my father to do it? It's useless. They're well prepared. Moreover, so many of our friends are in their hands. If they split up, it'll be difficult to deal with them. The elders would only be able to save a portion of the people. The rest would most likely be killed immediately. And this time, it was the Dragon Crown Prince who did it. The Dragon Crown Prince must have the support of the elders. In addition, the Dragon Palace had the Dragon Emperor finger. It might even have the old ancestor as a backer. Therefore, it's better for me to go personally. Once he used the power of an elder, he would probably alarm an even more terrifying existence. Lin Xian felt that young people should solve their own problems. Ruzalong, give me all the killing formations you set up. I'll go by myself. You and Susu stay here to guard the house. During this period of time, don't let the people around you leave. Alright, then you be careful. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Since the other party had specifically asked Lin Xian to go alone, his friends would be in danger. However, he wouldn't just sit around and wait for death. This matter wasn't only related to the Dragon Palace, but also the Blue Race. Since that was the case, he wouldn't spare the Blue Race. He immediately sent a message to the Black Sea's Dragon Race, asking them to mobilize their forces to attack the Blue Race. Those who dared to attack their people would have to pay the price. On the other side, Lin Xian moved. He left with the killing formations and the spirit transfer formation. Black Devil Peak. A sinister and terrifying place. This was an ancient battlefield. A fierce battle had once taken place, and countless experts had fallen. Therefore, the murderous aura here was extremely terrifying. 20,000 years ago, a dungeon had been secretly built here to suppress some terrifying experts. Later on, the dungeon was abandoned, but it still remained. At this moment, flames were lit in the dungeon again. The green flames danced with a strange light. Inside the dungeon, silhouettes stood one after another like gods and devils. At this moment, roars could be heard from inside. How dare you attack the Divine Union? We won't let you off. Just the likes of you dare to go against Long Gongquang? I can only say that you are courting death. Just you wait. It won't be just you. Soon, we will send that Lin Xian to hell. Damn it, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. He was injured. Beside him were Nalan Liang and Yu Ren. As for Toad and Fu Hongya, they weren't here. At the same time, they knew that the situation was dangerous. They had fallen into a trap, and these people had captured them to deal with Lin Xian. If Lin Xian really came here, it would be very dangerous. Calculating the time, it's about time. Men, bring them out for me. Bring them to Black Devil Peak. In front of them, a man with a cold figure and the aura of the Dragon Dao was present. He was Wind Dragon. This time, he was also in charge. He was followed by countless experts. He wanted to see how Lin Xian would escape this time. Lu Yuan, Nalan Liang, and Yuren were chained up and had their strength sealed. Hurry up and leave. One of them kicked Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Lu Yuan also roared and ended up getting hit. Why? If you don't leave, I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. What are you staring at? Do you think you can still make a comeback? When Lin Xian comes, we'll finish him off and send you to hell together. They all sneered. Soon, they were brought out of the dungeon and arrived at the top of the Black Devil Peak. Feng Long was sitting on a throne in front of him, and he was swirling the exquisite spirit wine in his hand. He looked at the moon in the sky and sneered. Why hadn't that Lin Xian come yet? A woman beside him sneered. I think he doesn't dare to come. What Lin Wudi? How dare he give himself such an arrogant title? He doesn't have the qualifications to compete with our Dragon Palace. This woman was a proud daughter of the Golden Crow clan. She sneered. Lin Xian was a coward. If he dares to come, I can suppress him with one hand. You want to contend against Boss Lin with just you? Yuren mocked. You can't even compare to a finger of boss. Are you trying to challenge me? Golden Crow Feather's face darkened. Someone, slap him and knock his teeth out one by one. Soon, someone from the Dragon Palace sneered and attacked. With a slap, Yuren's face was smashed, and his teeth flew to the ground. Damn it. Lu Yuan's eyes were red. Come at me if you have the guts. Boom, Golden Crow Feather's slap enveloped Lu Yuan, and the terrifying Golden Crow fire began to burn. Lu Yuan's body was charred black, and he screamed miserably. Stop, Nalan Liang roared crazily. Aren't you afraid that the mad god will come and kill you? The other party wasn't afraid of Lin Xian or the Nalan family. They could only use an even more powerful existence, the mad god. So what if mad god is powerful? If he comes, someone will deal with him. Also, mad god is only ranked 1000 on the Saint Origin list. The founder of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Prince, is ranked 2nd on the Saint Origin list. Do you think the two of them can be compared? In front of the Dragon Prince, mad god is just a worm. Ha 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 ha, they laughed crazily. That's right, the founder of the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Prince, the Emperor's son. He was their greatest reliance. As long as the Dragon Prince was around, they would not be afraid of anyone except Kuanpingzi. They did not care about mad god at all. Why hasn't that kid come yet? Another expert of the Dragon Palace frowned. What if that kid is afraid of death and does not dare to come? Feng Long sneered. Fine, I'll kill one of his friends and send his head to the god's abode. If he doesn't come, I'll kill him again. I want to see how long he can endure. Hearing this, the pupils of Lu Yuan and the others constricted. Damn it, these people from the Dragon Palace are too despicable. Well, I think they don't dare to come. Then let's choose one. Who should we kill? His gaze swept past the three of them. I'll kill you. Jin Wuyu stared at Lu Yuan and waved his hand. The golden crow flames in his hand turned into a saber and he walked forward. I'll chop off your head and send it to the god's abode. I'm looking forward to what will happen when Lin Xian sees it. This is the result of following Lin Xian. Don't be the enemy of the Dragon Palace in your next life because you are not worthy. He raised his saber and was about to swing it down. Damn it. Nalan Liang and the merman beside him roared crazily. However, it was useless. Their bodies were sealed by the laws and they could not resist at all. Were they really going to die? Lu Yuan roared. I've never regretted following Uncle Master. It's just that you guys are despicable and use dozens of times more power than us. One day, little Uncle Master will avenge me. Then, he looked at Nalan Liang and Yuren. Brothers, let's meet again in the next life. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he closed his eyes. You're courting death. Golden Crow Feather snorted coldly, and the saber in his hand fell. Cracks had already appeared on Lu Yuan's body. If this saber strike landed, he would definitely die. Boom, a deep voice rang out. The sea of flames spread out, and the void shattered. Nalan Liang and the merman were stunned. Was Lu Yuan dead? Although they hadn't known Willow Yuan for long, only a few years, they had carried out many missions together. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. Now that their friend had died in front of them, how could they bear it? No, these people's eyes instantly turned red, but when they looked to the side, they were stunned. This was because they realized that Lu Yuan wasn't dead. Lu Yuan was also stunned. He opened his eyes. I didn't die. He was stunned when he saw a hand grabbing his saber. Who was it? He looked up and saw a familiar face. Little martial uncle, Lu Yuan exclaimed. Boss Lin. Yuran and Nalan Liang also roared. On the other side, Golden Crow Feather's pupils shrank. Lin Xian, you've finally come. Boom, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and broke the battle blade. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. Many large cracks appeared. Golden Crow Feather retreated. Feng Long stood up. The others also sneered. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. You're finally here. The show can begin. Lin Xian arrived. His expression was extremely cold, and there was even an extremely terrifying killing intent burning in his eyes. He saw that Lu Yuan and the other two were covered in injuries. It was obvious that they had been tortured. With a wave of his hand, the sealed chains on the three of them shattered. Lin Xian struck out with the immortality art, enveloping the three of them and helping them recover. At the same time, he took out pills and natural treasures. He said, you've suffered. Recover. I won't let go of anyone who attacked you. Little martial uncle, be careful. They have a lot of people. Yes, boss, let's test them first. They've already set up an inescapable trap for you. This is a trap. Yuran also roared. They were very worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, it's fine. No matter how many traps they have, I'll destroy them with my sword. I'm here today to avenge you. Boss. Little martial uncle. Lu Yuan and the other two's eyes instantly turned red. On the other side, Golden Crow sneered. So touching. I'm about to cry. But so what? Since you're so close, you can go to hell together. Golden Crow sneered, and the saber in his hand condensed again. Lin Xian was powerful and famous in the ancient city, but so what? This time, they had so many experts. Why would they be afraid of him? Even a great sage of the older generation would have to nurse a grievance if they were here. Lin Xian stared at him and said coldly, you wanted to kill my friend, that's right, I wanted to kill him. I wanted to chop off his head and tear him into pieces. Not only that, did you see that injury on that ant's face was also caused by me? I planned to knock out his teeth one by one. What can you do to me? Golden Crow sneered, not caring at all. Lin Xian's expression was as cold as water. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the other party. Buzz, the golden hand fell mercilessly. So fast. Golden Crow's pupils constricted. She did not expect the other party to be so fast. She retreated in shock, but soon, she was furious. The other party dared to attack her. Go to hell. He slashed over with his saber. Clang, an earth-shaking sound was heard. The Golden Crow slash hit the palm, making a clanging sound. However, it was instantly shattered. The huge golden hand pressed forward with an indomitable will, bringing with it a terrifying power and endless killing intent. Damn it, what a strong physique. Golden Crow was shocked. She formed a fist with her right hand and attacked. Is the 9-yang divine fire powerful? Look at my Golden Crow divine fire. She wanted to fight the other party in close combat. Boom, boom. The two palms collided, making thunderous sounds. Suddenly, a thunderous flame spread in all directions, but it was useless. Golden Crow screamed. Her palm was shattered and her entire arm was fractured. He was too strong. The 9-yang divine body was the legendary starry sky physique. The 9-yang divine fire suppressed her Golden Crow fire and almost extinguished it. Damn it. The other party was stronger than her. Golden Crow could not believe it. What made her even more frightened was that the hand mercilessly grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Golden Crow wanted to resist in fear, but an extremely sharp aura came from the hand and the terrifying death law poured into her body. It instantly sealed and shattered the meridians in her body. She felt that she could not use any of her strength. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian suppressed Golden Crow Feather. The surrounding Dragon Palace people were still smiling. They did not react. By the time they reacted, they had already seen the scene in front of them. Damn it! Stop! You dare to attack our people! The Dragon Palace people were furious. There were so many of them here. If they allowed the other party to be arrogant, they would lose all face. So what if I attacked your people? Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and grabbed Golden Crow Feather's right arm like it was a piece of paper. Golden Crow Feather's arm was instantly torn off. Blood splattered and white bones appeared. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to dare to attack. Who was Jin Wuyu? She was the top genius of the Dragon Palace and the pride of the Golden Crow tribe. She was the daughter of the tribe leader. Her status was extremely noble. If you dare to touch her, you're dead. An expert from the Dragon Palace roared. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Then, he waved his hand and tore the other arm apart. Jin Wuyu screamed in agony. Blood stained the sky and pierced through everything. Damn it. Do you know who I am? My father is the tribe leader of the Golden Crow tribe. Jin Wuyu screamed crazily. Oh, really? But so what? Lin Xian laughed. With a wave of his hand, he turned Jin Wuyu's legs into a bloody mist. Jin Wuyu screamed in agony, causing the surrounding people to feel numb. Lin Xian was too arrogant. After knowing that the other party was the daughter of the tribe leader of the Golden Crow tribe, he still dared to attack. Was he looking down on the Golden Crow tribe? Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. Feng Long also stood up and said coldly. Kid, let them go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Do you have the right to do so? Feng Long was furious. Did Lin Xian dare to challenge him? Men, capture his companions. I want him to see his friends go to hell with his own eyes. The surrounding people started to move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the Great Sage Pagoda covered the three of them. All the attacks landed on the Great Sage Pagoda and shook the sky and earth. However, they could not break through the defense. Damn it. It's a Great Sage weapon. The surrounding people gritted their teeth. This guy really had many trump cards. He used a Great Sage weapon right off the bat. Many people's eyes turned red. Feng Long sneered. After I kill you, the Great Sage weapon will be mine. Kid, let them go. Otherwise, the Golden Crow tribe will let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Another tall man walked out. He was also an expert from the Golden Crow tribe. It seemed that not only the people from the Dragon Palace of the Dao sect had attacked, but also the experts from their own sections. It was indeed an inescapable net. Let them go, or all your friends will die. No one who is related to you can live. When Lin Xian heard this, he was completely enraged. He hated it the most when people threatened him. He was even more annoyed when others threatened his friends and family. He couldn't take it anymore, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. You have committed an unforgivable crime. I will let you know the consequences of attacking the people around me. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a terrifying force tore the Golden Crow Feather into pieces. The Golden Crow Feather's soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was pierced by Lin Xian's gaze. The reincarnation steel suppressed him. The Golden Crow Feather's soul struggled madly. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. Don't you like to bully others? Aren't you high and mighty? I'll let you know. What was despair, samsara spring and autumn? Lin Xian activated his illusion technique and sucked the other party's soul into an illusion. For the next 10,000 years, you will suffer despair. A cold voice sounded. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The powerhouse from the Golden Crow race was even more furious. You're courting death. He threw a punch over. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palm horizontally, blocking the other party's palm. However, at this moment, the powerhouse from the Golden Crow race came to the side of the Golden Crow Feather's soul. "Wake up!" With a loud shout, his power merged into the soul. However, it was useless. The illusion technique created by the heavenly secret divine eyes was not something that the other party could break. The Golden Crow Feather's soul screamed crazily, and one look at it could make one faint. "Damn it, quickly break her illusion technique." The powerhouse from the Golden Crow race roared crazily. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored him. At this moment, the Golden Crow Feather's soul dissipated into thin air. The illusion technique created by Lin Xian had a strong time difference. A few seconds outside would be 10,000 years inside. Although there was a time difference, the other party's soul seemed to have suffered 10,000 years of despair and died in the most miserable way. No, the powerhouse from the Golden Crow race went crazy. The Golden Crow Feather was dead. She was the daughter of the patriarch. In the Golden Crow race, she was like a little princess. But now, she was killed mercilessly. Was this guy crazy? Did he not leave any way out? The others also felt their hair stand on end. What kind of demon did they offend? Even Feng Long's pupils shrank. The other party's methods were too terrifying. They had to kill him. Otherwise, no one would have an easy time in the future. He stood up and waved his hand. Immediately, the powerhouses charged over. The Golden Crow race's great sage was the first to bear the brunt. He threw out a palm, and a vast power slammed toward Lin Xian. The Golden Crow divine fist could destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, 3 other powerhouses from the Dragon Palace attacked. One of them was a sea serpent that carried the monstrous power of the sea. The other was surrounded by lightning. He was the Thunder King. The last person was surrounded by rocks. The entire land was under his control. The 4 powerhouses attacked together, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. This time, the other party should be dead. The people from the Dragon Palace sneered. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. "Kill." He threw out a punch. The 6 Paths divine fist collided with the powerhouse from the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow race's great sage's palm was shattered. He retreated, covered in blood. Lin Xian attacked again. The 5 elements law gathered and attacked the sea serpent. It turned into an invisible mountain and directly suppressed the sea serpent. The sea serpent's body was broken into 2. He retreated in fear. It was too powerful. It was not over yet. The other 2 had already charged over. The Earth Saint King roared and threw out a punch. This punch could break the sky. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The punch landed on Lin Xian's body. The Earth Saint King laughed. "What, Lin Wudi? Didn't he turn into ashes in my hands too? Your fist is too weak." At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The Earth Saint King's pupils shrank. How could it be? He saw a golden figure appear in the shattered space in front of him. His fist landed on the other party's body, but it did not cause any damage. Damn it. What kind of physique was that? Damn it, Earth Divine Fist. He waved his fist and smashed it like a meteor. Lin Xian, on the other hand, lashed out with a kick. With a crack, his opponent's arm was broken. Not only that, he kicked the other party away. The Earth Saint King retreated like a kite. He crashed into hundreds of mountains and fell into the ruins. Half of his body was broken and he could not stand up. Within 3 moves, Lin Xian had injured 3 great holy kings. The 4th person, who looked like the god of thunder, was stunned in midair. Lin Xian looked at the other party and smiled. His eyes shone with golden light. "Kneel," he shouted coldly. It was like the roar of a god. The god of thunder's body swayed and he knelt on the ground in fear. In an instant, he came back to his senses and jumped up. He shouted angrily. "You're courting death," Lin Xian laughed. "What powerhouses of the Dragon Palace? You're just a bunch of ants, come at me together. None of you can leave here alive today. Damn it, I won't let you off." Lightning God Saber, the Lightning God Sage was completely enraged. He unleashed a peerless saber with terrifying destructive power. Boom, Lin Xian used the 6 Path Fist and punched forward, shattering the Lightning God's saber. The lightning god sage's body was also pierced through by the punch. He fell from the sky, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. Was the difference that big? He was an expert of the Dragon Palace, but he couldn't even block a punch from Lin Xian. Lin Xian stomped his opponent into a bloody mist. His soul was once again locked onto by the spring and autumn cycle. After 10,000 years of despair, he died. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The experts they brought were terrifying. The four of them attacked together, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, they were instantly suppressed. What kind of power was this? Let's kill him together. At this moment, another middle-aged man walked out and shouted coldly. Beside him, there were many experts from the blue race. Their bodies emitted terrifying ice, freezing the world. People from the blue race. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. That's right, I'm Lan Zilu's father. You dare to kill Zilu? Today, I'll send you to hell to apologize to Zilu. That's right, you don't have to live anymore. Another powerful figure walked out. An expert from the Wind Dragon race. His huge wings were like dark clouds that could destroy the world. Behind him, there were also experts from the dragon race. There was no need to hold back against him. Take out whatever techniques you have. The Wind Dragon said coldly. He felt that the other party was strange and wanted to end the battle quickly. Hearing this, the experts from the Wind Dragon race nodded. They roared at the sky and condensed their bloodline. It formed a Wind Dragon spear. It released a terrifying bloodline suppression. On the other side, the middle-aged man from the blue race sneered. He took out an ice mountain and attacked together. The experts of the blue race behind him focused all their energy on the ice mountain. This was a great sage artifact. At this moment, it was filled with endless power and was extremely powerful. With a light wave, the world was frozen. Let's see how you're going to die this time. The surrounding people all laughed wildly. With a wave of the ice mountain, an earth-shattering power descended. The Wind Dragon spear was powerful enough to pierce through everything. The two great sage tools rushed towards Lin Xian to kill him. The void around Lin Xian shattered unceasingly. Even the divine fire on his body was suppressed. Humph! In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the great destruction spear appeared, releasing a destructive aura. The destructive power rushed towards the Wind Dragon spear. At the same time, he spun his left hand, and a Taiji diagram appeared. Boom boom, the sound of an intense collision rang out. The people from the Blue Clan and the Wind Dragon Clan sneered. Useless brat, you can't resist at all. They were very confident in their weapons. With a loud bang, the Wind Dragon spear was sent flying by the great destruction. The experts of the Wind Dragon Clan also vomited blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them turned into blood mist and died. Damn it, how is this possible? They were terrified. What kind of weapon was this? Was it more terrifying than the weapon formed by their bloodline? On the other side, the people from the Blue Clan also roared in fear. The Taiji diagram spun, breaking open the sky and the earth. Terrifying yin and yang qi descended. The ice couldn't resist at all. Many of the Blue Clan's people turned into white bones. You want to kill me with just these methods? You're too weak. If you don't have any other methods, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, 9 killing arrays appeared and covered the entire sky. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the killing arrays were activated. Terrifying lightning descended from the 9 heavens, turning into lightning dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The terrifying fire array turned into a fire phoenix that covered the sky. There was also a poison array, frost array, sword array, and saber array. The 9 killing arrays were activated at the same time. It was powerful to the extreme. In an instant, the people from the Dragon Palace let out miserable cries. Many of them were instantly pierced and torn to pieces. The people from the Blue Clan and the Wind Dragon Clan were also heavily injured and vomited blood. Damn it, the Wind Dragon Clan's eyes instantly turned red. He hadn't even made a move, but the other party had already thrown out the killing arrays, quick, activate our arrays. They had been setting up here for so long, how could they not have any killing arrays? In an instant, 24 killing arrays were activated, covering the sky and the earth, sweeping through everything. They blocked Lin Xian's 9 killing arrays. Damn it, these 9 killing arrays were so terrifying. The Wind Dragon clan's face was gloomy. The number of killing arrays they had was twice that of the other party, but they were still tied. It was hard to imagine. Kill, he roared, and the people around him rushed over. Lin Xian coldly snorted. With the great destruction in his hand, he attacked aggressively as if he had turned into a demon. With one attack, the bodies of 7 figures were stretched taut, and their souls were destroyed. Then, with another attack, 3 figures were nailed to death in the void. Lin Xian attacked boldly and powerfully. Every time his attack landed, there would be experts who would fall. Damn it, was he the Grim Reaper? How could he be so powerful? The people around him felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to go forward. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He definitely wouldn't let these people go. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed forward and charged towards the Blue Clan. If you want to avenge Lan Zilu, I'm standing right here. Go ahead, the middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. Damn it, you dare to touch me, Lin Xian sneered and slapped out, sending the man flying. Half of his face was shattered. Kill him for me. The middle-aged man roared. The surrounding powerhouses of the Blue Clan roared angrily. World-destroying frost, these people attacked together, unleashing a terrifying ultimate technique. The Blue Clan was a top-tier clan. The world-destroying frost was an ultimate technique created by an old ancestor of the Blue Clan. This old ancestor was extremely terrifying. He had once conquered all the worlds in the universe. With this technique, he sealed an entire world in ice. All of the living beings in that world had been sealed. This technique became famous in the world from then on. At this moment, with all of them attacking together, they could definitely seal the other party in ice. Crack! Crack, crack! Ice appeared on Lin Xian's body. Even the 9 Suns' divine fire was frozen. Half of his body was sealed in ice, and it was spreading to his entire body. Soon, his entire body became an ice sculpture. The middle-aged man looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to avenge Lan Zilu personally. He walked over with the killing sword in his hand. Before the killing sword landed, the ice in front of him changed. The ice sculpture shattered, and cracks appeared on it. It spread like a spider web. Then, it scattered on the ground. Lin Xian walked out and grabbed the other party's head with one hand. If you want to take revenge, do it in your next life. He waved his hand and twisted the other party's head. Poof, blood dyed the sky. No, the eyes of the Blue Clan members turned red as they charged forward. Lin Xian waved the Yin-Yang image and enveloped more than 10 figures. Those people were pierced by the Yin-Yang sword. Some turned into bones, while others were nailed to death in the void. Lin Xian struck out forcefully and killed all of them. A sea of blood spread, and the surrounding people went crazy. At this moment, a cold light flashed over, and 3 killing swords quickly pierced through. They were 3 experts of the Wind Dragon clan. They merged with the wind and were extremely fast. 3 sharp blades slashed at Lin Xian's vital points. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian was forced back, and cracks appeared on his body. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Great, they could take his life while he was injured. However, in the next moment, they quickly retreated in fear. They realized that Lin Xian's cracked body had recovered in an instant. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it also became stronger. Lin Xian launched a thunderous attack, and the Great Destruction Spear enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them screamed and turned into a bloody mist. Only 3 broken blades fell from the sky. Next, Lin Xian killed his way into the Wind Dragon clan and attacked crazily. The experts of the Wind Dragon clan fell one after another. The Wind Dragon was finally angry. Kid, you deserve to die. Senior, please help. The Wind Dragon respectfully asked for help from the void. The void broke open, and a few figures walked out. One of them had a cold aura. It was an old man with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like lightning, forming a sea of lightning. Young man. Surrender. You're no match for us. An older generation great sage? Inside the great sage tower, Lu Yuan and the others' expressions changed. They didn't care about those people before at all. Because they believed in Lin Xian's strength. Those people couldn't threaten Lin Xian. But now that an older generation great sage had appeared, the situation was probably not good. Sure enough, this great sage waved his hand, and the surrounding killing arrays shattered. Then, he pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. It surged towards him. The surrounding void shattered continuously, and even his body started to sway. This old man was a little scary. His strength was equivalent to the fifth elder. It wasn't over yet. After him, another old man walked out. His strength was not weaker than this one at all. This old man's body was covered in flames. It was actually a fire crow. The two veteran great saints attacked and tore apart the 9 killing formations that Lin Xian had brought. Lin Xian was also knocked back by the scepter and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, but they were quickly repaired by the immortality art. Seeing this, Feng Long burst into laughter. Kid, do you see this? This is the foundation of our dragon palace. We can summon a lot of great sages at any time. Can you do that? Now, obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow, waiting for me to deal with you. If I'm in a good mood, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The surrounding people sneered once again. They felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. That Taoist Huiya shouted coldly. I heard that you have the mad god behind you and that you are very arrogant. Where is he? Tell him to come out and suppress him. Mad god? Invincible Lin? They couldn't withstand a single blow. The other great sage sneered as well. The two of them walked forward like gods and devils. Everywhere they passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. I've said that no one who attacks me today can leave alive. Since you two old farts are willing to attack, I'll fulfill your wish. The two great sages were stunned. Fire Crow Great Sage laughed. Kid, do you think this is the True Path sect? In the True Path sect, we can't attack you. But here, if you die, no one will know that we killed you. We can attack without any scruples. Without any scruples? That's great because I don't want others to know about my trump cards. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he waved his hand and 5 spirit conversion arrays flew out and entered the ground. They began to convert the energy of the entire world. Oh no, this kid is going to use his trump card. The surrounding people of the Dragon Palace felt the change in the ground and their expressions changed. However, the two great sages sneered. Don't worry, with the two of us here, he can't hurt you even if he has thousands of tricks. The two of them attacked again and directly enveloped Lin Xian. In an instant, that place was turned into a black hole. Even the starlight of the universe scattered in. Seeing this, the two great sages laughed proudly. Wind Dragon snorted. I thought Lin Wudi was powerful, but he's just an ant. Let's see who dares to go against the Dragon Palace in the future. Fire Crow Taoist frowned. Is he dead? What a pity. I heard that this kid has the 9 yang divine body. I wanted to capture him and ask for the secret of the 9 yang divine body. Another great sage said. Don't worry, as long as there's a trace of his soul left, I have the means to ask. He formed a seal with his palms and many soul chains flew out, trying to suppress the broken soul. Boom, however, at this moment, a sword light flashed and broke the soul chains. Not only that, half of the great sage's body was split open and turned into a bloody mist. He screamed and retreated. Who dares to sneak attack me? He's crazy. Fire Crow Sage's pupils shrank. The others were even more shocked. Could it be that mad god is here? So what if he's here? Fire Crow Taoist roared. The flames on his body surged into the sky and turned into thousands of crows, sweeping in all directions. Each of them was a peerless divine ability that could destroy everything. Mad god, get out here. Let me suppress you. He roared. Buzz, no one answered him. The only answer he got was a sword. The peerless sword split open the flames that filled the sky. Fire Crow Daoist's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal danger and quickly retreated. However, one of his arms turned into a bloody mist and couldn't be restored. Puff, Fire Tooth Great Sage dodged the attack, but the surrounding people of the Dragon Palace didn't. Hundreds of figures turned into a bloody mist under the sword. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Damn it, who are you? The two great sages roared crazily. Even Wind Dragon was terrified. Didn't you want to kill me? You don't even know who I am? A cold laugh was heard as Lin Xian walked out with the dragon sword in his hand. How is that possible? It's you? The two great sages were shocked. Wind Dragon also exclaimed. It's not Mad God, it's Lin Xian. Lin Xian has such power. Is this a joke? Damn it, what's that dragon sword in his hand? Is it in front of me? But why is it so powerful? Could it be a legendary sacred weapon? They didn't know. However, at this moment, the ground beneath their feet shattered. Several spirit veins dried up and shattered. Wind Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Even if they had set up a formation, it was impossible for them to use up the power of the spirit veins so quickly. Fire Crush Great Sage exclaimed. I know, he entered the formation just now and is crazily absorbing the power. He relied on this power to be able to use his trump card. Destroy the formation quickly, and he won't be able to use that sword again. Kid, we have already discovered your secret. You will definitely die next. Wind Dragon roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if they found out? A dead man won't reveal my secret. As he said that, he slashed out with his sword again. The ground below shattered. Another spirit vein shattered into pieces, losing all of its energy. Great Sage Hui Yun's pupils constricted. How terrifying was that? One had to know that setting up more than 20 top-notch killing arrays didn't consume much energy, but now, a single slash consumed a supreme-grade spirit vein. What kind of sword is that? Retreat. He retreated frantically, but he realized that he couldn't escape at all. Damn it, block it. Waving the scepter in his hand, he ignited the laws as if he had turned into a peerless divine beast. He was extremely powerful. Its power increased to the limit, and it was almost close to the mid-stage of the Grand Sage realm. However, it was useless. With a single slash, his body began to crack, and with a bang, he turned into a bloody mist. With a single slash, his heart and soul were destroyed. Is he dead? Wind Dragon's pupils constricted. The other great sage's eyelids twitched. It's too terrifying. Run. However, Lin Xian slashed out again. On the ground below. The spirit vein shattered again. No. You can't kill me. That great sage wanted to say something, but with this slash, his body and soul were completely destroyed. Kill. The long sword swept out, and the people around him fell one after another. I hate it. How could he have such a trump card? The people around him roared crazily. Wind Dragon also went crazy and quickly dodged. They had originally set up a trap to kill the other party, but who would have thought that this trap would trap them instead? Now, none of them could escape. Instead, they were mercilessly killed by the other party. Boom, in the end, the surrounding figures fell, and only 3 figures were still standing there. One of them was Wind Dragon, and the other 2 were also top geniuses. Their faces were filled with despair. They were confident that they could kill a mid-stage great sage when they set up this inescapable trap. But now, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Crack, the surrounding mountains kept shattering, the ground cracked, and the supreme-grade spirit vein was torn apart. Lin Xian frowned slightly. On the other side, Feng Long was overjoyed. This was great. All the spirit veins had been destroyed. This brat had no more strength left. They laughed complacently. Brat, without that sword, how are you going to fight us? They felt like they had seen hope. Although most of the people had died, only the 3 of them had survived. But so what? As long as he could kill the other party and obtain the sword, he would be able to kill the other party. All the losses were more than enough to make up for. Lin Xian laughed. It was too early for them to be happy. Even without the great dragon sword spirit, killing all of them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Furthermore, none of you are worthy of me using the great dragon sword. What? Great dragon sword? Was it the legendary great dragon sword? Feng Long's pupils shrank as he cried out in alarm. No wonder it was so powerful. This brat actually had such a treasure. You don't deserve such a treasure. It should belong to the Dragon Prince, the three of them roared crazily. Let's go and inform the Dragon Prince. Let the Dragon Prince kill him. Only an existence like the Crown Prince would be able to use such a supreme divine sword. Besides, the Dragon Prince could kill this kid with just one finger. The three of them wanted to retreat. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Can you leave? With a wave of his hand, endless black vortexes appeared around them, swallowing the sky and earth, blocking their path. Damn it, Feng Long said that he couldn't use the great dragon sword spirit. We can kill him too. If we have the power of the great dragon sword, our future achievements won't be inferior to the Dragon Prince. The eyes of the three of them turned red. Attack. The two of them instantly rushed over, but Feng Long quickly retreated. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Six-path fist, light of the demonic god, Taiji diagram, Lin Xian used 3 ultimate techniques in a row to fight against the 2 experts. The 2 of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Their bodies were shattered, and their eyes were filled with despair. Why didn't Feng Long make a move? Lin Xian sneered. How could he not know that he had been used as a knife by others? Damn it, I hate it. They realized that Feng Long had already escaped. The 2 of them had been tricked by him. Trying to escape? Lin Xian snorted. A pair of yin-yang wings appeared on his back. He used the skywalk step, and his speed was extremely fast. Feng Long was still sneering. With the power of his wind and the 2 of them blocking him, he could definitely escape. Sure enough, he broke through the defense line and escaped outside. However, when he turned around, he saw a figure following him closely. Where are you going? Lin Xian snorted. Not good. Feng Long stopped, dumbfounded. How could the other party's speed keep up with him? One had to know that he was extremely confident in his speed. In his opinion, other than the top geniuses of the Light Clan, no one could compete with him in speed. But now, the other party was not inferior to him at all. If you have any last words, leave them. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly. Feng Long gritted his teeth. Damn it, he didn't make a move. Instead, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Lin Gongzi, please spare me. I had no choice. It's the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince said that he wants to kill you. What can I do? I can only follow his orders. He kept kowtowing. Please spare my life. You had no choice? Lin Xian sneered. While kowtowing, Feng Long's eyes were cold. In his opinion, the other party had been deceived by him. He suddenly raised his head. Go to hell. Wind Shadow Thorn. 2 rays of light, formed by the dragon horns, tore through everything like peerless weapons, and attacked Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian sneered and dodged instantly. At the same time, he kicked out. Feng Long raised his hand to block. With a clang, he was forced back. His arm was numb. The dragon horn transformed into a wind thorn, which was held in his hand. Boy, do you really dare to kill me? Don't you see that only a few of your companions are left? There are a few others in other places. If you kill me, your companions will die without a doubt. If you let me go now, I promise to let bygones be bygones. Our previous grudges can also be resolved. How about it? No. Lin Xian shook his head. I've said it before. If you make a move on my friends, all of you will die. What did you say? Feng Long was angry. Don't you care about the life and death of your friends? Aren't you afraid that we will make a move? Lin Xian smiled. You think too highly of yourself and underestimate me. I want to save my friends. There's no need to go through so much trouble. There are some ways. So, you can go to hell in peace. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and charged forward. It was like a black dragon breaking through the 9 heavens. Feng Long was completely angry and roared. He waved the wind thorn and fought. After 3 moves, he was forced to retreat. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? He roared at the sky and let out a dragon's roar. As a top genius of the Wind Dragon clan, his bloodline could definitely suppress the other party. The Wind Dragon's bloodline erupted, and the sky was filled with dragon shadows. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to compare bloodlines with me? What a joke. He used his 10,000 dragon divine blood, and dragon shadows appeared behind him one after another. There was a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, a roaring sword dragon, and a soaring lightning dragon. A fire dragon that destroyed everything in its path. One dragon shadow after another swept across the sky. The Wind Dragon kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. This was impossible. How could the other party summon so many dragon shadows? Damn it, what kind of bloodline was this? Why hadn't he seen it before? Who exactly were you? He roared crazily. However, Lin Xian sneered. The great destruction in his hand continued to attack. The Wind Dragon's body was shattered, leaving only his head behind. No, you can't kill me. You still have a few companions in my hands. If you kill me, they won't live. Lin Xian sneered and pierced through the Wind Dragon's head. He grabbed the Wind Dragon's soul and used his heavenly secret divine eyes to collect it. Soon, he snorted coldly and threw the soul into the heaven-devouring jar. It was constantly destroyed and turned into nothingness. With a wave of his hand, the great sage pagoda was retracted, and Lu Yuan and the other two walked out. When they saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them, they were shocked. Then, they sneered. Good job, these people were too despicable. Thank you, boss, for taking revenge for us. They were very emotional. Lin Xian nodded. No one can bully us. Lu Yuan, the three of you clean up the battlefield here. Take away all the storage rings of these people that can be used. Also, seal the heads of Wind Dragon and the others for me. Lin Xian ordered. Lu Yuan nodded. Yuren said, Boss, what about the others in their hands? Lin Xian said, Leave this to me. After saying that, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Indeed, Fu Hongye and the toad were still in the hands of the other party. The Wind Dragon was right about that. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He had already found the information from the Wind Dragon's soul. Now that he knew the location, he was preparing to head there. In the canyon, Fu Hongyu and the toad were also chained up and injured. The toad roared. Damn it. Once I get out of here, I'll tear you all to pieces. A man from the Dragon Palace sneered and stepped on the toad. Do you think a toad like you can make a comeback? You're all going to die, and that Lin Xian won't be able to live either. The toad was enraged and roared crazily. Hongye's expression was cold as well. Little Uncle Master would definitely not lose. Ignorant, a senior great sage walked over. With our lineup, even a mid-stage great sage would die without a doubt. Furthermore, we've already scouted Mad God's whereabouts. He won't appear at all, so you're all dead for sure. Damn it. Fu Hongye roared. The people of Dragon Palace laughed. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Someone was coming. The great sage stopped laughing, and everyone else looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. When they saw the man, they heaved a sigh of relief. So it was young Master Wind Dragon. The great sage smiled. Wind Dragon nodded, looked around, and said, Where is he? Of course, this was not the real Wind Dragon. The real Wind Dragon had been killed by Lin Xian. This was the Wind Dragon that Whitey had transformed into. Whitey had eaten the transformation fruit before and could transform into various forms. That was why Lin Xian was not worried. Here. These two guys are stubborn. I've already taught them a lesson. Feng Long left. When he saw the wounds on Fu Hongye and Toad's bodies, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Then, he said, Let them go. That wasn't good. What if they ran away? Wind Dragon laughed. There were so many people here. How could they run away? Also, gather everyone here. We're leaving. Where is the young master going? These people had no doubts. After all, the dragon chi on the other party was monstrous and filled with the law of wind. Aren't you asking too many questions? Wind Dragon's face darkened. There are some things that only the core members know. Don't you believe me? Of course not. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace shook their heads. The great sage also waved his hand, let out a long howl, and began to gather. Soon, the people hiding in the dark also walked out one after another. Could it be that these people want to deal with Uncle Master together? Vhumad's expression was ugly. The toad roared, "Let me go if you have the guts. I'll slap you to death." He stared at Wind Dragon. Wind Dragon smiled and ignored him. He turned around and stared at the senior great sage. With a wave of his hand, he took out a gourd. "Do you know what this is?" The senior great sage was stunned. Then, he shook his head. Wind Dragon's lips curled into a smile. "Baby, please turn around." As his voice fell, the purple gourd turned around. A sword light soared into the sky and directly slashed the senior great sage. Pooh, the veteran great saint didn't even have time to scream before he perished. "Damn it, what's going on? Wind Dragon, are you crazy? You actually attacked your own people," roars sounded one after another. Wind Dragon laughed out loud. Then, his body bloomed with light, and he turned into a little monkey. "Yeah, you're all bad people. Damn it, what's going on? Who are you?" The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace were dumbfounded. Wasn't that Wind Dragon? Why did he turn into a dead monkey? Oh no, we've been tricked. It's not Wind Dragon, he's the monkey beside Xianxia. Someone had seen him before and immediately roared. Vhumad and the Crimson Dragon's eyes also lit up. Was Little White here? Xianxia must be here too. In the next moment, a figure flew down from the sky. "Do you still want to escape? All of you, stay here." Xianxia waved his hand, and the sky-devouring jar created a terrifying vortex that sealed the surroundings. "It's Xianxia. Kill him." The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace roared crazily. "Die!" Xianxia waved his hand, and 3 spirit arrays were cast into the ground. In an instant, all the power of the spirit veins under the ground was converted to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul flew out, and every attack was like a resurrected dragon. With one attack, half of the Dragon Clan powerhouses died instantly. "Oh no, he has a peerless treasure. Let's go." The others roared crazily. There was even a veteran great sage who opened the sky with his palms to resist the black vortex. They wanted to escape. How could Xianxia let them leave? Another 2 swords fell, destroying everything. The surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The power of the spirit veins instantly dried up and fell apart. The spirit arrays were also shattered. How terrifying. That was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. One had to know how terrifying the power here was, but now, they were killed by 3 swords. Not a single one was left alive. Of course, the Great Dragon Sword Soul required a terrifying amount of power. 3 swords made all the spiritual power in this world disappear. Even a great sage would have dried up long ago. It felt like an emperor weapon. "Kid, you're finally here. You should have let me kill them." The toad roared. Xianxia took out a king medicine from the sword world, split it into 2, and gave it to the 2 of them to eat. After the 2 of them ate it, their injuries would heal and recover. The toad's eyes lit up. "Damn, kid, where did you get such a treasure?" Even Vhumad was shocked. Could this be a 10,000-year-old elixir? It was too extravagant. Xianxia shook his head. He had never been stingy with his own people. He had said that he had killed all those who had tried to attack him today. Lu Yuan and the rest were also saved by me. However, this matter is not over. I will destroy the Dragon Palace one day. That's right, I will fight them to the death. The toad gritted its teeth and roared. The 3 of them cleaned up the battlefield and put away the undamaged storage rings. Then, they left to meet up with Lu Yuan and the rest. Xianxia summoned the Void Beast and opened a space tunnel. The group quietly returned to the Divine Abode. The Divine Abode was anxiously waiting. "I wonder how Xianxia is doing?" Baisusu said. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. "Why don't we send someone to take a look?" Baisusu nodded. "Anyway, the Dao sect has become extremely lively. They probably don't have time to care. Indeed, the Tao sect's grand meeting would begin in 3 days. Now, many experts from all over the Tao sect had rushed over. The people of the Dragon Palace were also busy preparing, so they really didn't have much energy to pay attention to them. Just as they were about to head over, a space vortex appeared in the divine abode. Then, a few figures walked out. Great, they're back. Baisusu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The Crimson Dragon also hurriedly flew over. How are you? Are you all right? They were all extremely nervous. Lin Xian walked out and said, We're all back safely. The toad roared, This is infuriating. Lu Yuan and the rest also said that they were injured and that their lives were not in danger. However, it was a pity for the other brothers. Indeed, besides them, there were more than 20 geniuses from the Divine Union who had been following them this time. However, they had all died in battle. Baisusu clenched her fists tightly. She swore that she would definitely get her revenge. The Crimson Dragon said, That's right, we will make them pay with blood. This must be repaid. Everyone still needs to improve their strength. In addition, we must pay attention to not fall into the trap of the Dragon Palace in the future. Everyone nodded. Lin Xian asked. Susu, why are there so many people outside? He realized that there were too many people from the Tao sect. There were even some people from other clans and sections. Baisusu asked, Didn't I tell you about the Taoist sect's grand meeting? It would open in 3 days. These people were all here to congratulate him. Lin Xian nodded. Get ready. When the time comes, the Divine Union will also make an appearance. The Sanctuary Alliance had never experienced such a grand occasion since its establishment. Hence, they had to show off in this grand occasion. He wanted to let everyone know that the Divine Union would not have any problems even if the Dragon Palace tried to suppress them. Everyone began to make preparations. The entire Tao sect was bustling with activity. Not many people knew about what had happened in the Divine Union. As for the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Prince did not care. In his opinion, the other party would definitely die after taking down so many experts. What he wanted to do was to show off his skills at the grand meeting, catch the eye of some patriarch, and enter the core area. That way, he would obtain even more resources from the world. Although he was the Dragon Prince, his halo had always been suppressed by the Dragon Prince. When people mentioned the Dragon Palace or the Dragon Race, the first person they thought of was not him, but the Dragon Prince. Only then would they think of him. As a genius, how could he be willing to accept this? Hence, he had to show off his strength. Lan Ziyu did not think so much. She was most concerned about whether Lin Xian was dead or not. However, the Wind Dragon had not sent back any news, which made her extremely nervous. Could something have happened? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The grand meeting would start tomorrow. Why was he not back yet? The Dragon Prince said, Don't worry. He will be back tomorrow. Lan Ziyu was nervous. Finally, the 3rd day had arrived. On this day, multicolored lights danced in the Tao sect. The great Tao descended, creating a celestial scene. At the same time, countless figures appeared one after another. These people had prominent horns and a piercingly cold aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The grand meeting of the Tao sect was held once every 10 years. The main purpose was for the patriarch to come and see if there were any top geniuses. If there were, he would choose 1 or 2 and accept them as disciples. He would use the core strength of the Tao sect to nurture them. He would strive to nurture the next Dragon Prince. The Tao sect disciples gathered one after another. Among them, the most dazzling was naturally the Dragon Palace. Look, the people from the Dragon Palace are here. Countless Tao sect disciples looked at the vast number of people in front of them with envy. The one walking at the front was naturally the Dragon Prince. They wondered if the Dragon Prince would appear this time. Yes, would they be able to see the Emperor's glory? If the Dragon Prince were to appear, he would definitely be sitting with the elders. His status had long surpassed that of the younger disciples. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. Someone said, I received news that the Dragon Prince should not appear. He is now challenging the sacred Abyss Tower for power. After all, his goal is to be crowned. He doesn't care about anything else. Although the Dragon Prince is not here, the Dragon Prince is also extremely terrifying. I think that besides Long Huangzi, the Dragon Prince is the most eye-catching person in the Dao sect. He is also someone who hopes to stand at the peak in the future. However, does he want to be crowned? It would be difficult. However, it would not be a problem to become the first person after the Dragon Prince. Everyone was talking about it. Some people said that it couldn't be. There should be another person. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Yes, he established the Divine Union forcefully back then and went against the Dragon Palace. It was said that he even killed the Dragon Prince's clone. He should also be very powerful. As soon as this was said, someone else nodded. Someone said that it was just that that guy was very mysterious and had not been seen for a long time. After the death match with Yi Chen, he had been in seclusion and had not come out. I wonder how he is now. Has his injury recovered? Hearing this, someone from the Dragon Palace sneered. What Lin Wudi? From now on, there would be no such person. You guys don't have to look forward to it. After saying that, he turned and left. What was going on? The other people from the Dao sect were shocked. From now on, there would be no Lin Xian. Could it be that he had fallen? That was impossible. Yes, that was right. Lan Ziyu also clenched his fists. From now on, Lin Xian was history. There would be no such person in the world. Will not appear? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are a prophet? Can you predict everything? At that moment, a mocking voice was heard. Countless people were shocked. Who dared to challenge the Dragon Palace? The people from the Dragon Palace were also angry. Do you have a death wish? Stand out and I will send you to hell. Try and touch me. The toad jumped out and shouted coldly. Open your dog eyes and look, your grandpa Toad is here. It's you. The people from Dragon Palace were stunned. Lan Ziyu's pupils constricted. He exclaimed, You're not dead? Toad sneered, Why? Are you surprised that I'm still alive? Could it be that you're secretly attacking me? Do you think I'm dead? Fu Hongye walked out and said, So it was your Dragon Palace who secretly tried to kill us during the mission. Now, he finally found his enemy. Countless people were in an uproar. The people from Dragon Palace were also shocked. Lan Ziyu said, Are you kidding? How could we attack you? Don't talk nonsense. Nonsense? Lu Yuan snorted, Then why are you so afraid when you see us? And you say we're not dead? You obviously know something. Do you want to inform the elders of the law enforcement hall to take you away for interrogation? Lan Ziyu was pale with fright. The other people from Dragon Palace were also shocked. They realized that not only were Toad and the others not dead, but the people from before were also alive. More importantly, they saw Lin Xian. Damn it, this guy is also alive. Lin Xian walked out and sneered, Why? Are you surprised? Lan Ziyu was shocked and speechless. What's going on? Did Wind Dragon and the others fail? Why is Lin Xian still alive? And the people who were suppressed before were also rescued. Did their plan fail? The Dragon Prince frowned, What's going on? Where are Wind Dragon and the others? He used the voice transmission token, but there was no response. This gave him a bad premonition. Lan Ziyu was also panicking. He quickly sent a voice transmission to his father, but there was also no response. What's going on? Did something really happen? She didn't dare to imagine. Nothing will happen. The Dragon Prince snorted, It's very likely that they didn't catch this kid and felt that they would be punished when they returned, so they hid outside for a while. Although the mission failed, the Dragon Prince didn't believe that those people would die. They were countless experts. Let's go, attend the ceremony first, and then deal with this kid. The Dragon Prince looked coldly at Lin Xian and the others and snorted. He turned and walked forward. There were many people in the square, and there were many pavilions and palaces around them. There was a huge hall in front of them, and it was very terrifying. Dao Palace, this was a very important palace. Only extremely powerful people or people with extraordinary statuses were allowed to enter. The people of Dragon Palace took their seats around the square. The Dragon Crown Prince walked towards the palace of the path and quickly entered. The surrounding people were envious. Very few of the younger generation could enter, and the Dragon Crown Prince was one of them. Someone looked at Lin Xian and shook his head slightly. Although this guy claimed to be able to fight against the Dragon Crown Prince, he was still far from it. The Dragon Crown Prince could enter the Palace of Dao, but the other party had no chance at all. Those from Dragon Palace also sneered. "Boy, you want to fight with us?" The difference was too great. "Let's go to the Dao Palace first. In my opinion, he can forget about entering in this lifetime because he is not qualified at all." Cold laughter rang out one after another. Bai Susu and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces. It was simply too difficult to enter the Dao Palace. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was incomparably calm. When he heard the mockery, he laughed coldly. "So what if it was the Dao Palace? My goal isn't here. My goal is to reach the peak of the Sacred Abyss Tower." When they heard this, the surrounding people were stunned. The people from Dragon Palace also laughed heartily. "You want to reach the peak of the Sacred Abyss Tower? Who do you think you are? Are you a prince? You are overestimating yourself." The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. Lin Xian was a little overconfident. One had to know that the only person who had reached the peak was Kuan Pengzi. Even the Dragon Prince was a little lacking. However, given enough time, he would definitely reach it. Besides these two princes, it was impossible for anyone else to reach the peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly, unmoved. How could these people understand his path? Next, Lin Xian led the people from the Divine Union to a hall on the side of the plaza and sat down. More and more people arrived at the plaza. There were even some people who weren't from the Path sect but from other clans and sects who came to congratulate him. Among them, there was an endless stream of people who came to congratulate the Dragon Crown Prince and the Dragon Palace. The people from the Dragon Palace were very pleased. "Did you see that? There are many forces in the Path sect, but they are the only overlords. Kid, did you see that? This is the power of the Dragon Palace. We have countless sects and clans. How are you going to fight us?" In the hall beside them, the people from the Dragon Palace sneered. Lin Xian replied faintly that he had seen it. However, that was all. In the face of absolute power, everything else was futile. Only one's own strength was true strength. Lin Xian understood this very well. He had been able to destroy so many experts from the Dragon Palace alone because of his own strength. Furthermore, it was said that the Emperor Lord back then could destroy millions of worlds with a single palm. How majestic was that? So what if one had a strong background? They couldn't even compare to a single finger of the Emperor Lord. If Lin Xian could become the Emperor Lord and rule the world, why would he have to worry about not having enough clans to bow to him? What an arrogant brat. The people from the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. There were a lot of people around, but the old ancestors from the Path sect hadn't arrived yet. They would probably arrive at the last moment. At this moment, some people from the big clans arrived. The clan leader of the Blue Clan had arrived. With a loud shout, countless people were surprised and turned their heads to look. The Blue Clan was one of the top clans and was very famous. The clan leader of the Blue Clan had arrived personally. The clan leader strode over with a group of people. He looked like an old man. The icy aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. It formed an icy battle robe and he looked extraordinarily mighty. "Greetings, Senior." Along the way, the surrounding people bowed to him. Lan Ziyu also stood up and greeted the clan leader. "Ziyu." The clan leader of the Blue Clan nodded with a smile. "How have you been? Has your strength improved?" "Thank you for your concern, clan leader. I am stronger than before." Lan Ziyu smiled. At the side, Bing Ling furrowed her brows. The previous clan leader wouldn't have such a good attitude towards Lan Ziyu. One should know that she was the #1 genius of the clan. But now, her limelight was completely suppressed by Lan Ziyu in the clan. How many days had it been? She couldn't believe it. Later, she found out that Lan Ziyu's status changed because he became the Dao companion of the Dragon Prince. This made Bing Ling very disdainful. The clan leader of the Blue Clan didn't think so. The Dragon Prince was the top figure in the Dragon Palace, second only to the Dragon Prince and the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. Such a person's status was too high, far higher than Lan Ziyu's. Even Bing Ling couldn't compare to him. To be able to form an alliance with such a person was a great honor for the Blue Clan. So, he was naturally happy. Ziyu, come, accompany me to see the Dragon Prince. Lan Ziyu nodded and walked towards the Dao Palace with the clan leader of the Blue Tribe. Inside the Dao Palace, there were a few distinguished people. The youngest among them was the Dragon Prince. When the clan leader of the Blue Tribe arrived, he smiled at the others and said, "Greetings, my friends." The other elites nodded in agreement. The clan leader of the Blue Tribe came to the side of the Dragon Prince and said, "Greetings, Dragon Prince." Long Ao smiled. "Senior Lan is too polite. You are a senior. Isn't it too much for you to bow to me like this?" the clan leader of the Blue Tribe said. Others might not, but the Dragon Prince deserved it. "Clan leader Lan, please take a seat." The Dragon Prince invited the clan leader of the Blue Tribe in and the two of them sat down to chat. When the people of the Dragon Palace saw this, they were delighted. They looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Did you see that? The clan leader of the Blue Tribe is very respectful to our prince. Can you do it?" The Wind Dragon Tribe had arrived. Another shout was heard. The clan leader of the Wind Dragon Tribe had arrived with his elites. Then, he went in to greet the Dragon Prince. "Uncle Long, are you still so polite to me?" Long Ao smiled. "Please." Both of them were from the Dragon Tribe and naturally had a close relationship. The Skyblade Mansion Master had arrived, the clan leader of the Golden Armor Tribe. Powerful figures arrived one after another. They were all invited into the Dao Palace. Then, they congratulated the Dragon Prince. In an instant, Long Ao was surrounded by many powerful figures. These were the clan leaders, sect leaders, and alliance leaders. Many of them were from the remote antiquity families. Even the weakest of them was a top family. In an instant, Long Ao was in the limelight. He even overshadowed the older generation figures and became the focus of everyone's attention. The people of the Dragon Palace were naturally pleased. Even the Dragon Prince was so powerful, let alone the Dragon Prince. There was no need for the Dragon Prince to take action. The Dragon Prince alone could sweep everything away. The Divine Union? Ridiculous. Many people were disdainful of the Divine Union. The others were also discussing. It seemed like the Dragon Palace was indeed terrifying. Not everyone could challenge them. The difference between the Divine Union and the Dragon Palace was like heaven and earth. The difference was too great. The people of the Divine Union gasped. Although they were not convinced, the other party had made such a big scene. Bai Susu gritted her teeth. Damn it, she didn't expect the other party to do something like this. Are they trying to attack us? If we had known earlier, we would have asked some of the family heads to come as well. Bai Susu could also recruit a group of people. Even the talented members of the Divine Union had families behind them. However, compared to the other party, he seemed a little weak. After all, the Blue Clan and the Wind Dragon Clan were all top clans. There were even clans of the ancients. Lin Xian said with a smile. No matter, the best part was yet to come. How could he not be prepared? He had already sent invitations to his previous allies. He thought that those people would respond very soon. At this moment, Lan Ziyu had also returned to the palace. He looked at Lin Xian and the others and sneered. It was true that one was powerful, but sometimes, one's foundation and background were enough to overwhelm everything else. There was a cold light in her eyes. Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Just as they were about to retort, another voice sounded. The Nalan family has arrived. Here it comes. The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Nalan Liang also smiled. The current family head was his grandfather, so he naturally had to come. As expected, Nalan De led his family over to Lin Xian's side. Congratulations to Lin Gongzi. Although the Nalan family wasn't an ancient clan, it was still a top clan and was very young. With strength, they might be able to go further in the future. Now that the Nalan family head had come to congratulate Lin Xian, many people were shocked. The faces of the people of the Dragon Palace darkened. Did the Nalan family have a death wish? It seemed like they had to take some measures to suppress this family and let them know who was in charge here, Lan Ziyu snorted. The Nalan family was nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, this was because of Nalan Liang. Otherwise, why would the Nalan family stand on Lin Xian's side? The Dugu family has arrived. Another loud voice was heard. The people of the Dugu family strode over. This group of people had iron swords on their backs. Their aura was surging, and when they appeared together, they exuded an austere aura. Countless people looked up, and many people stood up to greet him. Old Master Dugu strode over with Dugu Xiaoyi and the rest. Greetings, everyone. Old Master Dugu kept waving his hands. He walked over to the side of the hall. When they saw this, everyone was stunned. Who was Old Master Dugu going to meet? The people of the Dragon Palace were also surprised. Lan Ziyu smiled. He must be here to meet us. Although we don't have much contact with the Dugu family, we have the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Crown Prince. They will come over obediently. When he said this, the people of the Dragon Palace nodded. Fairy Zhiyu, please receive them. Lan Ziyu stood up. Her status was no longer ordinary. She was the cultivation partner of the Dragon Crown Prince. Her status in the Dragon Palace was very high. Therefore, she stood up and walked forward with a beautiful smile. So it was Old Master Dugu. Old Master Dugu, please. When the surrounding people saw this, they were in an uproar. Even the Dugu family was on the side of the Dragon Palace. It seemed that the Dragon Palace was more terrifying than before. However, soon, the surrounding people were stunned. Lan Ziyu was also stunned. The smile on her face froze and became very ugly. The people of the Dragon Palace were even more stunned. They couldn't believe it. Old Master Dugu ignored Lan Ziyu and went directly to the side of the hall. Greetings to Lin Gongzi. This old man is here to congratulate Lin Gongzi. The Dugu family is here to meet Lin Xian. What's going on? A series of exclamations sounded. The people of the Dragon Palace were stunned. What a joke. When did Lin Xian become so powerful? When did he get together with the Dugu family? Lan Ziyu's face was even uglier. She turned her head with a trace of coldness in her eyes. She saw that Old Master Dugu was very respectful to Lin Xian. It didn't seem like he was pretending at all. Old Master Dugu is too polite. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. This made people even more shocked. The Dugu family was also a top family. Old Master Dugu was the patriarch. When you saw him, you had to quickly stand up and be respectful. But now, Lin Xian just nodded. What kind of attitude was this? Even the Dragon Prince didn't dare to do this. This was the attitude that the Dragon Prince should have. But now, it appeared on Lin Xian. This guy is courting death. I'm afraid I'll lose an ally. The people of the Dragon Palace sneered. Lan Ziyu also snorted. However, he didn't appear. Old Master Dugu didn't have any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he said to the people next to him, why don't you greet Lin Gongzi? The experts of the Dugu family cupped their fists and greeted Lin Gongzi. The people of the Divine Union were stunned. Bai Susu was even more surprised. Lin Xian actually had such a connection with the Dugu family? It was unbelievable. The others were in an uproar. It seemed like Lin Xian was prepared. No wonder he dared to compete with the Dragon Palace. Some people also said that the Nalan family and the Dugu family were not bad, but they were still weak compared to the Dragon Palace. Indeed. How many experts were there beside the Dragon Prince in the Dao Palace? Lin Xian only had 2, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The people of the Dragon Palace regained their composure and sneered. I want to see how much trouble you can cause, Xiaoyi, hurry up and give Lin Gongzi a gift. Old Master Dugu said to Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded and walked out to greet Lin Gongzi. With a smile, she flipped her hand and took out a treasure box. There were 3 leaves in it. What was that? The surrounding people were stunned. Lan Ziyu and the people of the Dragon Palace sneered. This was a trap. They were all watching a good show. The people of the Divine Union were also puzzled. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, taking the 3 leaves. This was to thank Old Master Dugu. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The 3 leaves contained a terrifying sword aura. Old Master Dugu said. It's good that you like it. These are the 3 sword leaves left behind by the Dugu family's top swordsman, the Dugu sword demon 30,000 years ago. It contains supreme sword principles and is now a gift to you. What? Something left behind by the Dugu sword demon? The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. Then, they all gasped. The Dugu sword demon was incredible. Back then, he had led the Dugu family to the peak. Back then, the Dugu family had not been afraid of the remote antiquity family. They were even extremely strong. Apart from the remote antiquity family, who had emperor weapons, no one was a match for the Dugu family. In that era, the Dugu sword demon had swept through everything with his iron sword. How could the things he left behind be weak? In an instant, countless people exclaimed. The eyes of those from Dragon Palace turned red. Damn it, what was going on? The Dugu clan had actually taken out such a good item. At the side, Nailinda also smiled. Look, I forgot that I also prepared something for young master. I hope that young master can accept this world core. The reason why the 8th elder, Nailinda, was able to become the patriarch was all because of Lin Xian. That was why he gave him a world as soon as he made a move. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise again. The people of Dragon Palace were mad. Damn it, how could this kid have such good luck? On the other hand, the people from the Divine Union were extremely excited. This was great. Did you see that? They weren't without a foundation. The Divine Union was extremely happy. Following which, more and more powerhouses arrived. At that moment, a voice was heard and resounded throughout the area. The Fire Dragon race had arrived. It was the Fire Dragon race. Many people cried out in surprise. This was also a member of the Dragon race. His strength was extremely terrifying. Inside the Dao Palace, the Dragon Prince's lips curled into a smile. Although the matter between the Nailan family and the Dugu family had caused him to frown, it was still not enough. But so what, the 2 families stood on the side of the Divine Union and still couldn't compete with the Dragon Palace. Clearly, the Fire Dragon clan had also come to congratulate him. He sat there with a confident smile on his face. This time, the Fire Dragon Princess was leading the Fire Dragon tribe. Behind her were many powerhouses. She didn't go to the Dao Palace. Instead, she walked directly to the side of the plaza. The Fire Dragon race's patriarch was in seclusion. It seemed like he had sent his daughter. Many people were discussing this. In that case, it was understandable that the other party didn't go directly to the Dao Palace. After all, he was just a young man. However, everyone guessed that the other party was definitely on the side of the Dragon Palace. Everything else aside, they were all from the Dragon race. This made everyone know that the other party was definitely on the Dragon Prince's side. The people from the Dragon Palace were excited once again. Lan Ziyu stood up and said, "Sister Dragon Princess, you're here." The Fire Dragon Princess glanced at him. Was this the Dragon Prince's cultivation partner? He didn't seem like much. She thought to herself. However, she remained expressionless and nodded slightly as a greeting. This stunned Lan Ziyu. What was the meaning of this? Was she being ignored, or was he looking down on her? The people from the Dragon Palace also frowned. At this moment, another figure stood up. This man was wearing dark armor and had an extraordinary aura. His name was Nangu, and he was a top prodigy of the Black Dragon race. If Lan Ziyu didn't have enough face, then it shouldn't be a problem for him to come out. His status was not inferior to that of the Wind Dragon race. In fact, he was even stronger. Long time no see, Dragon Princess. Nangu greeted her. He was also acquainted with the other party. However, the Fire Dragon Princess only nodded. She had no intention of coming in. Instead, she walked to the palace next to her. She had met Lin Gongzi. The surrounding people were stunned. She was here for Lin Xian? How was that possible? She was from the Fire Dragon race. Shouldn't she be on the Dragon Palace's side? The people from the Dragon Palace were stunned. Nangu's expression was also ugly as he stood there in a daze. In the Dao Palace, the Dragon Prince's expression darkened. The wine cup in his hand also turned into powder with a crack. How dare the dragon race not come over? She had gone to meet Lin Xian. This made him very angry. Was this a slap to his face? The fire dragon race was truly courting death. However, the fire dragon princess didn't care about the gazes of others. She went to Lin Xian's side and started to congratulate him. She waved her hand and took out a jade bottle. These were 2 bottles of fire dragon divine liquid. I hope you don't mind. The surrounding people were stunned. This was the treasure of the fire dragon race. Normally, it wouldn't be passed on. However, she had given it to Lin Xian. She had even given him 2 bottles. The dragon princess was too courteous. Please take a seat. Lin Xian gestured. Bai Susu received it with a smile and invited the dragon princess and the others to take a seat. The people from the Divine Union were still in disbelief. They had not expected the fire dragon race to be on their side. Then, they laughed. Toad even jumped out and walked to the dragon palace's side. Hey, does your face hurt? The crimson dragon snorted. I think some people are too arrogant. Do they really think they can cover the sky with one hand? Despicable. Nangu gritted his teeth. The people from the dragon palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Inside the Dao Palace, the clan leader of the Blue Clan and the clan leader of the Wind Clan frowned. Lin Xian was so powerful. What did he do to the Fire Dragon clan, whatever it was? I will make the Fire Dragon race pay the price. The Dragon Prince's expression was cold. His words carried a trace of killing intent. The eyes of the Blue Race and Wind Race leaders flickered. It seemed like someone was going to be unlucky. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, could he really go against the Dragon Palace? They shook their heads and sneered. The Fire Dragon race didn't know what was good for them. They were doomed. Long Ao's side was furious. The people of Dragon Palace were gnashing their teeth. They were slapped in the face, everyone was talking about it. It seemed that Lin Xian had really gathered a group of allies to fight against the Dragon Palace. However, it seemed that it was still not enough. Even with the addition of the Fire Dragon tribe, it didn't seem to be enough. Their only purpose was to slap Dragon Palace in the face and make them proud. But in the future, it would be very dangerous. At that moment, a loud voice came from afar. The Yi clan of the remote antiquity had arrived. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. The Yi clan was not an ordinary clan of the ancients. It was a monarch clan, and it possessed an extreme weapon. Its foundation was definitely top-notch. This was a true overlord. Was the Yi clan here as well? Many people were shocked. Some people gasped. That's not right. Yi Wudao, the genius of the Yi family, was cultivating in the Heaven sect. Why would he come to the Dao sect? No one could understand. Perhaps it was because Yi Wudao was in the Celestial sect, but Yi Wudao was too strong. You should know that the Heaven sect also has an imperial prince, Kuanpingzi. His family is also an imperial prince, the Kuanping clan. His background was no weaker than Yi Wudao's. But his innate talent was far superior to Leaf Dao Denier's. Yi Wudao had the sacred body of the ancients, while the Kunpengzi was a true imperial prince. The gap between the two was still huge. With the Kuanping master present, Leaf Dao Denier would only be second. I'm guessing that the Yi clan is here to join forces with the Dragon Prince. The two monarch clans belong to different orthodoxies. They worked together to suppress Kuanpengzi. That would be beneficial to both the Dragon Prince and Leaf Dao Denier. As soon as he said this, the others nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. After thinking about it, they felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. The Dragon Prince is currently doing his best to challenge the Holy Gulf Tower and isn't around. Should I inform him? The patriarch of the Wind Dragon clan asked. However, the Dragon Crown Prince said, the Dragon Prince doesn't allow anyone to disturb him. Let's go. As the second in the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Crown Prince had unlimited confidence that he could definitely represent the Dragon Palace. Good, we will follow. The Blue Clan's patriarch stood up, and so did the Wind Dragon clan's patriarch. Behind them was the Heavenly Saber Mansion's mansion lord. They all followed the Dragon Crown Prince outside. A group of people appeared in the square. The people from the Yi clan had arrived, and the one leading them was the great elder of the Yi clan. Next to him was the young Yi Wudao, and behind him were a few experts from the Yi clan. Wherever they passed, the people around them greeted them. Greetings, Senior Yi. Young noble Wudao was becoming more and more powerful. In response to such greetings, Leaf Dao Denier and the Grand Elder simply nodded. After all, these people couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as them. The others didn't dare to get angry because the two sides weren't on the same level to begin with. Even on the buried Emperor Star, the Yi family is one of the top families. The other remote antiquity families paled in comparison. Greetings, fellow Taoists of the Yi family. At this moment, a group of people walked towards them. The one leading them was the Dragon Crown Prince. The Wind Clan's clan head, the Blue Clan's clan head, and the Heavenly Saber Manor's clan head cupped their fists and greeted Xiaochen. The members of the Yi family stopped, and the Great Elder nodded slightly. The Dragon Crown Prince smiled and walked over to greet the Yi family senior. This must be Brother Wudao, right? You're even more extraordinary than the rumors. The Dragon Crown Prince is too courteous. Leaf Dao Denier smiled. Long Ao said that the Dragon Prince was in seclusion to break through the Holy Gulf Tower, so he couldn't leave. Therefore, I represent the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Palace to welcome the senior of the Yi family. I hope Elder Yi won't take offense. Please. He made a gesture of invitation. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, is the Dragon Palace going to join forces with the Yi family? It's too inconceivable. This way, the Dragon Palace would be even more terrifying. Who would be a match for the Dragon Palace? Previously, the Dragon Palace had a terrifying background. Not only did they have the support of the elders, but more importantly, the Dragon Prince had the backing of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. That was an emperor clan. Now, with the addition of the Yi family, it would be 2 emperor clans. Even the Kunlun sect would have to back down. The members of the Dragon Palace stood up excitedly. Lan Ziyu, Nan Gu, and the others laughed. They stared at Lin Xian with cold radiance in their eyes. Kid, the Dragon Palace is getting stronger. Let's see how you'll die. The others also shook their heads and sighed. This time, Lin Xian was really unlucky. He had kicked an iron plate. Yes, he still wanted to contend with the Dragon Palace? This time, it was completely impossible. The expressions of the Divine Union members changed drastically. They felt a huge pressure. Beside them, the Dugu family, Nalan family, and Fire Dragon family also looked solemn. Nalanda and Old Man Dugu did not regret it. Nalanda's position was given to him by Lin Xian. Old Man Dugu's life was saved by Lin Xian. The two of them stood firmly by Lin Xian's side. On the other hand, the Fire Dragon tribe's side turned black. They did not agree to it previously. However, the Fire Dragon lady was stubborn and they could not stand by Lin Xian's side. Now, it seemed that they had completely offended the Dragon Palace. The Fire Dragon tribe would be in danger if the Dragon Palace punished them in the future. Toad, Crimson Dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others had strange expressions. Soon, they sneered. The Dragon Palace and the Yi family joining forces? What a joke. Let's see who kicked an iron plate. They knew the relationship between Yi Wudao and Lin Xian. At the thought of this, the Crimson Dragon and the others sneered. Ahead. The Yi family's Grand Elder also smiled. The Dragon Prince was too polite. Everyone knew that the Dragon Prince was in seclusion to be crowned king. And this time, we're not here to look for the Dragon Prince. We're not here to look for the Dragon Prince? The surrounding people were stunned. Even the Dragon Prince was stunned. Who was it? Could it be that they were looking for him? Did they like him? Because he was the same as Yi Wudao. They both had the ancient body and a powerful background. However, he was not the first person. Did Yi Wudao want to join forces with him? In that case, it was not impossible. He was extremely excited. However, Yi Wudao did smile. He said, "We're here to congratulate Brother Lin." Brother Lin, hearing this, the Dragon Prince was stunned. The smile on his face froze. The Blue Clan's patriarch, Wind Dragon Clan's patriarch, and the others were also stunned. The others were in an uproar as they discussed madly. Who was Brother Lin? Who could be so important to the Yi family? Was there anyone with the surname Lin among the top experts of the Path sect? There was one called Lin Jiutian. It couldn't be him. Countless voices sounded. There was someone called Lin Jiutian on the Xian ranking. He was also very strong. However, was it worth the Yi family to mobilize so many people? Could it be that Lin Jiutian had a relationship with the Yi family that they did not know? Thinking of this, everyone was even more curious. The Dragon Crown Prince's face darkened. He wasn't here for him or the Dragon Prince. Damn it, that Lin Jiutian was so lucky. Yi Wudao shook his head again and smiled. We're not here for Lin Jiutian. The brother Lin I'm talking about is Lin Xian. Lin Xian, hearing this name, the surrounding people were stunned. The smile on the Dragon Prince's face disappeared instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xian? Which Lin Xian? He asked quickly. The leaders of the Blue Tribe and the Wind Dragon Tribe were stunned as well. Could it be the Lin Xian they knew? What kind of joke was this? How could that kid be related to the Emperor clan? The others were also discussing. Was it the Lin Xian from the Divine Union? That was impossible. Where did he get that kind of face? Yi Wudao smiled but didn't say anything. He simply walked to the side of the hall and stopped in front of it. Yi Wudao smiled. Brother Lin, we meet again. Wudao, you're too polite. You didn't even greet me when you came. Lin Xian stood up and walked forward with a smile. The two of them were talking and laughing. It was obvious that they were old friends. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Yi family grand elder walked over. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He cupped his fists and smiled. Greetings, seniors of the Yi family. The Yi family grand elder's eyes shone brightly. Lin Gongzi was indeed extraordinary. Your physique seems to have become stronger than before. Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, so the Yi family naturally paid attention to him. In their opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation should be weaker than Yi Wudao's. Although the 9-yang divine body was extraordinary, Lin Xian didn't have the support of the Emperor clan. Yi Wudao was different. Yi Wudao had a saint body and the full support of the Yi family. His cultivation speed was terrifying. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Not only was Lin Xian not lagging behind, but he was also on par with Yi Wudao. The two of them stood there like two young gods of war. This shocked the Yi family grand elder. Lin Xian was definitely not simple. He probably had more trump cards than they thought. It was Leaf Dao Denier who had requested to meet with Lin Xian. After much discussion, the Leaf clan agreed. The elders of the Yi clan were very pleased to have an ally like Lin Xian on their side, which would be very beneficial for Leaf Dao Denier. After all, although their Yi family was an imperial clan, they were not the only imperial clan. On the buried Emperor Star, there were quite a few emperor clans. Some of them could even threaten Yi Wudao. Therefore, the Yi family also needed allies. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Xian said with a smile. After chatting with the seniors of the Yi clan for a while, they nodded in agreement. Wudao, you stay here. Let's go to the Palace of Dao. Given the status of the great elder of the Yi family and the others, it was likely that the Dao sect elders would not be willing to stay with Lin Xian. Thus, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Yi clan's elders and the others went to the Dao Palace. As for Leaf Dao Denier, he remained with Lin Xian. Leaf Dao Denier had the Yi family's holy body, and his previous actions had made it clear to everyone that the Yi family was on Lin Xian's side. The surrounding people went crazy. The people from the Dragon Palace did not dare to believe it. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. If it was said that they did not place the Nalan and Duga clans in their eyes before, the current Yi family was different. This was an imperial clan. An imperial clan was comparable to a group of clans on their side. Lin Xian actually had the qualifications to contend with the Dragon Palace. Damn it. They clenched their teeth so hard that they broke. Lan Ziyu's face was pale. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. How was this possible? She had gone crazy. Every time she was pleased with herself, she thought that she could trample the other party under her feet and make him unable to rise again. But every time, her foot would miss, and the other party would leap up high and slap her directly. In the previous battle, the other party had shocked everyone with a single feat and displayed great strength. She could only look up to him. Now, in terms of background, she thought that with the Dragon Crown Prince, she could look down on the other party. However, the other party actually knew an imperial clan. Now, was she going to look up to him again? She did not want to feel this way again. The Dragon Crown Prince's face was extremely ugly. He had come full of confidence, but in the end, he had been ignored. Damn it! He wanted nothing more than to escape. His face darkened as he turned around and strode towards the Dao Palace. The Wind Dragon Tribe Elder, the Blue Tribe Leader, and the Sky Saber Mansion Master also lowered their heads. The people of the Path sect were in an uproar. This Lin Xian was not simple. Now it seemed that he indeed had the qualifications to contend with the Dragon Palace. The people of the Divine Union were in high spirits. They were extremely excited every time. That was an imperial clan. This was great. Who would dare to look down on them? The Toad and the Crimson Dragon even came out and mocked the people of the Dragon Palace beside them. A few people of the Dragon Palace had already vomited blood and fainted from anger. Nalanda and Old Master Dugu were also shocked. Ling Gongzi was indeed unfathomable. The elders of the Fire Dragon tribe were also shocked. Previously, they had been somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of the Fire Dragon Princess. After all, this might offend the Dragon Palace and even the Dragon Prince. However, they were now relieved. With the Yi family around, the foundation of the Divine Union had also become stronger. Previously, no one had been optimistic about Lin Xian and the Divine Union. They had thought that the other party was courting death. However, the situation had completely changed now. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian's miraculous abilities. It seemed that they had forgotten about the Dragon Palace. In this atmosphere, half a day passed. The people of the Dragon Palace could not wait to escape. The Dragon Prince closed his eyes and did not say a word. The atmosphere was extremely strange. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out from outside. Thunder boomed 9 times and turned into a thunder dragon. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had arrived. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had arrived. Countless people exclaimed. This was also an imperial clan. Furthermore, it was the Dragon tribe. Countless people were shocked. They had not expected to see 2 imperial clans today. In the Dao Palace, the Dragon Prince opened his eyes, emitting a piercing light. They had waited. Previously, they had been suppressed. He had been waiting. Only the elites of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would be able to contend with the Yi family. Now, they had finally arrived. He strode out in large strides. The Wind Dragon tribe leader also took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. The Blue tribe leader, the Sky Saber Mansion Master and the others moved out once again. Greetings, seniors. The Dragon Prince was unusually excited. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were powerful and their bloodlines were terrifying. Their appearance caused the faces of the surrounding people to turn pale. It seemed like their bloodlines were about to freeze. The Dragon Prince had not come out of seclusion yet? The leading man asked coldly. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty only had the Dragon Prince in their eyes. Although Long Ao was the Dragon Sea Prince, they still did not take him seriously. Long Ao did not dare to be careless. He even looked extremely respectful. Reporting to Third Uncle Long, the Dragon Prince is still in seclusion in the Sacred Origin Tower. Seniors, please. The Dragon Prince carefully invited the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty into the Dao Palace. The people of the Dragon Palace heaved a sigh of relief and gritted their teeth. So what if the Divine Union had the Yi family? The Dragon Palace had the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the Dragon Prince belonged to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian and the Yi family were only cooperating and could end at any time. In this way, the Dragon Palace was even more terrifying. What was supposed to be a grand event of the Dao sect had now turned into a battle between the Dragon Palace and the Divine Union. It was really surprising. Of course, the crowd did not mind. They were all very excited. One had to know that it was really rare to be able to witness such a battle. All sorts of big shots were emerging. Even the Emperor race had come. No one knew how things would develop next. Everyone was looking forward to it. Following which, more people arrived. Many of them were here to congratulate the Dragon Palace. This allowed the Dragon Palace to turn the tables. The people of the Dragon Palace regained their hope. Some people said that the Dragon Palace had a lot of trump cards. The older, the wiser. At this moment, news came from afar. Taiching Ancient City, Pale Cauldron Sect, sent gifts. Mount Eternal and the Hall of Eternal Life sent gifts. Mount Eternal, Fire God Palace, sent gifts. Ancient Desolation, Gu Family, sent gifts. Mountain Sea Palace, sent gifts. Six Path Sect, sent gifts. A series of voices rang out, causing countless people to go into an uproar. These were all top-notch great sects, and there were even emperor clans like the Gu clan. Countless people were shocked. The elders of the Tao sect arrived one after another. For example, the Levitation Saint and the others had also arrived. When they heard the news, they were also very happy. It seemed like the Tao sect was getting stronger. The Yi family, Thousand Dragon Dynasty, Gu family, and the three emperor races had come together. This was very rare among the orthodoxies. After all, Yi Wu Dao was from the Sky sect and the Ancient Wind sect was from the Earth sect. It was really rare for them to be gathered together. Soon, a group of people walked in. Some of them were covered in flames, some were extremely cold, and there was also a mysterious spatial aura. Pale Cauldron Sect, Zhu Dao Sect, spread your Dao to the four seas. I wish the Divine Union a bright future. I wish Lin Gongzi a bright future, Longevity Hall, Zhu Dao Sect, spread your Dao to the four seas. I wish the Divine Union a bright future. I wish Lin Gongzi a bright future. Fire God Palace, Zhu Dao Sect, spread your Dao to the four seas. I wish the Divine Union a bright future. I wish Lin Gongzi a bright future, Gu Family, Mountain Sea Palace, Six Path Sect, congratulations, a loud voice rang out. One of the congratulatory gifts was given to the Tao sect, while the other was given to the Divine Union. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, what was going on? Not only were these people here to congratulate the Tao sect, they were also here to support the Divine Union. It was too unbelievable. The people of the Divine Union were stunned. Were they dreaming? Happiness had come too suddenly. The people of Dragon Palace were shocked, and so was the Dragon Crown Prince. These families and sects were not from the Holy Abyss Ancient City. Even the Dragon Palace could not gather them. But now, Lin Xian had done it. Damn it, how did he do it? The Dragon Prince couldn't believe it. After hearing about this, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people's expressions darkened. Was there anyone who dared to compete with the Dragon Palace? That Lin Xian didn't know the difference between life and death. Previously, they had been dismissive of him, but now, their faces were filled with shock. From the looks of it, this opponent was not simple. The Tao sect's elders also cried out in alarm and began to discuss. This wasn't the first time they had heard of Lin Xian's name. However, many people had given up when they found out that he had the immortal burial physique. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The Levitation Saint's lips curled into a smile. Based on the lineup, the Divine Union was not any weaker than the Dragon Palace. In fact, they might even be stronger. This way, when the Patriarch arrived, he could use this opportunity to suggest that the Patriarch accept Lin Xian as a disciple and allow Lin Xian to enter the core area. The Levitation Saint took a deep breath and began to look forward to it. The atmosphere had reached its peak. Lin Xian's limelight was unparalleled. Even the Dragon Palace was suppressed. The untethered Six Paths and the others who had come to present gifts first went to the Tao Palace, then went to pay their respects to Lin Xian before leaving. At this moment, another voice was heard. Mad God had arrived. The moment this voice was heard, countless people went into an uproar. Mad God, this name was very well known. Recently, he had risen like a comet in the ancient city. First, he had reached the 1000th place on the St. Plains list. Then, he had single-handedly wiped out the Nalan family's Fifth Elder's faction. Then, he had gone to the Sky Sect and fought with the Sky Sect's elder. He had killed the Sky Sect's elder and left calmly. Every single one of his achievements was shocking. Now, was he also coming? The people of the Divine Union were extremely excited. In their opinion, this was their biggest backer. However, the Crimson Dragon and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They were actually looking forward to it. After all, they knew that Lin Xian was Mad God. This time, it was only a nomological law clone. There was going to be a good show to watch. They knew what was going on and were extremely excited. The faces of the people from the Dragon Palace sank. The Dragon Prince also snorted coldly. Mad God? This time, he should be here to support Lin Xian. So what, no matter how strong he was only ranked 1000th on the Saint Origin list. Their Dragon Prince was ranked 2nd. The difference between the two was too great. Countless people looked ahead. They saw a demonic figure walk over. He was wearing black robes and was surrounded by demonic chi. It was impossible to see his face clearly. The figure came to the square and waved his hand, taking out a gift box. I'm here to congratulate the Path sect. There were 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the gift box. The people from the Path sect smiled and received it. Mad God, please take a seat. However, Mad God said that he still had a gift for the Dragon Palace. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Mad God would support Lin Xian. Why did he have a gift for the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Prince was also stunned. Then, he laughed heartily. It seemed like Mad God had been frightened by the reputation of the Dragon Prince. Now, he wanted to rely on them? Good, they could use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Divine Union. The Dragon Prince waved his hand when the gift was presented. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The others were also curious. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. The demonic figure in front waved his hand and dozens of gift boxes appeared again. On the Dragon Palace's side, Lanziu, Nangu, and the other powerhouses walked out and brought the gift boxes to the Dao Palace. There were so many things. Was he really intending to rely on them? The Dragon Prince was overjoyed. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court also opened the gift boxes proudly. Lanziu, Nangu, and the others opened the gift boxes. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened. They wanted to see what kind of rare treasures were in the gift boxes. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They even let out roars of pain. No, Lanziu fainted immediately. Nangu's pupils shrank. His hands trembled and the gift boxes fell to the ground. A human head rolled out, still dripping with blood. What was going on? The surrounding people exclaimed. The gift boxes were filled with human heads. The people from the Dao Palace were also stunned. The Dragon Prince's pupils shrank. He recognized one of them at a glance. Wasn't that the head of the Wind Dragon? Damn it. How could this be? The Wind Dragon tribe leader spat out a mouthful of old blood. His face was frighteningly dark. The top genius of their Wind Dragon clan was killed by someone, damn it, the Blue tribe leader also roared. They had discovered that the head in Lanziu's gift box was Lanziu's father. It was no wonder that Lanziu had fainted. In addition, the Golden Crow tribe and the other experts of the Dragon Palace had all been killed. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Baisusu was shocked. Wasn't this the group of people who attacked them? That's great, they've finally fallen. The people of the Divine Union also started cheering excitedly. These people deserved it. The surrounding people also understood what was going on. This wasn't a gift for the Dragon Palace. It was obviously revenge for the Divine Union. Damn it, you're courting death. The Wind Dragon tribe leader shouted angrily. The Wind Dragon tribe leader was his grandson. How could he not be angry now that he had fallen? He threw out a palm strike that turned into a shocking sword that slashed down from the sky. Boom, that demonic godlike figure was split into two. Then, it turned into demonic chi and dissipated in all directions. At the same time, a voice was heard saying that the gift had been delivered and that he was leaving, damn it. It was a law clone. The Wind Dragon tribe leader gritted his teeth. Crown Prince, please avenge us. Yes, he had to capture the other party and tear him to pieces. The people of the Blue tribe were also shouting crazily. Lanjiu had already woken up. She ran to the dragon crown prince and said that the crown prince had to capture Mad God and not let him off. There was also the divine union. Lin Xian. Send them all to hell. At this moment, the dragon palace was filled with killing intent. The levitation saint shouted coldly. How dare you? Lin Xian was a disciple of the Path sect. You all belong to the same sect. How dare you try to kill a fellow disciple? Are you trying to violate the sect rules? The other elders also frowned. It was fine if you wanted to capture Mad God. Even if you wanted to deal with Lin Xian, you should have done it secretly. But now, you're saying such words in front of so many experts. You're throwing away the face of your ancestors. Sure enough, one of the elders snorted coldly. You really don't know your place. How dare you? Is this a place where you can come? Leave quickly. Lan Ziyu and the others' blood was boiling and their faces were pale. They also knew that they had said something wrong and lowered their heads. However, they were unwilling to accept this. Long Ao took a deep breath and said, You all can leave first. We won't let Mad God off. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't have said that he would attack Lin Xian tomorrow. He would only target Mad God. However, deep down, he was filled with killing intent for the entire divine union. He had to annihilate the entire divine union. This matter spread out in an instant, and countless people were in an uproar. The entire ancient city was alarmed. After all, there were countless pairs of eyes paying attention to the Tao meeting. Sacred Abyss Tower. Within a palace, the Ocean Abyss God General looked at the news in his hands and was shocked. Mad God had appeared again. It was just a law clone. Divine General Yunga said, Didn't you tell him to come over? The Ocean Abyss Divine General shook his head and smiled. Yes, he did. But with his personality, he probably wouldn't have any scruples. I think you've already forgotten about it. The Divine Generals shook their heads and sighed. The Divine General of the Sea Abyss said that it wasn't like that. Since he had stood up for Lin Xian so many times, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Even if we can't find Mad God, can't we find Lin Xian and ask him to help us pass on the message? When the time comes, Mad God will appear. The other Divine Generals nodded. Divine General Yunga also smiled. Great. Let's go and take a look at the Tao sect meeting. Thinking about it, those fellows should be going as well. The Divine Generals turned into streams of light and left the Sacred Abyss Tower. The Tao sect had come from all directions to congratulate them. Outside, there were war chariots everywhere. It was a spectacular sight. Inside, the atmosphere was extremely strange. The previous scene had really alarmed them. The Dragon Palace's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Some of the Tao elders' eyes were also flickering with killing intent. One had to know that most people in the Tao sect were optimistic about the Dragon Prince. Therefore, these elders also supported the Dragon Palace. Now that the Dragon Palace had been suppressed to such an extent, they were naturally shocked and displeased. Some elders said, This Mad God is too arrogant. He actually killed our geniuses in the Tao sect meeting and acted in such a manner. He is simply looking down on us. I suggest that we take action immediately and suppress him. That's right. Many elders nodded in agreement. They were all on the side of the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Palace. The people outside were shocked. Someone said, It's over. It seems like the Divine Union is in danger. There were also people who said that Lin Xian was too young. He didn't know how many elders in the Dragon Palace were secretly supporting him. Now, he was slapping the Dragon Palace in the face and going against these elders. Would he have an easy time in the future? The Wind Dragon Tribe's patriarch frowned. That Mad God is so mysterious. We don't even know where he is. If he doesn't come out, won't we be unable to take revenge? The Dragon Prince sneered. Mad God might not know, but Lin Xian is here. His relationship with Mad God isn't ordinary. The Levitation Saint's face changed when he heard this. However, the eyes of the other elders lit up. The purple-robed elder said. That's right. Bring Lin Xian over and ask him about his relationship with Mad God. How should he be punished for allowing Mad God to kill his fellow disciples? No, the Levitation Saint shook his head. Mad God was the one who did it. Why should Lin Xian be implicated? What evidence do you have? Is there a relationship between the two, besides? So what if there is a relationship? Mad God is an expert of the demon Dao. How could he be controlled by Lin Xian? You are just adding to the crime. Whether or not he was secretly instigated, we will know once we ask. The purple-robed elder snorted. Guards were waiting outside. Elder, what's the matter? The purple-robed elder said, bring Lin Xian over. I want to interrogate him. 2 guards in armor strode down the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the main hall and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, come with us. Chains of law appeared in their hands and they were about to shroud Lin Xian. The Divine Union's faces changed instantly. The Crimson Dragon jumped out and said, what's the meaning of this? You actually dare to make a move on him? The Toad said. Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to make a move on your fellow disciples. The others cried out in alarm. Previously, Lin Xian's limelight had overshadowed the Dragon Princes. Who would have thought that the True Path sect would suppress him now? Someone sneered. Did you see that? This is the consequence of provoking the Dragon Palace. The elders behind the Dragon Palace were enraged. The people from the Dragon Palace sneered as well. Let's see how this kid dies. Lan Ziyu had a sinister expression. She wanted to see Lin Xian fall with her own eyes. Lin Xian also frowned. You want to suppress me? One of the guards said. Kid, you better know your place and follow us obediently. Perhaps we can save your face. If you dare to resist, we will suppress you, tie you up with chains, and take you to the Dao Palace. Choose one. The 2 guards' voices were sharp and merciless. Why were they arresting him? What was the reason? What did Lin Xian do wrong? Bai Susu shouted coldly. She understood that there were already a few elders who were going to take action. She wondered if her father would be able to handle it. It seemed like the situation wasn't good. If he was really suppressed, he would be in danger. Therefore, she couldn't let them take action. Lin Xian, stop resisting. This time, the elder has personally called for you. You'd better agree obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as a piercingly cold light appeared in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but before he could, a loud voice came from afar. The Divine General of the Sacred Origin Tower had arrived. The moment these words came out, everyone exclaimed again. The Divine General was here too. The status of these Divine Generals was extremely high. Even the Yi family elder and the Thousand Dragon Court's elder raised their brows. The Sacred Origin Tower was very mysterious. The identities of these Divine Generals were also very unusual. The Dao Sect's elders also stood up and quickly welcomed them. At this moment, everyone began to move. Even the 2 guards did not attack again. Instead, they turned their heads to look. Under the gazes of countless people, 2 figures walked in. They really were Divine Generals. Many people exclaimed, their eyes turning red. They could only look up to such existences. So it's the Divine General, a rare guest. The Dao Sect's elder clenched his fist and smiled. How could we not come to the Dao Sect's gathering? This time, we're here to congratulate the Dao Sect. The moment these words came out, the Dao Sect's elders laughed. Did you see that? Their influence was even more terrifying than before. The other remote antiquity families and peerless sects were envious as well. The Yi family elder and the Thousand Dragon Court's experts also came forward to greet them. In the face of such existences, the 2 Divine Generals did not dare to be careless. They did not expect that even the Emperor's fellow Taoists would come. The Yi family elder said, we're here to congratulate the Dao Sect. At the same time, we're here to see the Dao Sect's top geniuses. The Dao Sect's disciple, Lin Xian, has the 9-yang divine body. He's good friends with our Yi family's Wu Dao. Oh, is that so? Divine General Hyabis smiled. What a coincidence. This time, we're also here to look for Lin Xian. The moment these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The Divine General was also here to look for Lin Xian? They found it unbelievable. Could it be that these 2 Divine Generals were also on Lin Xian's side? Thinking of this possibility, they almost fainted. Why? Why was Lin Xian so capable? He had invited so many experts from so many families, and even the emperor clans and divine generals had to stand on his side. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people were stunned. The Dragon Prince and the Dragon Palace's people were even more dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Why was the immortal general looking for him? Could it be that his identity had been exposed by the other party? While thinking about it, two immortal generals walked towards Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still sitting there, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy wouldn't be so arrogant even in front of a divine general, right? However, it was still alright. Finally, Lin Xian stood up in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "Greetings, senior divine generals." Then, he looked at Divine General Haiyuan and said, "Thank you, senior, for your help." "It's you." The Ocean Abyss Divine General was also stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "So you are this Lin Xian?" Lin Wudi. That's right, the two knew each other. When Lin Xian went to the Sacred Abyss Tower for the first time, he was stopped outside because he didn't have any saint crystals. Back then, he met a divine general who gave him 10 divine crystals. It was this divine general Haiyuan in front of him. The Ocean Abyss divine general didn't expect that the other party was such a famous genius when he casually took care of him. Wait, he was stunned. He remembered that it was this little guy who went in. At the same time, Mad God also appeared on the Sacred Abyss list for the first time. He didn't care before, but now he realized that Lin Xian and Mad God entered the Sacred Abyss Tower on the same day. Moreover, they were so close. He frowned slightly and had a bold idea in his mind. Could it be that the young man in front of him was Mad God? When this idea came to his mind, even he was shocked. Then, he shook his head. That was impossible. If it was really as he guessed, it would be a big deal. Beside him, Divine General Yunga saw that his companion was stunned and quietly asked, "Old man, what's wrong?" The Ocean Abyss Divine General came back to his senses and said, "It's nothing." Lin Gongzi was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors said. Lin Xian didn't know if the other party had discovered his secret, so he could only smile and say, "Senior, you're too polite." He didn't know why these people were looking for him, but he guessed that it had something to do with Mad God. Therefore, he didn't expose them. "Young man, very good. I have high hopes for you. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me and I'll help you." "Thank you, senior." Lin Xian smiled. The people of the Dragon Palace had a change in expression. Even the Dao sect elders frowned. Beside them, Bai Susu said, "Senior Divine General, there's really something. Someone wants to suppress Lin Xian." "Not good," the Dao sect elders' eyelids twitched. Divine General Haiyuan frowned. What was going on? Who was so bold? Who dared to suppress a genius in the Dao sect? Toad jumped out and said. It was really strange that it was one of their own. An order from one of the Dao sect elders was to kill a genius. Hearing Toad's words, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Damn, this Toad really dared to say that. Divine General Haiyuan frowned and looked behind him. Was there such a thing? The Feather Saint smiled. I think it's a misunderstanding, right, Elder Purple Robe? He looked at the other party. Elder Purple Robe's face turned black. How could he refute? Was he supposed to say that it wasn't a misunderstanding? Everyone would probably think that he was suppressing the younger generation. Therefore, he could only smile and say, "Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. You two, leave." The two guards felt their scalps go numb and they quickly left. It seemed that no one dared to touch Lin Xian in the open. Damn it, the Dragon Prince and the others gritted their teeth. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the 10,000 Dragon Court people. This person seemed dangerous and they had to think of a way to get rid of him. They definitely couldn't allow a potential threat to grow. For example, Long Guang from before. Although he wasn't the Crown Prince, he had already threatened the Dragon Prince. Wasn't he still killed by them? They were also capable of sending Lin Xian to hell without anyone noticing. Today, Lin Xian and the divine union that he was in could be said to be in the limelight, stirring up a storm. Even the Dao elders didn't dare to act rashly. In an instant, everyone was talking about how the divine union would become even more famous and more experts would join. At this moment, the Dao sect's patriarch finally arrived. Everyone looked over. The Dao sect disciples all stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, patriarch. The Dao sect's patriarch was a peak great sage. His aura was unparalleled. His appearance was like the appearance of a god, suppressing everything. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine even though he was so far away. This was the peak existence of a great sage. His aura was like the roar of 10,000 dragons. Too powerful. Greetings, Lord of the Fantasy World. These were the experts of the remote antiquity families and great sections. The patriarchs also bowed. The fantasy world ancestor had changed everything. She smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Thank you for participating in the ceremony. 10 years have been like a day. Which geniuses have appeared in the Path sect? Let's wait and see." The fantasy world ancestor sat down. Then, the elders of the Path sect walked out and began to host the ceremony. The purpose of this grand ceremony was to test which young genius disciples in the past 10 years could stand out and catch the eye of the old ancestor. It was divided into 3 major battlefields, the Star List, the Jade List, and the Xian List. Countless people were looking forward to it. One had to know that those who could make it to the Jade List were the top existences in the same realm. Those who did not make it to the Jade List would also have an opportunity to challenge others today. In short, as long as you had the strength, you could stand out. This was a very rare opportunity. On Lin Xian's side, many Divine Union disciples took action. Even Fu Hongya, the Crimson Dragon, Bai Susu, and the others took action. It was even more so on the Dragon Palace's side. In an instant, various battles broke out one after another. It was very exciting and breathtaking. The experts of the remote antiquity families and great sects were shocked. It was no wonder there were so many experts in the Path sect. Toad and the Crimson Dragon were stronger than before. Bai Susu was the same. It seemed like she had been nurtured by her father during this period. On the Divine Union's side, their overall strength had increased greatly, which shocked countless people. In the past, other than the Dragon Palace, there were other powerful forces that were also very scary. However, they seemed to have been surpassed by the Divine Union now. Everyone exclaimed. The Dragon Palace was not weak either. Although they had been suppressed by Lin Xian previously, they still had a strong foundation. At this moment, the experts of the Dragon Palace were all mobilized. There were many experts on the Star List and Xian List. There was even an incredible expert, and that was Lanziyu. Lanziyu had become the Dragon Prince's cultivation partner, so he had more than 10 times more resources than before. Her strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, she was in the top 10 of the Jade List. The Blue Tribe Patriarch looked at this scene and was very satisfied. Lanziyu seemed to have regained his confidence after defeating the experts. Lin Xian looked at the other party and glanced at him indifferently before lowering his head to drink his tea. That's right, that's all. This event lasted for many days. During this period, many powerhouses stood out. Of course, the ones that attracted the most attention were 3 people. The first was naturally the Dragon Prince. His strength and talent could be said to be very strong. He was definitely one of the best below the Dragon Prince. Therefore, when he made his move, it shocked everyone. Even the elders kept nodding their heads. Other than that, there were the second and third ranked on the Xian ranking. The first on the profound ranking, the Dragon Prince, had not appeared. The second and third on the profound ranking were only slightly weaker than the Dragon Prince. Their strength was naturally shocking. These 2 people were Li Rulan, who was ranked second on the profound ranking, and Jiao Wuqing, who was ranked third on the profound ranking. If one were to ask who was most likely to be accepted as the ancestor's disciple, it would most likely be one of these 3 people. When all the matches were over, everyone was looking forward to it. Especially Li Rulan, Jiao Wuqing, and Long Ao, the 3 of them were nervous. They didn't know who would be chosen by the old ancestor this time. The elders also seemed to be asking for Fantasy World Ancestor's opinion. The patriarch's eyes flickered as he looked at the 3 of them. Stars flickered in his eyes. The 3 of them were incomparably nervous, as if all their secrets had been seen through in an instant. What do you think? Fantasy World Ancestor didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the people around him. An elder said, I think Li Rulan is a very good person. There were also people who said that Jiao Wuqing's merciless Dao was very terrifying and that his future was limitless. At this moment, Elder Zhang in purple said, let me see, although the two of them are powerful, their future can't compare to Long Ao's. Although Long Hao wasn't the emperor's son, he was the top genius of the dragon clan. He also had the ancient desolate body. What a rare physique. Look at Yi Wu Dao of the Yi family. One could imagine how terrifying Long Ao's future talent was. I guess the first in the entire Dao is the Dragon Prince, and the second is definitely Long Ao. Therefore, why don't you take Long Ao as your disciple and nurture him carefully? In the future, he will definitely be famous in the 9 heavens. There might even be a genius who can be crowned as a king in our Dao. What Ziyi said was very true. There were a few elders around him who kept nodding. Obviously, they all supported Long Ao. Hearing this, Long Ao's face was filled with pride. However, Li Rulan and Jiao Wuqing's expressions changed. Fantasy World Ancestor's eyes flickered as he looked at Long Ao. At this moment, the Ascension Saint stood up. Senior brother Zi, you're wrong. Long Ao is strong, but I don't agree with you saying that he's the second top genius of the Dao. I recommend someone to the Patriarch. This person's strength and talent are unparalleled. Oh? Who is it? The Patriarch was interested. Zi and the others' expressions changed. Was the Ascension Saint going to recommend that kid? The disciple I want to recommend is called Lin Xian. He hasn't been in the Dao sect for long, but the strength and talent he displayed are unparalleled. Is that so? Fantasy World Old Ancestor was astonished. Patriarch, please wait a moment. The Ascension Saint turned and walked out of the hall. He said loudly, Lin Xian, the Patriarch wants to see you. When these words were spoken, countless people were in an uproar. No way, could it be that Lin Xian also had the chance to become the Patriarch's disciple? Some people's eyes turned red. On the Dragon Palace's side, Nan Gu, Lan Ziyu, and the others gritted their teeth. Why could he do it? The 3 people in the square, Li Rulan and Wu Qing, were also shocked. The Dragon Crown Prince's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. That's great. Lin Xian, my father recommended you. You have to perform well. In the hall, Bai Susu was very excited. The others also took a deep breath. Lin Xian nodded and walked out, heading forward. Junior Lin Xian greets the Patriarch and all the elders. Long Ao snorted coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the hall in front. There was an elder sitting there, like a god of the sky. In the next moment, he was met with a gaze. What kind of gaze was that? It was ancient and filled with the vicissitudes of life. Lin Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He felt that all his secrets had been seen through by the other party. What a terrifying gaze. Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly retracted his thoughts. At the same time, a golden light gathered in his eyes and he activated the power in his body. He was shocked. It was too terrifying. The other party was actually an illusion expert. And he should be a top expert. After all, the other party was a peak great sage. You are Lin Xian? Fantasy World Ancestor's voice floated out. It was as if a god was asking. Hearing this, everyone became nervous. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He knew that it was time to test him. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Fantasy World Old Ancestor smiled. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. The expressions of the people from Dragon Palace changed. Could it be that the old ancestor favored him? Old ancestor, this Lin Xian seems to be a good person at the moment, but his future is really worrying. It can be said that he has no future at all. What do you mean? Fantasy World Old Ancestor was shocked. The purple-clothed elder said. The old ancestor didn't know that this person was indeed very strong, but he was from the immortal tomb. In history, there were 2 people from the immortal tomb who were extremely talented, but in the end, they fell and couldn't become great sages. They couldn't even become sage kings. It was heaven-defying for him to reach this step, but it was impossible for him to take another step forward. He was actually from the immortal tomb. Countless people were shocked. This was the first time some people heard this news. The people from Dragon Palace sneered. How could a person without a future compare to the Dragon Prince? The Feather Saint Lord also frowned. This was indeed Lin Xian's weakness. He couldn't refute it at all. Although he had thought of countless countermeasures, the people from the immortal tomb seemed to have no solution. Was what he said true? Fantasy World Old Ancestor looked at the Feather Saint Lord. The Feather Saint Lord had no choice but to nod. Fantasy World Old Ancestor looked at Lin Xian and shook his head. What a pity. It's over, this kid has no hope. Countless people sighed. The Dragon Prince sneered and said in a low voice, Kid, you're still far from being able to fight me. At this moment, Fantasy World Old Ancestor looked at Long Ao and said, From now on, you will follow me to cultivate. Thank you, Old Ancestor. Long Ao bowed respectfully. He was really too excited. He could finally enter the core area. Currently, his cultivation speed was several times faster than others, even 2 or 3 times faster than the top geniuses. Because he had the support of resources from many worlds, if he could become a core disciple, then his cultivation speed would increase. At that time, no one else would be his match. Beside him, Li Rulan and Wu Qing sighed. It seemed like they had no hope. At this moment, an elder spoke. Although the two of them couldn't become the old ancestor's disciples, they could be accepted by the elder. They would also have a chance to enter the core area. This made the two of them happy. The Levitation Saint also wanted to make use of this opportunity to take in Lin Xian as a disciple. This way, Lin Xian would at least be able to enter the core region. They wouldn't be too far behind the Dragon Prince in terms of resources. However, the purple-clothed elder said, Immortal Ascension Elder, I advise you not to waste this spot. He is someone from the immortal tomb and definitely won't be allowed to enter the core area. That's right, he has no future and is not worthy of our nurturing. Recruiting him as a disciple is a waste of resources in the Tao. The Feather Saint let out a heavy sigh. Lin Xian remained expressionless. So what if he didn't become a core disciple? He had relied on his own efforts to get to where he was now. In his opinion, there was no difference whether he entered or not. If the other party could obtain a huge amount of resources, so could he. As long as he collected more world cores and entered the sword world to cultivate, his speed would not be slower than anyone else's. Fantasy World Ancestor looked at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he was expressionless and shocked. To be honest, this young man really surprised him. When he first looked at him, he realized that he was different from the others. When the Dragon Prince and the others met his gaze, they were unable to resist at all. She instantly saw through the 3 people in front of her. However, this Lin Xian was different. There was a mysterious aura on his body that was resisting him. Although the other party's strength was temporarily unable to contend against him, there was still a trace of mystery to him. He asked. Are you not convinced? Lin Xian said. He didn't dare, he just felt that these elders were too conservative. Conservative? Hearing that, the purple-clothed elder became angry. Brat, are you doubting us? In his eyes, there was a trace of a cold light. Lin Xian said. If you think it's a question, then so be it. What qualifications do you have to question me? Just you? Young man, aren't you a bit too weak? The purple-clothed elder snorted. Lin Xian raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. You keep saying that I am from the immortal tomb and have no future. What is your basis? The purple-clothed elder sneered. What a joke. Didn't I say it? There were 2 people in history who didn't become a great sage, so it's impossible for you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I think you're the laughable one. What did you say? The purple-clothed elder was furious. Fantasy World Patriarch waved his hand to stop him. He looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian said, just because 2 people couldn't do it, you're doubting me? A martial artist's cultivation was originally going against the heavens. Don't you even have the spirit to explore and challenge, so what if it was unprecedented? What others couldn't do didn't mean that he couldn't do it. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became colder and colder. If you want to think like you. How did the first great emperor appear? What was the first time a human cultivated? Who was it? The first time they could use laws. These people who created heaven and earth, no one could pursue them before. Could it be that they didn't continue to move forward, without these people opening up the path? What right do you have to cultivate now? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, one word at a time. The purple-clothed elder's expression turned ugly. How dare he? Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said indifferently, if you think I'm wrong, you can correct me. But you came up and used your status as an elder to suppress everything. Isn't that a bit too much of a bully? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people started to discuss. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. What a sharp-tongued brat. Those who created the martial Tao were all heaven-defying existences. They were all supreme figures. How could you be compared to them? Whether I'm worthy of being compared to them or not is not something you can comment on. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Even if there is no path for me, I will walk a path that belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. It seemed to suppress Lin Xian, but also seemed to respond to Lin Xian. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man was incredible. Could it be that he wanted to open up a path for himself? How difficult was that? One had to know that even if they followed the path opened up by countless ancestors, it was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone exploring a new martial Tao on their own. Divine General Hai Yuan's eyes flashed. He was now more and more certain of Lin Xian's identity. The Yi family was also shocked. This kid was incredible. If he could break the curse of the people in the immortal tomb, his future would be limitless. He might even become a great emperor. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court had ugly expressions. Even if such a person was cursed, they wouldn't allow him to live. Because it was too dangerous. If they gave him a chance, he might be able to turn things around. They had to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. What a joke, the Dragon Crown Prince shouted coldly. Kid, you're too naive. Those paths aren't for an ant like you. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. In everyone's eyes, Lin Xian seemed to have reached a dead end. However, Lin Xian smiled and turned to stare at the Dragon Prince. Are you doubting me? Do you dare to fight? After Long Ao heard this, he also laughed. You want to challenge me with just you? Fine, you killed my incarnation last time. It's time to settle this grudge. I'm not afraid of you. Fortunately, it was your incarnation last time. Otherwise, you would have gone to hell long ago. Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely sharp killing intent. The great Tao laws on their bodies constantly intertwined and collided. It was as if two divine dragons were fighting between heaven and earth. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Were these two top geniuses going to fight? It was too shocking. They were all excited because regardless of appearance or Lin Xian, they were both top geniuses. The battle between the two would definitely be a fierce battle. Nonsense, all of you, back down. An elder snorted coldly. Now that the two top geniuses were fighting, wouldn't it be throwing them to the finish line? The purple-clothed elder smiled. It didn't matter. This event was originally to select geniuses, and now both of them were known as geniuses. Then, who was stronger and who was weaker would be known after a battle. The other experts nodded in agreement. The experts of the nest of 10,000 dragons also spoke. We also want to see what a top battle is like. What do you think? Fantasy World Ancestor looked at the Levitation Saint. The Levitation Saint took a deep breath and followed the Ancestor's decision. He didn't stop him because he felt that Lin Xian should be able to contend against Long Ao. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too badly. This way, he could show his strength. Perhaps the Ancestor would change his mind. Fantasy World Ancestor retracted his gaze. He understood and looked at the two people in front of him. Since the two of you are not convinced, then let's have a battle. However, this battle was a spar and no one was allowed to kill. Yes, Lin Xian cupped his fists and stood facing each other. Jiao Wuqing and Li Rulin retreated, and the surrounding people also retreated, giving them enough distance. A fierce battle was about to begin. Long Ao snorted. Brat, you want to fight with me? You really don't know what's good for you. Although I can't kill you now, I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. I will show you the difference between the two of us. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. If he defeated Lin Xian at this time, it would mean that Dragon Palace had completely trampled him under their feet. From now on, the other party would never be able to make a comeback. Lin Xian laughed. You're overconfident. You'll be the one in despair. What's more, when I fought against the Dragon Palace, my target was the Dragon Prince from the beginning, not you. Hearing this, Long Ao's face darkened. Was he being ignored? The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Lin Xian's target was actually the Dragon Prince. This was too inconceivable. Long Ao snorted coldly. Kid, don't talk big. Is the Dragon Prince someone you can challenge? Today, I will trample you under my feet. He shouted coldly, and the power in his body exploded. Terrifying dragon chi surrounded him, and a huge dragon shadow that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. Terrifying auras were rarely seen in the 9 heavens. So terrifying, countless people were alarmed. This Long Ao was really too incredible. As expected of a prince who was evaluated to be second only to a dragon. Just this aura and bloodline alone were enough to sweep through everything. Li Rulin and Wu Qing's pupils shrank. Although Long Ao did not compete for the Wind Xian ranking, with his strength, even if he went to the Xian ranking, he could kill his way into the top 10, this was too unbelievable. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a terrifying flame appeared on his body. It was like a sun that had descended upon the human world. A terrible aura swept in all directions. The crowd exclaimed again. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant, but when they felt the aura coming from Lin Xian's body, they were shocked. They all changed their minds. The other party did have the right to be arrogant. This aura was definitely not weaker than Long Ao. Sure enough, a sun and a true dragon clashed in the sky, causing countless cracks to appear in the sky. How terrifying. Those young disciples retreated, and those of the older generation narrowed their eyes. Just the clash of auras alone was enough to kill many people in an instant. If the two of them were to really fight, how earth-shattering would it be? Long Ao coldly snorted, his expression cold. The other party was indeed not weak. Although he was unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Go to hell, he waved his hand at the dragon. The giant dragon in the sky waved its claws and tore the void, descending towards the bottom. Its target was Lin Xian. How terrifying, it was an absolute art the moment it appeared. In the face of this terrifying attack, Lin Xian looked calm. He formed a seal with his palm, the man-ruler seal. When he struck out, he was like a deity in the vast human world. The two terrifying forces collided, and then the light cracked. A terrifying black hole appeared, devouring the surroundings frantically. They were evenly matched. Great, the people of the Divine Union cheered. What dragon crown prince? He was just SOSO. The toad and the others sneered. Just wait, soon the crown prince in your eyes will be trampled under your feet. The people of the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, you will be the one to lose. Your leader Lin Xian will be defeated by our crown prince. Just wait and see, the Divine Union is finished. Both sides gnashed their teeth, not giving way to each other. The atmosphere was extremely intense. After blocking his opponent's dragon wave, Lin Xian laughed. Is this all you've got? How disappointing. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, the great rock seal. A great rock appeared between heaven and earth, carrying an aura that could tear everything apart. Long Ao's face was cold. He waved his fist again, and the giant dragon roared. The terrifying dragon fist struck out, and at the same time, the giant dragon wings on the back of the giant dragon kept rising and falling. It was like a heavenly blade slashing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. The man-ruler seal, the great rock seal, and the treasure mountain seal were constantly used to contend with the opponent. It was as if two worlds were fighting, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Then, Lin Xian punched out. The six-path fist, this punch was indomitable and could destroy everything. Not good, seeing this, Long Ao's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal crisis. The other party could actually threaten him. Unforgivable. Dragon roar, his roar shook heaven and earth. The terrifying dragon roar swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. The weaker ones were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and some of them even had cracks on their bodies. Not good, this was too terrifying. The levitation saint waved his hands, and countless petals danced between heaven and earth, forming a boundary that covered the front. At the same time, the Yi family and the Thousand Dragon Court also made their move. The 3 top experts worked together to seal the entire square to prevent the power from spreading. How was the situation at the front? Many people widened their eyes. Even though they were so far away, they were still injured. Would Lin Xian, who was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, be affected as well? The terrifying dragon roar was like seawater, drowning Lin Xian, and his figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. That kid is definitely dead. Seeing this, the people of the Dragon Palace burst into laughter. The people of the Divine Union were also nervous. This was not an ordinary sound, it was the roar of a dragon. It contained supreme dragon blood. Could Lin Xian block it? They were worried. But soon, they all laughed because Lin Xian broke the heaven and earth with a single punch. Then, he walked out in a domineering manner. He stomped his foot and used the celestial walk to kill like a god. Do you think I'm afraid of you in close combat? Long Ao snorted. So what if the other party had the 9-yang divine body? He also had the ancient desolate body. Boom, the two collided in close combat. Each blow was like 100,000 mountains bombarding between heaven and earth. Thousands of cracks appeared. The people below were shocked. Indeed, their physiques were evenly matched. Yu Wudao looked at the scene and narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy's physique is indeed extraordinary. Even he could feel a trace of threat from it. In the dragon tribe, there were very few people who could suppress Long Ao in terms of bloodline, except for the Dragon Prince. Useless kid, I'll split your 9-yang divine body today, Long Ao roared to the sky and soared into the sky. The giant dragon phantom wings on his back drooped down again like a peerless divine sword. Lin Xian sneered and stretched out his right arm. His right arm turned into a peerless divine sword. The sword rule swept across heaven and earth. This sword could split the sky. Boom, the collision of the divine sword and divine sword made everyone's scalp tingle again. However, there seemed to be a change this time. The peerless divine sword formed by the giant dragon phantom was shattered by Lin Xian's attack and a big crack appeared. Then, it broke in half from the middle. Long Ao retreated. His arm was split open and dragon blood dripped from the sky. Long Ao was injured. Countless people exclaimed. This was impossible. The people of the Dragon Palace were shocked. Even the people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were shocked. This kid's physique was actually so strong? Even the ancient desolate body was no match for the other party. Long Ao's expression changed drastically. He felt that he could not even use the strength of his entire arm. The strength of the other party's physique was really beyond his expectations. Damn it. Dragon energy slash, he spat out a terrifying dragon chi, which turned into a peerless radiance and slashed out. This was no ordinary dragon containing chi. It was something that had been nurtured with dragon blood in her body. It was extremely terrifying. It was a peerless killing move. The power of this attack was not inferior to the attack of a great sage tool. Boom, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He didn't expect the other party to have such an ultimate move. He used the skywalk step and quickly dodged. However, this attack still managed to envelop him. With a kacha sound, he coughed out blood and flew outwards, golden holy blood flowing out from his body. His body was shattered, and a large crack appeared. Even his internal organs could be seen. Oh no, Lin Xian was also injured. Countless people cried out in alarm once again. The people of the Divine Union were nervous, but the people of the Dragon Palace were clenching their fists. Great, Crown Prince, kill him. Long Ao sneered. He was injured in one arm, but the other party was more seriously injured than him. His body was almost split in half. At the thought of this, he sneered. His body swayed and he quickly charged forward. Now that Lin Xian was injured, he wanted to kill the other party directly. At the very least, he wanted the other party to be seriously injured and bedridden for a few hundred years. Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty laughed. The victor seemed to have been decided. Indeed, a dragon was a dragon, and a worm was a worm. It was impossible to surpass them. The purple-robed elder sneered as well. In the eyes of these elders, this battle was already over. The levitation saint was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be defeated so quickly. Could there really be a difference? On the other side, the Yi family's divine general and the other family leaders all frowned. It seemed like the crown prince was superior. Was this really all his strength? Divine General Hai Yuan's eyes flickered. He didn't think so. He thought highly of Lin Xian. Kid, what are you going to use to fight me? Long Ao had already arrived before Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. My bloodline, my identity, and my background, are they something you can compare to? I can crush you with one hand. You're lucky to have so many people protecting you. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. But even so, I'll severely injure you and cripple you. His eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. At the same time, his face was also pale. He didn't use the dragon chi slash. He had only cultivated 2 dragon chi slashes in his body. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. This one was already enough to injure him. His opponent didn't need to waste the last one. He was prepared to crush his opponent with his own hands. He raised his palm and released a terrifying aura before slamming it down mercilessly. Go to hell. Even a great sage would be torn to shreds by this attack. It's over. Many old family leaders shook their heads and sighed. Everyone thought that this battle was over. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a sharp light. To be honest, the dragon chi slash did threaten him and hurt him. But so what? The moment he was injured, he used the immortality art to heal his injuries. In addition, his divine body was also a dazzling physique in the starry sky. This injury was nothing. Seeing the other party rushing in front of him, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his 2 arms and turned them into 2 peerless divine swords as he charged forward. Slash, Lin Xian was like a peerless war god. His terrifying sword chi was invincible. It pierced through his opponent's palm in an instant. How was this possible? Why was this sword chi so sharp? Long Ao was stunned. This had completely surpassed the power of the Nine Suns' body. How could he know that apart from the Nine Suns' divine body, Lin Xian also had the great dragon sword soul in his body? When this sword technique was used, it could tear the sky and split the earth. He was careless. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The speed of this sword was beyond his imagination. In an instant, Lin Xian's arms enveloped him. Boom, boom, his arms were like divine swords as they pierced into the other party's body, completely shattering his internal organs. Then, Lin Xian's arms shook, and the sword chi exploded. Long Ao's body was directly torn into pieces under this attack. Heavens, how was this possible? What did I just see? The surrounding spectators were stunned. The patriarchs and clansmen stood up one after another. The Blue Clan's Wind Dragon patriarch was scared silly as he sat there in a daze. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. This was impossible. Dragon slaying, Long Ao was torn into pieces, and the huge dragon phantom in the sky was also torn into pieces. Dragon blood roared between heaven and earth, sprinkling down from heaven and earth. This scene was too spectacular. Ha 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 ha, well done, the Crimson Dragon roared, and the Toad also roared. Who said that we were inferior to dragons? He actually did it. Bai Susu and the others were shocked. Elder Hai Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. Little guy, you really didn't disappoint me. He felt more and more that Lin Xian was that person. You want to kill me? You can't do it. Lin Xian stood above the dragon blood that filled the sky like a demon god. A cold voice sounded. Between heaven and earth, dragon blood sprinkled down, piercing through the 9 heavens. Long Ao roared crazily. His soul became sinister and distorted. Damn it, you dare to hurt me, I want you to die, I want you to go to hell and never rise again. The killing intent on his body continued to erupt. At the same time, dragon blood condensed and restored his body. Kill. Long Ao's body had recovered, but there were some cracks that could not be completely healed. This shocked him, but he couldn't care less. Right now, he had to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in her heart. Buzz. At this moment, Long Ao's body had transformed into a 100-feet-long sea dragon. His blue scales illuminated the world. With a raise of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain. He was the son of the Dragon Sea Lord, and his bloodline was powerful. Previously, he had transformed into his human form. At this moment, he was completely enraged and transformed into his true form. Kill, 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 the dragon claws waved and the dragon tail swept between heaven and earth. Long Hai's power erupted. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. At the same time, he struck out with an apocalyptic attack. Dragon Chi Slash. It spat out a terrifying attack. Previously, it was this attack that injured Lin Xian and even split open Lin Xian's body. This time, it came out again. Facing the storm-like attacks, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He didn't dodge at all. He was completely fighting with force. At the same time, he condensed a Taiji diagram to face the Dragon Chi Slash. He wrapped his arms around it and the Taiji diagram rotated in his hands, using softness to overcome hardness. The Dragon Chi Slash landed on the Taiji diagram. However, it was completely enveloped by the rotating power and was unable to tear apart the Taiji diagram. In the end, it dissipated into the Taiji diagram. Even the Dragon Chi Slash couldn't hurt Lin Xian. Countless people were shocked. Taiji Slash, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram rotated and drew a sharp bolt of lightning, directly slashing forward. Puff, Long Ao roared. Its tail was split open and fell down. Dragon blood once again dyed the 9 heavens red. Damn it, he was really angry. His huge body transformed into human form again, and then he attacked again. Dragon Rain 9 heavens, Wrath of the Sea God, Dragon Kill. Long Ao began to use the dragon race's great divine ability. And earth. This was no ordinary rainwater. Every drop contained the laws of the Tao of the dragon. Even a great sage would be killed in body and soul if he were caught in the dragon rain. The wrath of the sea god caused the surrounding sea to fill with water. His opponent had truly transformed into the dragon sea god. The dragon slay was even more terrifying. His dragon claw carried the aura of a fiend god. It spun rapidly and tore apart the void, aiming for Lin Xian's heart and head. Each of the 3 consummate arts was enough to strike fear into the hearts of great sages, and the elders and clan leaders alike. Lin Xian took a deep breath in the face of these 3 terrifying ultimate techniques. Sword come, behind him, the phantom of a sword dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. The dragon scales on his body rose from the ground and made a clanging sound in the sky. They quickly combined to form a dragon sword. Lin Xian grabbed it. He soared into the air, fighting above the 9 heavens. Zhan Long, the divine sword formed from dragon scales, descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. This sword was really too powerful. The 3 consummate arts of the dragon race were turned into ashes under this sword. Before the sword arrived, many cracks had already appeared on Long Ao's body. They were like a spider web. Damn it, he wanted to resist, but his heart was filled with fear and he subconsciously retreated. He was actually scared off by the other party. It was really too embarrassing. However, facing this sword, he was finally terrified. Saving his life was more important. He quickly retreated, but it was still too late. This sword enveloped him, no. His body split apart once again and was split into 2. Moreover, this sword even carried a biting cold aura that could destroy everything. Was he going to die? He didn't dare to believe it. What kind of sword technique was this? The pupils of an expert from the 10,000 Dragon Court constricted as he shouted coldly. A great sage instantly attacked and shattered this sword energy. It turned into dragon scales and disappeared between heaven and earth. You actually dare to kill. This expert from the 10,000 Dragon Court stood in the air and stared coldly at Lin Xian. The sword dragon illusion behind Lin Xian disappeared. He laughed. You think too much. There are so many experts here. Even the old ancestor is here. What kind of assassin can kill him? Even if you don't attack, this sword will disappear. Lin Xian was right. It was too difficult to kill the other party here. Furthermore, he didn't intend to do so. Defeating the other party in this battle was already a ruthless slap to the other party's face. How could the Dragon Palace compete with the Divine Union in the future? Long Ao, you keep saying that you will trample me under your feet. Have you done it? The facts have proven that you are just a clown. In the future, you won't have any right to be arrogant in front of me. Disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you will suffer a terrible fate. As he spoke, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Long Ao's blood boiled and his soul kept shaking. Not good. The expert from the 10,000 Dragon Court shouted angrily. How dare you destroy his Dao heart? A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian sneered. Is he worse than me? If he can't even accept defeat, what right does he have to take another step forward? You, young man, don't be too arrogant. The expert from the 10,000 Dragon Court looked gloomy. The purple dress elder and the others were also gnashing their teeth. The others were also in an uproar. The outcome of this battle was really unexpected. No one had expected that the mighty Dragon Prince would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. How could this be? The people from the Dragon Palace were crying. The godlike figure in their eyes had actually been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by his opponent. Lan Ziyu also knelt on the ground, her body trembling. She didn't even have the strength to stand up now. Her biggest reliance had been the Dragon Prince. However, the facts had proven that the Dragon Prince couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Was there any chance for her to take revenge in the future? The people from the Divine Union were in high spirits. This was great. Boss Lin was mighty. Lin Gongzi was #1 in the world. He was indeed the legendary invincible Lin. Voices rang out one after another. The people from the Yi family were shocked. The eyes of the Yi family elders were also shining. Besides having the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian also had the great dragon sword soul. In the future, this young man would definitely compete with the emperor's son. They were very confident in their Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao had a sacred body and cultivated the emperor's scripture. He would definitely be able to compete with the disciples in the future. In their opinion, Lin Xian might be a little lacking. However, they had changed their minds. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, which seemed to be able to make up for the lack of the emperor's scripture. This guy was so powerful. Didn't you say that he had participated in the Holy Gulf list? Why hadn't I seen his name before? Big Brother Yun was shocked. Divine General Haiyuan's eyes shone sharply. This could only mean one thing. He had not used his real name. He had used his title. It seemed like it was him. Divine General Haiyuan thought to himself. He was now 100% sure of it. Lin Xian was that person. The outcome of this battle shocked everyone. At the same time, many people were discussing it. Would the fantasy world patriarch change his mind? Previously, the patriarch had chosen Long Ao as his disciple. Now that Long Ao had been defeated, would the patriarch still accept him as a disciple according to the previous agreement? In an instant, everyone looked up. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court also frowned. The purple-clothed elder and the others were even more nervous. They were talking about the patriarch. The fantasy world patriarch's eyes flickered, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his eyes. He looked down at Lin Xian and Long Ao and thought for a while before speaking coldly. He first looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, you're not bad. You have to walk your own path in the future." Then, he looked at Long Ao. Failure was not scary. What was scary was having one's heart broken. After the banquet, follow me to the core area to cultivate. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the fantasy world patriarch to not change his mind. Could it be that the person in the immortal graveyard was really a curse that couldn't be broken? Long Ao was also shocked. He originally thought that he had no hope. But now, it seemed that there was still hope. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes, patriarch. I definitely won't lose again." He turned to look at Lin Xian. "Losing to you this time was an accident. Just you wait." The next time I meet you, I will personally take revenge. With that, he walked forward. What else did the levitation saint want to say? However, the patriarch waved his hand to stop him. He could only sigh and hope that Lin Xian could accept this result. Lin Wan also turned and left. On the way back, he received countless questioning gazes. However, his expression remained calm. So what if he didn't enter the core area? To be honest, he really didn't want to enter because the fantasy world patriarch's gaze was too terrifying. If he stayed by the other party's side, the other party might discover his secrets. That would be troublesome. After returning, the people from the Divine Union were also nervous. They were afraid that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to hold on. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm fine." Bai Susu said, "Kid, I know you're unhappy, but we'll understand." Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked around and said, "Most of you are geniuses from large clans. You have enjoyed all kinds of golden spoils since birth. You will be respected and receive all kinds of resources. You can even reach out and those natural treasures will come to you. But I'm different from you. I rose to power in the dusty lands, and everything along the way was exchanged with my life. I have fought all the way and never cowered. Along the way, countless people have looked down on me. But I've won again and again. I've walked from the dust to the present. I believe that I can go on. So what if the person in the immortal burial ground was a curse? I don't want to walk the path of immortals. I want to walk my own path." Lin Xian's voice was firm and resolute. The people from the Divine Union were shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to have such an experience. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Their families all had some worlds as subsidiary resources. The people in those worlds were just ants in their eyes. It was basically impossible for him to grow to the same height as them. Not to mention standing above them and leading them. However, Lin Xian had walked out of such a place. How many hardships and setbacks had he gone through? Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. At the same time, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had gone through too much, so this setback wouldn't be a problem. "Big brother Lin, we believe in you." "Yes, young master will lead us all the way." The people from the Divine Union clenched their fists. Lin Xian also smiled. "Good. You believe in me, and I believe in you. I will lead you to the top of the world." Lin Xian turned around and looked at Xianxia. "I won't lose." Then, he looked at the people beside him and smiled. "I hope that the disciples of the Divine Union will never lose." His voice became louder and louder, piercing through the 9 heavens and spreading across the land. At that moment, the souls of the surrounding sages trembled and they all turned to look. What kind of bold and visionary words were these? Yi Wudao smiled. It seemed like his old friend wasn't affected at all. The 2 war gods also nodded in satisfaction. The levitation saint also heaved a sigh of relief. On the side of the dragon palace, they frowned. The people from the 1000 Dragon dynasty had killing intent in their eyes. This guy didn't shrink back after such a setback. Instead, he became even stronger. This person had to be eliminated quickly. Advance courageously and never admit defeat. The old ancestor whispered, his eyes flickering. Long Ao, who was beside him, was nervous. He said, "Old ancestor, please believe in me. I won't lose again. I will defeat him." The fantasy world ancestor waved his sleeves and left with Long Ao. The banquet also ended. Long Ao came to the core area and felt the terrifying power inside. He took a deep breath. The fantasy world ancestor brought him to a pagoda and said, "This place is filled with resources. There are endless resources and power here. You can cultivate here." "Thank you, old ancestor. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Long Ao was extremely excited. The fantasy world ancestor stood with his hands behind his back. "Let's hope so. Your talent is unparalleled, but you are too arrogant and need to be tempered. Previously, when the Dragon Prince came to find me, he mentioned you and told me to take you as my disciple. Now that I've observed you, you are indeed not bad. Cultivate well and don't disappoint me and the Dragon Prince." So it was the Dragon Prince's suggestion. Long Ao clenched his fists. If not for the Dragon Prince, the disciple this time would have been Lin Xian. He took a deep breath. Although he had also become the Crown Prince, he couldn't even compare to the Dragon Prince's finger. This gap had once made him feel despair, but later on, he swore that one day, he would catch up to the Dragon Prince and even make this gap smaller and smaller. And that Lin Xian, just you wait. With the resources of the core area, my cultivation speed will be faster than before. When the time comes, you will definitely die. He would definitely get his revenge for what had happened today. On the other side, the guests all left. What happened at the banquet would spread all over the world. The people from the Thousand Dragon Dynasty had cold expressions. Although there were twists and turns along the way, the final result was still satisfactory. Long Ao still became the old ancestor's disciple. It seemed like they had to go back to discuss and think of a way to deal with that Lin Xian. At the thought of this, they also left. The people of the Divine Union also returned to the spiritual abode to cultivate hard. The result of this battle was that more and more people wanted to join the Divine Union. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed was too strong. He had already surpassed the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian's last sentence of never giving up and pressing forward courageously gave him endless hope. These people were eager to join. For a moment, Bai Susu and the others were all smiling. The Ocean Abyss Divine General and the other two found Lin Xian. Divine General Hai Yuan stared at Lin Xian non-stop, which shocked Lin Xian. Could it be that this Divine General had discovered his secret? He asked, "Seniors, why are you looking for me?" Divine General Yunga said, "We're actually here to look for Mad God. However, we can't see him. Your relationship with Mad God shouldn't be ordinary, right? Tell Mad God to hurry to the Sacred Abyss Tower. We need his help with something." "Oh, what is it?" Lin Xian was surprised. Divine General Yunga said, "You won't know even if I tell you. Kid, you'll know when you reach Mad God's level." Divine General Hai Yuan patted Lin Xian's shoulder. "I have high hopes for you. Maybe you'll know soon." He revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Xian felt more and more that they must have discovered his identity. However, they didn't say anything, so it was obvious that they were on his side to help him. Therefore, he nodded. "I understand what you two seniors mean. I'll send a message now. He should be there in a few days." The two divine generals left Lin Xian and returned to the divine abode to organize some things. This time, more than 200 people joined. Lin Xian met these people and encouraged them to cultivate well. He left the rest to Bai Susu, Xianxia, and the Crimson Dragon. He consolidated his cultivation and adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he went to the Sacred Abyss Tower and covered his body with demonic qi. Lin Xian once again turned into the demonic Mad God and arrived at the Sacred Abyss Tower. He appeared again, countless people exclaimed. "Look, it's Mad God. He's here again." They heard that he killed many Dragon Palace experts at the Dao Sect's Sacred Assembly. He even provoked Dragon Palace, which made them vomit blood. They didn't expect him to appear so soon. He's not afraid of being hunted down by Dragon Palace experts. Dragon Palace can't compare to him. Someone laughed. Someone shook their head. Don't forget that Dragon Palace is backed by the Thousand Dragon Court. They'll definitely send experts to hunt him down. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Lin Xian had already entered the Sacred Abyss Tower. He came to a large hall in the Sacred Gulf Tower, where several figures were waiting. Lin Xian had seen two of them before. They were Divine General Abyss and Divine General Brother Yun. The other people were also thinking about the immortal generals. When they saw the demonic figure behind them, they all raised the corners of their mouths into smiles. "You're finally here." Lin Xian cupped his fists and looked around. Then, he walked over. He looked a little arrogant, but he didn't care. The Mad God had to be arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't live up to his name. The other immortal generals had also heard of his deeds, so they didn't care about his attitude. It was fine as long as the other party was powerful. "Big Brother Yun, the Divine General is gone. Come here." "Speaking of Mad God, you're here." Divine General Ocean Abyss smiled as well. Lin Xian said, "I received news that you were all looking for me. I don't know why. It's a good thing. Divine General C. Abyss said that we're going to a very mysterious place, so we need your help. Lin Xian was shocked. What place? If the immortal generals can't do it, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Indeed, although Lin Xian was powerful, these immortal generals were even more terrifying. Divine General Brother Yun said that it's not like that. This time, we're exploring ancient ruins. It's extremely mysterious. Some places have cultivation restrictions. Therefore, we can't do anything about it. We can only ask experts like you for help. Lin Xian was able to enter the Saint Origin Board, which meant that he was at most an early-stage great sage. Therefore, this level of cultivation could be put to good use in certain situations. And these immortal generals' cultivation had long surpassed the early-stage great sage. Therefore, they couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xian nodded. He understood. He wondered what kind of secret realm it was that could interest these immortal generals. It's definitely not an ordinary ruin. Divine General Brother Yun smiled. Do you know the Heavenly Court? Lin Xian was shocked. Of course, he knew. Could this ruin be related to the Heavenly Court? That's right. Kid, you guessed right. It's indeed related to the Heavenly Court. It's a ruin of the Heavenly Court. And it was only discovered recently. Therefore, the news hasn't spread too far. We have to hurry. Lin Xian was shocked. Is it really a ruin of the Heavenly Court? I wonder if Black Mountain will appear. In the previous Heavenly Court ruin, Black Mountain obtained the Sky Lantern, and Lin Xian obtained the Heaven Swallowing Jar. Later, he found out that it was only half of the Heaven Swallowing Jar. He still lacked a lid. He wondered if he could find the lid this time. If he really found it, it would be the complete Heaven Swallowing Jar. It would be an extreme Dao. Even if he couldn't find it, it would be great if he could get some of the Heavenly Court's ultimate techniques. Therefore, Lin Xian was very interested. He said that since this was the case, there was no time to lose. Let's begin. Divine General Brother Yun smiled. There's no hurry. There are still some people. Lin Xian waited. Indeed, it didn't take long for more people to arrive. The first to arrive were two people. One was dressed in green, the other in purple. Both of them were extremely beautiful. They had swords on their backs. According to the introduction, Lin Xian knew that these two beautiful women were called Qinghong and Zihong. These two weren't ordinary people. They were very famous. They were known as the Purple and Green Twin Swords. Their names were also in the top 1,000 on the Saint Origin ranking. Their ranking was much higher than his. After these two, another person came. It was a man with snow-white hair. It danced in the wind, and its eyes were actually white, making it look extremely mysterious. Eye technique? Lin Xian was shocked. Golden light flickered in his eyes. The purple and green twin swords also had serious expressions. They knew this person. In fact, he was ranked higher than them. Of course, they were confident that they could defeat him with the twin swords combination. This person was called Yanling. His ultimate move was execution of words. It was very terrifying. Now that everyone was here, Divine General Hai Yuan smiled. The few of them looked at Lin Xian. Qinghong said. You must be mad god. How strong are you? Do you want to experience it? Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. Qinghong stepped out and sword chi exploded from her body. She couldn't ask for more. Sister, just be quiet for a while. Zihong walked over and said. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. Mad God, I'm sorry. My sister's temper is like this. No worries. Lin Xian nodded. Beside him, Yan Yanling smiled. Qinghong turned around and her eyes shone. What are you laughing at? Are you doubting my strength? Yanling shook her head. She had heard of the angry fairy's name long ago. Now that she met her today, she really lived up to her name. Qinghong was furious. Whoever dares to talk nonsense outside, I'll kill him. Lin Xian also shook his head. This girl was really crazy. While Lin Xian was joking, another group of people walked out of the hall. Then, a cold voice sounded. Seems like all of you are here. Let's meet. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw a divine general walking over. There were also 3 figures behind him. "Greetings, divine general." Qing Hong and the others cupped their fists and bowed. The 3 figures on the opposite side also bowed. Then, their gazes clashed in the air. Extremely terrifying thunderbolts erupted and broke the void. Divine General Haiyuan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Lin Xian was surprised as he stared at the figure in front of him. It was a woman with an extremely beautiful face. She was even prettier than Qing Hong and Zi Hong. Not only that, but she also exuded a biting cold aura, like an ice goddess that kept people 1,000 miles away. Qing Hong and Zi Hong were also sizing her up. Then, they said, "She's so beautiful." Qing Hong snorted, and Zi Hong's eyes sparkled. The Ice Mountain Fairy in front glanced at them expressionlessly. However, when she saw Lin Xian, her body trembled and her pupils constricted. Something unbelievable seemed to have happened. Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. "How should I address this fairy?" He walked forward. There were 2 other figures beside the Ice Mountain Fairy. One of them was wearing a black robe and had a pair of black wings on his back. He seemed to be standing in the night and looked very mysterious. The other person beside him had a terrifying aura, as if his every move could split the sky and earth. "This guy is really bold." Yan Ling chuckled. However, Qing Hong snorted. He would be in trouble. He knew that the Ice Mountain Fairy in front of him had just challenged the Holy Gulf list not long ago, but she had shocked everyone. More importantly, she was indeed very cold. No matter who it was, she would ignore them and was known as the Ice Mountain. If Mad God went up to greet her, he would definitely be rejected and might even be beaten up. The expert beside him frowned and sneered, "Kid, get lost. This is not a place for you." The other man with a terrifying aura also snorted and stared at Lin Xian. They had already taken a liking to the Ice Mountain Fairy, but they hadn't gotten their hands on her yet. How could they let others come over? Lin Xian glanced at Ning and sneered, "I'm talking to the Ice Mountain Fairy. It's none of your business. Get lost." "What did you say?" That person was enraged. He took a step forward and spread out the wings on his back. His body exuded a monstrous dragon aura. His name was Shadow, and he was a member of the Shadow Dragon clan. Beside him, the man with the terrifying aura also turned solemn. His body also emitted the aura of the Tao of Dragon. Both sides looked like they were about to fight, but at this moment, footsteps could be heard from afar. A woman wearing divine general armor quickly walked over. Beside it, similarly, 3 figures appeared. "Everyone is here," the divine general Wind Snow said with a smile as he looked around. "You're a little late," divine general Yunga said. Divine general Qianqing also snorted coldly. "Since everyone was here, let's begin." "Start what?" Everyone was stunned. Divine General Qianchen, who was the second to enter, said, "There are too many people. Let's eliminate one." Qing Hong, Zi Hong, and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. The Shadow Dragon and the other expert with a terrifying aura revealed sinister grins. They all stared at Lin Xian, but soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because Lin Xian was already chatting with the Ice Mountain Goddess. The Ice Mountain Goddess even revealed a beautiful smile at Lin Xian. How was that possible? Ning was going crazy. The other party's title of iceberg was not fake. She didn't care about any top genius, so why would she smile at this kid in front of him? In addition, Qing Hong, Yan Ling, and the others were also stunned. Even the 3 new top geniuses were surprised. They all stared at Lin Xian. "Is this guy an expert of the Demon Tao? Who is he?" Wind Snow also smiled. "Let's introduce him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 figures beside him stood out. One of them had a surging aura and was full of heroism. He also had a pair of wings on his back. He said loudly, "Peng Wanli of the Tianpeng clan." Next to him was a person with a cold face. His voice also had a trace of piercing coldness, like a knife. His name was He Jiuxiao. The last person was a little strange. He sat on the back of a goldfish with his chin in his hand and was dozing off. When he heard Wind Snow's words, he opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Xiao Zhuang." After saying that, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. After the introduction of the three people, Qing Hong and the other two on the opposite side also stood out and said their names. Shadow then walked out. Another man with a strong aura also walked out. His name was Zhu Lai. He was an expert of the Torch Dragon clan. The Ice Mountain goddess looked around and said coldly. Xueqi. That's right. This woman was Xueqi, the woman Lin Xian met in the Thousand Mountain Cave. Later, with Lin Xian's help, she obtained the 9 divine body. Later, after Lin Xian left, Xueqi also went out to train and there was no news of her. They didn't expect that she would also come here and enter the Holy Gulf Tower. The others thought in their hearts and looked at each other. They found that these people were all top experts. Moreover, they had a special characteristic. They were all ranked in the top 1,000 of the Saint Origin ranking. However, they were not ranked above 800. The highest ranking was the sleeping Xiao Zhuang, who was currently ranked 810. As for the last one? They all stared at Lin Xian. Shadow said coldly. Kid, tell us your name. Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly. Mad God. So, he was Mad God. Many people were surprised by this name. It was like thunder to their ears. However, it was their first time seeing him. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. So, you are Mad God. You are only ranked in the top 1,000. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Although Lin Xian had reached the top 1,003 attempts, these people were all ranked in the top 1,000. Thus, when they faced Lin Xian, they were all looking down on him. Lin Xian didn't care. Firstly, he didn't participate in the challenges many times. Secondly, the top 1,000 wasn't his limit. He didn't use the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword spirit. Otherwise, he would have to use his name first. Lin Xian frowned. He found that other than Aning and Zhu Lai, there was another person who was hostile to him. There was even killing intent. Although it was well hidden, Lin Xian's eye technique was amazing. He found out in an instant. He turned his head and his frown deepened. He found that the person who wanted to kill him was a divine general. It was Divine General Qianchen. Mad God, come over first. Divine General Haiyuan said. Lin Xian smiled at Xueqi. They would talk later. Then, he turned and left. He had already recognized the other party. Xueqi also recognized him. Their physiques were simply too miraculous. One had the 9 Yan divine body and the other had the 9 Yin divine body. They were the opposite of heaven and earth. As long as the two of them met, they would be able to recognize each other immediately. Lin Xian returned to Immortal General Haiyuan's side. Immortal General Haiyuan transmitted his voice to Lin Xian. Be careful. Xianchen supports the Dragon Prince. You slapped the Dragon Palace's face before, so he must be unhappy with you. Lin Xian understood. No wonder the other party was releasing killing intent towards him. So they were the Dragon Prince's men. Immortal General Qianchen said again. There were too many people. Remove one. As soon as he said that, everyone's face changed. Remove who? No one was willing. After all, they were going to the ruins of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court had a long history. Not only in the ancient times, it was said that it had appeared in the ancient times. And it was said that the Heavenly Court had been destroyed more than once, but it was rebuilt. The most recent one was the collapse 50,000 years ago. Now that they found the ruins of the Heavenly Court again, what kind of opportunities and treasures would there be? They were looking forward to it. No one was willing to leave. Aning stood out and said. Isn't it simple? According to the ranking, whoever is last will leave. After saying that, he stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile. I agree. Immortal General Qianchen nodded. Because Mad God's ranking was last, which meant that he had to be eliminated. This way, it would be a small revenge. They would deal with him in the future. However, Immortal General Haiyuan frowned. Lin Xian snorted. What a joke. Could the ranking prove everything? Why not? Zhu Lai also stood out and said. It was very difficult to increase one's ranking on the Saint Origin board. Would you hide your strength if you had it? Did I hide my strength? You'll know when you try. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Peng Wanli and the others were watching and didn't say anything. They naturally knew the grudge between the two sides. Mad God slapped the Dragon Palace's face, which meant that he didn't give the Dragon Prince any face. Immortal General Qian Chen, as the Dragon Prince's man, how could he not take revenge? And they were Kuan Pingzi's men, so they naturally hoped that the two sides would fight. It would be best if both sides suffered. At this moment, Immortal General Shuefeng smiled. Since both sides are unhappy, why don't we have a competition? Whoever loses will be eliminated. What a good idea. Shadow also took a step forward. Snort. If you're unhappy, come out and fight. I'll let you know the difference between us. Aning was very confident. His ranking was 950th. They had 50 more people than the other party. However, every increase in rank was extremely difficult. With a difference of 50 ranks, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. He could easily crush the other party. The others knew this, so they all looked at Lin Xian. Would the other party dare to accept the challenge? Many people guessed that Lin Xian would not accept the challenge. After all, the gap between them was too big. However, Lin Xian only laughed. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. This fellow is really arrogant. Qing Hong was shocked, and then she snorted coldly. He was too reckless. On the Snow Wind Divine General's side, Peng Wanli and the others all frowned. Could it be that Mad God had another trump card? Zhu Lai sneered coldly, while Xueqi shook her head. He wouldn't lose. Damn it, Shadow was furious. He didn't know what was so good about Mad God. Why did the Ice Mountain goddess Xueqi seem like a completely different person when she saw him? He didn't know that the two of them were already Dao companions. If he knew, he would probably be angered to death. Shadow sneered. I'll make you regret this. He took a step forward, and his aura erupted, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The surrounding people all exclaimed. He was almost at the Great Saint realm. Qianchen also nodded. Very good, he was already one step into the Great Saint realm. He should be much stronger than before. Peng Wanli and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect Shadow to be hiding his cultivation. This Mad God was really unlucky. Crane Jiuxiao sneered, saying that Xiao Zhuang had been dozing off, as if he wasn't interested in the upcoming battle. Shadow sneered. Ever since my cultivation improved, I've been hiding it. Today I'll let you feel the power of a half-step great saint. Dragon blood appeared on his body, suppressing the 9 heavens. The surrounding people all felt a suppression from his bloodline. Under the countless gazes, Shadow waved his hand, and a black shadow appeared. It turned into a shadow dragon and flew over quickly. Peng Wanli and the others took a deep breath. It seemed that Shadow was arrogant, but he wasn't careless at all. Facing Mad God, he used a secret technique right off the bat. If this shadow was restricted, even a great saint would be sealed and wouldn't be able to fight back. The power of a seal? Su Chen's eyes flashed, then he snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with a biting cold light. Let's see if the power of a seal is stronger, or my power of suppression is more terrifying. Reincarnation steel. A pair of godlike eyes appeared, and the steel's gaze intertwined. With the power of reincarnation, it suppressed forward. Boom, boom, Lin Xian didn't attack the shadow. Instead, he attacked Shadow directly. At the same time, he didn't dodge, allowing the shadow to envelop him. With a boom, he was forced back 2 steps, and countless seals appeared on his body. Great, I'm so excited. Shadow sneered. The others were also shocked. It seemed that the gap was really that big. The difference of 50 ranks was enough to make Mad God unable to fight back. Divine General Qianchen sneered. Mad God was just SOSO. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Oh no, he wanted to warn them, but it was too late. The reincarnation steel fell, enveloping Shadow. Shadow was shocked. Damn it, what is this? Block it. He waved his hand, and it turned into 2 daggers that slashed through everything. However, this was a soul-level attack and couldn't be dodged at all. In an instant, he was suppressed. He felt his soul shake as if it was about to split open. His entire body suddenly knelt on the ground. With a crack, his soul knelt on the ground. What's going on? Is Shadow injured too? What kind of eye technique was that just now? Mad God actually has such a terrifying eye technique. Why didn't I know before? One after another, voices sounded. They all knew the legend of Mad God. He was incomparably arrogant. His demonic chi was enough to tear the 9 heavens apart. In their opinion, he was an expert in close combat. But now, Mad God used an eye technique. No wonder Shadow couldn't dodge. No one expected it. Roar, Shadow roared, and the aura of the Tao of Dragon appeared. His soul escaped, but his face had become incomparably pale. In that instant, his soul was injured. Damn it, Shadow's expression was cold. He mobilized the power of laws to repair it. At the same time, he raised his head and stared ahead. I'm going to make you die without a burial place. A group of shadow daggers appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. Die, 2 daggers stabbed towards the head and the heart. Oh no, Zihong exclaimed. Qing Hong also snorted coldly. Mad God was too careless. Although his soul had injured the other party, his body was also sealed. In this way, he could not move at all and could only be slaughtered. Everything was over. Aning snorted coldly, and 2 daggers landed on Lin Xian's body. A sonorous sound rang out, but the smile on his face disappeared. His shadow daggers were directly bounced off, and one of them even cracked. How was that possible? His opponent's physique was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was in front of him, turned around and sneered. Your seal isn't that great either. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body and directly shattered the seal. The other party's seal was indeed very powerful and could seal a supreme sage, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body was enough to destroy everything. A mere seal was nothing to be afraid of. How was that possible? How did he do it? Aning was so frightened that he took a step back. However, in the next moment, a black palm grabbed at his head. Damn it, he waved his dagger again to block. The shadow dagger struck the black demonic hand with a deafening sound, and sparks danced. However, the black hand did not stop at all and directly slapped down. Aning teleported. Aning roared angrily. He quickly displayed a peerless movement skill and narrowly dodged the attack. However, his chi and blood were still surging. Damn it. Next, his entire body merged into the darkness. He spread his wings and his speed was extremely fast. He was erratic. As a member of the Shadow Dragon clan, speed and movement techniques were his forte. He relied on this speed and movement technique to launch a destructive attack on Lin Xian. In an instant, thousands of thorns attacked Lin Xian, causing the void around Lin Xian to shatter. He should be injured now. However, a large hand reached out and directly enveloped the entire world, making it impossible for Aning to escape. With a boom, he was sent flying by a punch. Damn it! Endless dragon patterns appeared on Anying's body. He turned into a ferocious dragon. Die, his power increased once again. Lin Xian sneered. Your dragon blood is really trash. Let me show you what real dragon blood is. Lin Xian took a step forward, and countless phantoms appeared behind him. Finally, it condensed into a figure. It was a black dragon, and there was an extremely terrifying demonic aura around it. He was like a demon god. The dragon tail swung out like a demonic god sword, piercing through the air. How could this be? You also have the aura of the Tao of Dragons. You're from the Dragon Clan? Aning went completely mad. He was sent flying and his body was torn into pieces. A head roared on the ground. And, you don't deserve to know. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's head with one foot. With a light push, countless cracks appeared on the other party's head. Stop, Divine General Qianchen shouted coldly, his face becoming extremely gloomy. Lin Xian sent his opponent flying with a kick, then stood with his hands behind his back. Now you know who the trash is, right? If anyone is going to be eliminated, it should be him. So powerful. Qing Hong was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what she had imagined. On the other side, Peng Wanli and the others also took a deep breath. It seemed that this mad god had indeed hidden his strength. Xueqi's lips curled into a smile. How could her husband be weak? He had the 9-yang divine body. Aning deserved it. Lin Xian looked at Aning and sneered. You've already lost and been eliminated. Hurry up and get lost. You don't have the right to stand here. Damn it. Aning gritted his teeth. He was about to vomit blood, but he had said it himself. He couldn't go back on his words now. He looked at Divine General Qian Chen, hoping that Divine General Qian Chen would let him go. Divine General Qian Chen's face was cold. Useless trash, go back and cultivate in seclusion. This is too embarrassing. He originally wanted to suppress Mad God and even suppress him to take revenge for the Dragon Palace. But now, he was slapped in the face by the other party. Aning didn't dare to say anything and ran away. In an instant, there were only 2 people left on Qian Chen's side. Is this enough? Divine General Haiyuan smiled. Qian Chen was so arrogant. Now, there was one less person. Damn it. Divine General Qian Chen's face was cold. But at this moment, Xueqi stood up and said, not yet. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. They looked at each other. Is this Ice Beauty going to fight? Xueqi smiled and said, I'm leaving Divine General Qian Chen's team. I'm willing to join Divine General Haiyuan's team. Is this okay? What? Everyone was stunned. Divine General Qian Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She wants to leave him and join the other team. Haiyuan was stunned. Then, he smiled. Sure, we welcome her. Very good. Xueqi walked forward and came to Mad God's side. She smiled beautifully. Divine General Haiyuan and Xueqi were stunned. It seemed that her joining the team was related to Mad God. They must have known each other for a long time and had an unusual relationship. Peng Wanli was shocked. Who was this Mad God? How could he gain the favor of the Ice Fairy? Divine General Feng Shuan narrowed his eyes. Even Xiao Zhuang, who had been dozing off, raised his head. A mysterious light appeared in his eyes. He stared at Lin Xian and Xueqi with dreamy light. He was shocked. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. 9 yin and 9 yang have reappeared in the world? Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. This time, I can have a good dream. After saying that, he closed his eyes with a smile, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Haiyuan's team was very strong. Only one person was left on Qian Chen's team. His face was so dark that it was terrifying. Damn it. I must find another person. He reached out with his hand. It seemed that he wanted to summon another person. Lin Xian looked at this scene and smiled. Divine General, didn't you say that there would be one more person? Why do you still need to find another? Qian Chen roared. That was before. Now, I'm changing my mind. Don't you agree? Are you challenging me? Lin Xian laughed coldly. He didn't answer. However, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Soon, a figure walked over from afar. He came to Qian Chen's side and said coldly, Ice Fairy, you betrayed us. How dare you betray us? Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Xueqi snorted. She raised her hand and took off the ice bracelet on her wrist. Then, she threw it over. She said, our agreement is cancelled. I'll return the divine ice bracelet to you. Damn it. Qianchen gritted his teeth and put away the divine ice bracelet. It was an ice-type treasure. It was a great sage artifact. He had spent this price to invite the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would go back on their word. Lin Xian said, don't worry. I'll give you a better one in the future. The person who had come walked over and said, it's not that simple. Let's have a duel. If you lose, you'll disappear. If you win, we won't pursue the matter. The newcomer's body seemed to be made of metal, and it emanated an ice-cold radiance. He also had a terrifying cold aura. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had a feeling that this person was not ordinary. This aura was very similar to his death law. If you want to fight, I will. He walked out. However, Xueqi said, "Don't worry, I can still deal with it." She walked out, looked ahead, and said coldly, "Flying Corpse King, you are no match for me." The person in front of her was a corpse, and he had cultivated himself. Moreover, he had regained his intelligence. He had reached the peak of the Saint King realm, and he was very terrifying. He was called the Flying Corpse King. The Flying Corpse King sneered coldly. That was in the past. Now, you are no match for me. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura of death erupted from his body, and it spread out in all directions. Everyone felt that the god of death was calling them. Qing Hong's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed, "Great saint! He has broken through." Even Divine General Haiyuan was taken aback. The Flying Corpse King was already very terrifying, and his ranking was even higher than in Ying's. He was ranked 930. Now that he had broken through and become a great saint, his ranking would probably rise even higher. He wondered if the Ice Mountain Goddess would be able to withstand it. Xueqi walked out and said, "Fine, I will let you see my true power." She waved her hand, and a terrifying black ice spread out in all directions. The Nine divine body was displayed. She thrust out her jade-like hand, and it seemed to have turned into a world of ice, which pressed down from the sky. What a terrifying aura! What kind of ice is this? The people in the surroundings were all surprised. Divine General Wind Snow squinted her eyes. She was also an expert of the ice element, but even she was shocked. The ice used by this person should be one of the legendary ice. She did not expect that this Ice Mountain Goddess's body would be so mysterious. The Flying Corpse King also furrowed his brows. Was he hiding his strength? No wonder. However, so what? Let's have a fight. With a wave of his hand, he stretched out his palm without any aura or temperature. It was like the hand of the god of death, and it attacked. However, when it got close to Xueqi, countless ice formed on it, and it was frozen in midair. This was truly unbelievable. Peng Wanli sighed in admiration. The Flying Corpse King had an extremely strong aura of death. Anyone who was touched by him would have their life taken away and turned into white bones. But now, the other party couldn't even get close to him. How was he supposed to fight? However, Yan Ling shook his head and said that it was not certain. Other than the extremely terrifying aura of death, the Flying Corpse King's physique was also incomparably strong. I heard that he seemed to have refined his body into a peerless weapon. Just like the heaven-devouring great emperor in the past, he had refined himself. The heaven-devouring great sovereign had refined himself into the heaven-devouring jar. This was something that only existed in myths and legends. Everyone knew this, but they didn't expect that there would be someone who would follow suit. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could feel that his opponent's physique was indeed very strong. It was as if the Grim Reaper had been resurrected. Crack! Crack! The black palm that was sealed in ice gave off a terrifying light. Following this, the ice broke apart and the palm slammed over once again. The surrounding world of ice and frost was completely shattered. The Flying Corpse King said, "Iceberg, if this is all you have, I'm afraid you're no match for me." As he spoke, boundless aura of death appeared on his body. It turned into the law of death and engulfed the surroundings. It condensed and formed a hell. He seemed like a god of hell that had walked out of hell. His ice-cold gaze also turned gray. It carried an ice-cold aura. It was the eye of death. With a roar, the Flying Corpse King quickly charged forward, turning into a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, it rushed to the front. As he waved his arm, it seemed as if he had turned into a peerless saint artifact. As he waved his arm, the whole world started shattering. Oh no, that iceberg is in danger. When Zihong saw this scene, she cried out in alarm. Everyone thought that Xueqi would retreat. After all, she wasn't a match for such a powerful physique. However, what surprised them was that Xueqi didn't retreat at all. She faced the lightning-like Grim Reaper. She also slapped out with her palm. Boom, boom. Her palm turned into an ice-cold light that kept contending against the opponent's physique. When the two of them collided, it was as if 100,000 claps of lightning had struck. Soon after, the two of them retreated. What's going on? He unexpectedly blocked it. Divine General Xianxia didn't dare to believe this. It should be known that the Flying Corpse King had refined his physique into a weapon, and its might wasn't any weaker than a Great Saint artifact. It was even more terrifying than a Great Saint artifact because it was a weapon with intelligence. This meant that Xueqi wouldn't be able to contend against it unless she also took out a Great Saint artifact. But now, his opponent was able to contend against a Great Saint artifact with just his physique. What kind of physique was this? Was this the legendary physique in the starry sky, or was it the ancient physique? He didn't dare to believe this. It seemed like everyone had underestimated him. Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. The Nine Yin divine physique wasn't any weaker than the Nine Yang divine physique. It was a powerful physique that could contend against a saint physique. If his opponent was a great emperor, and he refined himself into a weapon, no one would be able to contend against him. However, his opponent was just a great saint, and he wanted to contend against a divine physique by refining himself into a weapon. What a joke, just wait and see. These people will soon be stupefied. The Flying Corpse King's expression became ice-cold. Although he was just a corpse, he already had a soul. Although he wasn't afraid of pain, his opponent's ice-cold aura still made his soul shiver. Even his soul was about to be frozen. Moreover, he discovered that his physique's movements were becoming slower and slower. The ice-cold aura gathered in his body, and once it reached a certain level, it would explode out and freeze him, turning him into an ice sculpture. He wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Roar, he looked up at the sky and let out a demonic roar. At this moment, the black aura in his body turned into black flames, which burned unceasingly and burned away the ice-cold aura. His hands seemed to have turned into the death god's sword, and they carried the aura of wind and lightning as they slashed forward. Xueqi didn't fear him, and as she waved her jade-like hands, the whole world turned into ice and snow. The terrifying ice-cold aura engulfed her opponent. Countless ice-cold swords appeared in the world, and each of them was as big as a palm. They covered the sky and the earth, and they seemed capable of penetrating everything. Both sides exchanged 100 moves, 200 moves, 300 moves. At this moment, Xueqi became braver as she fought, while the Flying Corpse King's movements became slower and slower. In the end, he became like a snail. If his opponent hadn't refined him into a weapon, he would have already been killed. When they exchanged 400 moves, the ice-cold aura on his body exploded out, and he turned into an ice sculpture. End of chapter 4899. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.